The man has just fused with the power of the ancient god's eye, greatly increasing his strength. The younger sister, who I have been close with day and night, stabbed me in the back. The sharp dagger stabbed into his lower back without any defense. Qin Feng looked at his sister's incredulous face. Why? Qin Xiaoyu looked at him with resentment. Just dig out your ancient god's eye. Brother Song Fei's strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Qin Xiaoyu actually dug out his own eyes. Qin Feng's eyes were about to burst. The intense pain that came from his eyes instantly made him faint. Wake up again. I found myself back 7 years ago. Qin Feng sat up from the bed. I was actually reborn. Recalling the various things from the previous life, it made his expression turn cold. My brother who has taken care of you for 20 years, can't even compare to a singer and dancer. In the previous life, I missed out on too much in order to protect you, just because I don't want to take you into danger. If not for this, how could I have stopped at the first 100? From now on, I will consider myself as if I don't have you as my sister. Without you as a burden, I will only feel more relaxed. Just at this moment, a cold voice suddenly resounded in Qin Feng's mind. The Eye of Judgment has been activated. You have obtained the power of judgment, the oldest primordial authority in the universe. Authority prevails over rules and order. When entering the game abandoned by the gods, automatically acquire the highest grade talent. The cold voice sounded, making Qin Feng pause for a moment. I didn't expect my eyeballs to be reborn with him. He took out his phone from under the pillow. The current time is exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. God abandoned game has quietly arrived. In the previous life, I entered the game until late at night for the sake of my younger sister. Wasted a whole day of development time. Now that he has been reborn, he naturally wants to seize every minute and second. Qin Feng plans to enter the game immediately. So I just lay down on the bed, ready to fall asleep. At the same time, his body gradually becomes ethereal, as if it doesn't exist in this world. It is precisely because of this unimaginable situation. Only then will God abandon the game and spread it at an extremely fast pace. At the same time, Zhanghai Normal University. A girl wearing a white dress is hurrying to the classroom with her best friend. Short-haired best friend is a bit curious. By the way, Xiao Yu, do you really have no intention of apologizing to your brother over the phone? We skipped the exam yesterday and secretly went to listen to Song Fei's concert. Your brother must be very angry. Qin Xiaoyu chuckled. Why should I apologize? He's not even my real brother. Why can't I go to brother Song Fei's concert? He's being too controlling. Short-haired best friend is helpless, but he treats you so well. Except for being a little strict with you. I will buy you whatever else you want. I really envy you for having such a brother. Qin Xiaoyu shrugged indifferently. I have most of my parents' inheritance. I can still live well even without him. Who cares? They quickly entered the classroom and prepared to start class. But Qin Xiaoyu had no idea. Qin Feng is no longer the brother who would come whenever she called. I don't know that disaster has quietly befallen the whole world. And at this moment, Qin Feng has already entered dreamland. His consciousness drifted through an unknown distance of the world and arrived in a dark space. There is darkness all around with no source of light. Suddenly, a strand of grayish-white light condensed into words. Welcome to the abandoned god game. You are going to abandon land of the gods. Please select your profession. Qin Feng didn't hesitate for long and directly chose a random profession. A virtual gray-white pointer gradually stopped in an area marked with a question mark. The heart rate of Qin Feng suddenly accelerated. Hidden professions have emerged. Congratulations on obtaining the profession, Shadow. Initial skill, Shadow Sneak. Enter an invisible state that lasts for 8 seconds. Attacking will reveal oneself. Attack power increases by 30 with a single strike. Initial skill, Backstab Enhancement. Passive effect, damage increases by 10% when attacking from behind the target. Qin Feng's heart was filled with joy. This profession is the god of soloing. Just the initial passive abilities of these 3 professions alone mean that my survival ability will be very strong. At this moment, the passive effect from the ancient god's eye appears. Congratulations on obtaining the talent, Infinite Evolution. When killing monsters in solo mode, there is a chance to obtain evolution points for revolving skills. Current evolution points, 5 points. Qin Feng unhesitatingly allocated 3 points to enhance Shadow Stealth, 2 points for enhancing counterattack damage. He smiled knowingly. This just happens to be the end of the invisibility time, and the cooldown time is just completed. Can achieve unlimited invisibility. At this moment, a gray-white input box pops up in front of the eyes. Please enter your game code. Qin Feng casually tapped on the screen a few times. Your code name is Shadow. Enter the abandoned land of the gods. In an instant, Qin Feng felt the world spinning. Time and space seemed to freeze at this moment. Once again, eyes appeared in a dilapidated town. Welcome to the abandoned land of the gods. Countless monsters rampage here. Leaving the town to kill monsters will earn you tradable lifespan. But if you die in the game, Half of your remaining lifespan will be deducted. Familiar system prompts flashed through Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng showed no emotional fluctuations. He just checked the map, head in the direction and walk out of the town. At this moment, 5 figures reappeared in front of Qin Feng. It is obvious that their remaining lifespan has been halved. Almost forgot. This is the respawn point. Qin Feng was planning to avoid it. The black short-sleeved girl stopped him. This big brother seems to have a hidden profession. Why not invite you to join our team? Everyone together. The more people, the greater the strength. Anyway, the maximum number of people in the team is 6. We are still missing one. So a soft and tender long-haired girl came very proactively in front of Qin Feng. Does my older brother want to team up with us? The monsters outside are very strong, and one person cannot defeat them. Our team has already experienced a defeat once. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Experienced? Some have the experience of sacrificing their lives. Qin Feng shook his head and ignored the young girl, walking straight towards the direction outside the town. This situation made Sister Lee and the 3 men behind her's faces darken. They never expected this man to be so disrespectful. And she is also leaving the town alone. Laughed to death. We all said it's dangerous outside, but this guy still went out alone. I really don't know how to write the character for death. A few people were chatting and laughing without paying much attention. Only Lizzie took the opportunity to check Qin Feng's information subconsciously when he approached just now. Code Shadow. Quite pretentious. She looked at Qin Feng's back and sneered. We caught up and saw how he died. Maybe we can figure out the pattern of the monster's movements. Qin Feng arrived at the outskirts of the small town. When Qin Feng left the safe zone, he discovered Nayli followed behind with people from a distance. Shadow. Qin Feng launched his skill without any hesitation. In an instant, his figure seemed to blend into the surrounding environment, disappear out of thin air in front of those few people. Lizzie and her 4 companions were all stunned for a moment. Looking left and right, I couldn't find any trace of Qin Feng. The tall male assassin in the team is a bit confused. This is the invisibility skill, right? The initial skill is invisibility. What profession is this? It seems so enjoyable. And at this moment, Qin Feng released the hidden shadow and was already walking on the scorched earth of darkness. Qin Feng quickly left the town and walked more than 100 meters, arrived in a sparse forest. I saw a monster resting in the woods from a distance. Crawler. Level 1. Grade, ordinary. Advancing. This thing just killed those 5 players, digesting their lifespans. Qin Feng squinted his eyes. He has seen a lot of this kind of thing in his previous life. He found a hidden corner. Release the shadow again when the invisibility time is over. Seamless transition between 2 invisibility phases. Qin Feng quietly approached the crawler with a scrap iron short knife in hand. He could even smell the rotting odor on the crawler when he got closer. The silhouette of the dark shadow is gradually becoming clearer. Surprisingly, a faceless person with gray skin was lying next to a tree. There is a grayish-white mist swirling around the body. The grayish-white mist represents that this crawler is consuming its lifespan and attempting to advance. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Instantly attacked from behind the crawler while maintaining stealth mode. The scrap iron short knife emerged from the darkness and accurately landed on the crawler's back neck, turning into a cold glimmer. Just one cut. The crawler's back neck oozed grayish-white blood, instantly collapsing on the ground. This shadow profession is too powerful. Qin Feng himself was shocked. You killed the creeper. Earn 10 experience points. In addition to the crawler's body, there are fist-sized orbs of grayish-white mist condensed. That is the visualization of life. Qin Feng reached out and grabbed the grayish-white mist in his hand. You have obtained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have a lifespan of 754 years and 155 days, non-transferable. Qin Feng shook his head. They 5 people were killed, adding up to definitely over 100 years. Transferred from the crawler, only 54 years burst out. However, it doesn't matter. The temporarily unusable lifespan is of no use. Only tradable lifespan can be exchanged for equipment skills and professions, and bring them into reality. Qin Feng didn't think for too long. Reached out and picked up 2 spoils from under the crawler's corpse. 1 piece of equipment and 1 skill book. Rotten leather boots, physical defense +3. Movement speed, +5. Skill book, cone of cold, mage skill book. Dropping 2 things at once is not bad luck, but unfortunately it didn't have much effect on me. Qin Feng put on his worn leather boots and continued to stealthily walk towards the depths of the forest. Not long after, a young couple arrived at the place where Qin Feng had just killed the crawler. I saw the corpse of a crawler at a glance. Someone actually killed the monster here? It seems that this game is not difficult. I said there's no need to be so nervous. Xiao Ya, watch out. There might be some monsters coming out later, and I'll protect you and fight them off. However, the couple did not notice the appearance of a huge black shadow on the tree above their heads. Suddenly, a whistling sound came rushing down from above the 2 people's heads. The 2 immediately looked up, But before they could see clearly what it was, they were bound by two tough and white spider silk threads and tied to a nearby big tree. A pitch-black spider with a height of 2.5 meters slowly descended along a pure white spider silk. Oh my god! Big spider! Both Nyogang and Guan Xiaoya screamed in fright. This is a bronze-level mini-boss. Qin Feng hit his figure on the side. Bronze-level nurturers are not opponents that ordinary newcomers can contend with. No matter how many people come, they will all die. The most crucial thing is that there are many little spiders under this little boss's control. Qin Feng coldly watched without any intention of intervening to save the person. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the surrounding trees. Immediately after, there was a group of black spiders. The spider web between the trees quickly approached the two individuals, watched helplessly as the little spiders crawled towards them. They bit into them. Nyogang and Guan Xiaoya screamed. A series of injury numbers kept popping up above their heads. Just a moment and both of them were already dead. The bursted lifespan turned into a pale white light ball, which was surrounded by about 10 small spiders and absorbed by them. Just at this moment, a cold light flashed by. Qin Feng's agile figure flashed past the bronze-level nurturer in an instant, suddenly suffered a heavy blow. Hundreds of compound eyes belonging to the nurturer instantly locked onto Qin Feng. However, before it could spew out spider silk, Qin Feng's figure has quietly disappeared, completely vanished from in front of it. This bronze-level nurturer seemed to hesitate for a moment. The small spider around is not affected by the division of life. Continue fighting for the lifespan of that couple. Qin Feng's shadow stealth skill will finish cooling down after 26 seconds. He appeared in another direction of the nurturer. The scrap iron short knife strikes again, launching a weak point attack on one of the giant monster's eyes. A terrifying wound suddenly appeared on the caregiver's body. Qin Feng once again disappeared from sight. The nurturer was repeatedly attacked twice and could not find the attacker. Frustrated and embarrassed, he spewed spider silk frantically in all directions. This kind of large-scale attack method can instantly wipe out a team of 6 players. But Qin Feng had long been prepared and quickly fled far away. After waiting for the shadow stealth skill to cool down, Qin Feng once again wielded the scrap iron short blade and made his move. Weak point attack. The blood volume of the nurturer further decreases. Qin Feng successfully landed a blow and disappeared again. This fighting style can be considered shameless. But these monsters are all intelligent. It is impossible to keep getting hit in the same place all the time. A bronze-level nurturer jumped and clung onto a nearby tree. Qin Feng is calm and composed. After the shadow skill cooldown is complete, instantly appeared behind the predator and swung the knife towards the neck. Weak point attack. The predator's massive body fell down weakly. You have killed the nurturer, bronze level. You have gained 300 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 2. Congratulations. You have earned 2 evolution points. Congratulations on unlocking the ranking list of Beaktown levels. You have earned 1 reputation point. At the same time, a system prompt also sounded in the minds of all players in the Shell Town. Shell Town player Shadow kills the nurturer. Level leaderboard opens. Lizzie and the others who were searching in the town were all shocked. Is that Shadow the guy who just went out alone? He reached level 2 so quickly. The most crucial thing is that he killed a bronze level mini-boss, right? Did he form a team after he went out? However, Sister Lee's eyes were filled with disbelief. He did not form a team. There is only him on the leaderboard. On the ranking list of Shell Town, only the name of the Shadow is displayed alone above. Below are a row of question marks. Qin Feng reached out and absorbed the light sphere from the corpse of the large spider into his hand. You have obtained 46 days of lifespan, tradable. Qin Feng grinned. The lifespan benefits of a small boss are equivalent to that of more than 10 ordinary small monsters. Immediately afterwards, Su Feng pulled out 2 spoils from the boss's corpse. Skill book, Greedy Hands. Assassin skill book. Can be used on monster corpses after learning. There is a 20% chance of receiving an additional loot reward. Corroded dagger, bronze. Attack power plus 25. Agility plus 4. One of the skill books caught Qin Feng's attention. This is sent. The probability of 20% doesn't seem high. But the key is that Qin Feng can evolve this skill. He used up all 3 evolution points. Directly increase from 20 probability to 110 points. Wear the corroded short knife around the waist again. The original attack of 25 is doubled to 50. After doing all this, Qin Feng has no intention of letting these little spiders go. When he emerged from the shadows, the knife sliced through the abdomens of one spider after another. Directly slay them one by one. Just as Qin Feng started to brush monsters, Zhanghai Normal University in the real world. Qin Xiaoyu and her best friend Xu Yan are attending class in the classroom. A boy suddenly fell asleep on the table. His body unexpectedly turned into a semi-transparent and ethereal state. The middle-aged teacher in the Mediterranean stopped teaching. A look of confusion appeared on the face as he walked towards that boy. The teacher tried to reach out their hand and unexpectedly passed through the body of that male student. This scene made all the students in the class gasp in shock. the classroom suddenly became chaotic. The Mediterranean teacher shouted loudly, "Classmates, let's stop here for this lesson. The teacher first needs to communicate with the school leaders." After finishing speaking, the teacher hurriedly left the classroom. Qin Xiaoyu and Xu Yan were quickly scrolling through their phones in their seats. Qin Xiaoyu's eyebrows furrowed quickly. It seems to be a global phenomenon. As long as I fall asleep at night, I will become this state. The short-haired girl Xu Yan's beautiful eyes were a little nervous. I need to contact my mom and dad. Xiaoyu, don't you want to ask your brother? Don't you ask your brother to see if he has encountered anything? Qin Xiaoyu shook her head and said coldly, I'm not going to take the initiative to contact him. Xu Yan was helpless. But now that something like this has happened, there's no need to mess with your loved ones anymore, right? Qin Xiaoyu laughed. Loved ones? He'll just be in charge of me. Is that considered a relative? Anyway, I'm too lazy to care about him unless he takes the initiative to apologize to me. If Qin Feng saw this scene, he was afraid that he would want to laugh. In her last life, Qin Xiaoyu had exactly this attitude. She didn't just not take the initiative to contact Qin Feng, even when Qin Feng texted her, she didn't reply, and she didn't answer her phone calls. It wasn't until the evening that Qin Feng personally came over to the school to look for her, begged for peace with her, apologized, and only then did he bring her home like an offering to an ancestor and enter the godforsaken game with her. But this life? It was completely different. She didn't want to contact Qin Feng. It was even more unlikely that Qin Feng would take the initiative to contact her. In Qin Feng's eyes, this sister that he had taken care of for more than a decade was already equivalent to not existing. From the time she personally gouged out Qin Feng's eyes, Qin Feng could no longer recognize her as his sister. Bizarre phenomena continued to occur all over the world, all over the globe. Officials from various countries have studied the situation and soon released a statement that people will enter a translucent and illusory state as long as they fall asleep, and for the time being, they don't know the reason for this, and they call on people not to fall asleep as much as possible and wait for the experts to study the situation. So far, there have not been any sleeping people wake up, so the people outside, they don't even know what's going on. And in the godforsaken land, in the middle of a small town, many of these players who had fallen asleep and entered the divine abandonment game had begun to act. They formed small teams and started going out to kill monsters. When you enter the godforsaken game for the first time and want to go offline, there's a precondition, that is to rise to level 3. Qin Feng kept killing in the dark woods. In the godforsaken game, upgrading was very difficult. In the early stages, soloing was almost impossible, and if you were in a group, the experience and tradable lifespans would be split equally, so how could you not upgrade fast enough? In Shell Town, it wasn't until the 20th minute after Qin Feng opened the leaderboards that someone else finally rose to level 2. It was an elite hidden profession squad led by someone with the codename Wang Mang. 6 people, all leveled up to level 2 at the same time. They occupied the 2nd to 7th place in Shell Town. The ranking list. As for the golden-haired youth, he brought several dozens of players together to go out and hunt monsters. But they soon discovered a horrible thing. They gathered together, and no demons dared to come close at all, regardless of what kind of demonic creature. When they saw this group of players from afar, all of them turned around and ran, resulting in this group of people simply have nothing to gain. The only gain, perhaps, was that they familiarized themselves with the terrain outside the town. Evolution points. Finally 3 points. When Qin Feng slashed and killed a level 1 creeper, he finally lit up when he heard the system prompt. Just now, he had killed the small spiders around the feeder, one after another. The 12 child spiders only gave him 2 evolution points, one of which was still touched out with the greedy hand. It could be seen that if he didn't encounter a boss, it would be very difficult to obtain evolution points by killing the small monsters. After finishing off those small spiders, he looked around for other magical creatures. As he always maintained stealth, Qin Feng came and went like the wind in the dark woods. He soon took out 5 more level 1 creepers. At this moment, the 5th creeper that he hacked to death finally gave him another 1 evolution point. It's ready to evolve. Qin Feng opened the attribute panel. Continue evolving the greedy hand. You have consumed 3 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Greedy hands, gold platinum assassin type skill, can be used on demonic corpses with a 70% 110% probability of obtaining an additional loot reward. An evolutionary effect that completely exceeded expectations. Qin Feng knew that in the divine abandonment game, a probability of more than 100% would also take effect. The 110% probability of greedy hands meant a 100% chance of having 1 additional loot, and a 10% probability of obtaining another loot, which was the 3rd loot. Very good. After the evolution was completed, Qin Feng unleashed his greedy hand towards the creeper corpse in front of him. Skill greedy hands rolled successful. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 3 days of lifespan, tradable. Qin Fang's eyes lit up. This hand had directly triggered that 10%, allowing him to gain 2 additional rewards. Invincible. Qin Feng was shocked. These 2 evolution points. He wasn't going to use them for now. The same skill evolving for the 4th time surprisingly requires 5 evolution points instead of 4. It seems that the number of evolution points required is not an equidistant series. As for the exact pattern, we'll know when we evolve Greedy Hand once more. Qin Feng did not lack damage or survival for the time being. Even if he encountered a boss, he could deal with it relatively easily. All priority was given to evolving game class skills that would allow him to develop faster. Greedy Hands was the best choice. Qin Feng checked. I now have a tradable lifespan of 146 days, but to extract equipment and skills to reality, the tradable life consumed would take at least 2.5 years, 900 days to be exact. In addition, there's still a need to level up to level 10 first. Qin Feng maintained his stealth and continued to travel through the woods. Suddenly, he sensed the movement of a battle ahead, quietly approaching over. Qin Feng was delighted in his heart. This was because what appeared in front of him was clearly another bronze-ranked boss, and it was also a level 2 monster. Sprinter, LV2, grade, bronze. It was a humanoid reptilian creature with 6 legs, just like a reptilian, with no eyes on its head but a rotting mouth. 6 legs and moving extremely fast, at least twice as fast as a new player. New players who encountered this boss could be considered very unlucky, and had no chance of escaping. As for killing the sprinter, it could be even more difficult than killing the feeder. Chapter 11 Seconds to kill the polluter. Wang Meng was shocked. When Qin Feng saw the sprinting one, he subconsciously looked at his agility. Due to the Shadow's profession bonus and the bronze grade corrosive shortblade agility edition, Qin Feng's agility attribute now had reached 34 points. In the godforsaken game, doubling agility didn't mean that movement speed would also be doubled. Instead, there was a correlation formula. With an initial 10 points of agility, the usual movement speed is about 3 meters per second, and running at full speed can reach 9.5 meters per second. I now have 34 points of agility, while my usual shift speed is 5.83 meters per second, and running at full strength is 17 to 18 meters per second. Right now, Qin Feng's speed was almost twice as fast as some new players. Even so, it was only just about the same speed as a sprinter. It's enough. Can catch up with the sprinting one? Don't have to worry about it escaping. Qin Feng lurked in the shadows and looked towards the front. It was discovered that the sprinter was chasing after a team of players. One of the people at the head of that team was a burly man, holding an inferior shield, who was fending off the blaster's attacks while retreating. This burly man was the second-ranked player in Shell Town, codenamed Wang Meng. Behind him, there were 5 hidden profession players, who were releasing their skills and attacking the sprinters with a stony face. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was an archer or a mage, the 2 long-range professions, the man and the woman, their attacks were all having a hard time hitting the sprinter, while the sprinting man was charging left and right, relying on its corrupted claws and fangs. It quickly made Wang Meng of the Sacred Shield Warrior profession's blood level drop to half. It was important to know that the Holy Shield Warrior's base candor was very high. Blood and defense were both more than 30% higher than other novice players. During the process of this team's people rising to level 2, it was all Wang Meng who was at the front, and none of them had encountered too dangerous a situation. But now, faced with this bronze level boss, Wang Meng obviously couldn't hold his own. On the other hand, the sprinting one still had at least 90% of its blood. At this time, the young sharp-eyed archer in Wang Meng's team's attack fell short twice more. His face was very ugly. No, this boss is too fast. It's hard to hit with long-range attacks. Wang Meng remained calm. Just keep attacking. If you can't kill it, you can also grind the blood and resurrect it to come back and kill it again. Unfortunately, Wang Meng's plan was a bit too optimistic. As the battle stalled, other demonic creatures appeared in the woods to the side. Polluter, LV2. Grade, Ordinary. This was a level 2 ordinary demonic creature, also in humanoid form, but covered in dark brown sludge, and was a long-range attacking demonic creature. In the woods, a full 3 polluters appeared, directly launching sludge attacks towards the back row of Wang Meng's team. Poof! A beautiful young girl holding a staff with an extremely good figure was violently smashed in the chest by a ball of sludge. This heavy blow caused the black robe on her chest to tremble in waves. -32. Ah shucks. What a stench! That pretty young girl felt a foul odor come over her face. Disgusting. And this was only the beginning. A ball of sludge began to be thrown towards the back row of the team's output at a rapid pace. The trajectory of those sludge was fast, making it impossible for them to dodge. The key was, there was also a bronze level boss, Sprinter, in front of them. If they ran around to avoid the long-range attacks, Wang Mang couldn't even block the blaster for them. Once they were attacked by the blaster, they would have to die in a few hits. For a while, Wang Mang's six were in danger. The entire team's blood level is falling rapidly. Wang Mang. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and observed the team. To be honest, this person, he recognized. Of course, it wasn't now. Rather, it was before he was reborn. At that time, Qin Feng was a strong player ranked in the top 100 globally, and although he was considered a dangler in the top 100, he was after all just an ordinary warrior profession. To be able to reach this achievement with an ordinary profession was already a legend. Countless people idolized Qin Feng. Among them was this Wang Mang. After all, Wang Mang was a hidden profession sacred shield warrior, and in terms of profession bonuses and skills, he was much stronger than Qin Feng, an ordinary warrior. However, Wang Mang's battle power was no match for Qin Feng. This made him very convinced of Qin Feng. As for the two sides knowing each other, it was because Wang Mang was the person in charge of representing the official daxia and cooperating with the Divine Beheading Guild created by Qin Feng. When Qin Feng fought extra equipment and skill books on a regular basis, if the guild couldn't use them internally, he would hand them over to Wang Mang and sell them to the daxia officials in exchange for tradable lifespans. In my last life, I formed the guild to better protect Qin Xiaoyu. In this life, there's no need. It's just that Wang Mang, this person, can still be befriended. Qin Feng now planned to convert all the excess equipment and skill books, all of them into tradable lifespans, and use them to improve himself. Then, it was important to find a stable sales channel. Wang Mang, this person, was still relatively reliable, and the official daxia represented behind him also had enough financial power. These monsters have to be killed anyway. Since that's the case, let's help him with a hand first. Qin Feng did not intend to befriend the other party out of the blue. Just leave an impression on the other party first. He observed the situation and quickly arrived behind one of the polluters. Coldly, he launched a surprise attack. This polluter, who was frantically throwing sludge towards the pretty young girl holding a staff, couldn't even imagine that there was an assassin behind him. The short corrosive blade, which turned into a bit of a cold aura, landed on the back of the polluter's neck. -441, weakness attack. A fatal blow. The polluter, in an instant, turned into a puddle of sludge and spilled onto the charred ground. You have killed polluter, LV2. You gained 20 experience points. You gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 4 days of life, tradable. The system prompt that rang in his head made Qin Feng a bit surprised that this little monster could give evolution points. Good luck. Casually releasing greedy hand. Skill greedy hands rolled successful. You have gained 4 days of life, tradable. Unfortunately, no evolution points. The probability of ordinary monsters giving evolution points was already low, and the extra reward from the Hand of Greed was an additional judgment of 1 drop, which was equivalent to Qin Feng killing another identical demonic creature instead of making a copy of the reward. So it was normal that no evolution points were given. It's still only killing bosses that gives a steady gain of evolution points. Qin Feng finished off a polluter and wasn't in a hurry. Before the demons and players in the field could react, he had already entered stealth once again. As they watched one of the polluters suddenly turn into sludge and fall, Wang Mang and the others were stunned. They only saw a black figure that flashed by, and the polluter instantly fell to the ground. How is this possible? Even if it's a level 1 creeper, we would have to surround it for more than 10 seconds to kill it. This level 2 polluter, it was even killed in seconds? For a while, all 6 of Wang Meng's team were shocked. Chapter 12, Mighty Poison Dart, a skill that killed the boss in seconds. A polluter was killed. The pressure on Wang Mang and their back row was instantly much less. The pretty young girl holding a staff had excitement and thrill in her beautiful eyes. There's a big brother coming to help us, eh? Could it be the shadow on the leaderboard? In fact, this young girl couldn't tell if she was pretty or not now. Her body and face were covered in sludge, and she had very little blood left. The only thing that was still so hot was her body, which made people look at her a few more times. Her long slender legs kept moving, walking flexibly, looking lively and elastic. Hold on. Wang Mang's skills finished cooling down. With a grave expression, he released his skill, Sacred Barrier. Golden light enveloped his lanky body, allowing him to enter an invincible state that lasted for 3 seconds, able to hold on for a few more moments under the hands of the sprinters. The others also had room to dodge. With 1 less polluter, the long-range threat was much smaller. Nearly half a minute later, Qin Feng reappeared behind another polluter. Without warning, he instantly struck. Once again, the polluter was killed in seconds. No evolution points. Hand of Greed. Ha! Exploded a skill book? Qin Feng smoothly picked up the skill book that the polluter had exploded. He checked the skill book in his backpack. Fierce Poison Dart, Normal Assassin Skill. Throw a fierce poison dart with a maximum range of 12 meters. Adds 40 points of attack damage on hit. And a fierce poison status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning requirement, level 2. Fierce poison, 30% attack damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds. Cannot be stacked. Finally came an attack skill. And it was a mid-range, sustained damage skill. Even for an ordinary player, learning a skill like this in the early stages would increase the development speed in a straight line. Only, the probability of ordinary monsters dropping skill books was very low. Qin Feng had killed so many normal monsters, and the ones that popped skill books were only twice. Once was the first creeper, which exploded the ice cone technique of the legal system. Then there was this time, which was still touched out by the greedy hand. Equipment and skill books. It's still bosses that have a higher burst rate, but for ordinary players, without the equipment and skill base, it's impossible to take down bosses, even the weakest bronze level bosses. Qin Feng thought in his heart. He didn't hesitate. He still had 3 evolution points on him and directly evolved the mighty poison dart twice. Fierce poison dart, normal bronze silver assassin type skill. Throw a fierce poison dart with a maximum range of 121314 meters. Adds 4080,120 points of attack damage on hit and fierce poison status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning requirements, level 2. Fierce poison, inflicts 30% 40% 50% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus, lasts for 5 seconds, not stackable. After the skill evolved twice, the total damage directly more than doubled. Qin Feng's movements were quick, picking up the skill book, learning the skill book, and evolving the skill, all in one go. That last polluter had just turned around and was just about to spew out a sludge attack at Qin Feng. But it turned out that Qin Feng was even faster. With a lift of his hand, a fierce poison dart flew out. It instantly hit the polluter's head. In the place of other newbie players, there was no way they could have this attack accuracy of his. But Qin Feng's last life in the godforsaken game, crawling around for 9 years, this long-range attack proficiency has long been engraved in his bones. Casually throwing a fierce poison dart, he directly hit the head weakness. Minus 237, weakness attack. The damage figure doesn't look high. It's due to the fact that there is no concealment break, no backstabbing, and even the opponent has already discovered Qin Feng, so that the Shadow's professional passive didn't take effect and there was no double damage. But after Qin Feng struck, he directly concealed his figure. After that polluter was hit by the fierce poison dart, the entire thing turned green. 2 consecutive damage numbers popped out above his head. Minus 158. Minus 158. After taking 2 fierce poison sustained damage, that polluter finally died. This sustained damage is pretty high, and with me being invisible after launching my attack, this sustained damage, surprisingly, can eat into my profession passive and double the damage. Qin Feng was more sensitive to damage. Immediately, he discovered this. The Shadow's third career passive was to double the damage dealt when not in the enemy's field of view. He was invisible, so of course he wasn't considered to be in the enemy's field of view. Then, it was normal for the sustained damage to be doubled. Unfortunately, this last polluter, again, didn't explode anything. The only thing left on the scene was the last bronze level boss, the sprinter, which was the main event. And at this moment, Wang Mang was already sweating profusely. I can't hold on any longer. The middle-aged female priest in the team was releasing healing spells for him constantly, but unfortunately the effect was limited. Wang Mang's blood bar was still getting closer to the bottom bit by bit. Obviously, although this team had already killed small monsters to level 2, they hadn't exploded any useful equipment or skill books, causing their fighting style to remain plain. It was at this moment, a figure violently appeared behind the boss sprinting one. At the moment when the sprinter launched an attack towards Wang Mang, a fierce poison dart flew towards the sprinter's head, precisely hits the head. Minus 845, weakness attack, hidden break, back strike, weakness attack, all full. One shot to the head. Wang Mang and the others were getting nervous. When they glanced at the boss's blood bar and saw that it had dropped by half almost instantly, their eyes widened. Crap! Wang Mang couldn't help but curse out a foul language. Their entire team, who had been fighting the sprinter for half a day, had hit less than 10% of its blood. As a result, this mysterious character, a skill directly took out half of the boss's blood? And that was just the base damage of the fierce poison dart. What came next was the most terrifying. Minus 324. Minus 324. Minus 324. Minus 324. As the sprinter's body turned green and 4 continuous damage numbers jumped out one after another. That sprinter didn't even have a chance to struggle. And in front of Wang Mang, he directly collapsed. Of course, Wang Mang and the others couldn't see the damage numbers of the others. They could only see the blood bar above the boss's head. That blood bar, which dropped a notch every time it jumped, made Wang Mang's and their heartbeats beat along with it. They watched as the bronze boss that had almost caused their group to be destroyed was poisoned alive just like that. I go, this damage, is this still human? No. Is this really a player who entered the game at the same time as us? You guys didn't see the key. The key is, he was able to accurately hit the boss's head with a dart while the boss was moving around. That's right, our long-range attacks, want to hit the boss are difficult, but he casually hit the weak point. Wang Mang's 6 people, all of them sucked in a breath of cool air. They watched as the boss exploded a bunch of loot, but obviously, they didn't have the authority to pick it up. In the Divine Abandonment game, the right to attribute the loot dropped by monsters belonged to a team or individual with the highest damage. Right now, 90% of this blaster's blood was taken out by Qin Feng. Rightfully so, Qin Feng had the right to attribute all the loot. Chapter 13, So many creepers. I'm playing Nemesis? You have killed the sprinting crawler, bronze level. You have gained 600 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 3. Congratulations, you have gained 2 evolution points. You have gained a 55-day lifespan, tradable. The moment the boss fell to the ground, a series of system prompts rang out in Qin Feng's head. After he threw that fierce poison dart, he released Subterranean Shadow again and re-entered stealth. Now the cooldown time for Submerged Shadow is 26 seconds. Still a bit long. It kind of affects the efficiency of brushing monsters. However, it's still best to evolve the Greedy Hand first if I have the evolution points. Qin Feng thought to himself. He silently arrived next to the sprinter's corpse and picked up a bunch of loot. This scene, on the other hand, looked incredibly weird in the eyes of Wang Meng 6. The shadows of people were not even seen. The loot next to that boss's corpse suddenly disappeared? Friend, thanks a lot. Wang Meng knew that the big brother was next to him, and with a serious and earnest expression, he clasped his fists in the air and sincerely thanked him. Thank me? Qin Feng said indifferently, his voice seeming to come from all directions. In the wilderness, don't trust others so easily. These words caused Wang Meng to look aghast. I understand. Thanks for reminding big brother. In the Divine Abandonment game, only the town was a safe zone. As long as they were outside the town, players could also kill players, and once they died, no matter if it was a tradable lifespan or a non-tradable lifespan, half of it would fall off. Of course, the only thing that players could pick up was the tradable lifespan. As for the non-tradable lifespan, players can't pick it up directly, unless they pass through the demonic creature. Let the demonic creature absorb it, and then kill the demonic creature, in order to convert 50% out. Obviously, if Qin Feng were to turn on Wang Meng right now, he could easily finish them off. It just wasn't necessary, because it wouldn't be possible to explode anything at all. These guys, they were all too poor, and at this time, Wang Meng also understood. If this big brother really had thoughts about them, he wouldn't have opened his mouth to remind them. This made Wang Meng even more grateful. Then let's go first. We won't bother big brother to taste the equipment. My name is Wang Meng. If big brother needs any help in the future, just look for me. Wang Meng was very understanding, and after saying this, he intended to lead the others to leave. However, the pretty young girl behind him, who was covered in sludge, suddenly waved her hand towards the surroundings. Big brother, I'm Blackbrush Big Lee Z. Can I add you as a friend? Hearing this young girl's self-reported codename, Qin Feng almost didn't laugh out loud. He actually knew this girl. Of course, from his last life. She was called this codename because her real name was Lin Liu, her father's surname was Lin, and her mother's surname was Li, and thus, Black Brindley Z came into being. This girl is indeed beautiful. Her character is also lively and cute, and her body is even hot. As for the occupation, it was the hidden occupation prophet, which was quite a bit stronger than the average mage. In his last life, Qin Feng had even worked with her a few times. It seems that her opening was the same as her last life, and she directly teamed up with Wang Meng, and then turned into an official member of Dixia. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. There was no need for him to befriend the other party now. Then he faintly said, sorry, I'm not interested in the Blackbrush dahlias. That girl was not willing to add Qin Feng as a friend and still wanted to stalk her. But the middle-aged female priest in the team, with a helpless face, dragged her and turned around to leave. Looking at their backs as they left, Qin Feng was also a bit emotional. This Wang Meng's profession, Holy Shield Warrior. Meet or meet ah. Moreover, that middle-aged female priest in the team is also a hidden profession Oracle Priest, with an initial healing amount that is twice that of a normal priest. Otherwise, this team wouldn't have been able to last this long. My attack. It looks like a spike, but it's limited by the cooldown time of Subterranean Shadow, causing the attacks to be spaced out for too long. From start to finish, it took almost 2 minutes to finish off this boss and the 3 polluters. 2 minutes of time. If it were an ordinary team, they would have been massacred under the hands of the sprinters. Qin Feng shook his head, not thinking too much. This wave, he had a full harvest. When Wang Mang and the others left, Qin Feng unleashed greedy hands towards the corpse of the blaster. Congratulations! You have gained 2 evolution points. You have gained a 55-day lifespan, tradable. A bronze boss gave Qin Feng a total of 4 evolution points, plus 110 days of tradable lifespan, and 5 pieces of loot. Not a bad haul. There are also 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books inside the drops. Only one of the equipment was something Qin Feng could use. In godforsaken games, there were so many professions that it was normal for things from other professions to pop up often. Sprinting leather gaiters, bronze assassin lineage equipment. Physical defense plus 9. Full elemental resistance plus 5. Cooldown speed plus 15%. Equipment requirement, level 2. The defense and elemental resistance of this equipment was not of much use to Qin Feng, but the 15% cooldown speed is good. Put it on directly. The cooldown of Subterranean Shadow, from 26 seconds, has been reduced to 61 seconds. A good effect. In the godforsaken game, there was no cooldown reduction in the regular attributes, only cooldown speed. In the later stages, the cooldown speed attribute could basically be piled up to several 100%. For example, a 400% cooldown speed was equal to a 4 times faster cooldown, equal to 5 times the original, and a skill that originally had a 20-second cooldown now only needed 4 seconds. In short, final cooldown time equals base cooldown time / 1 plus cooldown speed. Continue brushing the monsters. 1 more evolution point and I'll be able to evolve Greedy Hand to Emerald level. Qin Feng maintained his stealth and continued to go deeper towards the dark forest. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan had reached 268 days. I still have quite a few equipment skill books of other professions on me. When my backpack is full, I'll return to the town first and exchange things for tradable lifespans. At that time, we can consider extracting the equipment skills back to reality. It was no exaggeration to say Qin Feng's development speed was more than 100 times faster than his last life. From the sound of it, his last life's development speed was very, very slow. But it couldn't be helped, because when the number of players in the town increased, the demons outside, too, would all gather. The difficulty for new players who wanted to hunt the demons would skyrocket. Instead, many player squads were hunted by hordes of demons and kept losing their lifespan. For example, the current Shell Town, Wang Mang, with his hidden profession squad, had returned to the area closer to the town. This side wouldn't brush level 2 monsters, only level 1 monsters. What shocked them was that when they came back, they quickly saw a team of 6 players that was being surrounded by more than a dozen creepers. If one were to deal with a creeper alone, then many teams would be able to kill it now. But, more than a dozen creepers? So many creepers? I'm playing Nima? A youth screamed and cursed in panic, and immediately afterward, he was pounced on by 3 reptilians, tearing and gnawing. Chapter 14, offer $10 million for Shadow Big Brother to bring upgrades? Prepare for battle. Wang Meng's face became extremely grave as he unfolded the inferior large shield in his hand. Having just come all the way here, they had rested for a few minutes halfway, and their blood and mana values were almost recovered. Originally, Lin Liu, the pretty girl holding a staff, was still dwelling on the fact that she had just not added Qin Feng as a friend. It must be because I'm covered in mud and Big Brother dislikes it. Oh. This girl was on the verge of crying, but before she could be sad for long, the scene in front of her shook her to the core. Immediately holding her staff and preparing to go into battle, more than a dozen creepers. In a few seconds, a squad of 6 players was killed. All of them. Originally, Wang Mang was still preparing for battle with a grave expression. As a result, the dozen or so creepers glanced back at their team, and seemed to sense that they were different from ordinary teams. All of them were a bit scared and turned around to leave. Of course, before leaving, they still absorbed all of the non-tradable lifespans that those 6 players had exploded. Although it took time for magical creatures to digest lifespans, but absorbing the storage was quick. After that was done, more than a dozen creepers turned around and fled to the depths of the woods. Ran away? Wang Mang and the others froze. These magical creatures were completely unconventional. Moreover, the speed of those creepers was, truthfully, a bit fast. Although they were not as good as the sprinters, they were not something Wang Mang and the others could catch up with. They want to run. We really can't catch up. These monsters, they still know how to bully? Wang Mang and Lin Liu, the 6 of them, all felt a bit unimaginable. Once again, there was an additional layer of awe towards this god-forsaken game. The monsters within this game were not at all like the unusual online games that waited dully for players to kill them. Instead, they would form teams to hunt players, robbing players of their lifespan. As for what the demons robbed the player's lifespan to do, Wang Mang and the others didn't know for the time being, but this alone was already enough to make one's heart chill. Go! Wang Mang led the team and continued to advance. Soon after seeing another team of 6, there were already 3 dead, and the remaining 3 were fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, their speed was too slow, and the 5 creepers behind them were in hot pursuit, attacking them non-stop and looking to finish them off. Arcane Spell Ball. Triple Shot. The 2 long-range from Wang Mang's team attacked the 5 crawlers from afar. Each hit a creeper, blasting away about 1/10 of their blood. Surround them, don't let them escape. Wang Mang charged forward with his shield and directly landed a jump smash with a bang, stunning all 5 of those creepers in place. Around the Shell Town, things like this were happening everywhere. Originally, in people's impression, the magical creatures that were originally supposed to be killed by them and turned into experience would actually join forces, would gather, and in turn surround the players. The town square resurrection point. A white light flashed continuously, hardly stopping for a moment. The faces of every resurrected player became ugly. To rise to level 3 before returning to reality, I originally thought it was simple, but I didn't expect. The monsters all know about teaming up. This is going to take head to rise to level 3? I have a question. If we can never rise to level 3, won't we be trapped here forever? Then in reality, won't we become vegetarians? No, we have to gather more people. If 6 people can't team up, then 2 teams, 3 teams together. No way. Too many people will attract the boss. Just now there was a group of 40 people that attracted a cursed one of some kind. A single skill seconded more than 30 of them. Countless people were emboldened. It was also at this time that they suddenly saw, on the Shell Town's ranking chart, the Dark Shadow, who was ranked number 1, had turned level 3. Holy shit, is this shadow really this bullish? We're struggling to kill even a small monster, but he's leveling up so easily? Big Shadow seems to be soloing. After all, he's the only one on the list with such a high level. Definitely solo brushing. This is too fierce, isn't it? People were incredulous. By now, many people had left the town, deeply realizing how ferocious the demons were outside. In this situation, the Shadow was able to single brush and still upgrade all the way. How powerful was this? At this time, Sister Pear, codenamed Duck Pear, brought her teammates and once again resurrected from the square. This black short-sleeved girl's face was already as black as charcoal, because this was already her 3rd death. Her non-tradable lifespan, which originally had 80 years, now only had 10 years left, so it could be said that she had suffered a heavy loss. Although, currently, she didn't know if this lifespan was real or not, but it still gave her a heavy psychological pressure. The soft, long-haired girl who had been resurrected along with her now had her hands trembling a little. Pear's sister, what do we do now? The soft and sticky young girl worriedly glanced at her experience bar. Their team had killed 4 creepers up to this point, divided down to less than 10 points of experience each, and it was still early for the 100 points of experience value to rise to level 2, let alone level 3, even if these 4 creepers were all killed with great difficulty, because, when they ran out of blood, they would run. Still, the Pear sister in the lead had some means. After all, she was a hidden profession, and with the longbow in her hand, she cleaned up the bloodied and escaping creepers. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to do away with these 4 creepers. All in all, no more deaths. The black short-sleeved young girl, Duck Pear, had a very ugly face when she suddenly saw on the leaderboard, the shadow level had risen to level 3. This situation made her eyes light up. All spread out first and spread the news. Duck Pear said in a deep voice, I'll offer 10 million RMB to let Shadow take me up to level 3. In short, first return to reality before saying, he upgraded so fast, it should be easy for him to take me to upgrade, right? Thus, such a message quickly spread in Shell Town. There was a big lady who was willing to spend 10 million RMB to ask the no. 1 ranking Shadow big brother to help bring upgrades. Meanwhile, Qin Feng happened to be on his way back. After finishing off the sprinters, he was in the dense forest again, killing a dozen or so creepers one after another, and finally relying on the greedy hand to touch 1 evolution point. Directly evolve greedy hand. You have consumed 5 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Greedy hands, platinum emerald assassin skill, can be used on the corpse of a magical object with a 160% chance of obtaining an additional loot reward. The additional loot gained has a 20% probability of being upgraded by 1 rank. The Hand of Greed, evolved to emerald level, surprisingly has an additional special effect. There was a 20% probability that the additional loot would be 1 rank higher. Invincible. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This effect could be said to be awesome. If we continue to evolve, wouldn't it be a 100% grade increase? Kill bronze bosses and you can harvest silver equipment. Kill silver bosses and you can touch gold equipment? Just in time. Qin Feng had now memorized the location of a boss. That boss was named the Cursed One. A demonic creature in the form of a dry tree man that seemed to have taken out dozens of players and was hiding somewhere in the dense forest, digesting its life expectancy. Soon, that Cursed One would be promoted to a silver-level boss. Chapter 15 Selling Ice Pick Technique. Condescending Missy. However, it will take some time for the boss to advance. No one can kill that boss at the moment anyway, so I'll give it some time to advance. Go back and deal with the stuff first. Qin Feng looked at his backpack. He was now level 3.5 and his backpack, which only had 10 compartments, was already full. They were all equipment and skill books that didn't belong to his profession. To Qin Feng, these things were of no use and were best exchanged for tradable lifespan. However, to the other players in Shell Town, these were all good items that could drastically increase their strength. For example, the Mage Skill Book Ice Cone Technique, right? Once the skill is learned, hits can slow down the target and even have the probability of freezing the target. Of course, bosses have high control resistance and are difficult to control, but when used against small monsters, it is definitely a favorable weapon. On the way back to the Shell Town, Qin Feng saw a lot of people along the way who were chased to death by creepers. There was no expression fluctuation on his face. This kind of situation was only common at the beginning of the game. It wouldn't take long for people to realize that to deal with this kind of situation, all they needed to do was add agility. With high agility and speed, one would not be chased to death, and it would be useless to come to as many creepers as possible. Moreover, if the crawlers wanted to escape, they would also be able to hunt them down with their speed. This was why Qin Feng wanted to add agility. When Qin Feng approached the Shell Town safe zone, he finally didn't continue to be stealthy. However, he called up the system panel and enabled the face mask function. In the godforsaken game, player looks were the same as reality and could not be adjusted. I'm still an ordinary person in reality, and I haven't extracted my abilities for now. Can't expose my identity. Qin Feng was very clear about this. Once he exposed his identity, with his current status as the number 1 in Shell Town, he would definitely have trouble coming to his door, or even kill him. This kind of thing, he had seen a lot of them in his previous life. After enabling the facial concealment function, he had an extra layer of black veil on his face that could not be seen through. On his body, he was wearing an initial black robe, and on his legs, he had brown sprinting leather leg guards, and his feet were also wearing rotting leather boots, and under the black veil, only his cold eyes were revealed. In Shell Town, these players who all came from Jianghai City, each one of them had a sad face. They wanted to rise to level 3 and return to reality, but right now, they couldn't even kill a single creeper, and once they encountered one, it was a group, so how could they fight? So, they all crowded inside the Shell Town and kept discussing ways. When Qin Feng returned, his cold image immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The leg guards and shoes on his body, as well as the corrosive short knife on his hand, were clearly equipment dropped by the wild monsters outside, especially the short blade and the leg guards, both of which were glowing with a faint bronze-colored light effect. They were clearly bronze-level equipment. Who is this person? So pretentious? People with 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Can they not be pretentious? Hiss. This wouldn't be the Shadow Big Brother who is number 1 on the leaderboards, right? Shit. It seems to be true, doesn't it? Big Brother. Someone has offered you 10 million RMB to upgrade. Big Brother, I don't need you to take me. I can also give you 100,000 RMB. You just need to tell me how you soloed. As long as you are willing to take me, let me do anything. I am still a chick. For a while, quite a few people gathered around. There were those who wanted Qin Feng to bring them upgrades, and there were also those who asked him how he soloed. Unfortunately, Qin Feng ignored them all. He walked straight towards the town center square, then came to the edge of a dilapidated flower bed and sat down. He tapped on the stall function and set up the 10 pieces of equipment and skill books. Name of the store, Equipment and Skills Sale. Only for 10 minutes. Buy as soon as you can. There were a lot of people in the town right now. Qin Feng estimated that 10 minutes was about right. Once the stall was out, it immediately attracted everyone around. Big Brother. It's really Shadow Big Brother. Wow. Big Brother is actually selling equipment. And there are even 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Did this kill a bronze level boss? I heard that the bronze leveled cursor killed Yellow Hair and his 30 plus people back. Yeah. A bronze boss that fierce. Can anyone really kill it at this stage? For a while, players from all walks of life gathered. Soon there was a woman wearing a gray vestment robe who walked over with her teammates. Her body was enchanting. Her S-curve was perfect. Her mountains were straight. And her pair of legs were even more slender. So people wouldn't be able to look away from their eyes after taking a look at her. How do you sell this ice cone technique? The gray-robed woman came up to look at it and immediately pursed her lips to inquire. Like Qin Feng, she had also turned on her facial masking function. However, Qin Feng recognized it. This woman should be the Grey Rose who was currently ranked 11th in the Shelltown rankings. What she was wearing should be a poor quality vestment dropped by ordinary monsters, which was quite compatible with her codename. Qin Feng glanced at her and said, 100 days of tradable lifespan. Grey Rose frowned slightly. 100 days? That's too much. Can't afford it. Can it be cheaper? Qin Feng shook his head, not bothering to speak. The common level skill Ice Cone technique, which could greatly increase the speed of the pre-magic department's monster brushing, was already cheap at 100 days. Grey Rose asked immediately after, can I use cash? Qin Feng said indifferently, if you have a lot of cash, you can buy longevity from someone else first and then come back to trade with me. If no one offers a higher price, I can keep the item for you. Grey Rose lightly bit her lip. Wait a moment. She took her teammates aside and chatted in the team channel for. Half a minute later, Grey Rose reappeared in front of Qin Feng. Alright, 100-day lifespan. Trade. Qin Feng had a total of 268 days of lifespan since he brushed up to now. The Grey Rose, on the other hand, had risen to level 2 anyways, leading the team to kill at least 30 to 40 creepers. Only, the tradable lifespans that the creepers had exploded were equally divided between her and her teammates. At this time, Grey Rose, on the other hand, had gathered all of the team's tradable lifespans and used them to purchase the Ice Cone technique so that she could develop faster. You sold Ice Cone technique, skill book, and you have gained 100 days of tradable life. Tradable life, 268 days 368 days. The transaction had just been completed when suddenly a few people pushed their way through the crowd somewhat roughly and came before Qin Feng. At the head of the group was clearly the ponytailed young girl in black short sleeves. Sister Pair, codenamed Duck Pair. This young girl had obviously ripped off the sleeves of the initial black robe sent by the system, so it became short-sleeved and appeared relatively cool and lively. Dark Shadow? Missy looked condescendingly at Qin Feng, who was sitting at the edge of the flower bed, and said condescendingly, I'll give you a chance. Just take me up to level 3. When I return to reality, I'll give you 10 million RMB. My dad is the chairman of the board of directors of Dajiang Industries, so don't worry about me not being able to afford it. When these words came out, the crowd clamored. 10 million. Just take her to level 3. The people around were shocked. This is too cool, isn't it? It sure isn't hard for a shadow big brother to bring someone to level 3. That's right. This is casually earning $10 million. But what people didn't expect was, Qin Feng, who was sitting by the flower bed, glanced at the short-sleeved girl without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. I refuse. Chapter 16, The Ruthless Zhongli. Is this money that good? No one could see that Qin Feng was sneering. When he first saw this duck pair before, Qin Feng didn't recognize it. After all, he had seen too many people in his last life. How could he remember them all? But upon hearing the words Dajiang Industry, Qin Feng remembered. The young lady in front of him was the daughter of the chairman of the board of directors of Great River Industries, Zhongli. This woman had done a lot of ruthless things in her previous life. For example, acquiring tradable lifespans with cash, only to return to reality. Not only did she not recognize the account, but she also pretended to give people cash and took the opportunity to kill the other party in reality. At least a dozen or so people had been poisoned by her. At that time, the whole society was already in chaos. Killing people in reality was all too common. And with these tradable lifespans acquired by Zhongli, coupled with the fact that she was a hidden profession herself, she quickly rose to prominence. Qin Feng remembers that it wasn't until the 4th or 5th year of the godforsaken game's descent that Zhongli was met with retribution. Of course, none of these things had anything to do with him, because he brought Qin Xiaoyu in his last life. The initial upgrade speed was not fast, and there was not much interaction with this Zhongli. As for now, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't believe her bullshit. 10 million RMB? For the time being, this money is useful, but it also depends on whether or not you have the life to get it. At this point, although Qin Feng was stronger than everyone in the godforsaken game, in reality, he was still an ordinary person. The Dajiang industry behind Zhongli had raised a bunch of thugs in his own family. Qin Feng dared to take the cash? It could be said that taking it was death. What's more, cash will soon lose its usefulness in this world. The world's trading currency will soon be longevity. Thus, Qin Feng responded indifferently. He was simply too lazy to pay attention to Zhongli in front of him, and Qin Feng's attitude caused that Zhongli to freeze. As if he didn't expect that this person would completely ignore the temptation of $10 million, Zhongli frowned. Shadow, although you're quite strong in this game, right now, no one knows what's going on in this game. If you can follow me, I'll make sure that you'll be able to eat and drink in the future, and you'll have everything you need in terms of cars, houses, and women. Qin Feng waved his hand. Get out of the way if you're not buying anything. Don't affect my business. You. Zhang Li was almost infuriated by him. Since she was a child, she was the baby in the palm of her family's hand. In the eyes of outsiders, she was the daughter of Dajiang Industry, doted on by the chairman of the board. Who dared to bully her? It could be said that Zhang Li had never been treated like this. A flash of fierce light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Qin Feng, but she quickly hid it. She smiled. All right, since you're not willing, forget it. She turned around and left, her face turning gloomy again. Qin Feng watched her back as she left and did not care. Right now at this time period, no one knows that tradable lifespans can be used to extract equipment skills into reality. No one knows that the divine abandonment game will cause the order of reality to collapse. The only thing that is fundamental to everything is one's own strength. As for Zhang Li, her proud background in Dajiang Industry would soon become meaningless. After leaving the central square of Shell Town, Zhang Li was planning how she was going to find out Qin Feng's true identity. Just then, a youth with bare arms and a tattoo on his arm found Zhang Li. Sister pair, my name is Mao Li Jun. You can call me Old Mao. The youth smiled and said, I'm at level 2 now, and I know some tricks on how to upgrade. I can take you to upgrade. Does that $10 million still count? Hearing this, Zhang Li raised her eyebrows. Tricks? What tricks? The youth codenamed Old Mao directly said. I don't tell ordinary people, but since it's pair sister, as a sign of sincerity, I can tell you that if you want to upgrade in this situation now, you have to take the initial 5 attribute points and add them all to agility. In this way, the speed at which we run at full power happens to be a bit faster than the creeper. Put it this way, you get it, right? Hearing this, Zhang Li had a bit of a dawning realization, but soon this big miss frowned again, because she had already taken the very first 5 points of attributes and added them to strength. It was thought that high damage was everything. As a result, she didn't expect to be dumbfounded by the hordes of creepers killing her. Okay, you take me to upgrade. Soon Zhang Li said very boldly, but you're not as strong as Shadow. I can give you 5 million. Except, take me to level 3 and give you cash back in reality. Old Hare readily agreed. No problem. When he said this old hare was still thinking in his heart. Although that Shadow is strong, his brain seems to be a bit problematic. Don't want such a simple $10 million. How stupid. Unfortunately, this guy didn't know what kind of person Zhang Li was. This 5 million. Where is it so good to take? On Qin Feng's side, he quickly sold out everything. Compared to skill books, equipment was quite a bit cheaper. He still had 2 bronze level ones, 1 warrior equipment and 1 priest equipment, both with relatively average attributes. So they were both sold for only 30 to 40 days of tradable life. As for the other inferior equipment and skill books, the prices were even lower. After selling all 10 pieces of equipment and skill books, Qin Feng reaped a total of nearly 300 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable lifespan, 546 days. Not a bad haul. At this time, that cursed one should have advanced to silver level, right? Qin Feng closed his stall and left Shell Town. In a stealthy state, he quickly rushed over in the direction where the cursed one was. On the way, he saw a youth named Old Mao who was taking Zhang Li out, preparing to take her to upgrade. As soon as Qin Feng took a look at this, he knew what would happen to that Old Mao. But of course, he didn't bother to remind the other party. To Qin Feng, as long as he didn't provoke himself, he was too lazy to care about anything else. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng went deeper into the dark dense forest, arriving at the place where he had seen the cursed one before. Sure enough, the boss had advanced to silver level and had a gray mist lingering around its body. Surprisingly, it was still advancing. The advancement from silver to gold will take at least 7 or 8 hours. Too lazy to wait, Qin Feng decided to strike. There were plenty of gold bosses behind. There was no need to wait here. Taking out the bosses first and becoming stronger was the right path. This place was full of crises. In the dense forest, there were demons everywhere. Only Qin Feng was able to come here with permanent stealth. He didn't hesitate and silently came behind the cursed one that was like a dry tree man, and the fierce poison dart instantly struck, directly hitting the boss's head. Silver bosses. The blood volume is 2 to 3 times that of bronze bosses. It's also a matter of 2 or 3 mighty poison darts. Qin Feng threw darts and stealthed. That cursed one instantly suffered heavy damage. Its blood bar dropped by nearly a quarter, and it was still taking toxin damage. But it turned around, but didn't even see the shadow of a person. This let the cursed person issued some angry voice, raised the dry and thin arm, gray elemental energy in its hands dense, gathering, and then expansion. A large ranged attack skill with a diameter of more than 20 meters instantly erupted, flooding the area around it. Chapter 17, Beheading a Silver Boss. Gold grade equipment. The cursed one, belonging to was a magic boss of the law system. Most of the skills were ranged attacks and the damage was high. Qin Feng had retreated as fast as he could after throwing out the fierce poison dart. With his speed, he barely managed to get out of the boss's attack range before its skills erupted. That was close. If this gets exploded into, with my current blood and defense, there's only one way to die. Qin Feng's heartbeat was a bit fast as he looked at the wide range of gray mist erupting in front of him. This cursed one was the one who had killed more than 30 players and advanced to silver level in one go. It had even plundered enough lifespans for it to advance to gold, or even a higher grade. It was only a pity that it had met Qin Feng. When the opponent erupted in gray mist once, Qin Feng did not approach. Instead, he moved away from the boss and waited for the cooldown of his sneak shadow skill. That cursed one kept raising his hand and releasing gray mist blast skills towards the surrounding air. These small skills, the range wasn't as big, but the threat to Qin Feng was also great. Once they hit Qin Feng was all but dead. Good thing, he was stealthy the entire time, away from the boss, and didn't encounter a single bit of danger. By the time Qin Feng's stealth had finished cooling down, the cursed one seemed to be a bit tired as well, releasing more than 10 skills in a row, making it a bit unable to keep up with its mana value. The cursed one looked around extremely vigilantly and began to advance deeper into the dense forest. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind it, and another fierce poison dart hit its head. -659, weakness attack, -219, -219. Qin Feng's figure flashed away, separated by about 10 meters. The dart accurately hit the boss's head. Just this long-range attack hit rate alone was completely out of the reach of other players. Qin Feng also didn't dare to get too close. That way he wouldn't be able to escape the boss's ranged attack range in time. It could be said that right now, his paper strength was strong, but there was also a large part of it that had to do with the rich experience he had gained from crawling around for 9 years in his last life. 2 fierce poison darts went down, and the blood bar above the boss's head had gradually dropped to only 1/3. This cursor couldn't see where the enemy was. It could only frantically advance deeper into the dense forest. A dry and skinny cursed one with long, thin hands that hung down to its knees was running away as fast as it could. If anyone saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be astonished. No one could imagine that a boss that had advanced to silver level would be chased by a player. One must know that this boss had exterminated dozens of players in one fell swoop when it was at the bronze level. And at this moment, a shadow, once again, appeared behind the cursed one. Fierce poison darts. Once again, the cursed one's body was colored green, only to see that under the sustained damage of the fierce poison, the cursed one's blood bar finally fell to the bottom, and eventually died, his dry and thin body collapsing onto the decayed and damp dense forest floor. You have killed the cursed one, silver level. You have gained 1800 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 5. Congratulations, you have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. A large amount of experience value arrived, directly allowing Qin Feng to ascend 2 levels in a row to level 5. Moreover, the silver-ranked boss gave Qin Feng 4 evolution points. Hand of Greed. Qin Feng directly touched the corpse. Large golden hands poked out from the void and grabbed onto the dried-up corpse of the cursed one. Skill Greedy hands rolled successful. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 124 days of lifespan, tradable. 2 additional rewards were directly obtained. Just this one silver boss brought Qin Feng 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. And, when Qin Feng used Greedy Hand, under the boss corpse, a golden light flashed. Is this out of the gold level? It's worthy of being an emerald-ranked Greedy Hand. Qin Feng knew that this was triggering the additional effect of the emerald grade Hand of Greed. A 20% probability of raising the additional loot by 1 rank. Cool was cool. However, Qin Feng was a bit depressed as he looked at the 7 or 8 pieces of loot under the boss's corpse. Now that the backpack only has 10 compartments, we can't just kill a boss and run back. It's also too much of a waste of time. I hope this cursor drops me a storage ring or something. That way there would be more grids. With anticipation, Qin Feng reached out and touched the pile of loot under the boss's corpse. Just as Qin Feng finished off the silver-ranked boss and ascended to level 5. In the middle of Shell Town, countless people saw the leaderboards and were shocked on the spot. Level 3 and jumped straight to level 5? Did this kill some powerful boss? It was only more than 10 minutes ago that I saw the big guy selling his equipment, and then he went up another 2 levels so quickly? This is too outrageous, isn't it? My sister is 18 this year. I really hope that big brother can look at my sister, so that I can also get some light and take me to level up. Come on, people can't even look at $10 million. Can they look at your sister? Small town center. Wang Mang and Lin Liyu's team of 6 people had finally risen to level 3. they subconsciously looked at the leaderboard. Me asterisk. The sharp-eyed archer youth and the team exploded. We've only risen to level 3 and that big guy is level 5? Does that even let people live? Wang Mang was also dumbfounded. But soon he shook his head and said gruffly, "Don't think about it for now. Let's each return to reality first and inform our relatives and friends about the divine abandonment game. The world is likely to be in turmoil, so at least let those close to us be prepared." Wang Mang's identity was that of an armed police officer. The reason why he fell asleep in the morning was because he had been staking out a suspect all night last night, and had just come back from his shift to rest, when he didn't expect to enter the divine abandonment game. Hearing Wang Mang's words, Lin Liu and the others nodded their heads gravely. They each returned to reality. The body in the god abandonment game gradually became illusory until it disappeared. Just as countless people were shocked, Qin Feng also ushered in his great harvest. From this silver level cursed one, he not only gained 12 evolution points, but also 372 days of tradable lifespan. Even the non-tradable lifespan had directly gained over 200 years. I now have a non-tradable lifespan of 418 years and 271 days. It seems like that's quite a lot of lifespan, but in the advanced areas of the godforsaken game in the future, or in the reality after the first desolation spread, the speed of life expectancy passing will all be faster and faster. Qin Feng shook his head, not thinking too much. He looked into his backpack. First, he looked at the gold-ranked equipment. Cursed ring, gold universal for all professions. Full attribute plus 8. Dark elemental resistance plus 26. Weakness attack multiplier plus 0. 1. Equipment requirement, level 4. Full attribute ring? Qin Feng was still satisfied. 8 points of full attribute was equivalent to 32 points of attribute value. And this ring was equivalent to the attributes that others could only obtain by leveling up by 3. Additional dark elemental resistance. Useful against many magical creatures. Weakness attack multiplier. Initially 1. 5 times. With this ring it's 1. 6 times. Not bad. There was no such thing as a blitz attack in the godforsaken game. There was only the weakness attack multiplier for hitting a weak point. In other words, this weakness attack multiplier was somewhat similar to the blast damage of some online games. Immediately after, Qin Feng looked towards a skill book. Compared to equipment, Qin Feng obviously preferred skill books. This was because he could infinitely evolve skills. And at this moment, a silver-ranked skill book exploded by the cursed one, causing Qin Feng to light up in front of his eyes with incomparable surprise. Chapter 18, Instant Shadow Slash. Diamond Grade Greedy Hands. Instant Shadow Slash, Silver Assassin Skill. Blinks in one direction, up to 15 meters, and enters stealth, lasts for 5 seconds, inflicting 3 decapitations on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12, 10, 43 seconds. Learning requirements, level 4. Chopping strike width, 2, 1 meters. Each chopping strike adds 100 attack points and is 100% considered a backstrike. Qin Feng took the skill book in his hands and learned it directly. If he had learned the skill just now, the time it would take him to kill that silver-ranked cursor would be saved by half. The most important thing was, not only did this skill allow him to remain invisible, but it was also a ranged damage skill. As for the cooldown, 12 seconds was the base cooldown of the skill, while 43 seconds was the cooldown that actually took effect. After all, Qin Feng carried a 15% cooldown speed attribute on him, an attack range of 15 meters long and 1 meters wide. It's especially cool to use to attack small monsters. Through evolution, it should be able to improve its range, but there's no rush yet. Qin Feng focused his attention on the greedy hand. Having evolved the greedy hand 4 times before, it was now the 5th evolution. The evolution points required were 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 5 points and 8 points. So the number of evolution points required for each evolution of the skill is equal to the sum of the first 2 evolutions? If I'm not wrong, the 6th evolution of each skill requires 13 evolution points? Qin Feng thought like this while consuming 8 evolution points to evolve Greedy Hand once again. You have consumed 8 evolution points, with 4 points remaining. Greedy Hands, Emerald Diamond Assassin type skill. It can be used on the corpses of magical creatures, with a 160% 220% probability of obtaining an additional loot reward. The additional loot obtained has a 20% 40% probability of being upgraded by 1 rank. Looking at the effects of the skill enhancement, Qin Feng all but sucked in a breath of cool air. Now every time you kill a monster, you're bound to get 2 more shares of loot. Killing 1 monster is equal to someone else killing 3. There's even a 20% probability of 3 more rewards. There's also a 40% probability of being upgraded by 1 rank. As this skill evolved, Qin Feng felt that it was becoming more and more perverse. When he looked at the conditions for the next evolution of Greedy Hand, he found that sure enough, the number of evolution points required for the next evolution was 13. If there was no Hand of Greed, these 13 evolution points, Qin Feng was afraid that he would have to engage in half a day. But now, with Hand of Greed, as long as there was a boss, the evolution points would come easily. There are still 4 evolution points left. Let's boost the combat power first. Qin Feng realized that he just couldn't kill silver level bosses in seconds anymore, so the combat power needed to be boosted as well. Or else something could easily happen if he encountered a higher level boss and the battle time stretched out. You have consumed 3 evolution points, with 1 point remaining. Instant Shadow Chop, Silver Gold Platinum blinks in one direction up to 151821 meters, and enters a state of invisibility, lasts for 5-6-7 seconds, inflicting 3-4-5 chops on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12, 10, 43 seconds. Chopping width 2.12.631 meters. Adds 100150200 attack points to each chopping blow. Evolving Instant Shadow Chop. No cooldown reduction? It's a bit tough, but, relying on instantaneous Shadow Chop alone, I'll be able to do infinite stealth. 3 chopping strikes, turned into 5 chopping strikes. This damage explodes. There was still 1 evolution point left, and there were no skills to evolve for the time being. Qin Feng looked at the remaining loot again. There was nothing he could use anymore. But there was still a silver-level warrior skill book Battle Roar, which increased the team's attack and defense by 20 points after release. Once learned, this skill book could double the entire team's damage and candor in the early stages. If this was a warrior from the previous generation, having this skill in the early stages was simply unbeatable. But now, this skill book can only be sold. Qin Feng was a bit sad. He maintained his stealth and looked around. This dense forest was already a level 4 to 5 magical creature refreshment area. And that originally level 2 cursed one had also risen from level 2 to level 4 due to digesting its lifespan before bursting out level 4 loot for Qin Feng. Not far away in the shadows of the woods, there were 3 rotting limb-catching creepers that were vigilantly surveying the dead bodies of the cursed ones, before they could react. Instant Shadow Slash. -725. -725. -725. A level 4 ordinary small monster also had a blood level of around 1000 points. However, with an instantaneous Shadow Slash, Qin Feng's figure first manifested for about 0.1 seconds before instantly penetrating more than 10 meters away. On the path, the 3 limb crawlers each received 2 chopping blows and were killed on the spot. You have killed the limb crawler, LV4. You have gained 80 experience points. You gained 5 days of life, tradable. A series of system prompts rang out in Qin Feng's head, easily decapitating the 3 mini-monsters. He returned to the mini-monster corpses and unleashed Greedy Hands. Luckily, Greedy Hand isn't on cooldown. It's just that I can only touch each monster corpse once. It's a bit of a shame. If someone knew what Qin Feng was thinking, he was afraid that he would have to scold him. 100% triple reward and you're still not happy? Still want to touch a few more times? Do you want to be ashamed? And after learning the instantaneous Shadow Slash, Qin Feng's efficiency in brushing monsters was instantly raised. It looks like it'll only take 2 hours to rise to level 10. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Right in the middle of Qin Feng's plan to hit level 10 and extract his abilities to reality. Blue Star Reality. Around the globe, there were finally people who had risen to level 3 one after another, and all of these people returned to reality at the first opportunity. Originally, there were more and more people who entered the godforsaken game because they fell asleep. In reality, their bodies turned into a semi-transparent illusory state, causing the people around them to panic, and there were even all sorts of remarks about the end of the world, which spread rapidly. But as level 3 players returned to reality one after another, the truth finally became known to the public. After falling asleep, our consciousness actually goes to a god-forsaken place? A god-forsaken game? Just like an online game? You can get stronger by playing a game? I, Zhuo Benwei, am truly invincible. Don't be too optimistic. It's rumored that most people are dying all the time now, with half of their lifespan being deducted every time they die. You can gain longevity by killing monsters in a game? Wouldn't that be a way to achieve eternal life? Who knows if this thing is real or not, possibly allowing everyone on the planet to enter the game after falling asleep. Who can explain this power? It's true. There's an old den in my town who originally didn't have more than a few days to live, went out to die a few times and died violently on the spot. The whole town players received a death announcement. Just don't know if the reality is also dead. Countless discussion posts appeared in countries around the globe and on major online forums. The God Abandonment game jumped to become a hot word on all websites around the world. Zhanghai City, Zhanghai Normal University, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan, who had already returned to the dormitory to rest, had of course learned about the Divine Abandonment game. Chapter 19, Qin Xiaoyu. Those who have risen to level 3 now are definitely big brothers. In the dormitory, the 4 girls were passionately discussing about the Divine Abandonment game. The short-haired girl, Chu Yan, also known as Qin Xiaoyu's bestie, was packing up her things while saying, "It's said that people in the same area who fall asleep at the same time will appear in the same newbie town. I have to go back and bring my parents, who haven't played the game before. I'm afraid they won't be able to adapt." One girl helplessly said, "Don't hitch yourself in. Actually, we can develop ourselves first and turn around and bring mom and dad." Another girl wearing glasses nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Right. We don't even have the means to ensure normal development ourselves. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at her cell phone. In fact, she was waiting for an apology from Qin Feng. But, until now, there was no news from Qin Feng at all. This made Qin Xiaoyu increasingly annoyed. After such a big deal, you still don't come to me to apologize. With such a big frame? But it was even more impossible for her to take the initiative to apologize to Qin Feng. Most importantly, Qin Xiaoyu felt that it wasn't wrong at all for her to skip her exams and go to Song Fei's concert. In her opinion, how rare was Song Fei's concert? Where could it be compared to a district exam? You can make up the exam if you missed it. You can retake it. The concert didn't catch up. Then you'll forever miss a chance to get close to your brother. Luckily, this time Chu Yan accompanied me. It's the closest thing to brother. Just thinking about Song Fei, Qin Xiaoyu felt sweet. Song Fei's sentence "I miss you guys" at the opening of the concert directly made Qin Xiaoyu reminisce until now. I don't know. When will brother Song Fei enter the godforsaken game? With brother's strength, he'll definitely work hard, and he'll definitely be strong in the game. It was funny to say. The vast majority of the older brothers in Qin Xiaoyu's mind right now were Song Fei, not Qin Feng. Qin Feng in his previous life didn't know this. Because of the emergence of the godforsaken game, Qin Feng even personally came to the school, found Qin Xiaoyu, apologized and pleaded, and finally entered the game with her. And in this life, you love it as much as you want. However, now the situation, because of Qin Feng's choice, would also change. In the last life, although Qin Feng didn't come to Qin Xiaoyu the first time after getting the news because he was at work, he had always sent her messages to apologize and stabilize her. And this time, Qin Feng didn't care about her at all. Apologize? Rubber eating? So, Qin Xiaoyu was likely to enter the godforsaken game early under these circumstances. But what did this have to do with Qin Feng? Suddenly, Chu Yan looked at her cell phone and said in surprise, "Sisters, look, Zhang Wei has actually risen to level 3 and has come out of the godforsaken game." Qin Xiaoyu was a bit surprised. So powerful? Those who have risen to level 3 right now are definitely big brothers. As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, she picked up her cell phone to go in the V-letter group and ate Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was the boy who fell asleep on his desk during class. After appearing in the V-mail group, it instantly triggered a whole class blowout. Little Yo-Yo, at Zhang Wei big brother, is there any strategy to teach awe? The bragging from the entire class caused Zhang Wei to flutter a bit. In particular, Qin Xiaoyu's speech made Zhang Wei's heart happy, secretly thinking, isn't this the best opportunity to pick up a girl? On weekdays, Qin Xiaoyu's posture was not low. Zhang Wei was not Qin Xiaoyu's lick G, but if a girl came to his door, why not take her? So, Zhang Wei directly started to chat with Qin Xiaoyu privately and bragged to her. Don't worry Xiaoyu, as long as someone in the town rises to level 5, they will be able to light up the town's teleportation array. At that time, the initial towns can teleport to each other. You find a town first, form a random team to upgrade, and then I'll find you and take you flying. In addition to tell you a secret, into the game initial attribute points, all add agility, otherwise the speed is not fast enough, will be abused by the monster. Seeing Zhang Wei's message, Qin Xiaoyu was a bit puzzled. She asked, what if I'm a law profession? Do I need to add agility as well? Zhang Wei replied solemnly, yes, agility isn't completely useless to the law system. It can speed up the speed of spell casting, and it's especially important in the early stages. Qin Xiaoyu, got it. Looking at Qin Xiaoyu's cute V-male avatar, Zhang Wei was a bit fluttery, even fantasizing about the scene of getting Qin Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Xiaoyu only had one brother Song Fei in her eyes. Other people, she was not interested at all. In her opinion, it was just a tool person who brought her to upgrade. Qin Xiaoyu thought of Qin Feng and secretly sneered, not coming to me to apologize now, really giving you face. In that case, I'll go in first to upgrade. And when someone in Zhang Wei's side of town rises to level 5, Zhang Wei can teleport over to take me. Qin Feng, by the time you enter the game, we won't know how many levels we'll be. She felt that with a big brother leading her, her upgrade speed must be fast. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng had now risen to level 5. If Zhang Wei was a big brother, then what was Qin Feng? The initial town's teleportation array was bidirectional. Therefore, it was useless for a single town's teleportation array to light up. It had to be someone from the other towns who had also risen to level 5. This was the reason why Qin Feng didn't rush back to light up the teleportation array. Not to mention that for Qin Feng, he was planning to quickly brush up to level 10 and head to the main city, which was the true beginning of the godforsaken game. However, towns can teleport between each other for free. Can you recall which town Song Fei is in? Qin Feng thought with narrowed eyes while easily brushing monsters in the dark woods. Not long after the opening of his last life, Qin Xiaoyu was trying to go find Song Fei, but was controlled by Qin Feng and wasn't allowed to go. Thanks to Qin Xiaoyu's blessing, there was a Song Fei fan group at that time, and learned about the initial town where Song Fei was located. It seems to be called Fluorescent Flame Town? Yes. Wait to go to Fluorescent Flame Town to upgrade and kill Song Fei once you see him. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The hunt within the game is just a prelude. The purpose is to make it fearful offline. The real hunt follows. Qin Feng glanced at Shell Town's leveling chart. Right now, he was the only one who had risen to level 6. Everyone else was stuck at level 3. Wanting to wait for players from other towns to rise to level 5 and open inter-town teleportation wasn't that fast. Continue brushing the monsters. Instantaneous shadow slash. -754. -754. -754. One by one. The ferocious and horrifying demonic creatures in the eyes of other players were instantly killed in seconds under Qin Feng's hands, and were turned into experience, bursting out with lifespans and loot. And in reality, Blue Star, Jianghai City. After Wang Mang returned to reality, he quickly drove to the bureau to report the situation to the top. What? You said that in your Shell Town? Someone has risen to level 5? And it's a solo brush? His codename is Shadow? To rise to level 5 right now, wouldn't that be the world's #1? Inside the bureau, more than a dozen official high-ranking personnel all looked shocked after hearing Wang Mang's report. Chapter 20 Shock. Shadow shouldn't be a traveler, right? At this moment, some of the bigwigs from the official Jianghai city were all gathered together. Some of them usually played games. Right now, they were quite interested in this godforsaken game. Of course, as a Daxia official, the most important thing right now was only one thing, and that was to maintain stability. After hearing the report from Wang Mang, one of the officials frowned and said, Wang Mang, according to you, that Shadow was already level 3 half an hour ago. So how come he didn't come back to reality? Could it be that he doesn't have any relatives in reality and doesn't need to notify them? Wang Mang shook his head. I don't know then. Maybe he really doesn't. At this time, a clear and nice female voice came out. This Shadow shouldn't be a traveler, right? Aren't travelers usually orphans who then quickly rise to prominence? The crowd was stunned. The crowd was stunned and looked over in unison, only to see that there was a beautiful female police officer, dressed in an elegant uniform, with a naturally dull look on her face. Her legs were long and straight, and her body was full, very eye-catching. Seeing the crowd looking at her, the pretty policewoman's pretty face blushed. Am I wrong? A ministerial official sighed. And you, let you usually read less novels. Such a serious occasion. Don't make this kind of joke. Oh, the policewoman spat out her tongue and stopped talking. The officials continued to discuss about the Dark Shadow. From Wang Mang's description, this Shadow's character doesn't seem to be bad. That's right. Even though his temper seems to be a bit strange, the fact that he was able to save Wang Mang and the others means that the person is fine. In that case, it seems that this Shadow is necessary to befriend. The officials discussed for a moment and quickly made a decision to have Wang Mang and Yu, both responsible for befriending that Shadow in the game. The first was to find out the character of the Shadow. The second was to find out as much as possible about the Shadow's real identity. The third was to represent the officialdom and establish cooperation with the Shadow. On the point of longevity, a message has been sent from above confirming the authenticity of the longevity data. There are some older ones who died after entering the godforsaken game, and after subsequent data collection and comparison, it was confirmed that these deceased people, who had died multiple times in the godforsaken game, had their lifespans constantly halved. If the remaining lifespan is less than 1 day, once they die, they will be forced to deduct 1 day of lifespan and thus die. Therefore, this game is confirmed to be transcendent, and the countries of the world have taken the godforsaken game extremely seriously. Officials now had two busy directions. One was to maintain social stability. One was exploring the godforsaken game, human lifespan, being controlled by a mysterious and bizarre game. This makes the officials of various countries have to pay attention to this game. Of course, now the officials of various countries and everyone in the world also only know that this game can affect the lifespan. What really matters is, as long as someone rises to level 10, they will get a system prompt. It will be possible to extract the levels, attributes, equipment, skills, and everything else within the game to reality by consuming the tradable lifespan. At that point, that's when the global chaos will begin. More than an hour later, Qin Xiaoyu forced herself to fall asleep within her dormitory and entered the godforsaken game. It was the same as the previous life. She chose a random occupation. Obtained the hidden profession life sacrifice. This profession had a higher amount of healing than a normal priest and could maximize the survival environment of her teammates. In his last life, Qin Feng was just an ordinary warrior and had been looked down upon by Qin Xiaoyu because of it. Even though Qin Feng's battle power is very strong, Qin Xiaoyu still didn't really recognize Qin Feng. But how could she know that Qin Feng only wanted to protect her in the game before choosing the warrior profession? In this life, without her Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Feng directly obtained the only hidden profession Dark Shadow. The same hidden profession. The grades were different. Life sacrifice like this were ordinary hidden professions. Others might also obtain this type of profession. But Qin Feng's Dark Shadow possessed uniqueness. The strength was higher than normal hidden occupations. Great! I've obtained a hidden occupation. This way, it's definitely worthy of Brother Song Fei, right? Qin Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Thinking of Qin Feng again, she frowned. This person hasn't looked for me to apologize until now. What's going on? It's also good. Now that the godforsaken game has appeared, I'm a hidden profession. Don't come begging me to bring you upgrades when the time comes. Qin Xiaoyu, who had obtained a hidden profession, was now very inflated. Moreover, there was Zhang Wei, who had already promised to come and take her, making her even more confident. However, she had clearly misjudged the difficulty of the divine abandonment game. For her, it could absolutely abuse her to death. Shell Town. Qin Feng filled a backpack with loot and planned to go back and dispose of it. Luckily, I scored a storage backpack. Although it only has 5 compartments, it can still hold 5 pieces of loot. Within the divine abandonment game, players initially came with a 10-compartment backpack that hung on the left side of their waist. Now, Qin Feng also had a black cloth bag on the right side of his waist, with an additional 5-compartment location. Qin Feng did a little math. These things could be sold for at least 500 days of tradable life. One should know that after killing the silver boss Cursed One and brushing for such a long time, he had only managed to brush up to 600 days out of his lifespan. These 500 days were already considerable. Just as he was stealthily making his way back, he saw 2 figures. Jiang Li of Great River Industries? Qin Feng passed by her wordlessly. He heard her conversing with the youth from her team. Old Mao, Missy, having risen to level 3, it's time to honor your promise, right? Duck Pair, don't worry, we, Dajiang Industry, can't afford to be so short of you. We now go back to reality. You give you a cell phone number. You contact me on the line. By the way, you on the body of the tradable life expectancy are sold to me. Everyday life expectancy, I out of 10, 000 to collect. Sell or not sell? Old Mao, okay, ha ha. Youth Mao Lijun is just an ordinary profession. Self-selected shooter, coupled with the opening added agility, allowing him to level up relatively smoothly in the early stages. Now that he had brought Duck Pair to level 3, it was time to reap the rewards. Shadow, although you've risen to level 7, this is just a game. Like me, seize the opportunity when you have it and turn your gaming abilities into cash. That's what makes you a truly smart person. Even if this game really affects longevity, that longevity can be brushed at any time. So what's the rush? Mao Lijun was smug, rejoicing over the 5 million. No, more than 6 million that was about to arrive. In this life, he had never seen so much money, which made him very excited. Qin Feng was of course too lazy to pay attention to those two. Soon, once again, he returned to Shell Town. Keeping his stealthy state first, he headed to the basement of the center square and walked down the stairs to meet a teleportation portal in a petrified state. He reached out and touched it. Congratulations, you have lit up Shell Town's teleportation array. Shell Town, which has been connected to the other initial towns in Jianhai City, Great Xia Country, can be teleported once a day for free. Multiple teleportations require the consumption of tradable lifespans. You have gained 1 point of reputation. Only after it was done did Qin Feng return to the square. The black-robed assassin, who had reverted back to a veil covering her face, appeared within the sight of the town's players, drawing countless looks of envy, jealousy, and admiration. Chapter 21, Space Rings, Gold Level Boss. In Shell Town, Shadow was an existence that everyone looked up to. At a time when most players couldn't even level up to level 3, this Shadow had already reached level 7. If it was just a normal online game, people would most likely just marvel and lament. But now, this divine abandonment game was a transcendent game linked to longevity. How could people not be envious and jealous? Under the envious gazes of countless people, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town and first activated the portal in the basement of the plaza, harvesting 1 point of prestige. Then he returned to the plaza and opened the stall again. Originally, There were quite a few other people setting up stalls around this broken flower bed, but when they saw Qin Feng appear, people flocked towards and surrounded him. Big Brother has finally come. I've been preparing for 150 days of lifespan, just waiting for Big Brother to sell something. The last time Big Brother appeared and sold an ice cone technique, it allowed Grey Rose to rush straight to second on the rank list. It's just too fierce. Nonsense. Big Brother's stuff. Can that be ordinary stuff? Many people gathered over in anticipation. People knew that there were a lot of things with ranks within the things Qin Feng sold. At this stage, many players could brush ordinary small monsters, but they couldn't kill bosses. They could accumulate lifespans and could brush small monsters to pop out inferior equipment and a small amount of ordinary equipment, but there was no way to obtain high-grade equipment and skill books. Buying from Qin Feng was currently the only way. After all, they couldn't beat the bosses they encountered. In Qin Feng's hands, wherever there were good equipment and skill books, demand definitely exceeded supply. For example, the Cursed One popped out the silver-level warrior skill book Battle Roar, which was directly sold for 300 days of life. This price, it really wasn't low. A skill book in exchange for almost a year of life expectancy. There were many warriors who also wanted to buy the Battle Roar, but couldn't afford the price, and could only look enviously at a level 4 warrior buying the skill book away. 300 days of life expectancy to buy a skill book. Is it worth it? Living longer without money is torture. It's better to exchange your lifespan for money. That's why you guys are short-sighted. People buy this skill book and double their efficiency in brushing monsters. What is a mere 300 days of life expectancy? That's right, as long as you're strong enough, not to mention 300 days, even eternal life isn't impossible. In addition to the skill book, there were also some low-grade equipment and skill books. Inferior, ordinary, and bronze, there were all of them. Some of the ones with better attributes were priced higher, such as footwear equipment that added movement speed, and skill books with control effects and acceleration effects, which could be sold for 50 to 80 days of life. For the rest, the prices were lower, only 20 to 40 days. And in addition to selling things, Qin Feng also marked on the stall that he needed to acquire storage backpacks and other items. It didn't take long. A beautiful young girl wearing a black vestment with a slender body and a staff hanging from her waist came to Qin Feng in front of him in a graceful manner. It was the hidden profession of Wang Mang's team. The young girl seer codenamed Blackbrush Big Plum. Prophet, belonging to the mage profession, could wear French equipment. Due to the profession passive, the seer was quite a bit more powerful than the average mage, mainly in terms of damage. Big Brother, I have what you want. This pretty young girl playfully came to Qin Feng's side. Her eyes were soulful as she stretched out her small white hand and displayed a finger ring in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at it. Space ring, comes with 12 compartments of storage space. Does not take up the equipment slots of rings and backpacks. Seeing this item, Qin Feng was a bit surprised. If it was a storage backpack, each player would carry a maximum of 3, meaning that 3 backpacks would be the upper limit. However, the spatial rings, which were special storage equipment, did not take up the slots of the backpack. In other words, it was extra storage space. Although this thing could explode from any monster, the explosion rate was extremely low. In the previous life, a space ring could be sold for at least 10 years of tradable life, which was 3650 more than a day. So Qin Feng asked, how do you plan to sell it? Blackbrush Big Plum said mysteriously, I don't want Big Brother's lifespan. I just want Big Brother's best friend. In addition, I want to ask Big Brother to join our team and kill a boss together. Qin Feng thought about it and sent out a friend request towards the young girl. Player Blackbrin Big Plum has agreed to your friend request. Player Blackbrush Big Plum has sent you a private chat. Qin Feng opened the private chat interface. After chatting privately with the young girl for a while, quickly learned the situation. It turned out that after Wang Mang went offline, he wasn't online for a while, so this pretty girl was a bit bored. So she wandered around brushing monsters, and ended up finding a gold-level boss. She is definitely not able to fight it by herself. She was going to wait for her teammates to come online and then go together. But on second thought, a gold-level boss, even if her entire team goes together, she most likely won't be able to beat it. The bronze-level sprinter before had already left a deep impression on her. It just so happened that she had now met Qin Feng. She then planned to get acquainted with Qin Feng, and by the way, used that spatial finger ring in exchange for the opportunity to let Qin Feng help out once. Qin Feng thought about it and asked, that gold-level boss, what's its name? Blackbrush Dolly shook his head. I was too far away to see it, but the gold-level bloodstripe is obvious. It's on a boat in the swamp that looks broken and tattered. A boat? Qin Feng nodded, his heart knowing. He said to the young girl in private chat, I can help you fight it, and if the boss comes out with equipment and skill books you can use, I can give them to you. Everything else goes to me. How about it? The pretty young girl was a bit surprised. What about Captain Wang Mang and the others? Her intention was for Qin Feng to go with her team, fight the boss, and out whoever used it would take it. But that would be too much of a loss for Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. Your team has all kinds of professions. If they don't come out with my assassins, won't I be working for nothing? After thinking about it, the black-cloth Li Zi was right. A gold-level boss was definitely not that easy to deal with. So she backed off and continued. Then let's do as you say. However, I have a request. If we get out Captain Wang Mang's equipment for them, just give a slight discount and sell it to us. Can you? Qin Feng nodded. That's no problem. The pretty girl nods. Alright, then let's go when the captain and the others come online. Qin Feng saw that he had sold almost all of his stuff and shook his head. No need to wait. Just take me directly. I can kill it alone. When these words came out, the black brush Great Plum froze. Ha! The young girl froze. One person, killing a gold-level boss? This was too inflated, right? In the eyes of the young girl, although Qin Feng had fast upgrades, high damage, and could be a god, the demonic bosses of this godforsaken game were also very strong, especially gold-level bosses. There was no way to know what skills the opponent had. This big brother, actually so sure that he can kill it alone. Excessive, right? Chapter 22, Stalking? Instant Kill, Berserk Region. As a matter of fact, Qin Feng's words were certainly not nonsense. Upon hearing the young girl's description, Qin Feng knew that the gold-level boss was a rare and special kind of boss, the Golden Ghost Ship. This kind of boss would appear in any level segment. If it appeared near the initial town, its level should be level 5. Its blood volume and attack were similar to that of an unusual gold-level boss, but it had many more skills and was extremely difficult to raid. Most critically, this boss would drop a very useful special item. That special prop, in the later stages, could not be bought with thousands of years of lifespan. Encountering the Golden Ghost Ship so early in the initial town. What luck! Moreover, level 5 Golden Ghost Ships are the best to fight. If it's a high-level Golden Ghost Ship, the skill range and damage are extremely outrageous. A few minutes later, Qin Feng sold the last 2 items and left Shell Town with the young girl. Black Brush Big Plum. He tallied it up. This time, the items added up to a total of 650 days of lifespan sold, bringing the tradable lifespan he had accumulated to 174 days now. However, it wasn't enough. If he wanted to extract the levels, attributes, professions, and equipment skills from the godforsaken game to reality, these 6 or 7 years of lifespan were completely insufficient. It's not far from level 10. Until then, accumulate as much lifespan as possible. This unexpectedly discovered boss, the Golden Ghost Ship, would be another turning point for Qin Feng. Once he killed it and popped out that special item, Qin Feng's development would be even faster. Qin Feng took the Black Brush Big Plum and left the town together. This pretty young girl, whose real name was Lin Liu, still carried a kind of shock in the depths of her large pair of eyes. It was a bit hard for her to imagine how Qin Feng was going to kill a gold-level boss single-handedly. A gold-level boss, surely it would have a wide-range attack, right? Even if he can be stealthy, it's impossible for him to be unharmed. With his assassin's body, once he's attacked by the boss, he'll probably die violently. Suddenly, Qin Feng retreated to her side. You're a bit slow, Qin Feng said indifferently. Someone is following behind. The young girl's beautiful eyes widened. What then? Having someone following was obviously not a good thing. It would be hard if you were sneak attacked while fighting a boss. Qin Feng said. Just keep walking. I'll go and come. Lin Liu didn't turn around. Her delicate body in a black vestment robe continued on the scorched black land. Walking forward, Qin Feng, on the other hand, quietly concealed his figure. A few seconds later, Qin Feng backed up to the woods tens of meters away and caught a glimpse of the 5 players following him. Instantaneous shadow chop. His figure flashed through the dark woods. Blade light bloomed. -817. -821. -798. 4 damage numbers floated up in front of Qin Feng's eyes. The 4 stalkers died violently on the spot. There was still the last person, who saw the 4 instantly killed in seconds. His face changed slightly, and he just wanted to run away, only to have a fierce poison dart accurately hit the back of his head. -948, weakness attack, killed in seconds on the spot. Unfortunately, these 5 guys were all poor. Qin Feng picked up all the tradable lifespans they popped out, and it only added up to 10 or so days. Consider it killing 2 small monsters. Qin Feng indifferently left the woods. Let's speed up. Qin Feng returned to Lin Liu's side in front of him, directly reaching out. He picked her up by the waist and carried her on his shoulders. Lin Liu was a bit confused. This posture was so outrageous, like being captured by the Mountain King to go back as a suppressed lady. But soon, She was shocked by Qin Feng's speed. The current Qin Feng, with a total of 72 points of agility, normally reached a speed of 8.5 meters per second, and when he ran at full speed, he could even reach 25 meters per second. That meant that 100 meters only took 4 seconds. This had already far exceeded the limits of what was once human. As long as I reach level 10, this attribute will be able to consume the tradable lifespan and extract it to reality. Let me have this attribute in reality as well. Qin Feng thought to himself. It had to be said that Lin Liu had a good figure. The willow waist was slender and her legs were long and slender. Even though this was a game, it was the same in reality. In the Divine Abandonment game, a player's height, weight, and looks were no different from reality. This was another reason why people quickly thought that this godforsaken game was a transcendent game. It was a technology that was completely beyond the current stage of Blue Star's technological level to realize. At this moment, although Qin Feng couldn't bring Lin Liu along with him to be invisible, carrying her and sprinting at top speed was not something others could catch up with. Although I'm strong now, I don't have anti-stealth means and can only take out visible enemies. If someone stealthily follows me, I won't be able to discover it. He then had no choice but to carry Lin Liu and move forward at top speed so that whoever it was wouldn't be able to catch up. Based on Lin Liu's tips, Qin Feng advanced through this dark forest. When he encountered small monsters, he casually killed them with a mighty poison dart in seconds. Lin Liu looked on and smacked his lips a little. Qin Feng's strength was too strong. After a full 10 minutes or so, the duo finally arrived on a cliff. Standing on the cliff and looking forward, they only saw that below the small cliff of more than 10 meters high was a swamp spreading with gray mist. In the middle of the swamp, there was a ship. A broken ship that vaguely shone with a golden color. And even from over 100 meters away, one could vaguely see the blood strip on that ship. That blood bar was long and inlaid with a golden border. The very symbol of a gold boss. It really is a golden ghost ship. Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerated a little when he saw the appearance of that broken ship. He set Lin Liu down on the cliff. You wait here and watch out for sneak attacks yourself. I'll go deal with the boss. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Liu to reply, Qin Feng found a path to the side and walked down the cliff along it. When Qin Feng stepped into that swampy area, a system prompt rang out in his head. Due to the influence of the ghost ship, this area has turned into a berserk area. Lifespan loss rate in the region, 100 times. This swamp currently has 100 times the rate of lifespan loss. That means, within this berserk area, if one stays for about 15 minutes, one would consume a full day's worth of lifespan. Of course, this kind of temporary berserk area didn't have much of an impact. However, 3 months after the godforsaken game descended, the first desolation spread erupted, and the entire Blue Star reality would turn into a berserk region, and even more terrifying disaster regions and nightmare regions. By then, the disaster of humanity will truly come. At this moment, this system prompt only caused Qin Feng to look at it slightly, and then he didn't care. He had already entered a state of invisibility and was walking on the swamp. Even on the swamp, a player in stealth state would not create footprints or such traces. Qin Feng advanced towards the center of the swamp. Not long after, the gray mist dispersed like clouds and a tattered ghost ship, close to 5 meters long, appeared in front of him. On top of the ghost ship, there was a skeleton that was about to fall apart, holding an oar in its hand. In the bow position, there was a bell burning with golden ghost fire. Golden Ghost Ship, LV5. Grade, Gold, Special. Existence countdown, 45 minutes and 25 seconds. Chapter 23, A Chance to Take Over the Boss? Reunited on the spot. Fortunately, there's 45 minutes. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of special bosses had a time limit to appear. In a place, it would only exist for a certain period of time before disappearing. Right now, there was still 45 minutes left, which was enough time for Qin Feng to finish off this golden ghost ship. Start killing. Qin Feng glanced at the sneaky shadow skill, which had already cooled down, and directly launched an attack towards the golden ghost ship. Instantaneous shadow slash. Minus 549. Minus 549. Minus 549. 5 damage numbers in succession instantly emerged from the ghost ship. Qin Feng's figure flickered away, and then appeared again immediately afterward, as a fierce poison dart landed on the golden bell on the ghost ship. Minus 621, weakness attack. Minus 207. Minus 207. The weakness of the ghost ship was not the oar-wielding skeletons on the ship, but the golden bell. After Qin Feng's 2 skills hit, he directly sneak-shadowed and retreated to the distance as fast as he could. Immediately afterward, he only saw the oar-wielding skeleton on that golden ghost ship, emitting a squeak sound, and a pair of empty eye sockets lit up with ghostly flames. In the surrounding swamp, there was a sudden surge of water. There were dozens of torrential water jets that instantly erupted from around the ghost ship. Qin Feng knew very well that with his current fragile body, once he was hit by these water pillars, he would definitely die. Fortunately, he was prepared, immediately retreating after the sneak attack. Even so, there were water pillars erupting in front of and behind him, making him almost gah. The closer you get to the ghost ship, the denser the water columns become. Unless a warrior with a set of silver equipment, he wouldn't be able to resist a single blast from this water column. Qin Feng was calm and self-assured as he dodged one water column eruption after another by prejudging and positioning himself away from the ghost ship. Meanwhile, right after the water column eruption, there was a rotting water ghost that crawled out from the swamp. These rotten water ghosts, there were 12 of them, and each one of them was at the level of a silver boss's combat power, and there was no reward for killing these rotting water ghosts. This was the most disgusting part of the golden ghost ship boss. If you don't kill the water ghosts, the 12 silver level monsters are enough to wipe out any team. If you kill the water ghosts, there's no reward for killing them, and you're wasting a lot of time. The most horrible thing, this golden ghost ship was summoning 12 rotten water ghosts every 3 minutes. If the team's output was not enough, the rotting water ghosts would become more and more numerous, leading to the final mass destruction. As for the blood level of the golden ghost ship, even with Qin Feng's current damage, those two skills had only knocked out a tenth of it. It could be seen that its blood volume was as much as 40 to 50,000. For players who generally dealt 20 to 30 points of damage with a single skill now, it was simply a fool's errand to kill this golden ghost ship. Little Black, I'll die once in a while. Qin Feng dodged skills while opening Lin Li Fish's private chat and instructed her, you don't need to care about the boss during that time, just wait for me to return. Hearing this private chat, Lin Li Yu was a bit dumbfounded. Who is Little Black? Qin Feng, aren't you Xiaohei? Lin Li Fish almost collapsed, but had nothing to say. Who made her take a LD called Black Brin Big Li Z? Meanwhile, in Shell Town, on the road leading to this swamp, there were several players looking around. Damn, do you really think Iron Man, am easy to bully? A middle-aged man wearing heavy armor with a crossscar on his face was searching around for Qin Feng with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man was codenamed Iron Man. Just now, the tracker that Qin Feng had killed in seconds was someone under him. When Old Me used to hack legends and take down Shabak after Shabak, this kid was still breastfeeding. Iron Man was very interested in Qin Feng. He had always wanted to follow Qin Feng, but as a result, Qin Feng had been stealthy when he left the town, making it impossible for him to find anyone. Finally, now he waited for his chance. Qin Feng had taken his sister out with him. After all, you're a young man, you can't resist bringing a sister so soon? Iron Man laughed. He felt that if Qin Feng could be invisible, that sister couldn't be invisible, right? As long as she followed behind, she could learn Qin Feng's secrets. As a result, he didn't expect that Qin Feng would turn around and kill all of his men. Now, Iron Man was leading about 20 people, spreading out in the direction that Qin Feng had moved away from, looking for him non-stop. During this time, there were quite a few minions that were taken out by the demonic creatures that surrounded them, but Iron Man didn't care. As long as he could discover Qin Feng's secret, everything was worth it. Finally, boss, found the woman. On top of a cliff. In front is a swamp. That shadow is soloing the boss. This discovery made Iron Man incomparably excited. He immediately had his men gather, totaling about 20 people, and together they rushed towards that swamp. At this time, Qin Feng kept dodging the various water elemental attack skills released by the golden ghost ship, and at the right moment, he unleashed the instantaneous shadow slash and mighty poison dart over and over again. Since the boss attacked too often, Qin Feng didn't have many chances to attack. By the time the boss was half-blooded, about 10 minutes had passed. In other words, basically every 2 minutes, Qin Feng could only find an opportunity to strike. Just as the golden ghost ship was left with half of its blood, the ghost fire bell on the bow suddenly rang out. A burst of invisible soul fluctuations spread out towards the surroundings, spreading over 100 meters. When Qin Feng was touched by this soul fluctuation, he was instantly immobilized. Even if Qin Feng was in a state of invisibility, he was swept out by this soul fluctuation. In the next moment, a column of water violently erupted under his feet, enveloping him in it. -1059, directly killing Qin Feng in seconds. This is the mechanism of the golden ghost ship Half-Blood, a wide range of strong formulating body that lasts for 5 seconds. There is no way to avoid it. It can only be resisted. And this, which had been expected by Qin Feng. You have died. You have lost 326 years of life, non-tradable. You are dead. You have lost 1,087 days of lifespan, tradable, directly exploding half of the lifespan on his body. This loss could be said to be great, but the impact was not great. Qin Feng only had to return to pick up the exploded tradable lifespans. As for the non-tradable lifespan, Even if it was picked up from the demonic creature, it would still lose 50%. Of course, this loss was not important compared to the item that the ghost ship would burst out. Just as Qin Feng was dying back, Iron Man happened to arrive with his men. At a glance, he saw the scene where Qin Feng was killed and exploded his lifespan. Ha 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 ha, what a god's help. This stupid cup is so bloated. It really dares to take on a gold level boss solo? Brothers, let's go. Let's take over the boss and pick up the lifespan that Shadow popped out on the way. Look at such a large grayish-white ball of light. At least several hundred days of tradable lifespan, right? Iron Man brought his minions and directly rushed towards the golden ghost ship. But just a few moments later, in the middle of the swamp, a full 30 to 40 silver level rotten water ghosts, together with the golden ghost ship's water pillars all over the place, directly annihilated those 24 people. On the spot, they didn't even manage to get close to the place where Qin Feng died. Grayish-white lifespan balls of light exploded everywhere in the swamp. Even Qin Feng had to die once to kill the special boss. Where was it so easy to be raided? Iron Man, who had died back in the town, and his men were all dumbfounded. Nima, how is this boss so fierce? How on earth did that Shadow beat it by half a blood? Hell no? Chapter 24, All Service Gold First Kill, shocked the world. Iron Man and his 23 men all transformed into white light and resurrected in Shell Town. Each of them had ugly faces. They had wanted to take over the gold level boss that Shadow had dealt with, but as a result, they had never expected that the boss would be so fierce. It's too damn outrageous. We just entered that swamp and were surrounded by silver monsters. And that water column is spraying everywhere. There's no time to dodge. I can react, but I don't have enough speed. If that Shadow can dodge that water column, how agile should he be? He must have added all the agility, right? How can that be? Where did he get the damage from all the agility? How could he knock out half of the boss's blood? That's right, we just output for a while, but in the end, we only hit a total of 3% of the blood. He hit half blood by himself. How on earth did he do that? Iron Man's face was gloomy. They had lost too much this time. According to Iron Man's theory, there was nothing wrong with dying and dropping a bit of non-tradable lifespan. The key was to make themselves strong enough before the non-tradable lifespan dropped out. But now, they belonged to pure delivery this time. Go, continue over. Tai Nan was naturally unwilling, and under the astonished gazes of quite a few people in Shell Town, he led the team to continue their journey. This situation of theirs surprised quite a few people in the town. By now, it's not rare for so many people to be reunited together. Thus, there were others who followed them, leaving the town all the way towards that swamp. However, Qin Feng was much faster than them. When Tainan led the others to set off again, Qin Feng had already re-arrived at that swamp. Instantaneous shadow slash, fierce poison dart, continuing to fight the same way as before. He dealt with that golden ghost ship. After being half-blooded, the golden ghost ship had several more skills. One of them was a wide-range attack skill. When the skeleton or on the golden ghost ship made a stroke, a wave of water spread out in all directions. With Qin Feng's current attributes being affected by that water wave, there is only one way to die. However, to Qin Feng, this thing was very good at dodging. When the water waves spread over, one only needed to jump up. Only the spread of water waves is not regular, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. The player reaction speed requirements are extremely high. If the reaction speed is a little slower, close to the golden ghost ship within 100 meters, there is only one way to die. As for the boss's other skills, most of them were single skills. Since Qin Feng had been invisible, those skills wouldn't be released. Qin Feng only needs to dodge the ranged attacks. Just when the boss still had a quarter of its blood left, Iron Man finally arrived with his people again. They looked inside the swamp, at the lifespan light orbs all over the place, and immediately wanted to go in to kill Shadow and grab the boss. However, when they were about to leave the woods and step into the swamp, suddenly a lightning bolt flew out of the woods and landed on Iron Man and channeled towards several people around him. -39, -34, -36. This was the damage bracket of the vast majority of players at this stage. In order to stop anyone from bothering Qin Feng, Lin Liu hid in the woods and launched a sneak attack in the cold. Moreover, Wang Meng had brought what was supposed to be an elite team and had known that agility was important in this game. Lin Liu's movement speed was much faster than ordinary players. Sneak attack hit. See the other side turn back. Lin Li fish immediately run away. Qin Feng was circling around with the golden ghost ship in the swamp and watched the scene from afar, not caring too much. In fact, even if those people came in the swamp, they would most likely be dead. Instantaneous shadow slash, fierce poison dart. Qin Feng saw his chance and landed another set, and the boss was left with only the last 5,000 blood, and it looked like there was only 1/10 left on the blood bar. Just as another group of players followed Iron Man and the others all the way to the edge of the swamp as well. Qin Feng just happened to make his last instantaneous shadow slash and pass through the golden ghost ship. 5 slashes bloomed in succession, slashing at the boss ship in quick succession. -549, -549, -549. You have killed the golden ghost ship, gold class. You have gained 4,800 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 8. Congratulations, you have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of lifespan, tradable. At the same time, a service-wide announcement resounded in the minds of all the players of the godforsaken game. Player Shadow, Shelltown, made the first kill of a gold-level boss in the entire service, gaining 3 reputation points. This announcement played 3 times in a row. It caused all of the Divine Abandonment game players, whether domestic or foreign, to fall into a state of stagnation and shock. A gold boss? First kill? Crap. What the hell is this Shadow? So fierce? Oh my god. I can't even beat a small monster. And people are doing gold-level bosses? Which country's initial town is Shelltown? The one who first killed the gold-level boss must be our great cold country's strongest Similac. Scoutry 1. This Shadow is definitely our Sakura country's expert. Players around the world who had entered the Divine Abandonment game were all shocked at this instant. Even in reality, as long as they had entered the Divine Abandonment game, they had similarly heard the service-wide announcement. For example, Wang Mang. He had just finished reporting the situation and was on his way back when he heard this announcement and was dumbfounded. He had just said that the Shadow could single-handedly take on a bronze boss. Then suddenly, people were single-handedly killing gold-level bosses. Why is the gap between people so big? I'm leading a hidden profession squad that can barely fight bronze bosses right now. And this Shadow soloed gold? Wang Mang was instantly skeptical. Divine Forsaken Land. Just as countless players around the world were shocked, Qin Feng's expression did not change. After all, in his last life, he had first killed some bosses, and although he had brought a team together to raid them, he had triggered this kind of service-wide announcement many times. Gold, Platinum, Emerald and Diamond level bosses. First kills were calculated according to the boss rank. For example, the first kill of a gold level boss is only calculated once. Now after Qin Feng triggered it, there would be no first kill for someone behind him to kill a gold level boss. However, if it was a boss that had reached the epic level, it was famous and every kill would be announced throughout the entire service. This time, Qin Feng did not team up with Lin Liu, so on the announcement, it was just his name alone. When the last instantaneous Shadow Slash was released, the golden ghost ship fell apart, bursting out a floor of loot. Before Qin Feng could pick it up, a group of players rushed into the swamp. Ah Guang, release your skills and find that guy. Finish him off and we'll have the gold boss drop reward all to ourselves. A tall and thin young man with pale skin, but he looked at the loot that the boss had popped out with glowing eyes, making it clear that he wanted to grab it. A gold level boss. In other words, what exploded on the ground were at least silver level equipment and skill books. There was even a golden glow, meaning that there was gold level loot. Immediately after that, a hunter player behind him raised his hand and summoned a spectral horned eagle. The horned eagle flew into the sky, a light blue energy ripple, spreading towards the surroundings. This energy ripple could be anti-hidden. According to this group of players' conception, they could find the stealthy Shadow and kill it. However, when that phantom horned eagle lifted its wings and slapped out a light blue ripple, it failed to find any stealthy players. Chapter 25 Epic Greedy Hand, Ghostfire Bell. At this stage, the anti-cloaking skills that players could obtain all had an anti-cloaking level of level 1, while Qin Feng, Shadow Profession, came with a +1 stealth level. Therefore, these players naturally couldn't discover Qin Feng. The loot on the ground. Qin Feng is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is the protection time of belonging. Others cannot pick up. Seeing those players summoning the spectral horned eagle, Qin Feng knew what they were planning to do. Still want to kill me to grab something? Overthink it. Qin Feng secretly sneered. Like an invisible ghost, he wandered right around the neighborhood. A total of 10 or so people from the other side all gathered together and approached towards the vicinity of the corpse of the golden ghost ship. They guessed that Qin Feng had already run away. Otherwise, there was no reason why they wouldn't be able to find it even after releasing the spectral horned eagle. Count him smart. The tall and thin young man sneered and raised his hand. But don't be careless, be ready to fight at any time. The protection time for the attribution of the boss loot is 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the loot of this boss will be ours. The spectral horned eagle flew above their heads, an anti-hidden energy ripple spreading, giving them a sense of security. But, suddenly, a figure flashed past from their vision. It was accompanied by countless slashes of light that blossomed together on the 10 or so of them. All they could see were eye-filling damage numbers floating up around them, before they went black and died on the spot. Instantaneous Shadow Slash. If the opponents had spread out, it would have been a bit troublesome for Qin Feng to kill them. Since they were clustered together, Qin Feng couldn't be blamed for being inappropriate. Kill them all. Blade light flashed, and beside the golden ghost ship's scattered corpses, there were 12 more grayish-white lifespan balls of light all of a sudden. The entire swamp was, finally, quiet. Say, where did that girl Lin Liu run off to? Qin Feng looked around the swamp and didn't see any silhouettes. He didn't rush to use greedy hands on the corpse of the golden ghost ship, but opened the skill panel first. I had 6 evolution points before, and this boss gave me 7 points, which just about makes up 13 points. Evolve Greedy Hands. Greedy Hands, Diamond Epic Assassin type skill. There is a 220% 300% probability of obtaining an additional loot reward. The additional loot gained has a 100% probability of being upgraded by 1 rank. Epic Greedy Hands. Direct qualitative change. A 100% boost of 1 rank? Isn't this invincible? Qin Feng's breath caught a little. Even if he had been crawling around in the godforsaken game for 9 years, he had never heard of such an outrageous skill. There's nothing to say. Just touch the corpse. You used the skill Greedy Hands. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 216 days of lifespan, tradable. You've gained 216 days of life, tradable. You have gained 216 days of life, tradable. A series of system prompts came, causing Qin Feng's heart to race. In one go, 21 evolution points were directly gained, 648 days of lifespan. Qin Feng picked up all of the tradable lifespans that everyone within the swamp had popped out, also including the 1,000 or so days that he himself had popped out. Then he looked at his own tradable lifespan, 3,115 days. Another 21 evolution points. Continue evolving Greedy Hand. Qin Feng tapped on the skill panel. However, when he was about to evolve Greedy Hands, he heard a system prompt. Skill Greedy Hands has reached epic level. Continuing to evolve requires 10 times the amount of evolution points. Whether to consume 210 evolution points to evolve the skill? Qin Feng chose no. 210 evolution points. Where did he get that many? To evolve from epic to legendary requires 10 times the number of evolution points. Wouldn't it take even more in the back then? Qin Feng sighed. It was a good thing that he was gaining evolution points faster now. With the epic tier Greedy Hand, a gold tier boss was 28 evolution points. Since that's the case, evolution points can only be used to advance other skills. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't move for the time being. Instead, he picked up all the loot that he had touched on the golden ghost ship and examined them one by one. The most important of them was naturally the special prop that Qin Feng wanted. Ghost Fire Bell, special prop when carrying it, lifespan will not be dropped upon death. Cooldown time for this effect 1565 seconds. Soul Sucking, passive, when you kill a demonic creature, the lifespan that explodes increases by 20%. Stunning, active, shake the Ghost Fire Bell to inflict a 3-second immobilization effect on all enemies within a 100-meter radius around you, with a cooldown of 521 seconds. This special prop was the kind of thing that you couldn't necessarily buy with thousands of years of lifespan in the late stages of the Divine Abandonment game. The most important effect was that soul sucking. Killing monsters and popping out lifespans increased by 20%. In the godforsaken game, the importance of tradable lifespans was self-evident. Not only did extracting abilities into reality require the consumption of tradable lifespans, there were many other aspects that needed to be used in the mid and late stages. In short, the more tradable lifespans there were, the stronger the player would naturally be. And this Ghost Fire Bell isn't considered equipment. It's just a prop. It doesn't take up an equipment field. It only takes up a backpack grid, making it very convenient to use. With the Ghost Fire Bell, there were sub-chances every half hour for the bearer to die without losing their lifespan. This was also an increased chance of tolerance for Qin Feng. After all, although he could remain invisible all the time now, his body plate was still too brittle. Of course, there was another point that surprised Qin Feng the most. Even if you kill the golden ghost ship, it doesn't drop the Ghost Fire Bells 100% of the time. According to statistics, the drop rate of this thing is around 30%. And this time, with the base drop, plus the 3 additional drops from the Greedy Hand, actually exploded 2 Ghost Fire Bells for me? In his previous life, no one had ever obtained 2 Ghost Fire Bells, so Qin Feng didn't know if the effects of this thing could stack. He checked his detailed attributes. Finding the entry kill lifespan increase, he found that it clearly said 40%. Crap! Against the heavens. Qin Feng was shocked. The effects of 2 Ghost Fire Bells could even stack? The tradable lifespan he harvested from brushing monsters next would increase by 40%. It's a pity that in the godforsaken game, the effect cooldowns of the same props are shared. The passive effect of dying without losing lifespan, as long as it's triggered once, This passive of both Ghostfire bells will go on cooldown together. The Frightened Soul active effect is the same, use it once and both will go on cooldown together. This was the basic setting of the Divine Abandonment game. Sheen Foam had played for 9 years, so of course, he couldn't be clearer. Of course, even just the Soul Suck effect being able to stack was already very counterintuitive. Originally, Sheen Feng's development speed was fast. Now, it's even faster. Immediately after, Sheen Foam continued to check the loot. Due to the effect of the Hand of Greed, it allowed him to harvest a full dozen pieces of loot after finishing off the Golden Ghost ship. Among them, 11 pieces of gold equipment and skill books, as well as 2 pieces of platinum grade equipment and 1 platinum grade skill book. Chapter 26, Jin Xiaoyu Surprise, the Shadow Great God is from our city? Originally, the gold level boss drop was basically 2 to 4 pieces of silver equipment, with a small probability that gold equipment would come out. But now, due to the effect of the epic level Greedy Hands, any loot that the boss popped out would have its grade added by 1. Directly, 3 of the gold loots were raised to platinum level. Among these loots, the ones that could be used by the assassin profession, there were a total of 3. Sheen Foam viewed them in turn. First was a platinum grade assassin's weapon, Ghost Ship Twin Blades, platinum assassin lineage weapon, attack power plus 136, agility plus 22, attack speed plus 24%, plus 17 armor break. Equipment requirements, level 5. Unique effect, each of your general attacks deals 2 damage. This special effect doesn't do much. After all, I use skill output all the time. However, the weapon's base attack power is high enough, and it also adds 22 points of agility. The attack speed, which also speeds up the skill release speed and reduces the skill aftershock, isn't completely useless. As for the armor breaking attribute, the gain is also high. Just now, when he dealt with the Golden Ghost ship, the damage dealt by his skills was obviously much lower than when he fought other demons. This was because the defense of this gold level boss was too high. The benefit of the armor-breaking attribute was quite good. Sheen Foam directly replaced this weapon. Immediately afterward, he checked the next piece of equipment. Ghost Fire Leather Armor, Gold Physical Defense plus 25, Fire Elemental Resistance plus 50, Damage Block plus 14, Life Value plus 419. Equipment Requirement, Level 5. A good piece of defense, especially the Damage Block attribute. Once this suit is worn, most players at this stage, hitting me won't be able to break my defense at all. And I upgraded without adding physique, and now my blood volume is only 350 points. This dress directly added 419 points to me. After all, it was a gold level equipment. The attributes of one piece of equipment were higher than someone else's full set. Lastly, there was a skill book. Ghostly Blur, Gold Grade Assassin Skill. Passively gains 15% evasion rate. Triggering evasion immunizes you from all damage. Seeing this skill, Sheen Feng's eyes lit up. Finally came an assassin's survival class skill. The evasion stream, in the godforsaken game is not mainstream, but that's because the evasion rate is generally not stacked high. Even with 50% evasion, it's easy to die. But I can evolve my skills infinitely. Even if I just reach 80% evasion, that's a sizable effect. Sheen Foam looked and saw that he still had 21 evolution points right now. Anyone else, faced with all these skills on their body, it would definitely be difficult to decide what skill to evolve first. But for Sheen Foam, he quickly made a judgment. Keep pulling damage first. The higher the damage, the stronger the boss can be rated and the better the loot. Sheen Foam temporarily ignored the newly learned Ghostly Blur. Instead, he chose to advance his advanced chemical instant Shadow Slash. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points, with 13 points remaining. Instant Shadow Chop, Platinum Emerald Diamond blinks in one direction up to 21 24 27 meters, and enters a state of invisibility, lasts for 7-8-9 seconds, inflicting 5-6-7 chopping blows on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12-10-43 seconds. Chopping width 3-1-3-6-4-1 meters. Adds 200250300 attack points to each chopping blow. Evolving instantaneous Shadow Chop twice in a row made the damage of this skill at least double. Even if one wasn't in stealth and didn't break stealth, a skill that went down had 3000 damage. If one breaks stealth and adds a backstab, the total damage of 7 chopping attacks can even reach 6 or 7000. There were still 13 evolution points left, so Sheen Foam chose to evolve an initial skill, Backstrike Enhancement. You have consumed 2 plus 3 plus 5 evolution points, leaving 3 points remaining. Initial skill, Backstroke Enhancement, Normal Bronze Silver Gold. Passive effect, when launching an attack from behind the target, damage is increased by 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. This was a stable damage boost. Definitely the higher the better. After packing up these items, Qin Feng's battle power had increased by another notch. If he was allowed to fight the Golden Ghost ship one more time, he would be able to do it in no more than 5 minutes, and there was a high probability that he wouldn't die. After all, his agility had increased by 20 to 30 points, and he was much faster, so he was capable of dodging even the full screen of a half-blooded ghost ship. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng looked at his backpack. In his backpack, there was also a platinum equipment and a platinum-level skill book. The equipment was the archers and the skill book was the priests. Platinum-grade items are not quite suitable to take out and sell for the time being. Keep it first. Qin Feng wasn't afraid that his greedy hand situation would be exposed. After all, as long as he was strong enough, what was there to be afraid of being exposed? The key was still that no one could afford platinum-level stuff at this stage. This level of equipment could be sold for at least 5 or 6 years of lifespan. As for skill books, they were even more expensive. Selling 10 years of lifespan wasn't much. In addition to the platinum-grade ones, there are 7 or 8 gold-grade equipment and skill books that can be sold to Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng thought about it. A mage skill book and a magic ring, which were given to Lin Liu. It was previously agreed that there was nothing wrong with giving her what came out of her. After all, Qin Feng had gotten a spatial ring from her, and to say the value of the spatial ring was quite a bit higher. In addition, the warrior, priest, and archer stuff could be sold to Wang Meng's team at a 90% discount. For the time being, they might not be able to afford it. However, Qin Feng believed in Wang Meng's character, so it was fine to owe them first. After all, Qin Feng had worked with him for several years in his last life and knew that there was nothing wrong with Wang Meng as a person. On a rough calculation, these added up to several thousand days of life again. The stuff was sorted out. Qin Feng left the swamp and opened Lin Liu's private chat channel. Little Black, where are you people? Lin Liu really can't stand the name Little Black anymore, and regrets taking such a code name. But godforsaken games can't change their names, so she helplessly replied, I was caught up by Iron Man and the others and died back in the town. Luckily our team's tradable lifespan stayed with Uncle. The uncle she was talking about was Wang Meng. Wang Meng's survival ability was strong, and it was safer to give him the lifespan to avoid dying and dropping half of it. Alright, you wait for me to come back and give you something. Qin Feng entered stealth and returned towards Shell Town. Not long after, he happened to see Iron Man with more than 20 people, still rushing over in the direction of the swamp. Seeing these players, Qin Feng treated it as if he saw a bunch of wild monsters and directly killed them. At the same time, in another moonlight town whose rate belonged to Daxia Zhanghai City, after obtaining the hidden profession life sacrifice, Qin Xiaoyu had found a team in Moonlight Town that was struggling to upgrade outside. They were discussing about the matter of the world's first gold boss kill just now. I heard that Shell Town is the initial town of our Zhanghai City. Doesn't that mean that shadow god is from our Zhanghai City? The crowd murmured. Qin Xiaoyu, as a priest, followed behind to heal and was secretly surprised when she heard her teammates chatting. Dark Shadow, this superstar who had killed the world's first gold-level boss was actually from Zhanghai City? This made Qin Xiaoyu's eyes light up, and she secretly decided, when someone from our town rises to level 5, I'm going to go to Shell Town and look for the Dark Shadow God. She was quite disgusted with her current temporary teammates. It took half a day to kill a small monster, and even sometimes they were chased by wild monsters. Woefully, she thought to herself, if she were to team up with that shadow, brushing monsters and upgrading would surely be fast, right? Chapter 27 Big Brother Shadow? The young girl's shock. The first one to level up to level 2 in each town would open the town rankings and gain 1 point of reputation. The first one to level up to level 5 would be able to light up the town's teleportation array and gain 1 point of prestige as well. It was just that right now. Except for Qin Feng who had reached level 8, there were no level 5 players in any of the other towns yet. A bunch of level 4 players were struggling to brush monsters and sprint to level 5. Only after someone from the town reached level 5 and lit up the teleportation array could the town interoperate with other towns. And there was a rule. A town in the Zhanghai City area can only connect with a town in the Zhanghai City area. It can't go to a town elsewhere. At this time, Qin Feng was on his way back to Shell Town when he encountered Tainan with 23 minions. Qin Feng realized that the group was quite alert and seemed to know that he had ranged damage skills and did not gather together. However, Qin Feng was holding the platinum-level ghost ship dual blades, and even with a normal attack, he was able to take out a player with 2 slashes. He first found the best angle and did an instant shadow slash. -1225, -1219, -1231. Qin Feng transformed into a black shadow and instantly passed through the opposing crowd, bringing up more than 10 damage numbers. Instantaneous shadow slash, with just a single slash, had already killed those 10 or so people in seconds. Then, Qin Feng didn't even bother to stealth, holding his ghost ship dual blades, and with great speed, he transformed into a ghostly killer. Killing the remaining 10 or so people. Tai Nan and his men, one by one, were stunned in place. Quick! Finish him off! One person beating so many of us. Overthinking it? Watch out for his stealth. They watched as the shadow showed up and returned fire. Only, after returning fire, they quickly became desperate. This godforsaken game didn't have an attack lock. Qin Feng's agility was too much higher than these people, and as long as he saw the opponent's skills with control, all of them were dodged perfectly. As for the attacks that landed on him, all of them only dealt single-digit damage. Many of them couldn't even break defense. Qin Feng's level was higher than theirs, and his equipment was better than theirs, especially his gold-level Ghost Fire leather armor, which allowed him to have a crushing level of combat power in front of these players. Immediately, he killed Iron Man and the others crying out, "Holy shit, don't come over, ah, he's too fast, can't hit and can't fight, how can I play this? Big brother, don't kill me, my life expectancy is less than a year left." Qin Feng didn't have any thoughts of showing mercy at all. Originally, I wanted to take over the boss, and when I was destroyed by the boss group, I was too lazy to care about you guys. But you guys followed up and came to make trouble, and you expect me to spare you? Qin Feng's figure, like a ghost, traveled through the dark woods. In the end, he took out 22 people, including Iron Man. When the people escaped in all directions, there were still 2 people who managed to escape. It wasn't that Qin Feng couldn't catch up. Rather, these people fled in separate directions, and those 2 were farther away, so there was no need for Qin Feng to waste time chasing them. It's a pity that the lifespans of these people who popped out only add up to more than 30 days. So poor. Qin Feng shook his head. During the time he finished off these people, he also received a system alert. Due to the fact that he had actively killed too many people, it allowed him to gain a layer of the Slayer negative status. When Slayer Tier 1, death drops 75% of current lifespan. At the second tier of Slayer, death drops 87.5% of current lifespan. In other words, each tier of the Slayer status would cause the player to die the equivalent of 1 more death when they died. Only, Qin Feng had the Ghost Flame Bell on him. Even if he accidentally died once, he wouldn't lose any of his lifespan. Therefore, Qin Feng didn't care about this Slayer negative status at all. Anyway, this status wouldn't lower his attributes or affect his development, so as long as he didn't die twice in a row, it wouldn't affect him at all. Soon, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. The Ghost Fire leather armor on his body, with a dark red flame pattern on a black base, was handsome and murderous, and had only just returned to the town when he caught the attention of everyone around him. It's Shadow. Crap. This leather armor is too handsome, right? It's a gold level leather armor? I'm so envious. He really killed the gold boss solo. Oh, in my opinion, this guy must be stuck in a bug to be able to single brush the boss. Laughing to death. Upstairs you also go to give me card a look? In the gazes of countless people who were envious and jealous, Qin Feng arrived at the town center square. Suddenly there was a group of people that came before Qin Feng in an extremely respectful manner. The leader of them was a tall and thin young man with pale skin. He was the one who had just brought his teammates with the spectral horned eagle and wanted to snatch the loot of the golden ghost ship. But as a result, the group of people had all been instantly secured back by Qin Feng. Big brother Shadow, I'm really sorry. The tall and thin young man's posture was put very low. Came in front of Qin Feng. Big brother, this is we just put together life to buy a book of assassin skills. Also please accept, as we have nothing happened. Okay? This situation made Qin Feng a bit surprised. He looked at the skill book that the other party handed over. Chisel Strike, Normal Assassin Skill Book. A single skill that adds 20 attack points on hit and inflicts a 2-second stun. Cooldown 22 seconds. It's a control class skill book. Someone giving something away. Don't take it for nothing. Qin Feng casually took the skill book and said indifferently, okay. The skill book arrived and was directly studied. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng waved his hand and told them to get lost, finally meeting up with the long-awaited maiden Lin Liu. However, Qin Feng didn't know. The tall and thin young man codenamed Idle Cloud looked at his back as he left, and a touch of sinister evil surfaced in his eyes. So what if you're strong in the godforsaken game? As long as I find you in reality, I'll be able to imprison you and make you a slave who collects lifespans for me. Wait for the other towns to light up their teleportation arrays, send a woman over, and try to find a way to get information about him. Idle Cloud, whose real name was Dongfang Xian, was a notoriously rich second generation in the circles of Jianhai City. He thought with a cold smile. Just now, listening to this Shadow's voice, it's unfamiliar, definitely not a circle. Then that means, this guy is a poor bastard. Come to a professional beauty to send to the door. Do not believe that he does not fall into the trap. Qin Feng met Lin Liu. This young girl was wearing a black vestment robe, Her pair of soulful water-like eyes were looking left and right, and when she saw Qin Feng appear, she couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Here you go. Qin Feng casually threw out a gold-grade mage skill book and a gold-grade mage equipment. Lin Liu was still a bit jittery, wondering if Qin Feng would tell her that the boss didn't explode the mage equipment. As a result, she reached out and caught 2 gold level ones, a fire-based ranged output skill with an additional attack of 150 points, a mage necklace, on the other hand, added 15 points of spirit, plus 3 points of mana recovery per second. This. Lin Liu's mind buzzed. These 2 items, they were too good to be true, weren't they? Now, she was taking off straight away. Chapter 28 Temple of Faith. A visitor from Shell Town. Originally, Lin Liu was still thinking that Qin Feng but could give her a silver-leveled magic equipment or skill book. It would be pretty good, but she didn't expect 2 gold level? This skill, this necklace, it directly doubled my damage several times, and more than doubled my mana recovery. Originally, Lin Liu recovered 2 mana points per second. Now with that necklace, it was recovering 5 points per second. The renewal ability skyrocketed. It could be said that her efficiency in brushing monsters now was already faster than the entire team brushing monsters before. Big brother, thank you so much. Lin Liu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and she was almost moved to tears. Qin Feng shook his head. No need to be polite, just following the agreement. Give me the spatial finger ring. Besides, this young girl had been chased by Tainan with his men once in order to help Qin Feng, even though Qin Feng didn't need her help, right? But one could tell that this young girl had a good personality and was worth befriending. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Liu woke up as if from a dream and quickly handed over the 12th compartment space ring. Right, big brother. Lin Liu thought for a moment and added, just now when I was escaping in the woods, I found a hole in the ground that seems to be a relic entrance. Are you interested? A relic entrance? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Before, there was an official rumor that this Linli fish is a koi carp. Now it seems as if it's true. First the golden ghost ship, then the relic entrance. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful young girl in front of him and felt that befriending this girl was really not a loss. Of course, Qin Feng thought about it. If he hadn't given any equipment just now, the news of this relic entrance, this girl might not have told him. Sincerity. It was mutual. Seems like, just these 2 gold-ranked items have bought her off? Qin Feng kind of wanted to laugh. He put the spatial ring on the little finger of his left hand. The storage space is finally 27 compartments. Qin Feng sighed in relief. The backpack grids in this godforsaken game were in short supply, and the initial town didn't have a place where supplies could be stored. With 27 compartments of space, it was convenient to do anything. Qin Feng said to Lin Liu, your captain isn't online yet. Let's wait for him to come and sell the stuff to you guys. I'm going to make a trip to the ruins you mentioned first. The young girl nodded. Good. Now Lin Liu was excited. Taking out the sheepskin map rolled up in her backpack, she marked a location for Qin Feng. This is the entrance to that relic. It's a stone slab on the ground. I originally wanted to move the slab and hide inside, but as a result, I just didn't go in for more than a few steps. When I heard ghostly cries coming from inside, I was so scared that I fled out of there. Otherwise, I wouldn't be caught up by Tainan and the others. Lin Liu said while describing the entrance with Qin Feng. Okay, got it. Qin Feng memorized that location. As a matter of fact, the terrain of every initial town and the outside were all the same. These novice towns were completely replicated terrain. However, things like these kinds of relics and golden ghost ship bosses were randomized, with some towns having them and some not. Anyway, the town Qin Feng was in his last life didn't have them. Unexpectedly, this shell town unexpectedly had another relic and brushed the golden ghost ship. Qin Feng first bid farewell to Lin Liu. He entered stealth and left Shell Town once again. Was looking for a place to brush until level 10. Since there are relics, there's no need to brush anything else. Pass the relics and definitely reach level 10. There were 3 main types of relics that would appear in the initial town. One was the catacombs. One kind was the cursed relic. There was also the Temple of Faith. There wasn't much to say about the catacombs. It was just a bunch of magical creatures inhabiting it. It was very difficult to clear, and there would basically be a gold boss at the end. Cursed ruins are cursed by the ancient gods and evil gods, and were once perhaps human beings who went mad or died and turned into ghosts and monsters. The demons in the Temple of Faith are all believers of the ancient gods and evil gods, and can be killed or not, but the map within the temple is very complex. The latter too, if successfully cleared, can obtain some special props or skill books. For example, Qin Feng's ancient god's eyeball, or Eye of Judgment, was actually from a Temple of Faith. Regardless of which kind of relic Lin Liu was talking about, Qin Feng wouldn't miss it, because, among these relics, Even the small monsters were at least bronze-ranked or even silver-ranked existences. This meant massive amounts of evolution points for Qin Feng. With my current epic grade greedy hand, I can harvest 8 evolution points for killing even a bronze mini-boss. If it's a silver boss, it can even harvest 16 evolution points. Compared to killing high-grade bosses, killing a large number of small bosses reaped significantly more evolution points. Soon, Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and arrived at the place that Lin Liu had marked on the map. In the gray-black weeds, a stone slab was indeed seen. Qin Feng removed it and a downward stairway passage appeared. As expected, just as this stone slab was moved away, a ghostly cry could be heard from the depths of this passage. Like a sob, Qin Feng certainly didn't carry fear. Entering the passage, he covered the stone slab. The surroundings instantly turned into darkness, except for a dim firelight coming from the front, illuminating the stone walls on both sides of the passage. Borrowing the dim firelight, Qin Feng quickly changed his face slightly. And, how are these murals on the stone walls? Exactly the same as that Temple of Faith in the last life? This is the Temple of Faith. And, I'm afraid it's none other than the Temple of Faith of the Judgment Ancient God. In Qin Feng's body, there was the Eye of Judgment, which held the authority of judgment. This temple appearing here made Qin Feng feel very unusual. Go in and take a look. Qin Feng took a deep breath, maintained his stealthy state, and walked along the passageway, all the way forward. It was also while Qin Feng was exploring this mysterious temple of faith. The players in each of the initial towns were frantically upgrading. Of course, when it came to comparing the speed of gaining experience values, they were definitely inferior to Qin Feng, who was killing bosses within the ruins. However, the others were, after all, at lower levels and required less experience to upgrade. Soon, there were people who had risen to level 5, lighting up the teleportation arrays of their respective towns. Each player, once a day, had a free teleportation opportunity to other initial towns. And so, within Shell Town, there were soon many players from other towns, teleporting over. Because, the great god Shadow, who was the world's first to kill a gold boss, was in Shell Town. Within the town, there were more and more people. Chapter 29, Qin Xiaoyu joins the team? Judged. Why are there so many people here? Wang Mang went online again and was instantly a little confused when he saw that there were many times more players in Shell Town than before. After entering the Divine Abandonment game for the first time, one needed to level up to level 3 before leaving, which was the equivalent of going offline. If you want to go online again, as long as you close your eyes for more than 10 seconds, an option will pop up asking if you want to go back to the Divine Forsaken Land. Wang Mang was originally level 3 and ranked in the top 10 in Shell Town. But now, he had been squeezed into the 20s. Must hurry up. Wang Mang quickly chatted privately to his teammates such as Blackbrush Big Plum. It turned out that 2 of their team members were still not online. One of them was the middle-aged female priest. Gotta recruit another priest. Wang Mang gathered the other 3 together first. When he saw Lin Liu, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment because he saw that the girl had a necklace blooming with a faint golden color on her chest. Wang Mang and the other 2 were confused. What are you? Lin Liu laughed, and only then did he tell what had happened with Dark Shadow. Finally, he added, it seems like Shadow still has equipment skills for your profession over there, so I'll contact him later and ask him to sell us the stuff for a discount. Oh. Wang Mang cried and laughed. Silver level is fine. If this is gold level stuff, I'm afraid we can't afford it. The sharp-eyed archer youth in the team was a bit envious. That's great. I actually really added friends with Shadow Big Brother. If we can get along with the Big Brother, we can also eat and drink with him. Ha ha. Lin Liu looked at him with contempt. Look at you. You're counting on your Big Brother, right? Think about your own reasons. Do you usually work hard to brush monsters and practice leveling? The sharp-eyed archer youth rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention to her. Although the 4 of them knew each other from the God-Forsaken game, their relationship was already very good. Moreover, Wang Mang went back this time and checked their reality, so he knew something about them. The backgrounds were all over the top, so then they could be fixed. Immediately after, Wang Mang said, we need to find a priest to brush the monsters together first. First 5 people to brush. I have a coworker that's in the next town over. When someone in her town is level 5, she'll teleport over to join our team as well. Lin Liu was a bit strange. Where's Sister Wang? Sister Wang was the middle-aged female priest from their team before. Wang Mang shook his head and said, Sister Wang is going to other towns to find her son to join. So I'd say we don't have any priests. They weren't like Qin Feng, who could brush alone. With a group brushing monsters, neat shields and grandmothers were needed. So, Wang Mang started to set up a stall, but instead of selling something, he wrote on the stall, Team Recruitment, Required Profession Priest Department. There are many stalls that recruit this kind of people, but because behind Wang Mang stood Lin Liu, the light golden necklace on her chest, It instantly attracted a lot of people's attention. Gold level equipment? Many people were a bit skeptical, but just because of Lin Liyu's face value, there were also some youth pastors who quickly came over to sign up, but as soon as they heard that they had to provide their real identity, and that they would also be filed with the official record afterward, they all beat a retreat. Just then, a long-haired girl walked over. It was the life sacrifice that had already risen to level 3. Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu acted politely. I'm a hidden profession life sacrifice. Can I join your team? Wang Meng glanced at her. His expression didn't change much. Life sacrifice. It was a hidden profession. It sounded good, but he wanted to find the kind that he could follow for a long time, so he had to confirm that the other party's real identity. And Qin Xiaoyu didn't object, and bluntly stated her identity. Zhanghai Normal University, freshman student. My parents are both dead, and there is only one older brother in my family. Heir, mom and dad adopted before, not a real brother. Qin Xiaoyu emphasized. Wang Meng nodded. Qin Xiaoyu. Okay, then it's you. Try out for the team first. Xiao Yuya has joined the team. In fact, Qin Xiaoyu originally wanted to take Xiaoyo as her codename, but she came in late, so this codename had been taken by someone else. She didn't want to add numbers after the codename, so she added the word Yay. After entering the team, a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth, as if she didn't realize it. She glanced again at the gold-level necklace on Lin Liyu's chest. The world's first kill of a gold-level boss was in Shell Town, taken down by Shadow. Then this necklace. There was a high probability that it was related to Dark Shadow. Such a development was naturally something Qin Feng hadn't expected. In this life, he had risen too quickly, and the first kill of a gold-level boss had caused his codename Dark Shadow to spread across the globe. The fame was so great that it made Qin Xiaoyu's heart flutter. At this moment, Qin Feng was within the Temple of Faith, and had been walking forward along the passageway, and soon arrived at a spacious hall. Inside the hall, there was nothing. There were only two bent and bowed humanoid demonic creatures, kneeling on each other's knees with their hands raised to the top of their heads, as if they were holding something up. The ghostly cries heard at the entrance were from these two humanoid demonic creatures. Ancient God Devotee judged, LV10, grade, silver. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and arrived at this hall. Seeing the two believers kneeling on the ground, he directly unleashed an instantaneous shadow slash. Break stealth. Back strike. The damage bonuses that should be triggered were all triggered except for the weakness attack, and the weakness attack can't be helped. Instantaneous shadow chop skill. Chopping judgment location random. It is difficult to just trigger the weakness attack. This is not the technique can make up for it, but instead, the basic additional attack of this skill is very high. Minus 1058. Minus 1058. 7 damage numbers rose above the heads of each of the two devout believers. However, their blood bars had only been deducted by a small amount. After all, it was a level 10 silver boss, and its blood level was more than double that of the cursed one Qin Feng had killed earlier. Even the two devout believers combined already had more blood than the gold-ranked gold ghost ship. Originally, Qin Feng was still preparing to dodge his opponent's attacks. As a result, those two pious believers kneeling on the ground, not only did they not launch an attack at Qin Feng, but instead, they reversed their direction and knelt down once again towards the place where Qin Feng was stealthily hiding. These two are the judged, and I possess the authority of judgment. Could it be that they won't attack me? Qin Feng was a bit surprised as an idea arose. In order to confirm this conjecture, he took the initiative to break out of his stealthy state and kept his distance from those two devout believers. It turned out that those two ghoul-like pious believers really did not attack him. Instead, after seeing him, they completely prostrated their upper bodies to the ground. Chapter 30, Devout Believers, Underground Labyrinth. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to kill these two and get evolution points and experience. However, this current situation made Qin Feng a bit puzzled. Even after 9 years of crawling around in his last life, Qin Feng had never heard of this situation. I'm afraid it's really because I have the authority of judgment. Qin Feng had a number in his heart. The appearance of such an odd temple of faith here might really be related to his eye of judgment. This temple, it had secrets. He thought about it and tried to speak. Do you guys know the way? Show me the way. Those two devout believers, after hearing his words, both seemed a bit bewildered, clearly not knowing what he was talking about. In fact, Qin Feng was aware that these demonic creatures in the gods' abandoned lands were actually beings from other civilizations. It was just that they had been eroded and corrupted, and all of them had become mentally deranged, and had even turned into beasts that only knew how to plunder lifespans from humans. These two in front of me seem to have maintained some sanity. Just as Qin Feng thought so, these two devout believers suddenly became alert. A flash of ferocity steeply surfaced on their rotting faces as they violently turned around and pounced towards the entrance of this hall. Qin Feng heard the sound of messy footsteps coming from the passageway outside the hall. It seemed like some other player had arrived. Hoo-hoo! Those two devout believers. Two green flames coalesced in their hands and were thrown directly towards the far side of the passageway. Ah, crap. It's two silver bosses. We can't even deal with one. Two more? Run! A ball of green flames was thrown out by those two devout believers, and within the passageway, chaotic and panicked footsteps and shouts were heard. Qin Feng reverted back to his stealthy state. Coming to the entrance of the hall, he looked into the passageway, only to see that the entire passageway had been enveloped by a sea of green fire. And in the sea of fire, 6 players were too late to escape and were being burned to ashes. Grey Rose? Qin Feng saw a familiar figure in the flames. It was clearly the mature imperial sister who had purchased the ice cone technique from him earlier, and he didn't expect her to have found this temple of faith as well. It was a pity that her team was not strong enough. 2 silver gatekeepers took her out. This passageway is too narrow. There's no place to dodge in the face of the flames of the devout believers. That's why if you find a boss normally, you should go into the hall first and leave yourself plenty of space to dodge. Qin Feng shook his head. He coldly watched as the 6 were burned to death by the green flames. Soon, 6 grayish-white lifespan balls of light appeared in the passageway. Qin Feng nonchalantly stepped forward to pick them up and found that they weren't bad, as more than 100 days of tradable lifespans actually exploded from the group. To Qin Feng's surprise, those 2 devout believers were not the least bit interested in these lifespans. After finishing off those 6 people, they returned to the hall and reverted towards the place where Qin Feng had just disappeared, prostrating themselves on their knees. Qin Feng ignored them for the time being. Searching around inside the hall, he realized that there was absolutely no more path to any other place. No way. This is it? 2 silver-level mini-bosses? Qin Feng was incomparably puzzled. Exploring further would not yield any results. Qin Feng simply stepped in and finished off the 2 devout believers, just as he expected. No matter how he struck, those 2 devout believers didn't have the slightest intention to fight back. They were just killed by Qin Feng in a hard way. You have killed Ancient God Pious Devoted Judged, silver level. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 9. Congratulations, you have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 188 days of lifespan, tradable. After killing 2 devout believers, Qin Feng rose to level 9. He directly unleashed Greedy Hand on its corpse. Soon, Qin Feng finished dealing with the 2 silver mini-bosses. A total of 32 evolution points and 1,504 days of tradable lifespan. Epic Greedy Hand. Too good to be true. Moreover, a total of 4 gold-ranked items came out, plus about 10 silver-ranked items. Among them was a gold-level necklace that was available for assassins. Believer's Pendant, Gold Assassin's Jewelry. Agility plus 15. Cooldown speed plus 20%. Equipment requirement, level 8. Unique effect, summons a silver-level devotee to fight for you with a cooldown of 600 seconds. This necklace has good attributes. The main thing was the 20% cooldown speed. After Qin Feng wore it, the cooldown of his sneaky shadow skill was shortened from 22.6 seconds to 19.2 seconds. The cooldown of Fierce Poison Dart, from 4.3 seconds, was shortened to 3.7 seconds. The cooldown of Instant Shadow Slash, on the other hand, had been shortened from 10.4 seconds to 8.8 seconds. Brushing monsters is more efficient, Qin Feng thought to himself. As for the other loot, it was all level 8 to 10 equipment, and no one would even buy it at this stage to sell it. Let's put it away first. Qin Feng was about to leave. Suddenly, the floor in the middle of the hall steeply loosened. When those 2 devout believers were killed, it finally triggered the mechanism. This is an elevator? Qin Feng looked at it. In the middle of the hall, a circular stone disc protruded from the floor, something that Qin Feng had seen quite a lot of in his last life. He immediately stepped on it. Immediately afterward, the circular stone disc emitted a boom sound and surprisingly carried him downwards. In the middle of the hall, a circular pit appeared. When Qin Feng was sent down, immediately, there were 2 semicircular stone blocks that panned out from the side, blocking that pit hole. Everything returned to its original state, just as if that circular stone disc elevator had never appeared. If anyone else came here, they would only be able to see the corpses of 2 devout believers and nothing else. Rumble. After a loud bang, the circular stone disc carrying Qin Feng fell to the ground. Crushed rocks and sand were loosened and spilled around Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt that the circular stone disc had carried him and descended at least 300 to 400 meters. Coming here, the surroundings were instead much brighter. On the stone walls on both sides, there were dimly lit torches at regular intervals, emitting light. Here, it really is a labyrinth. Qin Feng sighed after taking a look. This kind of maze He had explored many of them in his previous life and was considered to be comfortable with it. However, it would still take quite a bit of time to fully explore it. The most important thing was that inside the maze was a lot of organs, with Qin Feng's current attributes. Once he triggered those organs, he would almost be dead. Luckily, I just dropped this thing. Qin Feng touched the believer's pendant on his chest. Using the special effect, he summoned a silver-level devoted believer. A prostrate grayskin humanoid demonic creature coalesced in front of Qin Feng. Probe ahead. At Qin Feng's command, the devout believer began to crawl prostrate in front of Qin Feng and started exploring this underground labyrinth. With his little brother scouting the way, Qin Feng was much more relaxed. Leisurely, Qin Feng opened the skill panel and prepared to use the 32 evolution points he had just gained to continue evolving his skills. Chapter 31, Epic Ghostly Blur. Long-legged Imperial Sister's Doubt. 32 evolution points, plus the remaining 3 points from before, totaling 35 points. Greedy Hands. 210 points are needed to evolve again. It's staying put for now. This Temple of Faith might be dangerous. Evolve Passive Evasion first. In order to have a higher survival rate, Qin Feng chose to evolve Ghostly Blur. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 evolution points, with 24 points remaining. Ghostly Shadow Blur, Gold Grade Epic Grade Assassin Tier Skill. Passively gains 15% 75% evasion rate. Triggering evasion immunizes you from all damage. After a skill reaches epic level, the number of evolution points needed to evolve it again doubles tenfold. It would have only required 8 evolution points, but since it's epic to legendary, it requires 80 points. Qin Feng shook his head and temporarily put this skill down. 75% evasion rate was already high. He then proceeded to evolve Instantaneous Shadow Slash, evolving the skill to epic as well. You have consumed 13 evolution points, with 11 points remaining. Instant Shadow Chop, Diamond Epic blinks in one direction, up to 2730 meters, and enters stealth, lasts 912 seconds, dealing 7-9 chopping blows to all enemies in its path. Cooldown 8 seconds. Chopping width, 4.15 meters. Adds 300500 attack points to each chopping strike. From Diamond to Epic, the additional attack of the Instant Shadow Slash had increased by a full 200 points, and the number of chopping strikes was raised from 7 to 9. The total damage was almost doubled once again. Too fierce. One should know that it had been several years since Qin Feng had learned the epic skill in his last life. In this life, he had epic level skills right out of the gate. Although the values of these skills weren't too high due to their relatively low levels, these skills, however, could evolve infinitely. However, due to the fact that epic to legendary ranks require 10 times the number of evolution points, so, the higher the initial grade of the skill, the more cost-effective it is for me to evolve it. Qin Feng did some math. If a skill, itself, was epic grade, then evolving to legendary grade, which was the first evolution, required a base evolution point of 1 point, which multiplied by 10 times was only 10 points. It can quickly evolve to legendary level, mythic level, or even ancient level, immortal level. However, if a skill itself was an ordinary skill, then it would have to evolve 7 times before it could evolve to epic level. At that point, the base evolution points required would be 21 or even 34 points. Doubling it 10 times would be 210 or even 340 points. It was too much of a loss. But there's an advantage that no matter what grade of skill I learn, I can spend very little to evolve to the epic level. That is to say, in the future, all of my skills will, at the very least, be epic level. There were still 11 evolution points remaining. Qin Feng thought about it and evolved the initial skill, Sneaky Shadow. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points. 3 points remain. Initial skill, Latent Shadow, Silver Gold Platinum. Enter a state of invisibility that lasts 162024 seconds. Breaking Stealth Strike attack power increases by 901205150. Cooldown 262422 seconds. The base cooldown of the final skill was 22 seconds. However, since Qin Feng possessed a 35% cooldown speed attribute, it ended up taking effect for 16.3 seconds. This stealth skill, the cooldown is still too long, and the stealth breaking attack is a bit low. Definitely need to change it back. Qin Feng finished consuming his evolution points and his attention returned to the maze in front of him. The devout believer, which was creeping and crawling, was advancing at a relatively fast speed. While passing through a corner, suddenly, a large iron ball flew out from within a wall and smashed the devout believer. Minus 6,666. Minus 99,999. The first damage was from being smashed by the iron ball. The second damage was being smashed into the wall, and that devout believer was smashed flat on the spot. Miserable. Qin Feng temporarily stopped advancing, waiting in place for the cooldown time of summoning that pious believer. This labyrinth is intricate and dangerous. This is the only way to let the summons explore the path. Qin Feng sighed. Although it would waste a lot of time, this temple of faith was clearly related to his Eye of Judgment, and he had to explore until the end. Otherwise, who knows what secrets he would miss. Just as Qin Feng was exploring this divine temple, at the entrance of the temple, the long-legged imperial sister, Grey Rose, returned cautiously with her teammates, 2 men and 3 women. When they were ready and wanted to deal with the 2 silver-ranked mini-bosses, they were shocked to find that the 2 silver-ranked bosses were already dead. Grey Rose had black curly hair and wore a grey robe that wrapped around her delicate and exquisite figure. When she saw the corpses of those 2 devout believers, she couldn't help but frown. Surprisingly, they were killed? At this stage, surely the only one who can take out 2 silver-ranked bosses so quickly is Big Brother Shadow. The Shadow Big Brother unexpectedly came here? Behind Grey Rose, his teammates were shocked. Looking at the grey and white corpses of the 2 devout believers, they chatted, and were coincidentally a bit relieved. Even though they were prepared, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to fight and die again. Only Grey Rose, looking at this scene, seemed a bit puzzled. The last time I came over, I seemed to see a figure communicating with the silver boss. Is that the Shadow? Did I see it wrong? Or, the last time she came over, Grey Rose had already half stepped into the hall. Her beautiful eyes caught a glimpse of a dark shadow communicating with those 2 silver bosses. However, because she heard the silver bosses roar, she immediately backed out and ended up being burned to death by the silver boss's green flames. Thinking back now, that black shadow at that time, was it Shadow? Grey Rose was skeptical. I believe I won't be wrong. But why? These 2 silver bosses didn't attack the Shadow? Could it be that the Shadow has some means to confuse the bosses? Because that's how you can kill so many bosses? No matter how much Grey Rose guessed, it was impossible to guess the truth. As time passed, the number of players that had teleported to Shell Town was increasing, and the town was already overcrowded. A town that held a maximum of 10,000 people. The current Shell Town had almost reached its upper limit. This also led to the fact that the magical creatures around the town were already completely insufficient to brush. There were almost 10 times more players. Those creepers, polluters and whatnot, didn't even think that so many people could come to this town? They scattered and fled, hiding, but still, they were dug up by the players and found out to kill them. In this situation, even an elite team like Wang Mang couldn't brush the monsters fast enough. After 3 full hours, they had only risen to level 5. Lin Liyu's gold level skills could not be utilized at all. Wang Mang frowned. It seems like we have to teleport to other towns that don't have many people in order to get up to upgrade speed. Lin Liyu said, no problem, but before we leave, we have to wait for Brother Shadow and trade with him. Wang Mang nodded. Aha. Qin Xiaoyu on the side, quietly listening to them chatting. The corners of her mouth could no longer control the upward movement. Chapter 32 Mysterious Woman, Assassin Divine Skill, Graceful Deliverance, Deep within the Temple of Faith. 3 hours? According to my exploration speed, it should be about right. Based on the experience of his last life, the Faith Temple was pretty much this much. If it was anyone else, they would be afraid that they wouldn't be able to get down without dying dozens or hundreds of times. However, Qin Feng was experienced, not to mention that he could summon silver-level devout believers to explore the path, so there was absolutely no chance of missing. At this moment, Qin Feng arrived at a passageway covered in starlight. The star-blue light embellished the entire passageway into a pathway of starlight. The devout believers prostrated themselves in front of them, with Qin Feng behind them, all the way towards the end of the starlight passage. What appeared in front of him was an ancient bronze gate. Open the door. Qin Feng gave the order to the devout believer. The devout believer crept forward and pushed the door, but realized that it could not be pushed at all. The bronze gate, not moving. Qin Feng confirmed that there was nothing dangerous around, only then went forward. Only raised his hand, just touched the bronze door. It felt the whole door emanated movement, even began to open. As the gate slowly opened, Qin Feng stepped back, ready to fight at any time. But what appeared in front of him was a great hall of starlight. In the center of the great hall, there was an altar. Next to the altar, stood a woman clad in a white robe, a white hood covering her. Unable to see what she looked like, the white-robed woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and bowed slightly towards that starlight altar. When the bronze gate opened, Qin Feng did not immediately enter, but looked at the white-robed woman. As a result, he found that he could not see any information about that woman at all. When Qin Feng appeared at the entrance of the hall, the white-robed woman slowly turned around, and the slender and seductive figure underneath that white robe slowly bent her knees, actually kneeling down on one knee towards Qin Feng. She lowered her head, seemingly murmuring something. The starlight in her hand flickered. In the next moment, her entire delicate body dissolved into starlight and dissipated. This, disappeared? Qin Feng frowned. Immediately, he noticed that on the altar of the Great Hall, an ancient treasure chest had appeared, surprisingly flickering with a brilliant golden light. If it's a golden treasure chest, it emits a light golden color. It's a bright gold-colored treasure chest, meaning that epic props will be opened within the treasure chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't know what the identity of that mysterious woman just now was, but he thought it was related to his Eye of Judgment. Moreover, that woman seemed to be very respectful to Qin Feng. Either way, it's better to be careful. Qin Feng did not act rashly. After seeing the treasure chest, he continued to order that silver rank summon, devout believer, towards the altar in the hall. All the way to that treasure chest, the pious devotee reached out and opened the treasure chest without any mishaps. Soon, the pious believer took a skill book obtained within the treasure chest, fetched it and handed it over to Qin Feng. This skill book is Assassin Divine Skill. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. Graceful Deliverance, Epic Grade Assassin Skill Book. Passive effect, Weakness Hit Modifier plus 100%. Weakness Attack Multiplier doubled. Cut Throat, used actively, causes one's next attack to inflict a cut throat effect, dealing 100% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 4 seconds. This skill, there was a passive effect and an active effect. The passive effect is pretty much unbelievable. Doubling the weak attack multiplier is well understood. As for the weak hit modifier, let's make an analogy. A person's head and heart are both weak spots, and other people have to hit the weak spots accurately in order to trigger a weak spot attack. But after learning Graceful Deliverance, it was equivalent to amplifying the opponent's weakness. The higher the weakness hit modifier value, the easier it was to hit the opponent's weakness. Even for Qin Feng, this passive effect was useful. At this stage, the ones he encountered were mainly humanoid demons, so hitting the head was easy, but later on, he would encounter a lot of netherworld stuff. For example, a certain kind of demonic creature didn't have a head, and its weakness was just a small glowing spot on its body. In the place of a normal player, it was impossible to hit the weak point, but with the passive effect of Graceful Deliverance, hitting that glowing dot is not difficult. This was because the system would automatically correct it so that the player's attack would be closer to the target's weak point. Weakness to hit correction plus 100% was equivalent to doubling the opponent's weak spot. As for the active effect of this Graceful Deliverance, it's even more outrageous, directly allowing the next attack to cause a throat-slitting effect, equivalent to a 3-second bleed. For example, after Qin Feng turned on Slit Throat, he slashed a random person and dealt 300 points of damage. The effect of Cut Throat would then cause the opponent to receive 300 points of additional damage per second for the next 3 seconds. In total, that's 300 by 4, equaling 1,200 points of damage. Simply put, the Cut Throat effect of Graceful Deliverance was to triple the damage next time, except that it took 3 seconds to fully hit. If it's a skill like Instant Shadow Slash, where all 9 slashes are considered as one attack, the damage of slitting throat would be stacked and counted. This one epic skill has increased my instant burst by several times. And, with this initial epic level skill, I can spend 10 evolution points and just evolve to legendary level. On Qin Feng's body right now, there were still only 3 evolution points. This was because within this underground labyrinth, there was not a single demonic creature, much to his surprise and disappointment. After all, within the previous labyrinths, all sorts of devout believers and fanatical believers were powerful magical creatures that blocked players from exploring. As for what was going on with this Temple of Faith, Qin Feng had no idea. Mostly, it's related to my Eye of Judgment. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. It was useless to think too much about this kind of thing. If he saw that mysterious white-robed woman from just now next time, Qin Feng would definitely try to communicate with the other party. I missed it this time, but that's okay. The Assassin Divine Skill Graceful Deliverance had arrived, making Qin Feng's damage even more terrifying. Now that he had encountered a level 5 gold-ranked golden ghost ship again, I was afraid that an instant shadow chop would kill him in seconds. A few minutes later, Qin Feng stood on the circular stone disc in the middle of the Starlight Great Hall and was brought up by the circular stone disc, rising 500 or 600 meters before finally returning to the ground. After that circular stone disc brought him up, it directly turned into a layer of black scorched earth, as if it had never appeared. It's been so long. Wang Mang and the others should be online? Qin Feng mainly had backpack compartments on him that were almost full, so before setting out to practice, he had to sell everything on his body. And when he contacted Lin Liu, he unexpectedly learned a message. Qin Xiaoyu? Qin Feng frowned. Chapter 33 Truly, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng was truly surprised that Qin Xiaoyu would come to the Divine Abandoned Land right at this moment, and she had even come to Shell Town and joined Wang Mang's squad. Qin Feng understood Qin Xiaoyu's thoughts almost instantly. Wanting to come to find Dark Shadow and climb up the ladder? If not for that purpose, what's the point of coming to Shell Town? However, she can tell that I'm connected to Lin Liu, and is still a little clever. Qin Feng laughed coldly. In his previous life, he had spent time with Qin Xiaoyu, so he naturally knew what this sister of his was thinking. In the Divine Abandonment game, in the early days before Qin Feng had risen, Qin Xiaoyu had been trying to find other strong teams to join, but they were all stopped by Qin Feng. Luckily, Qin Feng quickly rose to prominence in the godforsaken game. Qin Xiaoyu obediently followed Qin Feng after that. It seems that in this life, the timeline has changed a bit. Qin Feng was a bit surprised, but quickly calmed down. Since Qin Xiaoyu was on Wang Mang's team, there was no need to sell the priest equipment to them. Even if it was a coincidence, there was no way Qin Feng would give Qin Xiaoyu any advantage. It was even more unlikely that he would show any signs of recognizing her. After all, there were too many people who were staring at the name Shadow right now. I haven't extracted the ability to reality yet. If I let people know my reality identity, there will be a lot of trouble, even enough to be fatal. However, as long as I reach level 10, I'll at least be able to extract the stealth skill. That way I'll have some self-protection ability in reality as well. Even just a pistol was enough to take Qin Feng's life. Therefore, exposing it now would be looking for death. However, Qin Feng was not far from level 10, and soon, he would be able to extract his transcendent ability and descend into reality. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. When he finished exploring that temple of faith, the time of Daxia had come to the afternoon. In Jianghai City alone, there were a total of hundreds of initial towns activated. That is, hundreds of thousands of people had entered the godforsaken game. Qin Feng was never expecting so many people within the Shell Town. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with people. And when Qin Feng's cool figure in the Ghostfire leather armor appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone within the town. Dark Shadow, Brother Shadow, can we add a friend? Your Dark Shadow? I'm the chairman of Jianghai City's running group, and I intend to invite you to join our group. Big Brother Shadow, are you still short of little brothers? I can shout 6666. Big Brother, this is my sister. She is your hardcore fan. No other meaning, just want to get to know you. With a single instantaneous shadow chop, Qin Feng flashed across a distance of 30 meters and entered a stealthy state that no one could detect. He first got rid of the people who had gathered over to look for him. Then he made an appointment with Lin Liu for a more secluded place before rushing over. Wang Mang and Lin Liu's team of several people were all behind a ruined house, waiting for Qin Feng. Behind them was Qin Xiaoyu. This young girl was very expectant and nervous, squeezing her right hand with her left hand for a while, and squeezing her left hand with her right hand for a while, constantly looking around. Qin Feng appeared in front of Lin Liu. His eyes swept over Qin Xiaoyu with the eyes of a complete stranger. He also did not speak. Straight away, he pulled out a bunch of things from his backpack. He first added Wang Mang's friend and then chatted privately. This is a gold-level warrior equipment with good attributes. Price 300 days of life expectancy. I'll sell you 280 days. This is Archer's gold-level skill. The skill isn't really good. Price 550 days lifespan. I'll sell you 520 days. This is. Qin Feng threw all the equipment that he had left behind earlier to Wang Mang and marked the prices one by one. These prices were all very reasonable. Big Brother, right now I only have a total of 925 days of lifespan on me. Wang Mang smiled bitterly and said, I can't afford to buy so many. It's fine. Oh it. Qin Feng said casually. All of these things, all added up to 200 days of life expectancy, and with the official financial strength, they would be able to pay it back soon. Wang Mang thought about it and nodded his head in agreement. Alright, thanks for believing in me, Big Brother. He first traded the 900 days of life to Qin Feng and took the equipment and skill books away, thanking him again and again. With these equipment and skills, their team's monster brushing speed would be taken to the next level, and they would even be able to figure out how to deal with silver bosses. Crap, Shadow Big Brother is bull. Wow. I can actually use gold equipment this early? This gold level skill, it's too good, isn't it? My output has instantly increased by more than 3 times, and Big Brother also allows us to take credit. This is trust us. Oh. Wang Mang and the others were shocked and marveled, but soon, they found a problem. How come there's no priest stuff? These words caused Qin Xiaoyu, who was waiting to be fed on the side, to freeze. No priest stuff? In response, Qin Feng didn't react at all. He silently turned invisible. The figure disappeared from in front of the crowd. In fact, it wasn't that Qin Feng didn't have priest stuff. In his backpack, there was also a gold-grade priest scepter and even a gold-grade skill book for priests. However, how could Qin Feng let such precious things go cheaply to Qin Xiaoyu? Not only would Qin Feng not give her things, He even planned to find another priest to force his way into Wang Meng's team, so that they could kick Qin Xiaoyu's ass. After all, Qin Feng subsequently planned to save time by selling a large number of equipment and skill books that he couldn't use through this official channel, to let Qin Xiaoyu keep mixing with this team. Sooner or later, it would affect his cooperation with the officials. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng received a system prompt. Player Xiao Yuya has applied to add you as a friend. Verification message, hello big brother, I'm a priest on Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng frowned. So polite to outsiders. In front of me, it's never an impatient look. So true. Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng ignored her at all. Didn't agree, but didn't reject either. This was because there were too many players on Qin Feng's friend request list. Treating Qin Xiaoyu like a stranger. Just ignore the same. Among a bunch of players' names. Picking her specifically to reject a friend. How big of a face does she have? At this moment, Qin Feng had already arrived at the town square. He was ready to teleport to Flame Town. Song Fei's initial town was Flame Town. This guy was still in the next city for a concert yesterday, but after the concert ended, he came to Jianghai City and found 2 girls to play with for the night. When the Divine Abandonment game descended, this Song Fei was directly zoned to the initial town of the Jianghai City region, Flux Flame Town. Since the town teleportation has been opened, you Song Fei must not be killed a few times first? Qin Feng indifferently smiled. In his previous life, even though it was Qin Xiaoyu who gave him the water of soul wandering to drink, the culprit was still Song Fei. Qin Xiaoyu being stupid was one thing. This Song Fei was the person Qin Feng was truly bound to kill, and to take out the other party in reality. You have to kill the other party in the game first, to kill fear, to kill back. Otherwise, if you're online all the time, the other party is in an invincible state in reality, and the game is in the safe zone. Qin Feng can't kill the other party even if he's strong. Chapter 34 Fluorescent Flame Town, Song Fei's sister fans. Anyway, to Qin Feng, it was the same wherever he brushed the monsters. After arriving at Flux Flame Town, taking out Song Fei a few times in passing could be said to be a 2-for-1 move, although it was not possible to completely finish off that guy. However, it was possible to kill the other party offline first, thus finding a chance to get rid of him completely. Also, remember that Xiao Shui is also from Fluorescent Flame Town. We can see if we can meet her. Gui Shui, codenamed Lower Snowy Sky, was one of the administrations of Qin Feng's previous life's god beheading guild. Occupation White Bird Magus. White Bird Magus was a very strong priest hidden profession. Bringing with him a white bird, he could assist in healing and enchanting gain statuses. Although Qin Xiaoyu was also a hidden profession life sacrifice, this pampered young lady wasn't much of a fighter at all. In her last life, Qin Xiaoyu had always just been behind Qin Feng, responsible for healing and adding status to him. There was always Qin Feng protecting her, but Gui Shui was a powerful existence that had once soloed an epic boss. She was Qin Feng's left arm and right arm. If you meet her, pull her into Wang Meng's team. If Gui Shui were to enter the team, the one who would be squeezed out would naturally be the position of Qin Xiaoyu, who was also of the priest lineage. Qin Feng did not want any variables to appear during his development. Qin Xiaoyu was that variable. In short, Qin Feng didn't care what happened to her, as long as she didn't appear in front of him. In addition, making this request would also allow him to see Wang Meng's reaction. In this life, Qin Feng had developed too quickly and wasn't very clear about the current official attitude, so this time, he could also observe it in passing. Fluorescent Flame Town. This was an initial town within the Jianghai City region. Qin Feng stealthily and used up today's free teleportation times, and silently arrived at this town. Compared to the bustling Shell Town, the Flame Town was much cooler. Inside the town, although there were many players coming and going, it wasn't crowded. There were some players yelling and setting up stalls in the square. There were also players who flashed white light and appeared in the middle of the square. And these resurrected players, naturally, didn't look too good. Qin Feng strolled around within the town. He didn't see Song Fei, nor did he see Gui Shui. Just then, he heard a few freshly resurrected players chatting. Hurry up and go. Don't get picked off. That silver level boss has less than half a blood left. Shit. Song Fei that GN raised. Pulling so many sisters together. Who the hell can rob him? I really don't know. How can a small star have so many brainwashed fans? I'm not convinced. I have to kill that little white boy today. These few players spoke with righteous indignation while walking towards the outside of the town. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Oh, there's a clue. So Song Fei is out there fighting a silver boss, and brought a bunch of sister brainwashed fans with him? The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. It could be imagined that if there was no dark shadow appearance, if Qin Xiaoyu had also descended on Flux Flame Town, she would probably be one of that group of sister brainwashed fans as well. Song Fei. This person was not a hidden profession. but rather a very flirty manual selection of the mage profession. With a bunch of sister fans, he rose quickly in the early stages, but he lacked potential in the middle stages, not to mention the later stages. In the end, I don't know where I learned that Qin Feng, who is one of the top 100 in the world, and his sister Qin Xiaoyu used to be his fans. In any case, in this life, Qin Feng wouldn't let Song Fei live quickly. First, he would kill him offline. Then, after extracting his abilities to reality, he would directly launch an assassination on him. At this moment, Qin Feng followed the few righteously angry players and left the town area. He maintained his invisibility, and every time his invisibility was about to end, he found a hidden place and renewed his invisibility. After leaving the town, he first entered a dark forest. Then it came to a gloomy valley. This is the level 5 demonic creature refreshment area, the Wailing Valley. The magical creatures here should be incendiaries and shacklers. The Incinerator was a long-range attacking magic creature with high fire elemental attacks. However, the attack method was rather single. It would just throw fireballs. As for the shackler, it was a melee physical attack demonic creature, with its hands and feet shackled, only relying on its mouth to tear. Regardless of the type of demon, the facial features were extremely bizarre. The more timid players would even be scared to tears, not daring to face these demons at all. Soon, when Qin Feng entered that gloomy valley, he heard the shouts and curses of many players. Interspersed with them were the shouts and curses of many women, all sounding quite young, but cursing one more ferocious than the other. Qin Feng quietly advanced. Soon after, he saw that in the middle of the valley ahead, there was a two-headed incinerator that was more than 3 meters tall and was spewing blood-red flames in all directions. The two-headed incinerator was a silver-class boss. Its 3-meter-tall body was burning with blood-red flames, both heads were without eyes, and its mouth was split open, revealing an extremely crazy smile. It had 4 arms with flames bursting out of them, capable of attacking 4 targets at the same time. In the field, there were quite a few players who were surrounding the boss to launch attacks. Even the players were attacking each other. In the crowd, surrounded by many of his sister's fans, was Song Fei, who was wearing a black robe and holding a staff with a flirty face. His divine abandonment game code name was Reverse Heavenly Dharma God. Very middle-aged in too, but many sister fans, all of them went crazy because of it. Only to see that around Song Fei, there were quite a few players who wanted to attack him, but they were all blocked by the sisters around him. Those sister fans, each and every one of them looked at death as if they were at home. Even if they sacrificed their lives, they wanted to protect their brother Seinfeld. In the field, quite a few players' corpses had been left behind. There were those of the sisters and those who wanted to attack Song Fei. Song Fei, on the other hand, was with the other 5 sisters of his team, attacking that silver-level boss, the two-headed incinerator. That's right, Song Fei's team. Even the 6 people including him were all mages. What? Tanks? Priests? Sorry, he didn't need one. The sisters surrounding him are purely natural human walls. As for the priests, he wouldn't even be harmed. What priest do you need? After entering the godforsaken game, Song Fei only needed to do one thing, and that was to cast skills, kill monsters, and harvest experience and lifespan. Although in the process, there were many sisters who died blocking damage for him. But what did that have to do with him? Chapter 35 Song Fei, I died? Song Fei was actually puzzled. It wasn't too late for him to enter the godforsaken game. After all, he had played with his 2 younger sisters all night, just in time to fall asleep together in the morning after breakfast. Moreover, he had so many sisters to help him in Flux Flame Town. Originally, he felt that he must have counted as a fast upgrader, but he didn't expect that the Shadow in Shell Town. The upgrade speed actually finished him off, and he had also killed the gold level boss for the first time. That guy must have killed the gold boss with a bug, right? This silver level boss is so hard to kill. How can someone single brush a gold boss? However, overall, Song Fei was still very cool. With dozens of sisters escorting him, he could be said to be like a fish out of water in the godforsaken game. Although he was only an ordinary mage profession, Song Fei still rose to level 6 at an extremely fast speed. In Fluorescent Flame Town, he was the one who lit up the teleportation array. As long as I finish off this silver boss, I'll be able to rise to level 7. So the Shadow in Shell Town, it says it's been stopped at level 9 for a long time? Let me surpass him with a bang and become the number 1 person in the godforsaken game. With such thoughts in mind, Song Fei wanted to take down the two-headed incinerator in front of him no matter what. He brought along dozens of his sisters and surrounded the boss together. As for the other players around, they were also the targets of their hunt. As this situation went on, it was already a nail in the coffin for Song Fei to take down that silver-level boss. However, just when that two-headed incinerator only had a third of its blood left, a sudden change occurred. only to see a figure wearing cold leather armor instantly appear beside Song Fei, who was being protected by his sisters. The figure only appeared for an instant before disappearing from the scene. Immediately afterward, 9 slashes of light blossomed from Song Fei and several of his surrounding sisters. -1995, -2052, -2009. Song Fei only saw a cloud of damage numbers float up before his eyes, followed by a blackness in his vision. You have been killed by Shadow. You have lost 1,106 days of lifespan, tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of lifespan, non-tradable. A system alert came, leaving Song Fei confused. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was back in the square of Flux Flame Town. I died? Song Fei's face was unbelievable. Seeing that the silver level boss still had 1/3 of its blood left and victory was imminent, but there was suddenly a shadowy figure that killed it? Impossible. How could the shadow come to our Flux Flame Town? There are so many initial towns in the Jianghai City area, but he came to me? He even met up with me and robbed my boss? Song Fei's greasy and feminine face revealed a constipated look. Right behind him, there were the 5 mage sisters of his team, who had also been killed back together. All of them were now in a daze as well. Ah, I died? How? How did brother die too? It's the shadow. But why did the shadow want to kill us and brother? It must be because he wanted to rob the silver level boss. Too bad. Actually playing sneak attack while brother wasn't paying attention. How despicable. Steamed shrimp head. Brother Song Fei, do we have to go back and take revenge now? I don't think so. The other sisters will avenge brother's death. The 5 sisters discussed while looking at Song Fei with love. Song Fei flirtatiously tossed his hair, a confident smile on his face. The assassin's stealthy sneak attack is indeed powerful, but once he shows up, he'll be a living target for us. Just watch. He'll soon be killed back by our people. The words were said so, but soon, he realized that the situation was a bit not quite right, because there were more and more players resurrected in the square, and most of these resurrected players were surprisingly the group of sisters around him. As more and more sisters were resurrected, Song Fei was a bit messed up. How is it possible? You've all been killed? This isn't scientific. It's even if that shadow sneak attacked once, but he still managed to let him slaughter you guys like pigs? Song Fei's face became ugly. The sisters who had resurrected over in the back were all in tears, chattering away. Brother Song Fei, I'm sorry. It's us who are too useless, but that shadow is too fast. My attacks couldn't hit him at all. Aha, and he seems to have the ability to dodge. Many of our attacks clearly hit, but it prompts us that the attack was dodged. It's useless even if the attacks hit. My ice pick spell hit shadow, but it only did 2 points of damage. The situation was getting worse and worse. Even soon there wasn't a single member of Song Fei's sister group around that silver level boss 2-headed incinerator anymore. All of Song Fei's people had been killed back in the town by Qin Feng, within the Wailing Valley. After sneak attacking and killing Song Fei in seconds, Qin Feng didn't leave, but instead slaughtered those sister brainwashed fans of the other party in situ, killing them one by one and making them cry. Of course, these sisters have one thing they are very good at. That was the mouthful. They cursed madly and berated Shadow, but they could only get by with their mouths. With their strength, they basically couldn't even touch Qin Feng. Even if they barely touched it, Qin Feng still had a 75% evasion probability and was immune to damage. The most important thing was, the defense of the gold-grade Ghostfire leather armor was simply not something they could currently hit. Under the siege of dozens of sisters, Qin Feng was like nobody's business, and in just a minute or two, he slaughtered them all. There are still some casual players around, who had joined forces and were competing with Song Fei. These casual players were all dumbfounded at this time. It was important to realize that there were a total of 10 to 20 people in this team of loose players. But in the process of fighting against Song Fei, they were taken out quite a lot, and some were even taken out 2 or 3 times. So they deeply knew how terrifying, crazy, and desperate these sister groups that Song Fei had brought with him were. But, now there was even an assassin who appeared and killed Crazy on the spot. Those sisters, one by one, could only be impotent and furious, and be slaughtered like little Cohen in the sound of stubborn insults. I go, this is also too fierce, right? Who is this assassin? It can't be Shadow, right? It must be the big guy who killed the world's first gold level boss. Who else would it be? I think so too. But why would the Shadow come to our Flux Flame Town? Everyone back off and give the boss to the big guy. The casual players were very discerning, and they retreated towards the back of the valley with feelings of adoration and admiration. Soon, only Qin Feng was left next to that boss. Facing this situation, Qin Feng made a sneak shadow and entered a stealthy state. And just when the crowd thought that he was going to leave quietly, a fierce poison dart was slammed, instantly hitting on one of the heads of that 2-headed incinerator. The surrounding crowd were shocked by the picture appeared. Between that a fierce poison dart shot out, hit the boss head, the boss head of the blood bar. Even instantly clear. Chapter 36. There are anti-hiding. There are field control. I'm still afraid of what assassin. For a while, the more than 10 casuals who retreated to the side looked dumbfounded. What the hell? A dart? Put the boss seconds? The boss is only left with 1/3 blood. Seconds is normal, right? Do you want to hear what the hell you're talking about? Even 1/3 of a silver boss's blood is still several thousand. So it's normal for it to take a second? Is this Shadow Big Brother? Originally, I thought the big guy was relying on a bug to brush the gold boss, but now it seems that this really isn't it. This damage. Simply bunker. We a skill damage dozens. People a skill thousands. Is our 100 times? Are we playing the same game? Using the king's value to play the league, right? People were all shocked, and each of them stared blankly at the two-headed incinerator. Its bloodstain emptied and it fell to the ground with a loud bang. The corpse of the two-headed incinerator burned with blood-red flames, leaving scorched black traces on the valley floor. Xinfeng's figure appeared beside the boss corpse. He was playing with the platinum-grade ghost ship twin blades in his hands, looking at the dozen or so casuals like prey. Go, hurry up. Damn it, Big Brother won't want to kill us, right? Don't even look at it. It's killing us. Go go go. People were instantly chilled. More than 10 people instantly left the Wailing Valley and disappeared into the woods, fleeing faster than flying. There's no way. This god abandonment game. Death drops life expectancy. They didn't dare to gamble. Although the shadow appeared and took out Song Fei and the others, it didn't mean that the Shadow Big Brother would be on the same side as them. From the situation just now, it was clear that if the Dark Shadow wanted to kill them, it would be just as easy as slaughtering a dog. How would they dare not run? Watching the group flee, Xinfeng was in no hurry. He directly used the active effect of the Ghostfire Bell once. Frightened soul. Jingle bell. The sound of the bell spread eerily, capable of immobilizing all enemies within a range of 100 meters around them. If there were targets in stealth status, they would be immobilized and then remove their stealth status. Luckily, the bell spread and there was no one around anymore. Xinfeng turned around and raised his hand towards the corpse of the two-headed incinerator to release greedy hands. Immediately, 3 additional rewards burst out from the corpse of this silver-ranked boss, shining with silver light and even a light golden glow. Xinfeng unhurriedly picked up all the items. Now that I'm in this backpack compartment, fighting a boss can take up most of it. Still have to level up to 10 and leave the initial town to free it up. Xinfeng shook his head. The experience value needed to level up from 9 to 10 was still quite a lot, and after finishing off the silver level boss, he hadn't reached level 10, but was still a third short of it. If only the Hand of Greed could make the experience give a few extra shares as well. Xinfeng couldn't help but think. But then, the effect of the Hand of Greed could be too exaggerated. Of course, the most crucial gain this time was still the 16 evolution points. Xinfeng opened the skill interface and directly evolved Graceful Deliverance once. You have consumed 10 evolution points, with 9 points remaining. Graceful Deliverance, Epic Legendary Passive Effect, Weakness Attack Modifier plus 100% 200%. Weakness Attack Multiplier doubled. Active use, causes one's next attack to inflict a cutthroat effect, dealing 100% 150% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 30, 22, 2 seconds 25, 18, 5 seconds. The weakness hit modifier was increased by another 100% to 200%. It was equivalent to making the target's weakness twice as large. All enemies are big heads in front of me now. If it's enlarged even more, my instantaneous Shadow Slash will be able to eat weakness damage. Xinfeng sucked in a breath of cool air. The weakness attack multiplier hadn't been increased, but the damage of Slash Throat had been increased drastically, and the cooldown had been reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. Originally, it was an additional 3x damage. Now it became an additional 5x damage. It's really possible to second a gold level boss. Xinfeng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It was worthy of being an assassin god skill. This skill directly allowed him to reach another level of damage. An initial epic level skill is just awesome. For 10 evolution points, it can evolve to legendary level. But, going from legendary to mythic level actually requires consuming 100 times the amount of evolution points? Originally, to evolve a skill for the second time, it takes 2 evolution points, but from legendary to mythic, it directly requires 200 points. Xinfeng smacked his lips. It had to be said that this evolution points were really not enough in any amount. If we follow this rule, the epic greedy hand, evolving requires 210 evolution points, and by the time it's legendary, it'll require 400 points to evolve? Xinfeng had the feeling that he had a long way to go, but fortunately, now that the Hand of Greed was there, just waiting to leave the initial town, a few hundred evolution points were still relatively easy to brush up on. Qin Feng looked and still had 9 evolution points on him. So he consumed another 8 points and evolved the backstroke enhancement once. You have consumed 8 evolution points, with 1 point remaining. Initial skill, backstroke enhancement, gold platinum. Passive effect, when launching an attack from behind the target, damage is increased by 30% 40%. After that was done, Qin Feng then collected all the white lifespan light orbs in the field. In total, more than 400 days of tradable lifespans had been obtained, plus the boss actually had several decades of non-tradable lifespan on it. Done. Back to the house. Qin Feng finished cleaning up the battlefield, entered stealth once again, and left the Wailing Valley. It was also at this time, Song Fei, who had been killed back in the town square, naturally couldn't swallow his breath. Soon after, the sister of one of his men, who was an archer profession and had learned a skill, Eagle Eye. This sister came to Song Fei and said with great anticipation, "Brother Song Fei, my Eagle Eye skill can detect stealth." Another sister held a staff and volunteered, "Brother Song Fei, I've learned the ranged control skill, ice, wind and snow. Even if it's that shadow, there's no way he can escape." Song Fei laughed out loud. "Alright, let's go. Let's go finish off the shadow." There was the anti-cloaking skill. There were ranged control skills. What assassin was he afraid of? There were so many of them. First detecting them, then controlling them, and one person throwing a skill would be able to smash the other party to death. Immediately, there were a few sisters on the sidelines, spitting out, "That shadow," playing sneak attack on the basis of being an assassin. Not speaking of martial virtues, daring to make a move against his brother. He must be made to pay for it. That's right. Later on, let's control Shadow and let brother kill Shadow, so that he knows what happens when he messes with our brother. These sisters, one mouthful of brother. If Qin Feng heard it, he was afraid that he would spit it out. For a while, Song Fei led his many sisters and once again headed towards the Wailing Valley. Chapter 37 Death Notice. Song Fei doubted life. Song Fei brought his troop of sisters with him, and his party was vast and loud. Many of the surrounding players saw this battle and stayed away from them. Holy shit, what does this little star want to go out for again? He, you don't know yet? Just now this one was killed back from outside. Cool. What? This guy has so many sisters protecting him. How can he be killed? The other party is Shadow. What do you think? I'm super. Shadow is awesome, but that Shadow is really dare to provoke this group of people. I see these female brains are not normal. Many players were very shocked when they heard about it. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh when they saw the lineup in Song Fei's team. That Shadow is finished. I see that Song Fei's team has a hunter that can counter stealth. That's right. Before I stealthily tried to sneak attack, I was seen by that female hunter's Eagle Eye. That Shadow stealth is a little brittle assassin if it's useless. And their team's mage. I remember control skills quite a lot of. That Shadow to cool down. Quite a few people had a somewhat pitying look, but they still followed from afar, wanting to see how this good show would actually end up. Song Fei, with his sister group, was now also swelling with self-confidence. There were quite a few players following behind, but he didn't care. Very well. Song Fei sneered inwardly, with so many people witnessing. When I finish off that Shadow, people will know that it's useless to be strong alone, especially an assassin. Crispy little assassin, how can you compare it to my noble master of law? Song Fei was still quite satisfied with his profession, although it was only an ordinary mage, but in his eyes, an ordinary mage was also stronger than any other hidden profession. For example, Shadow. He didn't know that Dark Shadow's profession was Dark Shadow, but it was definitely a hidden profession in the Assassin series. Hidden profession. So what? It will soon become my stepping stone. You first kill the gold boss. I first kill you. That's the food chain. That little sister who knew the Eagle Eye skill felt very honored now that she had come to Song Fei's side. With a proud face, she poked around towards the surroundings. When she had just fought the boss and Song Fei had been killed, her Eagle Eye skill had just ended, and she couldn't get any more mana to release the skill. This made her blame herself. With my mana, I should have been using it to keep Eagle Eyes up all the time. Brother Seinfeld died once. It's all because of me. Woo woo. The younger sister was very self-condemning, but proud of being able to help Song Fei. And now besides Song Fei, she couldn't wait to stick her body on him. But this sister was kind of not very pretty. Song Fei is also not very interested in her. That is, treat her as a tool person. Well, at least the tradable lifespans that people hit are given to him unconditionally. How cool is that? Right at the same time as their group was heading towards the Wailing Valley, Qin Feng, who had returned while maintaining stealth, happened to see the group. So furious, are they trying to go get revenge on me? Qin Feng laughed. He maintained his stealthy state, and due to the +1 stealth level that came with the Shadow profession, it resulted in the fact that at this stage, it was impossible for anyone to see through his stealth. At this moment, Qin Feng had already arrived next to the condescending-faced Song Fei. He didn't directly strike either. Instead, he reached out his hand and tapped Song Fei twice on his shoulder. Who? Song Fei was startled and looked back, but he didn't see anyone's figure. Because this kind of reaching out and tapping on someone's shoulder by Qin Feng didn't count as launching an attack. It wouldn't allow him to break his invisibility. As soon as Song Fei turned back and didn't see anyone, a ghost-like voice came out of his ears. Notice you. You're going to die. The moment this man's voice came out, Song Fei immediately reacted. It was Shadow. Protect me. Song Fei was scared out of his wits. However, before the others around him could react, Qin Feng's figure flashed through the field, followed by the blade light of the instantaneous shadow slash, which blossomed on the bodies of Song Fei and the few sisters next to him. -2218, -2275, -2197. As soon as Qin Feng struck, he once again instantly secured Song Fei. Although Song Fei had applied a magic shield to himself in time, that magic shield only had a damage tolerance of 3 to 500 points and was instantly shattered by Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow-chopping blade light. Not only that, Song Fei also keenly realized that compared to the last time he was next to a silver-level boss, Qin Feng's damage had actually become higher again. Crap! Song Fei opened his eyes again and had returned to the town square again. He was a bit confused. The entire person was as green as if he was constipated. Dying twice in a row had left him with only 500 days left out of the 2,000 days or so of tradable lifespan he had saved up until now. All of this was still saved for him by his sisters. And all of it exploded. It must have been cheap for Shadow. How is this possible? Didn't you turn on Eagle Eye? You didn't see him approaching? Song Fei's eyes widened as he looked at the archer girl who had been revived together by his side. That girl was also dumbfounded. She panicked and said, I did turn on Eagle Eyes, but there was no one in my field of vision at all. I'd been looking back and forth, and I don't even see anyone's shadow. This sister was now scared and hard. The hard part was that she had missed. Although she didn't know exactly what went wrong, she had once again killed her beloved brother Song Fei. And the fear was that, having made another mistake, would she be driven away by brother Song Fei? However, Song Fei didn't complain about this sister. After all, for this person to be red hot, she must be something, and in terms of treating her fans, she certainly wouldn't beat and scold them at every turn. He began to look for the reason. Why can't even Eagle Eye see Shadow? He couldn't help but ask in the team channel. Soon, a sister in the team who had been randomized to the assassin profession weekly said, I see that my attribute panel has a stealth level statement. Could it be that Shadow's stealth level is higher? This made that archer's sister immediately nod her head and say, aha, I have it here too. My Eagle Eye skill, with an anti-stealth level of 1, can only see a level 1 stealth target. If the opponent is a level 2 or higher stealth level, I won't be able to see it. This broke the case. Song Fei knew that he had provoked a terrifying existence with a level 2 stealth level. This made his scalp a bit numb. This person comes without a shadow and goes without a trace. If he wants to kill me, how can I defend myself here? Song Fei was emboldened. Originally, he was still thinking of confronting the Dark Shadow. But now, when he learned that the Dark Shadow possessed a more advanced level of stealth, he didn't have any heart to deal with the Dark Shadow at all. Because, there was no way to catch the other party. The moment the other party appeared, he had to die. Even the Shadow had the time to tap him on the shoulder and give him a death notice. This sense of oppression, directly pulled full circle. Chapter 38, White Bird Megas, Gui Shue. Qin Feng once again finished off Song Fei. There's quite a lot of lifespan on this bastard. Qin Feng did some math. The first time he finished off Song Fei, he got more than 1,000 days of lifespan. The second time he finished him off, he got more than 500 days of lifespan. That is to say, this fellow originally had more than 2,000 days of lifespan on him. But how come these sisters around don't have any lifespan at all? Is this a case of having a bit of lifespan and giving it all to Song Fei? Qin Feng was a bit speechless. These women, they shouldn't think that this godforsaken game was really just a game, right? Of course, even if this lifespan was real, Qin Feng was skeptical that these sisters were afraid that they would still give all their lifespans to Song Fei. If it wasn't for their own non-tradable lifespans that they couldn't give, they were afraid that they would even give their own lifespans. Brainwashed fans are terrifying. Qin Feng shook his head, looking at the lifespan light orbs all over the ground. These all only had non-tradable lifespans left, adding up to a few hundred years. It was a pity that he couldn't pick them up, and they could only be cheap for the demons around him. Soon, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he didn't see Song Fei's figure. Even those sister groups were nowhere to be seen. Did they run away to another town, or did they go offline? Soon after, he stealthily poked around the town and learned that Song Fei had taken his sisters to other directions of the town to practice leveling. Although I know the direction they left, I don't know where their destination is. Qin Feng felt a bit troubled. In this situation, even with his speed, it wasn't easy to find Song Fei in the middle of nowhere. But just then, he saw a familiar figure. It was a young girl dressed in a white priest's robe. The young girl was sidling past Qin Feng, a white owl-like bird squatting on her shoulder. The young girl was none other than Gu Yixue. That is, in his previous life, Qin Feng had created the Divine Beheading Guild, one of the core management. Regarding Gu Yixue, Qin Feng had long been incomparably familiar with her. However, in this life, the other party obviously didn't recognize him yet. White Bird Magus, on the contrary, possesses a wide-range detection ability. Let her help and forget about it. And by the way, get to know each other in this life. After a brief thought, Qin Feng appeared in front of Gu Yixue. Her godforsaken game codename was called Snowy Day. Qin Feng stopped in front of her. Beauty, a favor? Gu Yixue had fair skin and pure looks, especially those eyes, which were clear and transparent, giving people a feeling of pure desire, while her figure, on the other hand, was shrouded in white priestly robes and could not be seen truly at the moment. Ah, you are Shadow? Upon seeing the man in front of her clearly, Gu Yixue's small mouth opened slightly with a surprised look on her face. Then Qin Feng remembered that he seemed to be too famous in this life. The name Dark Shadow was now familiar to countless players around the world. So, it wouldn't be right to say that Gu Yixue didn't know him now. At least she could recognize him at a glance yet. Right. Qin Feng nodded his head and didn't nag her, saying bluntly, I've heard that in your profession, you can search for targets over a wide range. Find me where Song Fei is, and as a reward, this gold-grade staff will be sold to you cheaply. Qin Feng said as he displayed a gold-grade priest staff that was dropped by the previous gold ghost ship boss. This gold priest staff was originally intended to be sold to Wang Mang with a brain. As a result, the priest of Wang Mang's team became Qin Xiaoyu. Then it was naturally impossible for Qin Feng to give the item to her. It was just right to give it to Gu Yixue now. Ah, this. Gu Yixue's eyes lit up when she saw the gold-grade priest staff in front of her. It can. And no. Where did you hear that I can do a wide-range search? I didn't tell anyone about it, ah? Qin Feng shook his head. Don't worry about that. Do you want this gold-level weapon? Gu Yixue nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, but I probably can't afford it. Qin Feng, not even for 500 days? The original price is at least 700 or 800. Gu Yixue cocked her head. Oh, that just happens to be there. Then, deal? Qin Feng, deal. Then find me the location of Song Fei. Gu Yixue hemmed and hawed, clicked on the trading interface, and put up her entire 500-day lifespan. She, a cleric profession. Although it was a hidden profession, the difficulty of soloing all the time wasn't low. The good thing is, her personal operation and game understanding pulls full weight. This is also the reason why she can become a core combat member of the God Beheading Guild in the late stage. This girl can definitely not just a supporting profession. Simply put, her milk is toxic. As she held the gold-grade priest staff, she burst into giggles. Errand. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. Oh, the little girl woke up as if from a dream, not half embarrassed at all, and hemmed and hawed. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the stuff and leave without helping you, big brother? Qin Feng laughed. What? You powder Song Fei? Gu Yixue narrowed her eyes. Big brother still knows that I don't fan Song Fei? You're not a friend of mine in reality, are you? But it doesn't sound like you. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. You guess? Gu Yixue shook her head. Too lazy to guess. Go on. She waved her hand and directly made the small white owl resting on her shoulder fly into the sky. One of her eyes, then, turned snow-white, which Qin Feng knew meant that she had switched her perspective to her white bird. The white bird soared in the sky, taking in the entire area of 10 or so kilometers around Flux Flame Town. And with Song Fei bringing so many sisters with him, the target was still very obvious. Soon, Gu Yixue got the coordinates of where the other party was and told Qin Feng the coordinates. After telling the coordinates, Gu Yixue continued, I can't guarantee that they won't move. By the time you go over there, they might have shifted. Qin Feng thought about it and said, add a friend. You continue to keep an eye on them and keep me updated on their location. Gu Yixue, big brother asked me to keep staring. How long do I need to stare? If it's too long She was obviously a bit scared. What if big brother asked her to stare for a day and a night? It'll only take a while. Qin Feng didn't bother to explain to her. Threw out a friend request, turned around and walked towards the outside of the town, where Song Fei and the others were, and instantly entered a stealthy state. Only then did Gu Yixue put her heart down. Just for a while whatever then. Gu Yixue had a happy feeling just looking at the weapon in her hand. He giggled a bit, agreed to Qin Feng's friend request, and then proceeded to switch to the white bird perspective. staring at Song Fei and the others outside. Song Fei and the others were, indeed, moving all the time. He had brought his sister group with him, and they were walking together along the edge of a barren river, advancing along the edge of the river. Many of the demonic creatures along the way were easily taken out by them, as if they were destroying them. I don't have any enmity with that shadow, since it robbed me of a silver-level boss and killed me twice. It's almost enough, right? It's not as bad as chasing me all the way over here, right? Song Fei felt that he didn't have any grudges against the shadow. It really wasn't that bad. Chapter 39, Emerald Grade Skill, Blossom Curse. Song Fei's good day had come? Song Fei was over here, leading his sister's fan club all the way along the riverbank to clear the demons. Many of the demons wanted to run when they saw so many people, but Song Fei and his sisters under him all added a lot of agility. Very fast, a swarm rushed up. Those demons could not even escape in time. They were killed in droves. Song Fei's side was brushing cool. However, he didn't realize that the shadow was heading towards his location. Rapidly coming, Qin Feng ran towards the river where Song Fei was based on Guishue's guidance. Along the way, when he saw any demons, he casually struck out to resolve them. However, these demons weren't of a high level, so Qin Feng didn't gain much experience. Just as he arrived in front of a large tree, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Where did you get to, big brother? At this moment, Guishue suddenly asked in a private chat. She had been staring at Song Fei, but couldn't see Qin Feng's position. After all, Qin Feng had been in stealth. Take a look. Are there any other big trees like this nearby? Qin Feng appeared out and pointed at the large tree in front of him. Guishue, huh? The girl was a bit confused. Wasn't she looking for Song Fei? How come you're looking for the big tree again? Of course, it wasn't difficult for her. About 20 seconds later, she transmitted the news. The other two similar big trees nearby were within 100 meters from Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around near these three large trees, then found some special symbols on the trunks of the large trees. Guishue was curious. What is this symbol? Qin Feng, guess? Qin Feng stretched out his hand and traced a circle on the symbol of one of the trees. Then he walked over to the other two large trees and similarly searched for two different symbols and reached out to trace them. As his fingers traced over those special symbols lit up. When the trunks of the three large trees all lit up with different symbols, only to see an emerald-colored treasure chest faintly appear in the middle of the three large trees. Guishue's eyes glowed. Wow! Qin Feng ignored her and came in front of the emerald-colored treasure chest's virtual shadow, waiting for it to completely solidify. I didn't expect to be able to encounter the ancient god bestowing blessings right here in the novice village. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Ancient god bestowing blessings could potentially appear in any location in the god's forsaken lands. It was basically some weird symbols, just like right now. The types of symbols on the three large trees added up to 30 to 40, and the combination of lighting up different symbols on each of the large trees had different effects. There were those that would summon an evil demonic boss, and there were also those that would summon a bunch of demonic minions. There are also treasure chests and even some unique rewards. As for how the symbols were combined, for new players at this stage, they were completely in the figuring out stage. However, Qin Feng was a reborn person. Between the 9 years of his last life, he had encountered too many ancient gods bestowing blessings. Moreover, there were quite a few other laws summarized by people on the internet forums in his last life. So now, Qin Feng directly combined a best reward, the Emerald Grade Treasure Chest. If one were to rely on luck and combine the rewards of an Emerald Grade Treasure Chest, the probability would be less than 1 in 1,000. Open. When the Emerald Grade Treasure Chest in front of him solidified, Qin Feng directly reached out to open it. This scene caused Guishue, who was condescendingly overlooking the scene, to have a pair of eyes redden. Emerald Grade Treasure Chest. Big brother is also too powerful. This one treasure chest, it must have at least 1,000 heavenly lifespans, right? Isn't that tens of millions of RMB? Now that this is the case, there are already a lot of people in the outside world acquiring lifespans, and according to Qin Feng's memories, the first day's tradable lifespans, the ratio is usually at 110, 000 to 20, 000. That is, a day of tradable lifespans could be sold for 10, 000 to 20, 000 cash. But this price was the price at the very beginning. On the second day it was 150, 000 or more. The latter is more and more expensive, until the global country's cash are completely lost purchasing power. This is why the official will be very strong. In the early stages of the godforsaken game, the officials of various countries acquired large quantities of tradable lifespans. To say that cash is used to purchase lifespan, the official unlimited money printing, who could compare? I have to quickly write this down. Guishue's heartbeat accelerated as she stared from the sky at those three trees with a deadly stare. to memorize the appearance of those 3 trees. She planned to use her scouting ability to find more wilderness. However, the ancient god's blessing appeared in a different location each time, and the symbols that appeared each time were also different, with tens of thousands of permutations and combinations. If this were Gu Yixue herself, the emerald treasure chest? Qinfeng did not believe that this girl could have such luck. Can open a gold treasure chest? Has been extremely rare. The probability is still open a bunch of magical creatures. Fight half a day are not much reward the kind of. When Qinfeng opened the emerald treasure chest, he reached out and took it. A system prompt came. You have opened the emerald level treasure chest. You have obtained the emerald great skill book Blossom Curse. The moment he heard the system prompt, Qinfeng was a bit confused. Blossom Curse? What skill is this? Qinfeng hadn't even heard of this skill name in his last 9 years of life. He looked at a skill book he was holding in his hand, which was faintly emitting a faint emerald-colored light, and on the cover was a demonic blood-red flower with some bizarre lines on top of it, which looked like a bizarre smiley face. View skill. Blossom Curse, Emerald Grade General Purpose Skill Book. Using it on the corpse of a player who died within 15 seconds will cause a cursed flower to grow on the enemy's corpse. The cursed flower will continue to suck the target's tradable life until the target's tradable life is 0. No cooldown. Qinfeng sucked in a breath of cool air after reading this skill introduction. This skill is too perverse. Can be used on a player's corpse after killing the player. Continuously sucks the target's tradable lifespan. Of course, Qinfeng knew that the cursed flower that grew out of that corpse must have a blood bar. In other words, the flower could be destroyed by someone. But, wouldn't there be no one who could destroy that flower if Qinfeng just took out everyone around him? Song Fei's good day has come. The corner of Qinfeng's mouth curled up slightly. He directly learned the Blossom Curse, an emerald-ranked skill. Normally, when a player was killed, he would only drop half of the tradable lifespan on his body. But with this skill, Qinfeng could make all the tradable lifespans on the enemy explode every time he killed a player. All he needed to do was guard the enemy's corpse and let the cursed flower absorb all of the opponent's tradable lifespans. One could imagine how many enemies' nightmares this skill would become. Chapter 40, Song Fei breaks defense. Shadow, you're sick, aren't you? If that's the effect, then I do have an impression. In the last life, there was indeed someone who had gotten this skill. It's just that I don't know the name of that skill. So it's called this. Qinfeng once again entered a stealthy state after learning the skill. Over there, Gu Yixue was envious, but she hadn't forgotten her duties, always keeping an eye on Song Fei and the group of sisters. After Qinfeng obtained the Blossoming Curse skill, he continued to run towards the side of the river where Song Fei was. His speed was extremely fast. Running now, 100 meters would only take about 3 seconds. The distance between him and Song Fei became closer and closer and closer. At this moment, Song Fei was dealing with a level 7 bronze boss, Corrosive Demon Claw, by the river. Just as he wanted to strike and give the boss a final blow, suddenly a voice rang in his ears again. Just to inform you, you're going to die. Crap. Song Fei was startled on the spot and jumped up, running forward without looking back. As a result, a fierce poison dart instantly broke through the air and landed on the back of his head. Minus 2115, weakness attack. Since Qinfeng's mighty poison dart skill was only silver ranked right now, the damage appeared to be inferior to the epic ranked instant shadow slash, but it was enough to use against Song Fei. This brittle little mage didn't have more than 1,000 blood in total. Not to mention, Qinfeng's fierce poison dart also had fierce poison sustained damage. Even if Song Fei had 5 times more blood, he wouldn't be able to resist Qinfeng's attack. You're fucking sick, aren't you? Song Fei's eyes went black, and his entire body fell into a somewhat maniacal state. He had actually been wondering just now if that dark shadow would come over to kill him. He felt that, without any grievances or hatred, the other party wouldn't be able to keep staring at him all the time. But now, sure enough, he had been killed by the dark shadow again. This made him feel that this shadow was more or less a big disease. By what right did it just keep staring at him? By virtue of me having more sisters? Jealous of old me? Song Fei's entire being broke down a bit. Now he was finally sure that this shadow was just trying to mess with him. Even this guy will come to our fluorescent flame town just because of me. Song Fei knew that he hadn't offended the dark shadow on the surface, but he knew his charm. All along, with his 2.5 years of practicing, he had already attracted a large number of his sister's fans. It's the woman you licked that's my fan? What the hell does that have to do with me? Song Fei couldn't help but think like this, and instantly became a bit tearful. If it was the original society, he wouldn't be afraid of this kind of thing. After all, Daxia had laws, but in the godforsaken game, Daxia's laws couldn't control anyone at all. After half a day, this shadow is a failed jerk-off who can't chase women and blames me? Song Fei laughed coldly, and immediately looked down on Shadow by a few points. But no matter what he thought, his tradable lifespan, once again dropped by half. Originally 2000 days, dying twice left over 500 days, but this time when he went out, the sisters around him provided him with another 300 days of life over, leaving him with a total of 800 days of tradable lifespan. It was just that. Song Fei quickly realized that there seemed to be a bit of a problem with his tradable lifespan. Originally 860 days. After dying and dropping half of it, there should still be 430 days. But now, how come I have less than 400 days of life expectancy, and it's still decreasing? Song Fei was confused. He watched as his tradable lifespan dropped from 390 days to 380 days, and then to 370 days. It kept dropping. What the hell is going on here? There's this kind of punishment for dying more than once? Soon, the sisters around him were also killed back by Qin Feng. One by one, they chirped and panicked. Brother is bad. That shadow released a skill, and a blood-red flower appeared on Brother's corpse, as if it was absorbing something from Brother. Hearing this, Song Fei sucked in a breath of cool air. A flower grew on my corpse? That flower is sucking my lifespan? Song Fei collapsed on the spot. He realized that the shadow's methods were even more vicious than he had imagined. At the scene of Song Fei's death, by the river, Qin Feng appeared alone. Song Fei and the 30-odd sisters beside him had all been turned into corpses, having killed so many more people at once. The Slayer negative status on Qin Feng's body had directly stacked to 4 layers. At the 4th layer of Slayer, 875% of the current lifespan was dropped upon death. It was equivalent to dropping it all. This was definitely a very difficult negative status for other players, but to Qin Feng, it didn't matter. After all, he had the Ghost Flame Bell, which allowed him to not drop any of his lifespan when he died, completely cancelling out the Slayer's negative effect. By the river, corpses were everywhere. On every corpse, a blood-red flower bloomed. The blood bars of these flowers seemed to be based on the level of the target corpse. The flower on Song Fei's corpse has 3,600 points of blood, and his level is 6. The flowers on the other women's corpses have 1,600 blood for a level 4, and 2,500 blood for a level 5. Should be the square of the level. For now, it would not be difficult for other players to destroy the flower, but later on, after each player's damage leveled up, it would still be relatively simple to destroy the flower. Therefore, this emerald ranked skill, Blossom Curse, wasn't that invincible, but it was still that. As long as Qin Feng killed all the people, then it was impossible for anyone to destroy these blood-colored flowers. Qin Feng was a bit shocked by the 30-odd blood-red flowers that were sucking up the tradable lifespans of these players together. Another 1,000 days of life expectancy. These people have killed quite a few monsters, and this scene likewise fell into Guishue's eyes. She switched to her white bird vision, and from the sky, she looked down from above, taking it all in. Whoa. This is Shadow's strength? One person annihilated a Song Fei regiment. The opponent is powerless to fight back. And what's with the red flowers on those corpses? It looks so weird. Guishue looked at this scene and seemed a bit scared. Her delicate body under her white robe couldn't help but shiver a little. This big man, he was too bullish. It was simply bad luck for Song Fei to provoke him. Damn it, get off the line. Song Fei, over here, had wanted to level up to 10 in one go and catch up with Dark Shadow. As a result, he was killed 3 times in a row by Shadow. Although dying in the godforsaken game didn't drop levels, his tradable lifespan was all gone. When he was killed back, the Flower of Death sucked up his lifespan, and in just a minute, his tradable lifespan was sucked up. Even the non-tradable lifespan, there was very little left. If I get killed again, my lifespan will be gone. Song Fei realized the gravity of the matter. Chapter 41. Its sisters are dumbfounded. Will you really die if your lifespan is gone? Actually, Song Fei had another option. That was to teleport to another town to brush up on monsters. That way, Qin Feng might not be able to find where he was. However, Song Fei couldn't stand the anger. He had practiced for 2.5 years with great difficulty to get to where he was today. How could he be bullied in a game? Beauties, let's go offline first. I'll go to reality to buy some lifespan and come back to exchange it for equipment. At that time, we'll come back to fight him when we're fully armed and our battle power has risen. Song Fei finished talking to his sister fans and went offline within Flux Flame Town. After hearing Song Fei's words, the dozens of sisters who had circled around him all went offline together as well. As they went offline, they were in pain and happy. The happy part was that they had actually gotten up close and personal with their idol, Song Fei. The pain, on the other hand, was that they had been sanctioned in the godforsaken game along with their idol, and had been killed indiscriminately by the shadows. Oh my god, I'm so lucky to be so close to Brother Song Fei in the game. Ooh, the way Brother Seinfeld releases his skills is so cool. Even though it's only in the game, it's so great to be able to follow Brother Seinfeld. Everything was too good to be true. But in the middle of the game, That shadow killed out and bit people like a mad dog. That shadowy figure is really a psychopath. Must be jealous of brother. It's okay. It seems like cash can buy longevity. Let's pool our money and buy some more for brother. At this time, most of these fanatical brainwashed fans of Song Fei were still unclear about what longevity in the godforsaken game meant. After all, they had been staying with Song Fei after entering the game. They hadn't been informed of the outside reality, the confirmation of the lifespan that had been officially released by various countries. Because of this, they had no qualms about giving Song Fei all their lifespans. They didn't even complain when they were killed one after another. It wasn't until, after they returned to reality, that they finally learned of the official release, the Divine Abandonment game, which was a true transcendent game. The tradable lifespans and non-tradable lifespans were all real. Once the lifespan is zeroed out, the player will die in reality. After receiving this news, these sisters were all struck by a bolt from the blue. How is this possible? Isn't this just a game? We were killed 3 times by that shadow. And our tradable lifespans are 0. The non-tradable lifespans are all just a few years away as well. I had over 70 years of lifespan, and I only have the last year or so left. No way? How can you lose so much after dying 3 times? I've killed a lot of other players and have a layer of Slayer status. Dying once is equal to dropping 2 lifespans. Oh my god. I only have 2 years of lifespan left as well. This lifespan is actually real? I don't believe it. These sisters, immediately many of them felt regret. They had thought that this was just a game. So within the game, they gave everything to Song Fei. They helped Song Fei, and even sacrificed themselves to shield Song Fei from arrows. However, as it turned out, the godforsaken game was real. When your lifespan goes to 0, you die. Even when they were fending off demons for Seinfeld, there were many sister fans that were surrounded by demons and died. There were also people who had killed many other players for Song Fei, and as a result, after being killed by Qin Feng 3 times in a row, even their non-tradable lifespans were left with only 1 or 2 years. Doesn't this mean that we only have 1 or 2 years left to live? These sisters were instantly dumbfounded. Most of them, all of them had some regrets. Of course, there were also quite a few sister fans that had long been bewitched. As long as they could get close to Song Fei, even if they could really only live for a year or 2, they still felt that it was cost-effective. At the same time, Song Fei himself started acquiring lifespans in a big way. Bye. The price of tradable lifespans now costs more than 10,000 a day? Buy it for me. My current assets, they're only a little over 100 million. Damn it, all the other money has been taken away by the brokerage. Forget it, more than 100 million is fine. First buy a few thousand days of tradable lifespan. Buy all the equipment and skill books. I don't believe that Shadow can still kill me. After Song Fei chose to go offline, Qin Feng really couldn't kill him in the game. But he didn't realize that he was in real danger when he returned to reality. Qin Feng returned to the square of Flux Flame Town and found Gu Yixue who was waiting for him. If Song Fei goes online, you'll notify me. Gu Yixue nodded a bit nervously. Okay. She was obviously a bit scared. Ever since she had witnessed the scene where the shadow had slaughtered Song Fei and the group of sisters, Gu Yixue had developed a slight psychological shadow towards this shadow. The scene of corpses everywhere and red flowers blooming on the corpses gave her a numbing sensation. This is a gold-level skill from the priest department. Do you want it? Qin Feng took out a skill book. This skill book was the output skill of a priest. Sword of Sanctification. Although it was a single output, the output was not bad and belonged to one of the few output skills of a priest. As soon as this skill book came out, Gu Yixue's beautiful eyes lit up. Want. Qin Feng directly said. 500 days lifespan. The little beauty immediately choked. She rubbed her small hands together and asked, a bit embarrassed. So what? Big brother, can I get credit? Qin Feng thought about it and said, if you promise me one thing, this skill book can be sold to you at half price. Gu Yixue stared at him and took 2 steps back. First things first, I don't sell my body. Qin Feng, what was this chick thinking? After Qin Feng's explanation, Gu Yixue then realized that, originally, this terrifying big brother wanted her to join his friend's team. What Qin Feng was talking about was naturally Wang Mang, Lin Liu and the others. In order to get Qin Xiaoyu out of the team, Qin Feng naturally had to stuff their team with a powerful cleric player. Gu Yixue was just right. This little beauty cocked her head, considered for a moment and said, alright, but if they're too good, I'll have to complain to you. Big brother, Qin Feng laughed, not so much, they're not bad. If Wang Mang heard him say this, he was afraid that he would vomit blood. Within the ordinary players, their team was considered top tier. For this to be just okay in Qin Feng's eyes? After talking to Gu Yixue, Qin Feng started contacting Wang Mang. Wang Mang, I have someone here. Hidden profession Whitebird Magus. Good strength. Does your team want it? Qin Feng had thought that Wang Mang might shrug it off, but he didn't expect. There was a quick response from Wang Mang's side. Chapter 42, Qin Feng's fans. The only hidden dragon swordsman. Wang Mang, big brother. You said the strength is good, so it's definitely not bad. Since you opened your mouth, then of course there's no problem. Qin Feng was not expecting this to go so smoothly, so he chatted privately. Okay, she's in Fluorescent Flame Town. There are fewer people brushing monsters over here, so take a look and see. Do you want to come over? Wang Mang once again immediately replied. No problem, we're in this shell town. There's just too many players. We're trying to change places to practice leveling, so wait for us. We'll be right there. Hearing this, Qin Feng signaled with Gu Yixue, and the two of them went to the side to wait up. Shell Town. When Wang Mang received the private chat from Qin Feng, his brows, which had been a bit furrowed, finally stretched out. In fact, even without Qin Feng's private chat, Wang Mang also planned to change people, because Qin Xiaoyu was simply too much of a dish. According to reason, as a priest profession, one only needed to put in a good gain and milk the team's blood well, but Qin Xiaoyu, healing was always a handful. In the Divine Abandonment game, there was no lock-on for any skill, including healing skills. Sometimes, when Wang Mang is moving to avoid demonic attacks, Qin Xiaoyu can even put her healing skills askew, putting the whole team in a crisis. Wang Mang couldn't stand this situation anymore. He was planning to change maps and change people, when Qin Feng came looking for him. To know, Wang Mang was authorized by the official leadership, for the shadow of the request, can agree to all agree, and strive to have a good relationship with the shadow. Isn't this just like selling a favor? Xiao Yu, there are too many people in Shell Town now. Wang Mang deliberated on the wording and said, we need to change the place to practice leveling. You're coming from another town, and the free teleportation times have already been used up, right? Qin Xiaoyu froze when she heard this. Yes. She secretly rejoiced, thinking, Wang Mang was going to subsidize the 100 days of lifespan she needed for the second teleportation. As a result, Wang Mang said, it's like this, the town we're going to has our co-workers, and it just happens to make up a team of 6. So, these words made Qin Xiaoyu a bit confused. Okay, I understand. Qin Xiaoyu had a bit of a hard time. This was going to dissuade her. This made her a bit sad, because she had added so many teams since she entered the game. None of them were as strong as Wang Mang's side. On Wang Mang's team, she only needed to paddle and mix it up a bit to reap the experience and longevity. Wang Mang finally said politely, anyway, you have me as a friend. If there's anything, just look for me. Okay, thank you big brother Wang. Qin Xiaoyu sighed in relief. With Wang Mang's words, her mind came alive again. All she was thinking about now was to get to know Dark Shadow through this line of Wang Mang. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Mang's words were completely polite and courteous. He and Qin Xiaoyu, non-relative, this time separated, who still care about her? He might help her with a favor, but if he needs to spend some time, how can Wang Mang be free? As a matter of fact, Wang Mang could endure the discomfort and take Qin Xiaoyu to brush for so long, which is already considered to be very good-tempered. After persuading Qin Xiaoyu to leave, Wang Mang chatted privately with Qin Feng and determined the town and location. With the remaining 3 teammates, he teleported over Fluorescent Flame Town. Together with Gu Yixue, Qin Feng quickly waited for Wang Mang and his 3 teammates. In addition to Lin Liu, there was a young, sharp-eyed archer, plus a middle-aged man with the Hidden Profession Card Master. The Hidden Profession Card Master belonged to the French output profession, but could not hold a staff or learn regular French skills, so it was considered special. Wang Mang had just met Qin Feng and initiated a deal with him, gave Qin Feng 800 days of lifespan. Wang Mang smiled bitterly and said, still owe you 500 days of life expectancy. Give it to you when our captain comes in a while. This game lifespan is really hard to earn. Captain? Qin Feng was a bit puzzled but didn't think much about it. He nodded his head and accepted the 800 days of lifespan, then pulled Gu Yixue to his side. Shi Shui Tian. His name is Wang Mang. Get to know yourselves. At this moment, there was a beautiful female figure that ran out from the underground teleportation room of the plaza. The figure was wearing silver white light armor that wrapped tightly around her streamlined body. She had a long sword hanging from her waist, her long hair was flowing, her long legs were straight and slender, and her figure was very full. She looks a bit excited and expectant, and is the beautiful policewoman. And you, who looked a bit naturally dull during the meeting with Wang Mang before. She and Wang Mang, together, were responsible for the contact work with the shadow. When she ran over, there was simply a feeling of waves. Qin Feng was quite surprised when he only glanced at her. It's really in you? The only hidden profession, dragon swordsman. a top 20 global top powerhouse in the last world, and one of the top pillars of the official daxia. But I remember, in the last life, this woman, she wasn't on the same team as Wang Mang? Qin Feng just froze, and that beautiful and delicate figure had already arrived in front of him. Shadow big brother, wow, it's really you. Nice to meet you, my name is Yu. Can worship you. And Yu stretched out his hand with an adoring face. Qin Feng could not help but sigh with emotion. This was the first time he had encountered a godforsaken game powerhouse who was ranked above him in his last life. Thinking back to his last life, the godforsaken game's dragon swordsman Yu, codenamed Justice Enforcement, was the nightmare of many foreign hostile forces. Even if Qin Feng went one-on-one with her, he was no match for her. After all, Qin Feng's last life was just an ordinary warrior profession, while this Yu's profession was the only hidden dragon swordsman. It was on the same level as Qin Feng's current dark shadow. Now looking at Yu's worshipful appearance, Qin Feng was still a bit uncomfortable. However, considering that right now Yu was still just a small level 5 Karami, Qin Feng was relieved. In this life, Qin Feng's development speed was too ahead of its time. Not only was it the only hidden profession, it also possessed the unheard of original primary talent. Even at Yu's level, he was left far behind by Qin Feng. Hello. Qin Feng didn't move and reached out to shake her hand. Shadow big brother, this development speed of yours is also too fast. And Yu pursed her lips and laughed lightly, her pretty face and eyes full of reverence. I was saying before, could you be a traveler? Or a reborn or something? He. Qin Feng's face, which was covered by a black veil, revealed a seemingly smiling expression. A traveler? Reborn person? This Yu's imagination was quite rich, but this beauty would never have imagined that Qin Feng had accounted for both. At this moment, Yu stretched out her hand towards Qin Feng again. Let's trade big brother. Wang Mang still owes you 500 days of lifespan. I have it here. Qin Feng nodded his head. Obviously, this Yu had already acquired quite a few tradable lifespans on behalf of the Zhanghai city officials. Her hidden profession, dragon swordsman, had a strong survivability. By placing the lifespans on her, the official must be relieved. Okay. Qin Feng nodded. Soon after, he received 500 days of lifespan from Yu. And Yu looked at Qin Feng and said with a wink, if Big Brother has any equipment, feel free to sell it to us in the future. We'll take anything. Also, our official Zhanghai city lifespan is on me. Big Brother shouldn't kill me, right? This sister looks naturally dull, but in reality, she is very smart. With these words, she was obviously testing Qin Feng. If Qin Feng really couldn't help himself and kill her, it would naturally affect the subsequent official treatment of him. Chapter 43, the world's first level 10. The assassination plan was launched. Although Qin Feng in this life didn't have to fear the officials, but there wasn't any reason to be crosswise either. After all, Qin Feng brushed monsters and practiced leveling, and the equipment skill books that popped out from fighting monsters still had to cooperate with the official in order to sell them at the fastest speed. Establishing a long-term cooperation was much more profitable than doing a job and exploding some lifespans. Besides, God knows how much lifespan this woman has on her? Wouldn't it be a bloody loss if this slash only exploded a few days of lifespan? So Qin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. After throwing Gu Yixue onto the other team, he turned around and left to go leveling. He looked at his experience value and was still a third short of level 10. No surprises. I'll be level 10 in less than half an hour and return to reality to extract my abilities. On the other side, after Qin Xiaoyu left Wang Mang's team, she went offline once first. Thanks to Wang Mang's blessing, she had nearly 200 days of tradable lifespan on her and planned to sell it for cash first. After all, at the current rate, 1 day of lifespan could be sold for 15,000 cash. She was naturally moved. However, when she returned to reality and habitually opened her cell phone's Vmail group, she ended up seeing a message that shocked and overwhelmed her. Oh my god, Shadow massacred Brother Song Fei? And killed 3 times? Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. She had teamed up with Wang Mang and the others for a while, so of course she knew that the lifespans of the godforsaken game were all real. Once the lifespan went to 0, people would die. So, when she learned that Song Fei had actually been killed 3 times in a row, she had a feeling like her heart was being cut by a knife. Even if one originally had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, after dying 3 times in a row, there's only a little over 12 years left. But why did Shadow kill Brother Song Fei? Qin Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out. Originally, if she had, she was 100% on Song Fei's side, but now, her heart was in a struggle. After all, she felt that she had a chance to befriend the Dark Shadow, Big Brother Shadow, but he's the world's first to kill a gold-level boss. And looking at the chat in the group, he killed Song Fei 3 times under the siege of dozens of people. His strength is too terrifying. Not to mention, Song Fei has only just entered the game. How come he's hanging out with so many sisters? Qin Xiaoyu had a start a party without me kind of feeling. This made her feel some ghostly resentment towards Song Fei, but no matter what she thought, after all, she had been a fan of Song Fei for so long, and her mind was still a little wobbly right now. Song Fei, Shadow. Which one was she going to choose? Due to first being talked out by Wang Mang and then hearing the news that Song Fei had been killed 3 times, Qin Xiaoyu's mood became terrible. Forget it, it's better to go sell the lifespan first. Originally, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to contact her classmate Zhang Wei. This was because Zhang Wei had already contacted Qian's group before, and had sold tradable lifespans face-to-face with people at a ratio of 1:15,000. However, she saw that an administrator was appealing within Song Fei's female fan group. Brother Song Fei needs help now. Any sisters in Shanghai City can go to brother and sell their tradable lifespans to him. The ratio is 1:10,000. She Mays, here's another chance to get rich and help your brother. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help herself when she saw this message. Brother Song Fei is at the Grand River Plaza? No, I can't just watch brother Song Fei's lifespan fall off. Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and decided that a loss was a loss. She still had to sell her lifespan to Song Fei. As for Qin Feng at this moment, he was close to his assassination plan. He was in the high-level demonic area of the fluorescent flame town, non-stop brushing monsters and practicing, just a hair's breadth of experience away from level 10. Every initial town was an island surrounded by sea on all sides. The town was in the center of the island, and the closer to the coast, the higher the level of the demons. With Qin Feng's speed and damage, he came straight to the coastline of the island, killing the level 10 demons along the coast all the way. There were the tide riggers that unleashed water elemental spell attacks. There were diggers that could drill the ground and were invisible to the gods. There was also the crimson cloak that was shaped like a lobster and covered in armor. These small monsters, all of which couldn't hold up to a single skill from Qin Feng, had turned into experience under Qin Feng's hand, contributing evolution points and lifespans, although they didn't encounter any bosses along the way. But after half an hour, Qin Feng had already harvested quite a few evolution points with his epic greedy hand. Looking at the 13 evolution points in the attribute panel, Qin Feng opened the skill panel. Evolved backstroke enhancement once. You have consumed 13 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Initial skill, backstroke enhancement, platinum emerald. Passive effect, when launching an attack from behind the target, damage is increased by 40% 50%. From the 10% backstrike enhancement in the beginning to the current 50% enhancement, the effect of this skill was becoming more and more significant. Immediately afterward, with Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash that took out 2 crimson cloaks, he finally rose to level 10. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Your 4-dimensional attributes have increased by +2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked career advancement. You are the first player to reach level 10 within Shanghai City. You have gained 7 reputation points. You are the first player to reach level 10 in the country of Daxia, and you have gained 14 points of reputation. You are the first player in the world to reach level 10. You have gained 21 points. When there are 7 level 10 players within the boundaries of Shanghai City, the teleportation function to the Divine Forsaken Continent will be opened. The first level 10 player in the world. Even though Qin Feng had spent 3 hours exploring the temple, he was still the first in the world. After all, he single brushes, seconds monsters, and brushes monsters many times faster than others. At this stage, even a top team like Wang Mang's would take at least half a minute to finish off a small monster, and the experience would still be shared equally amongst the team. So in terms of upgrading efficiency, how could they possibly match Qin Feng? Besides Qin Feng, the highest level in the world was only level 8. Sure enough, it's similar to the last life. In the last life, it wasn't until the evening that the first level 10 player appeared, a player from North America. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. Many players, right now, were in deep water. Many teams were even unable to kill even a small monster, and were madly reunited. There weren't many players who could upgrade steadily, not to mention, those who could efficiently brush monsters. And when Qin Feng rose to level 10, he directly triggered a service-wide announcement, which once again, globally, set off a fervor of discussion. Chapter 44 Skill Extraction. Lifespan isn't enough. Sure enough, it's Shadow again. The gold level first kill is him, and the first level 10 in the world is also him. Big brother Shadow is too fierce, and I just heard that he just killed a starlet a couple times. Song Fei, right? I saw that he tweeted that he wanted to acquire lifespan. Laugh it up. This idiot wouldn't still want to take revenge on Big Shadow, would he? That Song Fei relied on dozens of sister escorts to barely rise to level 6, and he still wants to compete with Shadow? Within Daxia, on the forums and within the various towns, players were abuzz with discussion. For the conflict between Shadow and Song Fei, no one was optimistic about Song Fei. As for the foreign players, they were even more impressed with the codename Dark Shadow. West 8. This Dark Shadow is actually from Daxia? Kuso, the highest ranked one in our Sakura country is only level 7 right now. I can't accept it. Fark, my smith's only hidden profession is only level 8 right now. So what's going on with the shadow? Our Tianju 1.5 billion people. There's not a single one that can catch up with the shadow? I heard that this Daxia person has been soloing all the time, so he upgrades fast. Impossible. This game's small monsters are so difficult to fight. How could someone single brush and still brush so fast? Countless people around the globe were shocked. Many people wanted to know just who this shadow was, including the officials of Grand Xia. They were also secretly investigating. However, at the moment, no one knew the reality of the shadow's identity. Luminescent Flame Town. Shinfeng looked at the attribute panel after he had risen to level 10. Codename, Dark Shadow. Profession, Dark Shadow, Unique Hidden. Level, 10. Non-tradable lifespan, 1,219 years and 128 days. Tradable lifespan, 7,455 days. Strength, 39. Physique, 39. Agility, 111. Spirit, 41. Reputation, 47. But the trading lifespan is just over 7,000 days. It's completely insufficient. Shinfeng sighed before going offline in place. After level 10, the experience value required to upgrade was more than 10 times that of before. And upgrading just by brushing small monsters was slow as hell. Not to mention that after level 10, one would also need to consume experience value for profession promotion. After career advancement, not only would the 4-dimensional attributes be increased, but more career-exclusive skills would also be unlocked. It was especially important for hidden professions. The key to why hidden professions were strong was the exclusive skills that could be obtained after profession promotion. Next, either find a boss to kill, or wait for 6 more people to level up to 10 and leave the initial town. Before that, it's possible to return to reality to settle one thing first. Shinfeng closed his eyes. His blurred figure in the coastal area of Flux Town slowly dissipated. Daxia, Jianghai City, an ordinary neighborhood. The 11th building of landscape impression. 11th floor. In a simple and refreshing bedroom, Shinfeng, who was originally translucent and floating on the bed, gradually had the tendency to condense into a solid body. Just as Shinfeng chose to go offline, he received a system prompt since he had already reached level 10. Whether or not to consume the tradable lifespan and extract the ability to reality? Yes/no. Shinfeng chose yes. A list of extractable abilities appeared before his eyes. 1. Extract profession and level. 2. Extract equipment. 3. Extract skills. 4. Extract bloodline, temporarily unavailable. 5. Extracting divinity, temporarily unavailable. First is the extraction of occupation. In this regard, the godforsaken game treated all equally, regardless of whether it was an ordinary profession or a hidden profession. Extracting the profession's ability to reality required the consumption of 1,000 days of lifespan. Shinfeng did not hesitate and directly extracted the only hidden profession, Dark Shadow, to reality first. You have consumed 1,000 days of lifespan, tradable. You have extracted Dark Shadow, the only hidden profession. You have gained Dark Shadow, the only hidden profession. And the profession passive has taken effect. Your strength +3, physique +3, agility +8, spirit +5. Immediately following that was the level. Extracting levels would mainly result in realistic attribute boosts, though free attribute points could not be redistributed. How it was distributed within the game. Extracting it to reality would also fix that distribution. Before level 10, the consumption of extracting levels is fixed at 1,000 days of life per level. Then, extract level 2 to reality. You consumed 1,000 by 2 days of lifespan, tradable. You extracted level X2. You leveled up to level 3 in reality. Your strength +4, physique +4, agility +14, and spirit +4. That left 455 days of life left. Next was the skill extraction that surprised Shinfeng the most. I have a talent that allows me to evolve skills. Originally, the higher the grade of the skill, the more lifespan it would consume to extract it, even exponentially. I didn't realize that the lifespan I consume to extract a skill is based on the initial rank of the skill. Take for example, Sneaky Shadow. This skill, which had already been evolved by Shinfeng to the platinum grade, according to the algorithm, it would require tens of thousands of days of lifespan to extract it. But now, it only required the most basic 900 days, and the extracted skill was a platinum grade that was synchronized with the game. Subsequently, within the game, the skill continued to advance, and that skill in reality would also synchronize and advance. without the need to consume additional lifespan to extract it. Comfortable. Qin Feng quickly selected 2 skills to extract. You have consumed 900 days of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill, Subterranean Shadow, Platinum level. You have consumed 262 days of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill, Fierce Poison Dart, Silver grade. With these 2 skills extracted, Qin Feng would only have 292 days of lifespan left. The lifespan consumed was quite a lot. However, the gains brought about were terrifying. Originally, Qin Feng was just an ordinary person in reality. But now, his 4-dimensional attributes had almost reached twice that of an average person. In particular, his speed had exceeded human limits. In reality, Qin Feng now had 32 points of agility and it only took a little over 5 seconds to run 100 meters at full speed. Unfortunately, the tradable lifespan isn't enough. But it's okay. Right now, with this attribute, it's enough to kill Song Fei. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. To Qin Feng, who had experienced the end times for 9 years, he had long been used to seeing killings. There was no way he would give Song Fei any chance to rise. For the price of extracting an inferior skill, extracting a platinum-level Subterranean Shadow is really a cost-effective way to break bones. Combined with the career passive, the stealth time is doubled, and it's already possible to achieve infinite stealth. Together with the Fierce Poison Dart released at a maximum distance of 14 meters, it's completely possible to find an opportunity to finish off Seinfeld. The problem now was to find where Song Fei was. If it was the trajectory of his last life, Qin Feng really wouldn't have been able to find the other party that easily. But right now, that Song Fei was on a rampage to acquire lifespans. And to trade lifespans, it had to be done in person. In other words, Song Fei's position in reality was equivalent to being exposed to the public. In this regard, Qin Feng already has a plan. Zhanghai City, afternoon. Qin Feng was in his bedroom, gradually opening his eyes. When he finished his extraction, his body completely solidified. He reached out and clenched his fist, moving it slightly to get used to his attributes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Departure. Just as he was about to act, suddenly his cell phone rang next to him. Chapter 45 Assassination in Broad Daylight. Qin Feng frowned, casually picking up the phone. He glanced at it and realized that it was his boss from the company he originally worked for. Who was calling? Hu Qibin. Remembering his last life, Qin Feng was late for work today and was scolded by this fat man. Now, Qin Feng was naturally lazy. Smoothly hanging up the phone, he threw the phone towards the bed and just wanted to leave, only to have it ring again. It was still boss Hu Qibin. Qin Feng went up to hang up and pull black, all in one go. But immediately after that, Hu Qibin sent him a message from Vmail. Qin Feng, are you looking for death? Missy looking for you. Said to give you a last chance. If you still don't listen, weigh the consequences. Qin Feng didn't even read the message. Directly deleted the other party's V-signal. Pull black. The entire world. Cleared. Departure. Target, Song Fei. Location, the Grand River Plaza. Qin Feng, through his microblog, had already viewed that Song Fei was at the Great River Plaza in Zhanghai City, personally showing up to acquire life expectancy. The Grand River Plaza, on the other hand, was only 7 or 8 kilometers away from Qin Feng's neighborhood. With Qin Feng's current speed, stealthily jogging over there, he would arrive in about 10 minutes or so. Qin Feng left his cell phone in his room. He then put on a gray mask, changed into a black jacket, and his figure instantly became illusory and transparent until it completely disappeared. This scene, if other people in reality were to see it, they would definitely be shocked on the spot. Because this was an ability within the Divine Abandonment game that appeared in reality for the first time. Right now, other players were still not even aware that the abilities of the godforsaken game could be extracted into reality. And this meant that Song Fei was completely defenseless against Qin Feng's assassination. Zhanghai City, Dajang Plaza. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Fei's female fans in Zhanghai City, who had gotten the news from Weibo, all rushed to the Grand River Plaza. Among them, there were quite a few female fans who had also played from the godforsaken game to the lifespan. All of them excitedly gathered over to sell it to Song Fei, thus gaining the opportunity to get close to Song Fei. The crowd, under the isolation of more than 20 security guards and temporary fences, Song Fei, wearing a white vest and sunglasses, was crossing his legs and sitting in the middle of the indoor venue. Next to him, there was a single ponytail girl sitting. That young girl was wearing pink short sleeves, a short black skirt, and her legs were wrapped in black socks, making her look youthful and beautiful. It was clearly the chairman's daughter of Dajiang Industry, Jiang Li. Jiang Li had also been a fan of Song Fei, just not as fanatical as other female fans. When she learned that Song Fei wanted to acquire life expectancy, she took the initiative to contact and use Dajiang Plaza as a venue. On the one hand, she could get close to Song Fei and help Song Fei collect lifespans. On the other hand, when Song Fei ran out of money, she could also collect some lifespans. With Song Fei's fame, she could attract more people to come and sell their lives. At this moment, Jiang Li was leaning against Song Fei, talking and laughing. This young lady smiled and asked, "Brother Song Fei, how many lifespans have you received?" Song Fei checked his own attributes. Miss Jiang already received more than 2,000 days of lifespan and spent $20 million. Jiang Li pursed her lips. That and a lot of fans sending you life expectancy for free. So envious. Song Fei waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's not as big as your Dajiang industry. With its big family, I'm just making a small effort." Jiang Li humbly waved his hand, "Which is not. Then again, I heard that you were killed 3 times by the shadow in the divine abandonment game? Don't worry. I'm sending someone from my side to investigate. Regarding the true identity of that shadow." Song Fei frowned. "It's a bit difficult. Currently, we only know that he is male and located in Shanghai City, but nothing else." Jiang Li smiled. "People always have weaknesses. Money? Beauty? I've already sent someone to Flux Flame Town to get in touch with him and give a figure. I'm not afraid that he won't agree. As long as he agrees, he always has to come and get the money, right? When he comes to get the money, as long as he shows up, it's not up to him." Song Fei smiled. "Indeed it is a way. I heard that you, Dajiang Industry, have already relied on this method to control several players and make them work for you for free?" Jiang Li covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "They're all stupid. So vegetable that they can't even hit much longevity. If you can catch that shadow, the efficiency should be able to be brought up quite a bit." Song Fei nodded. "When the time comes, be sure to inform me." Jiang Li giggled. "Don't worry, when we catch him, we'll definitely call brother Song Fei to come and beat him up hard to take out his anger." Suddenly, Jiang Li's smile froze, because she saw that the Song Fei in front of her, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his forehead. A dark green bizarre dart, shot from an unknown place, noiselessly penetrated Song Fei's forehead. Bang! Song Fei fell to the ground, blood flowing from his forehead, and a grayish-white lifespan ball of light unexpectedly coalesced on his corpse just like in the godforsaken game. "Ah!" Jiang Li screamed in shock, rolling and crawling backward. Everyone around her was silent for a moment. Then a wave of screams erupted and the whole place was in chaos. "Protect Missy!" The security guards of Great River Industries reacted at the first opportunity and gathered towards Jiang Li. The security captain glanced at Song Fei, only to see his entire body fall to the ground. The sunglasses he was wearing had fallen off, his eyes staring with disbelief, the bloody hole on his forehead gurgling with blood. Suddenly, the lifespan ball of light on his corpse disappeared. It was obviously absorbed by someone, but next to that corpse, there was not a single shadow. The security personnel sucked in a breath of cool air. "This damn thing can't be stealth, right? Go go go. Protect Missy and evacuate. Have you seen any suspicious characters? No? Why don't you call up the CCTV?" The scene was a mess. Jiang Li, under the protection of more than 20 security guards, quickly evacuated through a side fire escape and quickly came to the outside of Dajiang Plaza. Just as she was trying to enter a black sedan, suddenly a dart came from above the back and penetrated through the back of her head. Precise and deadly. Bang! The chairman's daughter of the board of directors of Dajiang Industry fell outside the door of her own property just like that. I didn't expect that it was possible to buy one and get one free. Qin Feng was a bit surprised as he maintained his stealthy state. He heard Jiang Li and Song Fei chatting. This Jiang Li had hit on him, so how could he let the other party off the hook? It's not a good thing anyway, so I'll dispose of it together in passing. Unfortunately, she also burst on her body with a few hundred days of life. Next to the body are security guards. Can't get it. Dying in reality would likewise explode half of the tradable lifespan. Qin Feng only took advantage of the stealth and the chaos of the scene to absorb the 1,046 days of tradable lifespan that had burst out of Song Fei's body. The guy could never have imagined that the lifespan he had just paid to collect would be cheaper for Qin Feng. If only there was a blossom curse, I could suck out the other half as well. Qin Feng shook his head, a bit sad. The Emerald Grade Blossom Curse skill, extracting it to reality would take tens of thousands of days of lifespan. He couldn't really extract it right now, so he could only call it quits. After fixing all of this, Qin Feng left silently, leaving behind a chaotic scene, and this assassination in broad daylight instantly spread throughout the country and even the globe. Chapter 46, Worldview Collapse. Lest you be dragged back by Qin Feng? Shanghai City, Dajiang Square. The female fans of Song Fei on the scene, the people who had come over to sell their life expectancy, were all in a state of panic and confusion. Some people were taking pictures with their cell phones. Some people screamed in terror. Some people scattered in all directions and ran wildly. In the crowd, Qin Xiaoyu and Xu Yan were also completely stunned by this scene. Originally, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to come over to sell her lifespan to Song Fei, but she didn't expect to witness the scene where Song Fei was suddenly killed. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's worldview collapsed. Xiaoyu, go, quickly go. Xu Yan reacted quickly, hurriedly pulling Qin Xiaoyu to take advantage of the chaos to leave the entire Grand River Plaza, chaos into a mess. The scene of the picture with a lot of people's live broadcast and recording screen quickly spread out. A few minutes later, immediately, official police officers arrived. A part of them blocked the scene. A part of them went to check the surveillance. There was also a part that started to analyze the dark green dart that was left at the scene. This dart, with unknown material and unknown origin, is very strange. Rather than being a product of our reality, it's more like something from the God-forsaken game. The style is indeed similar, but how could something from the God-forsaken game appear in reality? The surveillance department didn't find out any results. The attack came from a dead corner of the surveillance. Didn't see who it was. Have you questioned the people at the scene? Asked. There were people who were in the neighborhood, but they all said they didn't see any shadows of anyone. You guys look at the surveillance replay. Song Fei's body has a lifespan lightbulb appeared. Suddenly disappeared. This shouldn't be someone stealthy next to it. Absorbing the light ball? How can a person be stealthy? Wait, the assassins of the godforsaken game can be stealthy. The official police officers of Jianghai City were all confused. However, after investigating, they came to the most likely conclusion that the person who had laid hands on Song Fei and Zhongli was most likely actually in a state of invisibility. It can't be that the abilities of the godforsaken game can be unleashed in reality, right? Just kidding. I can be stealthy in the game. Why not in reality? Are there any conditions that need to be met? Since there were too many witnesses at the scene, Jianghai City officials couldn't hide the news at all even if they wanted to, not to mention the fact that the entire globe was in chaos right now. The news of Song Fei's death spread out quickly. Around the globe, the officials of various countries, after viewing some of the videos, immediately made the same speculation. It was highly likely that the abilities of the God abandonment game would be used in reality. In this regard, Qin Feng did not care. After all, soon by nightfall, there would be others who had risen to level 10. This secret, by then, would no longer be a secret. Just as Song Fei's death was being rumored, the officials of Jianghai City were in a state of fear, and countless people were terrified. Qin Feng had returned to the landscape impression neighborhood. He changed his clothes, wearing mediocre sweatpants and short sleeves, grabbed his cell phone, and went to a noodle shop across the street from the neighborhood, ordering a bowl of noodles. In the divine abandonment game, players realistically consume energy even though they are in an invincible state. When you're hungry, you still have to eat. This was what Qin Feng found troublesome. Because of this, players couldn't stay in the game all the time. No matter what, they still had to return to reality and eat to replenish their energy and water. Otherwise they would starve to death even if they had a long lifespan. While eating noodles, Qin Feng also heard some diners chatting about the godforsaken game, about Song Fei's death. They couldn't even imagine that the person who took out Song Fei was right in front of their eyes. After this meal, go back and keep looking for bosses to brush your life. Leveling up at godforsaken games. 10 is just the beginning. Right at this moment, in a traveling cab, Qin Xiaoyu and Xu Yan were all a bit disoriented. Just now, the scene of Song Fei's forehead suddenly soaring with blood constantly reverberated in their minds. They could hardly imagine that they had only attended Song Fei's concert yesterday, and today they had witnessed the scene of Song Fei's broken soul. Xu Yan quickly swiped her cell phone, her body unable to stop shaking. Darts? Stealth? How is it so much like the abilities of the God-forsaken game? Xiaoyu, you say it couldn't be that Shadow killed Song Fei, right? Qin Xiaoyu didn't answer. Song Fei's death made her world lose its color all of a sudden. All the way to the school, she became expressionless as she stepped out of the cab. Song Fei is dead. In this world, only strength is everything. Dark Shadow. I'm going to get close to him. Close to him. No one can stop me. Zhang Wei, take me to Qian's group. First sell the 200 days of life. I'm going to buy another suite and move out, so that I won't be dragged back by Qin Feng. Also, Zhang Wei, you have an assassin skill book there? Give it to me. I want to give it to Shadow. Song Fei died. Now, Qin Xiaoyu didn't have to agonize over who to choose. But the key was it a matter of who she chose or not? About half an hour later, Qin Feng finished eating, went home, and took a shower. He was about to lie down on his bed and continue to enter the godforsaken game. As a result, his cell phone kept popping up messages. Qin Feng looked at it. It was one of his female co-workers called Yang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, Qin Feng. Fatty who was furious, saying that you blacked out his cell phone and Vmail. If you don't come again, you're going to be fired. and you won't get your paycheck this month. This girl has a good character, just soft and weak, often bullied. In her last life, she was also a member of Qin Feng's God Beheading Guild. Qin Feng thought about it and returned a message. Don't mind him, you don't have to go to work either. So go into the God Abandonment game to develop first. Yang Xiaoya was a bit surprised to see Qin Feng's reply, then weakly typed a reply. Oh, Qin Feng, this godforsaken game. Have you gone in yet? I heard that it's hard in there. A lot of people's lifespans are almost gone. Qin Feng replied. It doesn't matter what occupation you have, just add agility in the beginning. Xiaoya, good. Xiaoya, I heard that the life expectancy of the game output is very expensive now. Qin Feng, how is your development? How much have you earned? Qin Feng casually returned, not much. This is almost spent. Xiaoya, wow. Buy a car to buy a house, right? No wonder you're pulling the plug on Fatty Who. He. This girl thought Qin Feng earned money and spent it all. The truth was that Qin Feng was too lazy to exchange his lifespan for money, but instead directly consumed his lifespan and extracted his abilities to reality. Furthermore, Yang Xiaoya didn't know. The reason why that Hu Qibin was furious wasn't because Qin Feng didn't work. Rather, it was because Qin Feng didn't accept the subterfuge of that big lady in the company. Chapter 47 Severing Relationships? There's such a good thing? Qian Clan Group. Qian Shishir. Qin Feng sneered. The media company he worked for was a subsidiary belonging to the Qian Clan Group. Qian Shishir, on the other hand, was the daughter of the chairman of the Qian Group. One day, Qian Shishir saw Qin Feng and hinted to him that she wanted to play with him for a night. Anyone else would have been afraid of being ecstatic. Although Qian Shishir wasn't too pretty and had a flat body, she was definitely considered a rich white beauty. However, Qin Feng had seen, the spade tattoo on Qian Shishir's calf. In response, Qin Feng only wanted to say, C, pass, T, unity, M, beauty, D, virtue. For this woman, Qin Feng not only has no interest, but also feels disgusted. In fact, on weekdays, the company has spread some gossip about Qian Shishir. What went into the hotel with 6 foreign middle-aged men? What drove a sports car carrying 3 African-American men out to play? When she saw Qin Feng in the back, she saw that he was handsome and wanted to play with him. If it wasn't for the godforsaken game coming down, Qin Feng offended this Qian Shishir, the consequences would have been unpredictable. However, in the last life, the godforsaken game descended, causing Qian Shishir to have to dismiss the idea of subliminally chasing Qin Feng. This woman didn't pay any more attention to Qin Feng, but left Daxia and traveled to North America, leading the formation of the top 3 North American Grand Guild. Alice in Wonderland. The Alice Guild, a great enemy of Daxia. Qian Shishir's Qian Clan Group was one of the shareholders of the Alice Guild. Later contact down. Qin Feng knows that this Qian Shishir has always been a foreign admirer, thinking that foreign men are the real men, and disdainful of the men of Daxia. Even towards Qin Feng, she held a completely teasing attitude. At this point in time, Qian Shishir should be stuck at the Magic City airport. Qin Feng thought back. The divine abandonment game descended, bringing global transportation to a brief standstill. Airport airplanes were grounded. It wasn't until a few days later that Qian Shishir boarded a plane and left for North America. If we were in Shanghai, we could have disposed of her together today. But it won't take a few days. When I extract higher attributes, I can completely head to Magic City and finish her off before she leaves to eliminate any future problems. Otherwise, when she goes to North America, it won't be that easy to clean her up. Qin Feng listed Qian Shishir as his next target. If Qian Shishir died, that Alice in Wonderland Guild, which had caused big trouble for the God Beheading Guild and even the entire Daxia in the previous life, would likely not even be established. After all, Qin Feng had heard rumors in his last life. The multiple founders of the Alice Guild all had an affair with Qian Shishir. Once this woman died, those founders naturally lost their ties to each other. As he was pondering, suddenly, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. When he picked it up, it was surprisingly Qin Xiaoyu. She actually took the initiative to call me? Qin Feng all but froze. After all, in his impression, it was simply impossible for this Qin Xiaoyu to take the initiative to contact him. In his last life, he kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness, and even personally went to Qin Xiaoyu's school before bringing her back together into the godforsaken game. And now, Qin Xiaoyu actually broke the mold and took the initiative to call him? Qin Feng thought about it and still picked it up. However, his voice was a bit cold. Hello? Qin Xiaoyu's voice came coldly from across the room. Qin Feng, you can still pick up the phone. I thought you died in the godforsaken game. Since you're here, I'll let you know that I made my own money and bought a suite, so don't come and take care of me in the future. As soon as Qin Feng heard her tone, he knew that she was in a bad mood. Is it because she was fired by Wang Mang? Or was it because Song Fei died? Whatever it was, It didn't matter. Qin Feng simply didn't bother with her. It doesn't matter to me what happens to you. Qin Xiaoyu, haven't you always felt that I made you not free? Don't worry. In the future, I'll be too lazy to care about you, so you can do whatever you like. Qin Xiaoyu obviously froze when she heard this. She didn't expect that her brother, who had always treated her so well, would speak to her in such a cold tone. However, she now made up her mind to set aside her relationship with Qin Feng. Bent on befriending Dark Shadow, she was also too lazy to care that much, so she said indifferently, "You yourself know how depressing you've made me? This is what you said. From now on, there is no relationship between us. In the future, you don't care about me, and I won't look for you. We sever our relationship, and don't you come and inquire about where I live." Hearing Qin Xiaoyu's words, Qin Feng smiled. Severing relations? There was such a good thing? Okay. Qin Feng returned a single word and directly hung up the phone. Then, he turned his cell phone off and turned around to lie on the sofa. As his figure gradually turned translucent, he once again entered the godforsaken game. Hearing the sound of the opposite party hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyu had an indescribably complex feeling. The first was relaxation. She had always felt that it was too depressing and unfree for her to be governed by Qin Feng. And now, she was finally relieved. With her own ability, together with Chu Yan, she bought a 3-room house and lived in it straight away. Although the formalities have not yet been done, but that is also sooner or later. From then on, one could live away from Qin Feng. Now there won't be anyone to hold me back. I can do whatever I want. The feeling of freedom. It's so good. Next, just find a way to get to know Dark Shadow and get on good terms with him. Qin Xiaoyu looked at her cell phone. Song Fei's death had already spread around the world. Many people had speculated that he was most likely assassinated by Dark Shadow. It was just unknown how the Shadow was able to utilize the abilities of the God Abandonment game in reality. Chu Yan was by her side, looking at her with some worry. Is it not too good for Xiaoyu to break off relations with your brother? Otherwise, just find him and apologize. I see that he seems to be really angry this time. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head. Let me apologize to him? Impossible. Let's go. When I get to know Dark Shadow, what else will happen to him? Soon, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan entered the godforsaken game together. They converged at Shell Town. Qin Xiaoyu got a bronze-level assassin skill book stifling stick from Zhang Wei's hands. Then with anticipation, she opened Wang Mang's private chat window. Brother Wang, I have an assassin skill book here. Can I trouble you to help ask Brother Shadow if he needs it? You can give it to him if he wants it. Qin Xiaoyu's mood was both nervous and proud. Nervous because this was her first time trying to communicate with Shadow. Proud because there were very few people who could have the chance to befriend a Dark Shadow at this stage. And she was one of them, as long as she could get along with the Shadow. In the future, in the new era where the godforsaken game had descended, she, Qin Xiaoyu, would definitely be able to surpass countless others. However, right after she privately chatted with Wang Mang, soon Wang Mang replied back to her. Big brother said he doesn't need it. Keep it for yourself and sell it for money. Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded on the spot. She never thought that this skill book with control effect, the Shadow actually don't want it? Refuse so dryly? Chapter 48, Golden Jointed Limb. Shocking speed. Qin Xiaoyu simply did not expect that it would be this result. What is this situation? I send him skill books and he doesn't want them? Qin Xiaoyu was confused. She was a bit unable to understand. To send something for nothing, there really was someone who didn't want it? Chu Yan on the side saw her freeze and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, what's the situation? Qin Xiaoyu spoke about the situation, and Chu Yan and Zhang Wei were both stunned as well. Zhang Wei, what the hell? You don't want to give away skill books for nothing? This person is sick in the head, right? Chu Yan thought about it and comforted. Xiaoyu, maybe he's already learned this skill? Let's brush some more monsters and see if we can pop some other skill books. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. That's the only way. A few minutes ago, Qin Feng returned to the game first. Before he could take a good look at the scene around him, he could already hear a mournful roar coming from his ears. I got offline at the beach. The surrounding demons didn't refresh so quickly, did they? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. When the darkness around him faded, he suddenly realized that there were several players right in front of him on the coastline, running away in all directions, and behind those few players, there was a strange demonic creature that was about 3 meters tall, chasing after them. Golden Arthropod, LV8, grade, gold. The demonic creature was light golden in color, and its lower body was like a horse with 8 legs. However, the upper half of its body was actually like a centipede with dozens of hands, each of which held rusty iron knives and swords. Its head, on the other hand, was like a spider's head, with hundreds of compound eyes, staring the fleeing players in the eyes, incomparably bizarre, only to see that the speed of that golden knuckles was extremely fast. almost instantly catching up with a warrior player. Iron knives and iron swords in his hands interlaced and chopped down, and in less than a second, he chopped that warrior player into dozens of large pieces. Dark shadow? One of the players was escaping, only to be surprised when he saw a figure appear in front of him. Qin Feng looked in search of the voice and saw a mature imperial lady wearing a fiery red vestment with an extremely hot body, only to see that she had a head of black wavy curly hair and a pair of beautiful eyes were looking at Qin Feng in surprise. It was none other than the big wavy beauty who had previously bought Qin Feng's ice cone technique, Grey Rose. When Grey Rose saw Qin Feng, she was first delighted and then a bit nervous. Shadow, this boss can counter stealth. Our team's assassin was taken out by it. You must be careful if you want to fight it. Qin Feng didn't say anything. A gold level boss. Fighting was definitely a must. After all, to him, this boss meant 28 evolution points. Golden Arthropod. If I remember correctly, this boss anti-crypt level is level 2. Qin Feng squinted his eyes, but that didn't mean that Qin Feng didn't need to stealth. After all, he stealth broke stealth and did more damage. Subterranean shadow. Qin Feng's figure quickly disappeared. When Grey Rose saw this scene, her beautiful eyes contained tension. Her team was all scattered by that gold level boss. Fighting was definitely not an option, and she couldn't figure out if Qin Feng wanted to fight or run, so she could only run away with her head in the clouds. Qin Feng stayed invisible and staggered past Grey Rose. When the two crossed paths, Grey Rose's pair of beautiful eyes clearly carried worry. However, Qin Feng did not pay any attention to it. He greeted the golden knuckle. Instantaneous shadow slash. His figure flickered and appeared, then instantly disappeared again, passing through that golden knuckle limb. Minus 1013, minus 3042, weakness attack, minus 1013. Sure enough, level 2 stealth will be seen through by this boss. My shadow profession effect. It's not taking effect. When launching an attack outside the target's field of view, the damage was doubled. This effect, in the case where the opponent could see through the stealth, would not take effect. This also caused Qin Feng's damage to drop quite a bit. However, at the same time, due to the effect of the legendary grade Graceful Deliverance, the head and heart weaknesses of that golden arthropod were amplified by 200%. Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash was judged to have hit the target's weaknesses in 3 out of the 9 slashes, causing triple the weakness damage. Worthy of being a legendary ranked skill. I also have to thank that nymph Lin Liu. Otherwise, it's not certain that I'll be able to find that temple of faith. Qin Feng did an instantaneous shadow slash and directly took out the golden arthropod's 13,000 blood. This boss bloodline dropped by about 1/6 all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng turned around and fired a fierce poison dart, aimed at the opponent's head. That golden knuckle was still trying to dodge, but unfortunately, Qin Feng's agility was too high and the dart was fast, hitting accurately on the spot. Minus 1785, weakness attack, minus 223, minus 223. The mighty poison dart was only silver level now, and the damage magnitude just couldn't keep up with it at all. Of course, the most important thing was still that in front of the golden knuckles, Qin Feng had less than double the career damage bonus. Now that the boss was still facing him, he couldn't even eat 50% of the damage from backstrikes. Still have to professionally advance and gain a higher stealth level. Qin Feng thought silently. When he finished throwing his 2 skills, the 8 legs of that golden arthropod ran in unison and attacked towards him at an extremely fast speed. It ran at full speed, reaching a speed of at least 30 meters per second. In just an instant, dozens of iron knives and swords in the hands of the golden arthropods fell towards Qin Feng like a raging wind and rain. Watch out! Seeing this, the Grey Rose in the distance subconsciously shouted, her brows revealing a look of worry. But immediately afterward, not only her, but also her teammates who had been dispersed by the boss and the surroundings, all stared in disbelief. They saw a scene that made them incredibly, only to see that under the boss attack, Qin Feng unexpectedly side-dodged, backstepped, and rolled, a series of actions, all in one go. Surprisingly, he had dodged dozens of attacks from the boss in a short period of time. Crap, what kind of speed is this? It's not just speed, he's reacting so fast, and he knows too much about the boss attack style. That's right, in terms of speed, he's just about the same as the boss, but he just manages to dodge every attack of the boss. It's as if he's fought this boss countless times. They didn't know that this was the basic skills that Qin Feng had practiced between 9 years in his last life. His profession in his last life was a warrior. A warrior, on the other hand, was not just a hard fighter. A truly top-tier warrior had to dodge the boss's key skills, and very often, couldn't even eat a single attack, or else it would bring about a crisis for the entire team. Especially, when the team's milkmaid was Qin Xiaoyu. Raiding epic bosses. There were many boss wide-range skills. Qin Xiaoyu was barely able to dodge those skills alone, And to have her take time to nurse Qin Feng? Simply cannot do. That's why in his last life, Qin Feng was often carried over by himself. If one thought that Qin Feng was just relying on a handful of stealth to abuse bosses, that would be a big mistake. With enough agility, even if stealth failed, with Qin Feng's stance, he could easily juggle most bosses. Chapter 49, can this double standard be any more obvious? Chop, charge, trample. With its hundreds of compound eyes, the golden arthropod was able to see through all targets that did not exceed level 2 stealth. Even Qin Feng could not escape its capture. However, no matter what kind of attack this gold level boss launched, it was unable to hit Qin Feng. Compared to a special boss like the golden ghost ship, this golden knuckle was significantly easier to deal with. Those attacks, Qin Feng even dodged with ease, waiting for the skills to finish cooling down. Directly backhand throw. Each time can hit the boss 1/6 of the blood volume. A short minute or so later, under the shocked and incredulous gazes of the several people in the gray rows, that gold-level boss unexpectedly turned around to escape. But Qin Feng was too fast. The golden arthropod had only run more than 200 meters into the woods before Qin Feng caught up with it and completely decimated it. You have killed golden arthropod, LV8 gold level. You have gained 6,400 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of lifespan, tradable. Taking advantage of the fact that Grey Rose and the others did not catch up, Qin Feng directly released Greedy Hand. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of lifespan, tradable. A series of system prompts came, giving Qin Feng a soothing feeling. A gold boss that gave 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. The stacking effect of Greedy Hands and Ghostly Flame Bells allowed Qin Feng's development speed to far exceed that of an average player now. As for experience, level 9 to level 10 only required 10,000 experience. But level 10 to level 11 would require 100,000 experience. These 400 experience points, more than enough, but not enough to allow Qin Feng to upgrade. When Qin Feng examined the loot, he directly lit up in front of his eyes. Shield of Black Light, Platinum Assassin Lineage skill. When used actively, converts all of one's evasion rate into an injury immunity shield for 8 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Required level, 8. Conversion rate, every 20% dodge converts 1 layer of damage avoiding shield. Evasion rate returns to normal when shield is broken or duration ends. Surprisingly, this skill book came out. After learning this skill, many bosses can be rated without injury, especially the bosses on the Divine Forsaken continent. Qin Feng was quite surprised. Direct learning. Take the effect of Ghostly Blur that he had learned now and evolved it to epic tier. He had a 75% evasion probability passively. After using the Shield of Black Light, 3 layers of damage immunity shield would be obtained. In other words, no matter how high the opponent's damage was, Qin Feng would be immune to the first 3 attacks he received. Not just when fighting bosses, but also when exploring ruins and maps. With this skill, I can even explore many high-level areas in advance. Qin Feng did not hesitate. He directly consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, a total of 6 points, to evolve this skill to the epic level. Shield of Black Light, Platinum Epic Assassin tier skill. Immunity shield lasts for 8101214 seconds. Conversion rate, every 20% 15% 12% 10% dodge converts 1 layer of damage avoiding shield. The epic level Black Light shield, when used, could convert 75% of Qin Feng's evasion into 7 layers of injury immunity shield. Continuing to evolve the Shield of Black Light requires 50 evolution points. That's enough for now. Qin Feng still had 22 evolution points left. First, he spent 3 + 5 + 8 for a total of 16 evolution points to evolve the Mighty Poison Dart 3 times. Fierce Poison Dart, Silver Emerald maximum range 1417 meters. Adds 120240 attack points on hit. Fierce Poison, 50% 80% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. Evolving the Fierce Poison Dart 3 times, the damage of this skill had at least doubled. Since the base cooldown of this skill was only 5 seconds, the sustained output was no weaker than the instantaneous Shadow Slash. There are still 6 evolution points left, so I can only put it away for now. In addition to the skill, the Golden Arthropod also exploded 2 pieces of equipment that Qin Feng could use. Ring of Lightness, Platinum Grade Assassin's Jewelry. Agility +20. Movement speed +20%. Attack speed +20%. Cooldown speed +20%. Equipment requirement, level 8. Thick red leather gloves, gold grade assassin system defense. Physical defense +18. Total elemental resistance +15. Physique +12. Lifesteal +588. Equipment requirement, level 6. Once the two pieces of equipment were changed, Qin Feng's cooldown speed reached 55%. The instant shadow slash that originally had a cooldown of 12 seconds now only took 7 seconds. In addition, Qin Feng's physique, defense and life value were all higher. 51 points of physique, 106 points of physical defense, and 17 points of life value. With these attributes, even with the attack from this golden arthropod just now, one could take 2 or 3 hits without dying. As for the previous level 5 golden ghost ship, half-blooded full-screen skills couldn't kill me. Not to mention, I have a 75% dodge rate passively. Qin Feng put away his backpack. Half of the few backpack compartments were filled with another. It wasn't until then that Grey Rose brought her remaining 3 teammates and chased after them. When she saw the corpse of the golden arthropod that had collapsed in front of Qin Feng, she had an indescribable shock. A big brother is a big brother. Really killed this boss solo. Grey Rose's pair of beautiful eyes revealed a look of adoration and anticipation. How about it, big brother? Is there any equipment skills I can use? I'll buy some. For mages, there's a gold skill book. Frost Catapult. Qin Feng swept his backpack and took out a skill book with an icy blue cover. Displaying it in front of her. Group skill. Releases ice balls. Up to 10 times of catapulting. 800 days for 1 bite. The loot dropped by level 8 bosses. The requirement to use it was between level 6 to 8. This Frost Catapult skill book was a level 7 skill book. The higher the level, the higher the value of the skill equipment would naturally be. The same gold level skill, the level 7 Frost Catapult, was over 40% more damaging than the level 5 Frost Catapult. Of course, you can't learn the same skill twice. You can only overwrite the lower level with the higher level. 800 days. This is too expensive. Grey Rose had a bitter smile on her face. However, as she looked at the attributes of the skill book Qin Feng took out, she didn't quite want to give it up. After all, this Frost Catapult skill would greatly accelerate her leveling speed. When she encountered a large group of small monsters, this skill would explode in damage. In the end, after considering for half a minute, Grey Rose once again found her teammates and borrowed all of their lifespans. 800 days. Deal. You lost Frost Catapult, gold level skill book. You gained 800 days of lifespan, tradable. A system prompt came and Qin Feng turned to leave. He planned to return to the town and release a message to acquire information on the locations of silver and gold ranked bosses. The silver rank gave 30 days and the gold rank gave 100 days. This way, Qin Feng would have a constant stream of bosses to kill and his development speed would be drawn full. It was also right after Qin Feng finished off the golden arthropod and sold the frost ejection that he received a private chat from Wang Meng. What the hell? Qin Xiaoyu is giving me a bronze skill book? Qin Feng was speechless and rejected it directly. Right now, outside, most were speculating that it was Shadow who killed Song Fei. According to Qin Xiaoyu's character, if it was Qin Feng who had killed Song Fei, Qin Xiaoyu would definitely want to find Qin Feng to fight for his life. However, if it was Shadow who killed Sun Fei, not only would Qin Xiaoyu not be angry, but she would also send skill books. Could this double standard be any more obvious? Chapter 50, What? You want to arrest me? Qin Xiaoyu had always been this character. When Qin Feng treated her even better, she took it for granted. In her last life, Qin Xiaoyu would get angry and fuss with Qin Feng whenever she was slightly less than desirable. Qin Feng took care of her for 9 years. Equipment, skills, lifespan, food, shelter, all of it was arranged for her, and she felt that she deserved it all. In the end, for the sake of Song Fei, she personally gouged out Qin Feng's eyes. The most outrageous thing is that she was so happy when she did it. The small favors of others, you can remember them for the rest of your life. You won't even put it in your heart if I treat you any better. Qin Feng smiled faintly and coldly. Although Song Fei was dead, it would be impossible for him to re-accept Qin Xiaoyu. After all, she was this character. Without Song Fei, there would still be Lin Fei, Li Fei, and Zhang Fei. It was impossible for Qin Feng to fall on the same person twice. Not dealing with her the same way he dealt with Song Fei was already for the sake of his dead parents. If I let you know that I'm the Shadow and that I'm the one who killed Song Fei, you're afraid that you'll be able to curse me for 3 days and 3 nights without being relieved of your anger. But for Shadow to actually give away skill books? Qin Feng shook his head and threw this person to the back of his mind. He now had quite a few more things in his backpack and was ready to go back to the town to sell them first and post a bounty for the boss coordinates in the meantime. So he tapped on Wang Meng's private chat. Saying a sentence, he transformed it into text and sent it out. Wang Meng, go back to the town, sell your stuff, and prepare for longevity. Wang Meng immediately replied. Alright, this guy was leading a team, looking for monsters and brushing monsters to upgrade outside of Flux Flame Town. After seeing Qin Feng's private chat, he immediately led the team back to Midway. Wang Meng suddenly asked, by the way, Song Fei is the big brother you killed, right? This sudden question. Other people may have to weigh how to answer, but Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all and directly admitted. Right. Wang Mang was a friend of his, and hadn't been offline, so he must have known that during the time Song Fei was killed, Shadow had been offline. The motive and time of the crime were all sufficient. Now, since Wang Mang had asked this, it meant that he had guessed most of it. Qin Feng was able to deny it, and the other party had no evidence anyway, but there was no need. It was just the right time to see the official reaction of Grand Xia to this matter, a test run of sorts. Hearing Qin Feng's decisive admission, Wang Mang was instead a bit surprised. After a long time, he returned, "Okay, we are a bit far from the town. It will take about 10 minutes to get back to the town. Please wait a bit, big brother." Qin Feng smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm even farther away." He had run all the way to the coastline in order to practice leveling fast, and was more than 20 kilometers away from the town. With his speed, it would take about 15 minutes to run back. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered demons and casually struck out to kill them. He also harvested more than 2,000 experience, 5 evolution points, inferior and ordinary equipment, skill books, and also exploded several pieces. And just when he returned to the town, his backpack compartment was completely filled. Afterwards, Qin Feng made a location appointment with Wang Mang and the others. He met up with them in the basement of the abandoned church in Flux Town. "Big brother is here." Wang Mang and the others had been waiting here for 2 minutes, seeing Qin Feng appear veiled and wearing equipment that shone with a faint golden color. For a moment, all of them were a bit nervous. Wearing a silver light armor, dragon swordsman, and you had a silver longsword hanging from her slender willow waist, and her long legs looked long and elastic under the coverage of the metal light armor. This beautiful policewoman's curvaceous and perfect body was even more displayed after she put on this set of swordsman armor. Moving her delicate and elegant figure, she took the lead and rushed to Qin Feng, staring at him with wide eyes, looking him up and down. "Big brother, you admit that you killed Song Fei?" Qin Feng smelled the oncoming fragrance of the young girl and smiled faintly. "What? You want to arrest me?" And you pointed to the top of her head. "Look at my codename." Her codename in the godforsaken game was called Justice Enforcement. Qin Feng glanced at her codename, then sized up her delicate figure and asked playfully, "Then, who do you think is righteous, Song Fei or I?" Originally, and you was still a bit serious, but when she heard Qin Feng ask this pretty policewoman suddenly smiled. "Don't worry, we checked the surveillance recordings and know that both Song Fei and Zhang Li are plotting against you, and that Dajiang Industry has captured quite a number of players who are working for them, which is illegal detention." When Qin Feng heard this, he understood the current official attitude. Obviously, without being able to investigate his true identity, the officials simply couldn't arrest him even if they wanted to. It could only maintain cooperation with him for the time being. As for what would happen in the aftermath, Qin Feng was also unsure. After all, in his last life, when he cooperated with the officials, there was nothing black about it. But in this life, he directly took out Song Fei and Zhang Li, which would more or less bring some variables. Officials can't encourage you to kill indiscriminately in reality, right? Let's just see how much of a variable my rebirth can bring to this godforsaken game era. Qin Feng thought faintly. The next step was to trade. Qin Feng displayed all of his backpack, gold and platinum grade equipment. Due to Wang Mang and Yu's official background, they wanted equipment and skill books no matter what profession they were in, and it was much more convenient and faster for Qin Feng to sell things to them. The most important thing was official longevity, tube enough, platinum grade equipment, platinum grade skill books. When Wang Mang and Yu and the others saw what Qin Feng took out, they were shocked. They knew that Qin Feng was fierce and had first killed a gold level boss. But, platinum level, the first kill of a boss of this level hadn't even come out yet. How could there be several platinum level items? Platinum grade equipment skills? Let's see. Is there anything I can use? Whitebird Mega Scui Shue. Her pretty little face also came up with an astonished look. She was wearing a white priest's robe, shining with a faint silver light. The same delicate and chiseled figure gave a holy and flawless feeling, and in Yu was completely two styles. It could be seen that during this period of time, Wang Mang had led the team to still finish off silver level bosses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so much silver level equipment on them. But compared to Qin Feng's inventory, the equipment they had on them was complete trash. For a moment, Wang Mang and the others were all stunned. Platinum level equipment. Skill books. How on earth did this come about? Chapter 51, I'm an assassin. You're asking me to save people? Facing the doubts of Wang Mang and the others, Qin Feng casually said, "Luck was alright. Found some treasure chests." He looked towards Gui Shue, who had a curious baby look on her face. "Little Shue knows. I even opened an emerald level skill book myself." Gui Shue nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Aha, I personally watched the big brother open the emerald treasure chest. But this is a good number of platinum level things. What do you call this? Luck is still good. This little beauty cried with envy. At this time, a beautiful law profession wearing a black vestment, also known as Prophet Linley Fish, is leaning against a side of the crumbling stone pillar. Slender legs crossed together. The body curves are perfect and alluring. She laughed, calling someone else as Little Snow, calling me as Little Black. Alas! Chin Fong glanced at her. Who made you Black Bruin Big Plum? It's fine if I don't call you Little Black. Call Little Blackie. Linley Fish, ? Wang Ming's team, the three beautiful girls, all looked to be on good terms with Chin Fong. Among them, Gui Shui was even on the team because of Chin Fong. In addition to Wang Mang and the three girls, there was also a sharp-eyed archer youth, as well as a middle-aged man, card master. These two looked at the gold and platinum level supplies that Chin Fong had taken out and were overcome with emotion. You really can't compare people with each other. Indeed, we went through a lot of trouble to take out a silver boss, and Big Brother is casually opening platinum and emerald level treasure chests. Immediately after that was the price negotiation. Wang Mang was only a member of the armed police, while An Yu was a squad leader. In terms of rank, An Yu was the captain of this squad. However, this policewoman's sister personality is a bit naturally dull, and she only knows recklessness when she fights. So in the godforsaken game, Wang Mang is the centerpiece of the fight. If anything else, it was An Yu who was in charge. This platinum grade archer skill book, 2,500 days for a single bite. This platinum grade berserker weapon, 1,500 days a bite. This book, Chin Fong had been crawling around for 9 years and knew the prices of things like the back of his hand. Piece by piece, prices were offered. Among them, the prices of platinum level things made Wang Mang and the others all suck in a breath of cool air. According to the current prices, a lifespan of 1 or 2,000 days is equivalent to $20 to $30 million in cash. The Shadow really dared to open the price. However, you have to know that a platinum level item is unique to the world. Even if someone could wildly encounter the ancient god's blessing and have the luck to combine platinum and emerald grade treasure chests, the number would be very, very small. $20 to $30 million in cash, to buy a platinum level skill book, or a platinum level equipment. At this stage, absolutely many consortiums, and even the official, are grabbing for it. In this era where the godforsaken game had descended and the rules of the world were about to change, any country, power, would want to get more battle power in their hands before it's too late. In the previous world, why did cash collapse? It was the official descent of the various countries that issued currencies that went on a rampage to acquire lifespans. When cash collapsed and lifespan became a brand new global hard currency, the countries of the world also gained the basis to gain a foothold in the new era because of the massively acquired lifespan. Chin Fong didn't know how many lifespans An Yu had on him right now, but it was definitely enough to buy him these platinum and gold level items. Chin Fong finished marking up the prices, did some math and said, a total of 25 pieces. Totaling 16,500 days. I'll give you a discount. 16,000. Okay. And you directly nodded and agreed. Let aside of Wang Mang face depressed, not. And Captain, he said how much you will give how much. You shall not bargain down? And Yu's beautiful eyes showed surprise. Huh? This can still be bargained? I think the price is quite fair. After saying that, she was very quick to initiate a deal with Chin Fong. By the way, it also paid back what Wang Mang and Gui Shui owed together before. Especially generous. Wang Mang and the others looked on. All the corners of their mouths twitched. Chin Fong also did not expect that this sister was so straightforward. In fact, he had left a little bit of room for bargaining, and as a result, the other girl had accepted it directly. Of course, they could definitely not lose money by buying these things over at this price. After all, the equipment can be turned back and sold again. And skill books, how much can you speed up leveling after learning them? Now that the godforsaken game had descended, leveling and strength was everything. A few moments later, the transaction was completed. Gui Shui got her hands on 2 pieces of gold-grade priest equipment and couldn't stop smiling. This girl, originally, had planned on brushing solo, and wasn't too happy to form a group. As a result, now, really fragrant, the equipment she needed, the official directly paid to buy it for her. Of course, these 2 pieces of gold equipment, she only has the right to use it. When the equipment is changed, it has to be returned to the official. But this is also cool enough. As for Chin Fong, 16,000 days of lifespan had arrived and it was also part of a great harvest. When the tradable lifespan of the body exceeds 10,000 days, the default display unit of lifespan becomes year. If you want to check the exact number of days, you can check the details. There's 60 years of tradable lifespan, translated into days. That's 22,000 days. It could be said that this was a huge amount of money. If it was sold into cash now, it would be equivalent to $300 or $400 million. Even for the officials of Jianghai City, this was a large amount of expenditure. Only, the hidden gains that this transaction brought to the officials far exceeded 300 million. With this batch of equipment and skill books, how many teams would the Jianghai City officials be able to overdevelop? Let's go. Qin Feng intended to leave, and you reached out her small hand and pulled down his cuff. You wait. Dajiang Industry side imprisons several players. We are planning to go rescue people out. Does Big Brother want to join the rescue together? Qin Feng was a bit surprised to hear this. This was the official wanting to pull him in, planning to whitewash the fact that he had killed Song Fei? However, Qin Feng didn't have that kind of free time to rescue people. What's more, there was no way he was going to reveal the reality of his identity at this stage. I'm an assassin and you're asking me to save people? Qin Feng shook his head. But there is a piece of advice. If you guys want to do it, you should hurry up. As long as the Divine Abandonment game rises to level 10, you'll be able to extract the game's abilities into reality. You should understand what that means. Hearing Qin Feng's words, and Yu's pretty face changed slightly. She nodded somewhat nervously. Understood. Dajiang Industry, too, is now acquiring lifespans. Once their people have risen to level 10 and extracted their game abilities, our actions will meet even more resistance. It's good that you understand. Let's go. Qin Feng finished speaking and turned around to leave. Anyway, in another 2 hours, the whole world would know about this matter. Telling the officials about this news in advance would be considered selling face. There was no harm in it. When he left, and you looked at where his figure disappeared, and gravity surfaced on her pretty face. Wang Meng. Next, we'll have to practice separately. Right now, all 6 levels of our team are very high, and when we get together, when we encounter small monsters, we all kill them in seconds, with overflowing damage. But splitting up, with one person leading a team, can drastically increase our overall leveling efficiency. If we encounter a boss, we can reconnect to raid together. In short, let's all rise to level 10 first. Don't look at Yu as a bit of a natural nerd. She was still very capable in business. Under her arrangement, the strength of the official players in Jianghai City would increase at a faster rate, thus taking better control of the situation. Qin Feng left the abandoned church basement. He came to the fluorescent flame town square and set up a stall. The name of the stall: 30 days to collect silver boss coordinates, 100 days to collect gold boss coordinates. He had only just sat down when a somewhat familiar player came to him. Chapter 52, Magic City. Qian Shishir, hire Shadow to kill Qin Feng? The person who came was an archer player. Qin Feng had met him once before when he was in Shell Town. It was the shooter youth with Zhongli, codenamed Old Mao. At first, Zhongli offered $10 million to ask Qin Feng to bring him upgrades, which was rejected by Qin Feng. As a result, this old hare ran over to contact Zhongli, took Zhongli upgraded. I was thinking that I could get a huge amount of $5 million. As a result, when he went to get the money, he was tied up by Dajiang Industries thugs and brought back to the basement of a villa and locked up. So, Mao Lijun was coerced and forced to play life expectancy to the Big River Industry. If the life expectancy surrendered less, not to eat, not to drink, this Mao Lijun was simply in tears. He realized that why the Shadow did not even want $10 million in the first place. It was too prescient. This is a fucking life. After being kidnapped by Dajiang Industry, Mao Lijun compromised. Even he was willing to become a lackey under Zhongli, pulling 2 more people over for Zhongli. At this time, he was the one who accepted Zhongli's mission and waited for Dark Shadow in this fluorescent flame town. Dark Shadow, Old Mao, wearing a green leather armor, came to Qin Feng's stall, glanced at him and said with a smile, "Our Missy said that as long as you're willing to take Missy for an upgrade, Missy can give you 300 million plus shares of Dajiang Industry. How many times in life can there be this kind of opportunity? I advise you to cherish it." Hearing Mao Lijun's words, Qin Feng looked at him like a fool. This guy was afraid that he still didn't know that Zhongli had GA? He only said one word: scram. Mao Lijun froze in place. He didn't expect that $300 million, plus shares of Dajiang Industry, this couldn't impress Dark Shadow? Although he was very unwilling, he still ran away in ashes. He had just heard that Dark Shadow had taken out Song Fei in reality, and did so silently. How would he dare to stay and talk nonsense? But, he only knew that Song Fei was dead. He didn't know that Zhongli was dead yet. After all, he was realistically imprisoned and had no access to outside information. And within the godforsaken game, the only thing he heard others gossiping about was Song Fei's death. As for Zhongli, who is she? After Mao Lijun left, he did not completely die, and he still wanted to find an opportunity to invite the Dark Shadow over. Otherwise he would be whipped if he failed to complete the task. Just at this time, he heard a few people next to him whispering, "Holy shit, Shadow actually appeared. Didn't he just finish off Song Fei? It's not just Song Fei. It's rumored that there's a little beauty that was hotly beaten by him and directly GA. Ha, this is too wasteful, right? Waste your sister." It's said that the woman is the eldest Miss de Jiang industry, called What Jiangli, originally intended to catch Dark Shadow in reality and give her life expectancy, but ended up being killed on the spot. Hiss, how in the world did Dark Shadow do it? God knows. It must be a problem with the godforsaken game. This world, it's going to change, eh? Let's upgrade as soon as possible. What? Jiang Li died? Hearing these people discussing it, Mao Lijun was then struck by a bolt from the blue. He stood frozen on the spot with a feeling of disbelief. Song Fei died. He didn't have much of a feeling. After all, between Song Fei and him, there was nothing involved. It was far away. But Jiang Li, this was a woman that made Mao Lijun fearful. In a short period of time, Shadow killed Song Fei and also killed Jiang Li? Or assassination? Mao Lijun had a creepy feeling. Dark Shadow. Originally, he also laughed at Dark Shadow's stupidity, giving $10 million for nothing and not wanting it, but it turned out that the clown was actually himself. It's a good thing I didn't provoke the Shadow. Mao Lijun chilled. Death, originally very distant from him, but he never expected that Jiang Li, who was high and commanding in front of him, was directly killed. He took one last look at Qin Feng's figure, somewhat trembling, and hurriedly left. Qin Feng didn't care about Mao Lijun's appearance. To him, it was a minor hiccup. When he set up his stall, he noticed that the players within the fluorescent flame town were all a bit scared and nervous when they saw him, and some of the girls didn't even dare to pass in front of him for fear of being noticed by him. It looked like there were already many people who knew that Song Fei was killed by him. However, Qin Feng didn't care. At this point in time, there are already old people entering the game, but they've all been assigned to the towns in the back. I definitely won't be able to see them here. In another 2 hours, there will be others who will have risen to level 10, and by then, they can prepare to head to the continent. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. Before traveling to the Divine Forsaken Continent, he could first get a full set of gold and platinum equipment in the initial town. After all, once he went over there were too many things Qin Feng could do. Not long after, 2 players dressed in black robes arrived in front of Qin Feng's stall. I have the coordinates for the silver boss here. It was also at the same time that Qin Feng was preparing to brush more bosses. In Jianghai's next city, Magic City, the total population of Jianghai City was over 8 million. The population of Magic Metropolis, on the other hand, amounted to 35 million. Until now, the initial towns in the Jianghai City area totaled more than 700, totaling more than 700,000 people who had entered the Divine Abandonment game. This number would surge at night, rapidly exceeding 5 million, until all adults had entered the game. In comparison, the population of the Magic City was even larger. There were already more than 4,000 initial towns in the Magic City region, and they were still increasing at an extremely fast rate. Right in the middle of a town in the Magic Metropolis region, there was a team that was quite noticeable. It was a woman wearing wind-burnt leather armor, and beside her were 5 foreign men traveling with her, 3 of them white-skinned and 2 black-skinned. That woman, with all 5 of them, looked very close, talking and laughing. It was none other than the Qian clan's chairman's daughter, Qian Shishir. Originally, Qian Shishir was planning to take a plane to North America, but the godforsaken game descended and the flight was grounded. She then contacted 5 foreign men within the Magic City area and entered the godforsaken game together. Soon, she spent the group's money and bought a lot of lifespans, which were then exchanged for equipment and skill books, raising both her and the 5 foreign men their strength. At this time, Qian Shishir walked in the town with those 5 men, looking at the players around her who shunned her, and smiled disdainfully. Look at these Daxia men, each one of them is as weak as a bedbug. Tony, it's still you North American mans that have charisma. A white man with an airplane head on the side, Tony, smiled and said, MS, Qian, you are discerning. We are naturally much stronger than these Daxia men. We on the other hand are also very strong. Return to reality in a while, you can have a good experience. Qian Shishir giggled. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. At this moment, she thought of someone. Right. Qian Shishir suddenly said faintly. I just heard that useless thing Song Fei was killed. I played him once before and he was gone in a minute. What a waste. Jianghai City's Dark Shadow can kill Song Fei, so having him kill an ordinary person should be even easier, right? Everyone, I'm going to go offline and make a call first. Have someone contact the Dark Shadow and help me kill someone in Jianghai City. The person she wants to kill. Naturally, it was Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had repeatedly refused her invitation to play and completely disrespected her. making her very upset. In her opinion, it was the other party's honor for her to look at a dasha man, a mere employee of a subordinate company in the district. How dare he reject her? Since you don't give me face, then you go to hell. Of course, it's too wasteful to spend a large sum of money to kill you. The key is still to take this opportunity to make friends with the shadow. Although it's a dasha man, but after all, it's the number one in the world, so I begrudgingly can get acquainted with it. Qian Shishir's mouth curled slightly, thinking that he was strategizing. However, she didn't realize that the Qin Feng she wanted to kill was actually Dark Shadow. Letting someone go and hire Dark Shadow to assassinate Qin Feng. This is killing yourself? Regarding this, Qin Feng naturally didn't know, just as he was preparing to hunt bosses everywhere. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyu, who he had refused to send as a gift, had fallen into a state of emo. Originally, she wanted to cut off and sever her relationship with Qin Feng and then evening out Dark Shadow. As a result, the situation was very different from what she had imagined. Chapter 53, $50 million. Kill Qin Feng? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu was in a terrible mood. Funny thing was, when Qin Xiaoyu severed her relationship with Qin Feng, it wasn't even as hard as it was now. Finally, godforsaken game reminded her that her body hunger in reality had reached 90% and she should eat. It was only then that she reacted and called Chu Yan to go offline with her. Originally, she wanted to order a takeaway, but the descent of the divine abandonment game had caused many stores to close and even run out of riders. It wasn't until then that Qin Xiaoyu remembered Qin Feng. In the past at home, Qin Feng prepared delicious food for her every time, and it was all her favorite food. There was no need for her to do anything. She didn't even need to move her brain. Just eat. But now, break off the relationship. For a while, Qin Xiaoyu was a little less accustomed to it. But soon, she gritted her teeth. It's just eating. Nothing compared to freedom. And at this moment, Qin Feng had long since left Qin Xiaoyu behind. After just over an hour, he had already received the coordinates of 4 silver level bosses and had traveled there successively, killing those 4 silver bosses in turn. Each kill brought him 16 evolution points, counting the loot that greedy hands had groped out, and selling it all to the officials. The average gain from each silver class boss amounted to 3,000-4,000 days of tradable lifespan. More than an hour later, Qin Feng returned to Fluorescent Flame Town with a full load. He contacted the contact person arranged by the official and sold all the silver and gold ranked equipment skill books in his backpack to the other party. Looking at the inventory, tradable life, 105 years. That was close to 40,000 days of tradable life. That's a lot of stuff to extract. But there's no rush. Qin Feng checked his entire body's equipment. His entire body now was already equipped with at least gold-grade equipment. Weapons, platinum-grade ghost ship twin blades. Clothes, gold-grade ghostfire leather armor. Wrist guards, gold-grade thick red leather gloves. A necklace, believer's pendant, gold. And 2 rings, cursed ring, gold, and ring of lightness, platinum. After these 4 silver bosses were fought, Qin Feng replaced the originally bronze leg guards and inferior shoes on his body as well. Instantaneous leather leg protectors, gold assassin system defense. Physical defense plus 15. Full elemental resistance plus 12. Cooldown speed plus 35%. Requirements, level 8. Boots of stealth, gold assassin's defense. Stealth time plus 20%. Movement speed plus 30% while stealthy. Stealth breaking attack plus 35. Equipment requirement, rank 9. With these 2 pieces of equipment swapped out, Qin Feng's stealth ability was stronger. The cooldown speed was also increased from 55% to 75%. The original instant shadow slash with a 12-second cooldown now only took 6-8 seconds, further skyrocketing his output ability. The experience value is now 28,000. When we wait for 50,000 experience, we'll be able to make our first career advancement. Before traveling to the continent, it's necessary to advance the profession once so that the stealth level reaches level 3. Qin Feng planned in his mind. There were no platinum level bosses in the initial town, but after traveling to the continent, Qin Feng would definitely go for the first kill of a platinum level boss. The platinum level bosses, at the very least, all had a level 2 anti-crypt level, so if he didn't raise his stealth level by level 1, Qin Feng would have some trouble dealing with platinum level bosses. After all, platinum level bosses are designed to be bosses for team raiders. It was unusual for 30 or 40 people to consider dealing with an existence. Just then, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he was greeted by a thieving youth who ran over. "You're the shadow? I have an assassination order here. Will you take it? Don't worry, you won't be paid less." The youth lowered his voice and said furtively. Qin Feng glanced at him and turned around. As a result, the triangle-eyed youth was a bit anxious. "Wait, don't go. Just killing an ordinary person named Qin Feng. I'll give you the address. You even killed Song Fei. This matter is easy for you. The moment these words came out, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. Kill Qin Feng? Good fellow. Qin Feng glanced at the other party and asked, this person messed with you and you offered so much money to kill him? The triangular-eyed youth looked around and said quietly, don't worry about that. Anyway, the payoff won't be small. As long as it's accomplished, you'll be given 3,000 days of lifespan. 3,000 days. The current price was almost equal to $50 million. The other party was still bidding quite high. Obviously, it wasn't because Qin Feng was hard to kill, but because of Shadow's global #1 status. Interesting. Who wants to kill me? Or hired Shadow to kill me? Qin Feng kind of wanted to laugh. But in this current situation, it was obvious that someone was trying to harm him. The triangular-eyed youth in front of him, Qin Feng could be sure that he had never seen before. So this person should just be an errand boy. The one who really wanted to kill Qin Feng was someone else. At this time, there aren't many people who have a beef with me and can still offer such a high price. If it was the identity of Dark Shadow, then there were quite a few people who had offended. But Qin Feng, this identity in reality, shouldn't be targeted this early. So, this was a grudge from before the godforsaken game descended. It's Qian Shishir? Qin Feng quickly thought of her. Qian Clan's chairman's daughter. The woman who went crazy and partied with foreigners every day. As Qin Feng thought about it, this was the only woman who was and had the motive and financial resources to hire someone to kill her. Good lord. I haven't even gone to look for you yet. And you're looking for me first? Qin Feng felt outrageous. He was well aware of this woman's thoughts. This order was entirely just to get acquainted with Dark Shadow. As for getting rid of Qin Feng, it was a matter of passing. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill him, even before the divine abandonment game descended, with Qian Shishir's ability, it wasn't like she didn't have the means to do so. There was no need to wait until now, and spend as much as $50 million. After thinking about all this, Qin Feng looked at the triangular-eyed youth and said, alright, I'll take this order and pay half of the deposit first. In addition, I'll have the final say on when I'll do it. The triangular-eyed youth was pleasantly surprised at his words. You promise? But half of the deposit. I have to ask for instructions from above. Soon after, the triangular-eyed youth initiated a trade invitation. Sure enough, he put up 1,500 days of lifespan. To Qin Feng, this lifespan was nothing, but don't want it for nothing. Soon, the transaction was completed. Qin Feng revealed a playful smile as he secretly thought to himself, the deposit has been collected first, but the one I'm going to kill isn't Qin Feng. It's you, Qian Shishir. Despicable? Shameless? Qin Feng didn't even care about any of that. To him, he only needed to do two things. First, get stronger. Second, make all his enemies go to hell. Chapter 54, Milk-White Yuko, I'll show my cards. After receiving the 1,500 days of lifespan, the triangular-eyed youth sent over Qin Feng's residential address. Landscape impression. Is really where I live. Qin Feng turned away without moving. Qian Shishir was originally his next target. Now it seemed like it was time to take out this woman a little earlier. After all, in reality, the only one who would be a threat to Qin Feng was this woman. Immediately afterward, he continued to set up his stall and acquire boss coordinates. The time now, around 6 o'clock in the evening, players in many places had already reached level 9, a step away from level 10. When the level 10 players in the Zhanghai city area reached 7, Qin Feng would leave the initial town at the first opportunity and head to the mainland. Compared to the daytime, the atmosphere within the town was clearly different now. Since the Fluorescent Flame town was a relatively early town, the local players' levels were all relatively high now, and many regular small groups had already formed. A female player wearing silver armor, with a pair of long legs, came to Qin Feng in front of him in 3 steps. Big brother, I have a gold boss coordinate here. Do you accept it? The female player's voice was quite nice. To be precise, it was a bit burnt. Qin Feng looked up and saw a good-looking female player whose profession should be of the warrior lineage. She was tall and her face value was not bad. A typical melon face, especially those eyes that looked like they could discharge electricity. Of course, the most noticeable thing is her codename Milk-White Yukiko. Can only say, is a talent. Qin Feng did not move and said, 100 days. See the boss payment. The female player pointed to the north direction of the town. Good. Then come with me. I'll take you there. The road is a bit far. Qin Feng got up. First of all, what's the name of the boss? The other party thought for a moment and said, call it something like Plague Surrounder. Is that okay? Qin Feng nodded. Okay. The Plague Surrounder was, indeed, a gold-level boss and was relatively difficult to fight, especially for a lone wolf like Qin Feng. It was a bit more difficult, because this boss possessed a highly poisonous aura. As long as one stayed within a certain range of it, they would continue to lose life value every second. Qin Feng didn't have the ability to recover for the time being if he was soloing. To deal with this boss, it had to be taken out as fast as possible. Of course, Qin Feng had the confidence to do just that. Hearing Qin Feng say that he could, the long-legged girl asked with a bit of hesitation, "Can you do it alone? Should I bring a nurse? That boss has ranged toxin damage." Qin Feng shook his head. "No, you just lead the way." If he wanted to bring a nursemaid, Qin Feng would just call Gu Yixue over directly. The White Bird Magus's healing and assisting abilities definitely far exceeded those of an ordinary priest. However, as long as the damage was high enough to spike the boss, what kind of priest was needed? With the damage of the Plague Surrounder, it wasn't enough to pose too much of a threat to Qin Feng, as long as it didn't eat its single skill. Soon, Milky Snowy led the way in front. Qin Feng followed behind. It had to be said that this woman's walk was very flavorful. One word: enchanting. Following the river outside the town all the way, the duo soon came to the entrance of a cave. Milk-White Snowy Z pointed inside the cave. "The boss is in the cave. The small monsters were all cleared by my team's people, but the boss can't be beaten. I'll take you in." She continued to walk in front. In the middle of the cave, there were some stones that emitted a faint light source, set into the stone walls, allowing one to barely see the way inside the cave. Soon, it came to a wide cave the size of a soccer field. Qin Feng saw that there was a gray-brown dry tree trunk that appeared in the middle of the cave. That dry tree trunk, which was surrounded by a grayish-brown gas for 50 meters, would receive toxin damage of 1% of its life value per second once it got close. If I remember correctly, this kind of toxin damage can be dodged. Then the 75% dodge of Ghostly Blur would be useful. Qin Feng slightly recalled the boss's skills. He traded with Milk-White's Yukiko and gave her 100 days of lifespan before planning to strike. However, just then, Milk-White Yukiko called out to him with some hesitation. "Hey, big brother, there is a thing. Remind you. Actually, this is a trap. As long as you start the fight, someone will soon come to kill you. I remember that they have a level 2 anti-hiding prop." Qin Feng had already hidden his figure. Hearing this, his voice came out from within the cave in front of him. "Doesn't matter," Milky Snowy said helplessly. "That's not the key. The key is, in the plan, I will stop those people, and then take the opportunity to get acquainted with Big Brother. Finally find a chance to probe into your reality information." Qin Feng was a bit speechless. What kind of bullshit plan is this? Milk-White Yuko, "Big brother, I've shown my cards to you. Don't hold a grudge against me. Find the guy behind me." It looked like Qin Feng taking out Song Fei still had some deterrent effect. At least this woman wouldn't dare to mess with Qin Feng. Instead, she explained the situation honestly with Qin Feng. Qin Feng returned over. Appearing next to her, he asked her, "Who's behind you?" This female warrior held a long knife in her hand and looked a bit torn, but finally made up her mind. "It's Dongfang Xian, God abandonment game LD Idol Cloud. Said it was killed by Big Brother you once." "Big Brother, you can kill Song Fei. Surely you can also kill him, right? I so showdown with you. You cannot sell me. It is best to kill Dongfang Xian, otherwise I'm miserable." Dongfang Xian? Idol Cloud? Qin Feng remembered, slightly impressed. Wasn't this the one, the leader of the group of players who wanted to rob him of the golden ghost ship boss? Returning back to give him a chisel strike skill book, pretending to seek forgiveness, only to engage in this kind of small action behind his back? In my last life, it seems like I haven't heard of this guy. Either he didn't develop, or he was taken out in the early stages. Think about it. This game goes around grabbing monsters and messing with people in the early stages. It's weird if you don't get killed. Another name was added to Qin Feng's death list. He said to Milk-White Yuko, "Then you'll trick their people into coming over." Qin Feng hadn't killed anyone within the game for quite some time. The Blossom Curse wasn't even used. It was best to have more people come over, so Qin Feng could still harvest some more lifespan. "Okay, big brother." Milky Snowy quickly nodded her head in agreement. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng killed that level 10 gold class boss, the Plague Surrounder. Due to the need to quickly resolve the battle, Qin Feng directly turned on the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, receiving instantaneous Shadow Slash. Countless slashes of light erupted and bloomed on that dry tree trunk in an instant. -2118, -2118, -6345, weakness attack. In the center of the Plague Surrounder's trunk, there was a bizarre smiley face, and the two eye marks on the smiley face were both weaknesses. Due to the weakness amplification effect of Graceful Deliverance, a third of the times this instant Shadow Slash hit the weak points. And the active effect of the legendary grade Enchanted Deliverance was Cutthroat. It inflicts 150% extra damage per second for a duration of 3 seconds. equivalent to a total of 450% extra damage. After 3 seconds of Qin Feng's enchanted deliverance plus instantaneous shadow slash, the boss's blood bar was already down to only 1/3, and a single skill dealt over 80,000 total damage. The female warrior Milky Yuko, who saw this scene, instantly contracted her pupils. What the hell? A skill that knocks out 2/3 of the blood of a gold level boss? Is this still human? Chapter 55, This man, too terrifying. Seeing this explosive scene, the girl could hardly believe her eyes. A gold level boss. It was said that when this boss was found, on Dongfang Xian's side, he got 3 teams, 18 people to come over. As a result, just half a minute into the fight, the group was wiped out. The tanks couldn't resist, the nanny couldn't nurse, the boss's sustained toxin damage is too high. The most important thing is, 3 squads of 18 people, together to siege the boss, until the final group destroyed, only to knock out less than 5% of the boss's blood. And now, as soon as the shadow struck, the boss's blood level plummeted by 2/3? Is this fucking the same game we're playing? Milk-white Yuko's expletives came out. Looking at the boss's blood bar, her beautiful eyes widened. But what she didn't know was, after Qin Feng released a skill for just 3 seconds, he had already retreated back from the boss, moving away to 50 meters away from the boss. The active effect of graceful deliverance now had a cooldown of 25 seconds. With the 75% cooldown speed bonus, the final cooldown was 14.3 seconds. In other words, after waiting another 14.3 seconds, Qin Feng would be able to finish off that boss. However, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. He stealthily hid to the side and waited for Dongfang Xian's people to come over to deliver the kill. As for the boss, which itself was just a tree trunk, with Qin Feng stealthy and unable to find his target, the boss just kept spraying poison in place. All sorts of green and gray poisonous mist emerged from the tree trunk, spreading towards the surroundings. There were also some poisonous liquids that erupted, spilling into the surroundings in puddles. These damages, even if Qin Feng ate them now, he would either die or be injured, not to mention other players. If they really wanted to kill the plague surrounders, they would have to have at least a full set of silver equipment, and the nurse's skills would have to be more numerous. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to fight it off head-on. Right now, those players, not to mention silver equipment, hadn't even seen a few pieces of bronze equipment. Most of the players' ordinary equipment are not complete. With this, they still wanted to come and fight a gold-level boss? Soon, outside the cave passage, there was a series of messy footsteps. It should be the other side's prepared people coming. All get ready. Enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who blocks, kill without pardon. The voice of the person at the head was a bit familiar. Qin Feng stealthily stepped aside and took a look through the dim light inside the cave and was happy. It was actually Tainan. This guy is still hanging out with Dongfang Xian? By the looks of it, was killed by me a few times and still not convinced? But their plan is to have Milk-White Shuezi help me stop this group of people and take the opportunity to approach me. Qin Feng was still a bit perplexed. This Milk-White Shuezi, is that strong in battle? Iron Man had brought more than a dozen people in. Could she really stop them? Soon Qin Feng knew. He only saw this woman reach out and pull out a large shield, stopping in front of Iron Man and the others. Holy shit, a gold-level shield? This defense. No wonder. Qin Feng was all a bit shocked. At this stage, it was impossible for this woman to kill a gold-level boss. Most likely she had encountered the ancient god's blessing in the wild and opened a gold-level treasure chest. When Tainan led his men to rush over, they saw the milky white Yuko blocking the front. The attacks launched towards her were all blocked by her gold-grade shield. Each time, they could only knock out at most 5 points of her life value, and most of the attacks couldn't even break the defense. As for her, she was now level 7, and as a warrior with a blood count of over 2,000, it would take at least a minute or two for Iron Man and the others to kill her. Mainly this passageway is too narrow. Not so many people can attack her at the same time. Qin Feng was also too lazy to think about it. When Iron Man and the others appeared, they appeared directly behind the milky white Shuezi. In a stealthy state, a shot of instantaneous shadow chop. Now Qin Feng's instant shadow slash cooldown is only 6 seconds or so, and by the time Tainan and the others come over, it will have long since cooled down. Immediately afterward, he saw countless flashes of blade light in the passageway. The other party, more than 10 people, happened to be crowded in this channel. Was Qin Feng's skill? Take it all. Minus 2,412. Minus 6,597. Weakness attack. Minus 1978. Qin Feng looked back and only saw a screen full of damage numbers. The vast majority of them, however, died after jumping a single damage number. Only one Iron Man, with higher blood and defense, ate an instantaneous shadow chop's chopping strike surprisingly didn't die. Only, Shin Feng had a total of 9 chopping strikes with this skill. Just instantly, Iron Man and more than a dozen others were annihilated. Blossom Curse. At this stage, Shin Feng was completely invincible in in-game PvP. After dealing with it, he raised his hand to release Blossom Curse on Iron Man and the others. Scarlet flowers, one by one, blossomed out from the corpses in the field and began to suck out their tradable lifespans. Big brother, add a friend. I'll explain it to Dongfang Xian later. Milk-white Yuko put away her shield and gasped, pleading. She looked at the scarlet flowers all over the ground and had a creepy feeling. The invisible man in front of her was too terrifying. At this moment, she was a bit thankful. If she really listened to Dongfang Xian and approached the shadow, trying to probe his reality information, it was likely that her end would be miserable. In fact, she was originally prepared to listen to Dongfang Xian, but she saw the tragic situation of Song Fei being killed, was instantly egged on. The God-forsaken game. If it could only give people longevity, then she wasn't too worried. But now it was all rumored that the abilities of the God-forsaken game were likely to be used in reality. Facing a world's #1 assassin who came and went without a trace, who could not be afraid? Okay. Shin Feng agreed to the friend request. I'll ask you later about Dongfang Xian's location in reality. Just tell me in private chat. Milky Snowy sighed in relief. Okay, I'll be waiting. Big brother can also find me if he needs service. It's free. Shin Feng almost didn't tense up when he heard this. What the hell is this woman a Kuan? No wonder it burns so much. But then again, this kind of woman, for some geeks, is indeed more lethal, bludgeoning and deadly. Graceful deliverance. Instant shadow chop. Shin Feng returned to the boss room, bypassing the several puddles of green venom spewed out by the plague surrounder and unleashing his continuous technique. This boss had a third of its blood left. Shin Feng had been in a stealthy state, so it kept spraying poison in place, and the surrounding area of 50 meters was filled with poisonous mist and venom. Fortunately, Shin Feng's output was explosive. 2 instantaneous shadow slashes before and after directly killed it. You have killed Plague Surrounder, LV 10 gold level. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 555 days of lifespan, tradable. The piece of gray-brown tree root fell to the ground, bursting out a pile of loot. What a pauper. Shin Feng couldn't help but spit. Of course, he wasn't talking about this boss, but Iron Man's dozen or so people. This gold-level boss, all of them hadn't even used the Hand of Greed yet, and all of them had given 555 days of tradable lifespan. As for Iron Man's people, Shin Feng had used the Blossom Curse to drain their lifespans, adding up to just over 300 days. As for the non-tradable lifespans, this group should be almost out of them as well, right? It's all like this. Don't brush monsters peacefully, and still run out to make trouble. Served. For this group of people, Shin Feng naturally didn't have half a bit of pity. Only after sending the milky white Snowy away did he return to the boss corpse and unleash his greedy hands. Shin Feng was still looking forward to the drops of the gold level bosses. This was because platinum level items were almost bound to drop. When a bunch of loot around the boss was touched out, Shin Feng picked it up and was instantly enlightened. It's been quite a while since I've seen an assassin skill book. This is finally another book. Chapter 56 Shadow Profession Advancement. The Continental Passageway opened. Shin Feng checked the skill book in his hand. Hour of Darkness, Platinum Level Assassin Skill. Explode dark light with the blade in your hand, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60, 34. 3 seconds. Required level, 10. Range, 20 meters. Base duration, 10 seconds. The higher the mental attribute of the target, the shorter the duration. Simply put, it was a blinding skill. Doesn't this just match my occupational trait? As long as I blind the enemy, even if I'm not in a stealthy state, I can trigger double damage all the same. Of course, this blindness state could be dispelled. If it was for PvP, one had to pay attention to whether or not the opponent had a group dispelling skill nurse, or a paladin or priest type of support profession. If you use it to fight a boss, it's still better, even if the boss spirit attribute will be higher. Against the same level of the boss, lasts for 3 or 5 seconds or no problem. There is only one thing to note. Bosses were resistant to the same negative effects, and if the first blinding lasted 5 seconds, the second would likely only last 3 seconds, and the third would be even shorter. Study. Shin Feng learned the Darkest Hour skill. On top of that, he also fished out a higher graded Platinum Assassin's weapon from the Plague Surrounds corpse. Blade of Plague, Platinum Assassin type weapon. Attack power plus 216. Agility plus 42. Weakness attack multiplier plus 0. 3. Equipment requirement, rank 10. Unique effect, any of your attacks will have a toxin attached to them, which explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of that attack's damage. The effect of this unique special effect was equivalent to increasing any damage by 50%. it only took 3 seconds to clear. In comparison, Qin Feng's previous Ghost Ship Twin Blades, the only special effect was to deal 2 damage per general attack. Currently, I'm not playing a pulse attack stream. Switch directly to Plague Blade. Qin Feng switched weapons. As for the Platinum Grade Ghost Ship Twin Blades, they were already artifact level weapons for other assassins. At this stage, having a Platinum Grade weapon would allow other assassins to at least triple, if not triple, their output. Selling it for 3,000 days won't be a problem. Qin Feng looked at the remaining loot. There were no more assassins that could be used, so he put them all away. Immediately after that were the evolution points, the previous 4 silver-ranked bosses, along with this gold-ranked Plague Surrounder, as well as sometimes killing some small monsters along the way, had allowed Qin Feng's evolution points to accumulate to 98 points. The damage is sufficient for now, and there's no rush for the Darkest Hour to evolve. We can save up first and continue evolving the Epic Grade Greedy Hand to Legendary Grade. Qin Feng checked the list of skills. Latent Shadow, Platinum 13 points required to evolve. Backstroke Enhancement, Emerald 21 points needed to evolve. Greedy Hands, Epic 210 points required to evolve. Fierce Dart, Emerald 13 points needed to evolve. Instant Shadow Slash, Epic 210 points required for evolution. Ghostly Blur, Epic 80 points required for evolution. Graceful Deliverance, Legendary 200 points needed to evolve. Shield of Blacklight, Epic Evolution requires 50 points. In addition, there were still the Blossoming Curse, Chisel Strike, and Darkest Hour skills that hadn't evolved. Keep brushing the monsters. The number of bosses in each initial town was relatively limited. Qin Feng didn't continue collecting boss coordinates anymore either. The bosses of the Fluorescent Flame Town had been killed pretty much, and it would be a long time before they were refreshed. Short of over 10,000 experience. Let's just brush the small monsters directly. Qin Feng switched to the Plague Blade, with a higher agility attribute and faster speed, and arrived at the coastline in 10 minutes or so. Continue brushing the level 10 demons. Each little monster had 100 points of experience. Counting up, killing 100 or so of them would gather 50,000 experience. Enough for his first career advancement. Unfortunately, the magical creatures in this godforsaken game are not infinitely fast refreshed like unusual online games. Otherwise, it would be possible to upgrade in minutes. It wasn't difficult to find magical creatures on the map. For example, the crimson cloaked one in lobster form was hard to spot with the naked eye alone, and was basically trapped in the sand. That is, Qin Feng was alone. In the eyes of these fiends, all of them belonged to being good bullies. As long as they passed by the neighborhood, there would be demons sneaking closer. Since they were close, they naturally couldn't leave and were directly killed by Qin Feng with a single slash. Just like that, it was until 8:30 p.m. Qin Feng finally gathered 50,000 experience. It would take 100,000 experience to level up to 11, so there was no rush for now. In contrast, this 50,000 experience, used for the first career advancement. The increase in strength was even more obvious. Your shadow profession has advanced. Currently, 0 rank first rank. Occupational attributes, Strength 39, Physique 39, Agility 824, Spirit 515. Occupational passive 1, Stealth duration doubled. Added, ability to use stealth skills while in stealth state. Profession passive 2, +1/+2 stealth level. Occupational passive 3, if you are not in the enemy's field of view when launching an attack, the damage of that attack is doubled, 2x damage 3x damage. Relying on upgrading and improving equipment and skills alone won't get you far in the godforsaken game, because it's hard to level up. Equipment and skills are mostly capped, waiting until after level 10. Career advancement was also a crucial part of strength enhancement. Originally, Qin Feng's shadow profession attribute bonuses were Strength 3, Physique 3, Agility 8 and Spirit 5. When he advanced to the first rank, his attribute bonuses were tripled, and even more crucial, were the 3 career passive boosts. Finally, Seamless Stealth. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw the added effect of the first career passive. Originally, all stealth skills could not be used during the duration of the stealth. In other words, even if the duration of the stealth was greater than the cooldown time, one had to end the stealth before continuing to release the stealth skill. But now, Qin Feng could release his stealth skill while he was in stealth. In other words, he was now permanently invisible as long as he did not launch an attack. As the only hidden profession, the Shadow's early stages might seem rather average, but its later abilities are definitely not weak. Qin Feng was still quite optimistic about the prospects of this profession. This profession had advanced once, and it had indeed added 1 stealth level. And not only that, the damage of attacks launched outside the field of view had also been increased from twice the original damage to 3 times. The damage is even higher. Just in time to head to the continent and find a platinum level boss first kill. Qin Feng glanced at the time. It was 8:30 p.m., and at this point in time, there were already quite a few players who had risen to level 10. However, what surprised Qin Feng was that the ones who had risen to level 10 first besides him were not the North American players he remembered from his last life. Instead, it was Shanghai City players, and it was several level 10s at once. Of course, these level 10 players were all familiar faces. Not bad. It seems like I sold so many equipment and skill books to my own benefit. The faster the players in Shanghai City upgrade, the sooner I can head to the mainland. Qin Feng smiled. Just as his profession advancement was completed, a prompt came from the system. The number of level 10 players in the Shanghai City region had reached 7. The passageway to the Divine Forsaken Continent was finally opened. Any player who had reached level 10 could return to the town and teleport one way to the Divine Abandoned Continent. Chapter 57 Arriving at the Continent. Shanghai City ruins. Just as Qin Feng was rushing back to the town, the entire world had already changed drastically in this short period of time. Within the boundaries of Shanghai City, counting Qin Feng, there were just 7 players who had risen to level 10. It looked like Qin Feng was level 10 just like them, but had 50,000 more experience than them to use for career advancement. This 50,000 experience was something that many players wouldn't necessarily be able to brush up on in a day or two. Therefore, Qin Feng's development was actually several times that of the other players. At the same time, in various other regions around the globe, there were also players who had risen to level 10. In North America, downtown Los Angeles Chicken, a former shooting game professional player was the first to arrive at level 10 and announced a shocking news: the equipment, skills, and levels of the godforsaken game. Surprisingly, all of them could consume tradable lifespans and be extracted to reality. And immediately afterward, a blonde female singer from the Western Kingdom had also risen to level 10 and announced the same news. On top of that, there were also Tianzhu, Cherry Blossom Nation, Daihan Nation, Kangaroo Nation, and Woolly Bear Nation. The same news came out from all over the globe. It instantly ignited the globe. Fark Squid, God-forsaking the game's ability to extract into reality? There's still this good thing? When I'm level 10, I'll immediately start $0 purchase right away. In that case, that little star named Song Fei from Dasha before was indeed killed by Shadow. That's right. Shadow was the first to level up to 10 and must have extracted the stealth skill. That's too scary. Then if he wants to kill someone, isn't it just random? Quickly extract the anti-cloaking skill. Without the anti-crypt ability, this world is going to become an assassin's world. How can everyone be able to anti-hide? You have to be in a group to do it. Wait, so why did Shadow want to kill Song Fei? It's rumored that it's because of the conflict that arose from robbing a boss in the game? For a while, billions of people around the globe were thrown into a state of panic. Officials from all countries initiated some emergency actions. The most important, of course, was still for the official police and military to all enter the godforsaken game and level up as fast as possible, with a large number of pre-acquisition of tradable lifespans. The officials of all countries now still have a certain degree of control, and will not lose control in a short period of time. In this moment of global panic, Daxia side, there is a message out. Shanghai City, Dajiang Industry, due to the suspicion of illegal detention, casino, organ trading, etc., was cracked down according to the law. At the same time, there was Song Fei, who repeatedly had sex with underage female fans and even abetted fans to suck up. And the reason why Dark Shadow wanted to kill Song Fei and Zhongli was because he was commissioned by the official cloud. Qin Feng, on his way back to the town, looked for Milky White Yuko to chat a little, learned about this matter, and was a bit speechless. The official is really good at whitewashing me. Is it to make it easier to work with me in the future? Qin Feng mourned for Song Fei and Zhongli, but then again, the charges that the officials had placed on Song Fei and Dajiang Industry might not be something they hadn't done, and it was likely that they had really done these things, only that they hadn't blown them up before. All in all, the two were already in the past tense, regardless of whether it was Song Fei, or the rather powerful Dajiang Industry in the previous life. All of them had become history when this life had just started. The officials even took the initiative to come forward and whitewash Qin Feng. Dongfang Xian is now level 7. He's not going to go offline yet? Alright, when he goes offline, you can contact me again and tell me his location at the same time. Qin Feng finished talking to Milkwhite Snowy and closed the private chat window. He maintained his stealth and returned to the town to the teleportation room underneath the plaza. Now, his stealth was even silkier. There was no need to find any location like before. He just waited for the cooldown of the Sneak Shadow skill to end and used it directly to refresh the duration of his stealth, easily realizing permanent stealth. When he arrived at the teleportation room, he saw quite a few players coming and going, but didn't see any other level 10 players. In Shanghai City, there were currently 7 people who had risen to level 10. Grey Rose, Gui Shui, Lin Li Yu, and Wang Mang's team's sharp-eye archer and cardmaster. As for Wang Mang and In Yu, the two officials, they were instead delayed because there were more things to do, but it was thought that it wouldn't take long for them to rise to level 10. They'll all have to rush back from the leveling point after they've risen to level 10. The speed is definitely slower than me. Qin Feng had no intention of waiting for these people. Instead, he directly came to the teleportation array and chose to head to the divine Forsaken continent. Quite a few things on my body haven't been sold yet, but that's okay. Once we arrive at the continent, we'll be able to look for a refuge and store our things in it, which will be much more convenient. Now inside this teleportation room, a special teleportation array appeared. In addition to the teleportation array between towns, there was also one that only level 10 players could use. The Continental Teleportation Array. On the small town teleportation array, many players were queuing up. The Continental Teleportation Array, on the other hand, was naturally unattended. Qin Feng went up and directly launched it. Whether or not to travel to the divine Forsaken continent? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes, as a white light lit up and surrounded him. The glow of that teleportation array activating directly attracted the attention of everyone around him. Crap! The Continental Teleportation Array has activated. Didn't see anyone? Who teleported? Nonsense. Of course it's Shadow Big Brother. That's not right. I have a level 2 anti-crypt level now. How come I can't see him? Stupid. That means Biggie's stealth level is over level 2. In the eyes of a group of players who were envious and jealous, the Continental Teleportation Array activated, teleporting the stealthy Qin Feng directly away. It was important to realize that the vast majority of players nowadays were basically only level 3 to 5. A few players were able to level 6 to 8. As for those who could rise to level 10, there were only 100 or so in the world. In the eyes of the general public, not to mention level 10, even if it was level 6 or 7, it would be considered a big brother. Spirit Forsaken Continent. It was a boundless and vast ragged world. In the middle of the ruins of a city in the east, a white teleportation light flashed, and a shadowless and invisible existence arrived. It was a city ruin that was hundreds of kilometers in circumference. Sure enough, it's the same as the previous world. It's the ruins of Jianghai City that I'm familiar with. Qin Feng maintained his invisibility and appeared in the center of this city ruin. He looked around and saw the familiar scene with some emotion. The ruins of buildings full of dilapidated remains. Wandering magical creatures could be seen vaguely among the ruins. And in the center of the ruins was a huge statue more than 10 meters tall. An eyeless stone man. In fact, this is an epic boss. Only that the activation conditions have not been met at the moment. Players from every city that comes to the Divine Forsaken Continent will appear in the ruins of their respective cities. And the geographical locations of these city ruins were also highly consistent with the locations of the cities in reality. For what exactly the Divine Abandoned Continent is, there have been too many speculations from too many people in the 9 years of the last life, but none of the claims could be confirmed. The ruins of Jianghai City. This is the place that housed millions of players for the next 9 years and was used as a base by millions of Jianghai City players. God-forsaken game. No warehouses, rarely even see NPCs. If you want to store items and develop your guild, you need a base, or a refuge. Jianghai City Ruins, the best refuge. It's the refuge of my Zenith Guild. Qin Feng did not dawdle in place and quickly ran over towards the northwest direction of the city ruins. In this life, he intended to monopolize the refuge that had the best location and the most space. Not long after he left, next to the statue of the eyeless stone man in the center of the city ruins, several more white lights lit up. Gui Shui, Lin Li Yu, and the others, teleported over together. Wow, this ruin is huge. It was rumored that Big Brother Shadow had teleported over a few minutes ago. I wonder where he went. Be careful. Snowy, there's a monster next to you. Chapter 58 knew he was fierce. Didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Due to not being clear about the situation of the Divine Forsaken Continent, Gui Shui, Lin Li Yu, Wang Mang, and the rest of them, they all made an appointment to teleport over together. As expected, their 6-member team, just after teleporting to the center of the ruins, 2 stone statue-like demonic creatures appeared behind them, pouncing towards them. Earthshaker, LV11. Grade, Ordinary. Although they were 2 small monsters, Wang Mang and the others did not dare to be careless at all. Raise your shield. Wang Mang, wearing gold-level armor and holding a silver-level shield, stopped in front of those 2 Earthshakers on the spot. The others were lined up behind him. The white owl on Gui Shui's shoulder flew out on the spot, releasing a white light that landed on Wang Mang, adding a layer of defense enchantment to him. Boom, boom. 2 humanoid stone statues Earthshakers came roaring in, and when they were close to Wang Mang, they directly stomped on the ground, surprisingly directly knocking Wang Mang away. At the same time, 2 heavy fists landed on Wang Mang's body with a bang. minus 512, minus 498. Two shocking damage numbers emerged from Wang Meng's body. It caused Gu Yixue's brows to knit slightly. She slightly raised her hand, and the gold-grade staff in her hand released a ray of light that began to heal Wang Meng. At the same time, a fire-ranged skill with 150 points of additional attack came out of Lin Liyu's hand, and a fireball descended from the sky, hitting both Earthshakers at the same time. Minus 428, minus 428. This damage from Lin Li Fish was considered top tier within the current players. After all, a small portion of the equipment on her body was gold or even platinum level equipment from Qin Feng, but to compare it to Qin Feng, it was still more than a notch worse. A skill went down, only hitting the small monster with about 1/10 of its blood. This monster eats control. I'll control them, the team's cardmaker uncle said in a deep voice. Xiao Gu, have your owl fly into the sky to take a look around and check the surrounding terrain to make sure there are no other monsters nearby. Gu Yixue nodded, and the snow-white owl quickly flew into the sky. A minute or so later, they finished off two small monsters with some difficulty. The probe from Gu Yixue made them all look a bit ugly. So, this place has no safe zone at all? There are monsters everywhere? And, the fight we just had has attracted the attention of some monsters? For a while, Wang Mang and the others all realized that the God Abandonment game was not at all like an unusual online game. This is a fucking survival game? Compared to Wang Mang and the others, Qin Feng was much more relaxed. Reaching the stealth level of 3 allowed him to easily navigate inside the monsters. The monsters within the Zhenghai City ruins range aren't too strong yet. The anti-cloaking level is only level 2 at most. When we first get a foothold within the ruins and find a good shelter, then we'll explore within the ruins and find some bosses to finish off. Of course, Qin Feng didn't waste his skill CD. When he passed by some monsters, he directly fired an instantaneous shadow slash. Even without the active effect of graceful deliverance, the total damage of the instantaneous shadow slashes 9 slashes could reach as much as 20 to 30,000. Against these small monsters, it was a complete second kill. Right now, there were no other players in the entire ruin. There were monsters everywhere. To Qin Feng, it was a complete paradise. He advanced all the way towards his target location, killing normal monsters in seconds all the way, his greedy hand barely stopping. By the time he arrived at the target location more than 20 kilometers away, the number of evolution points on his body had grown from 98 to 115. Moreover, he had also picked up a higher grade sneaky shadow skill. Skills with the same name had a fixed grade. For example, the skill Latent Shadow was a fixed inferior quality, but there were also different grades for the same skill. For example, what Qin Feng had obtained now was the level 10 Sneaky Shadow. Learning this skill book will override my original level 1 Latent Shadow, but correspondingly, in order to get the real-life Latent Shadow to level 10 as well, one would need to make up for more tradable lifespans. With a bit of an experimental nature, Qin Feng studied this skill book. You have learned Latent Shadow, level 10. Your Latent Shadow, level 1, is overwritten. Latent Shadow, Platinum, requires level 110 to enter a state of invisibility that lasts 2436 seconds. Break stealth attack 150300. Cooldown 22:12:6 seconds. The cooldown hadn't been reduced, but the duration of the stealth and the stealth breaking attack had been increased drastically. Fortunately, even though it's an inferior skill book, I've long since evolved my Latent Shadow to Platinum level, so after overriding it, this skill is still Platinum level. Qin Feng looked at his attribute panel again. There are now 110 years of lifespan, or 40,000 days out. Let's extract the ability at once when we go to deal with Dongfang Xian. Qin Feng closed the attribute panel. He hit his figure and looked at a residential ruin that appeared before him. No one knew that underneath this ruin, there was an underground palace that covered an area of more than 200 acres. This underground palace was about as big as the Zhenghai Normal University in reality, and there were thousands of rooms for resting alone, and even dozens of hall areas. If one could occupy this underground palace, no matter how much equipment or wealth, it could all fit. In the godforsaken game, there existed many such ready-made shelters. The official name was called hideouts. Of course, players can also find a way to build their own. It's just that the materials that need to be used are exceptionally high. It's even more difficult to build a sanctuary that's thousands of acres in size. However, the bigger the hideout you want to occupy, the stronger the guardian you need to defeat. I still remember that in my last life, after I set up the Divine Beheading Guild, it was only after gathering 3 squads of 18 people and ascending to level 15 that I came to take down this palace. Without hesitation, Qin Feng directly found a staircase in this ruin and walked down the stairs. The target, a level 15 platinum boss. There were also quite a few small monsters, and even mini-bosses ranging from level 12 to 15 on the way. the underground palace that was meant for a powerful team. Qin Feng planned to explore it alone. As Qin Feng walked along the stairs, turning downwards for a good 15 meters, the surroundings were already nothing but pitch black. Suddenly, a stone door opened ahead. When the hideout was unoccupied, this stone door would open when anyone came over, but when a player occupied it, others would have to violently destroy this stone door in order to open it. Summon, devout believer. Qin Feng was at the stone doorway and used a gold-grade devotee pendant to summon a silver-grade devotee. Guard the doorway. The duration of this silver-grade devout believer, as a summon, was unlimited. As long as it wasn't killed, it would always exist. It couldn't be better used to guard the door. Then, Qin Feng stealthily entered the stone door and heard a system prompt. You have arrived at the Land of Pure Souls, hideout. Defeat the area guardian and you will take possession of this area. What met Qin Feng's eyes was a spacious hall of a temple. Within the hall, there were more than a dozen level 12 normal mini-monsters roaming around. Spirit of Surge, Spirit of Overload, Spirit of Incineration. These were all bodies of consciousness formed by the convergence of elemental energies. Hour of Darkness. Qin Feng directly unleashed his skill as the plague blade in his hand released a black flash of light, causing all the surrounding small monsters to fall into a blind state. First, an instantaneous shadow slash resolved the 7 or 8 in a straight line. Then, taking advantage of the fact that these small monsters were all blinded and throwing elemental attacks everywhere, Qin Feng accurately avoided the attacks and waved the plague blade in his hand, unleashing normal attacks on these small monsters. With the 3 bonuses of Profession, Weakness and Backstrike, even with a normal attack, Qin Feng was able to slash a weakness and deal nearly 3,000 damage, killing these level 12 monsters in seconds. If it was any other player, even an elite player squad like Wang Mang would be in extreme danger if they encountered so many elemental mini-monsters in an enclosed space. But Qin Feng perfectly resolved a total of 15 elemental minor monsters in an instant. Loot, lifespan light orbs, exploded all over the hall. According to the number of monsters in this hideout, by the time I'm done clearing out the demons in this place, I should have enough evolution points to evolve the greedy hand one more time. Qin Feng was quite excited about this. There would be a qualitative change in skills from epic to legendary. There was no telling what other effects could this greedy hand evolve to when it reached legendary level. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to kill his way through this underground palace, outside, Wang Mang and the others were already within the ruins of the city, being whisked away by the demons all over the place. Go this way. This side doesn't seem to have that many monsters. Let's hide and not make any noise. Wait, so many demonic corpses in this courtyard? With Gu Ishue's White Owl leading the way, the group of 6 quickly arrived at the area Qin Feng had just passed by, because the demons in this area had just been killed by Qin Feng. Looking down from the sky, this area was clean. When Wang Mang's 6 people escaped over together, they ended up seeing pieces of demonic corpses in the ruins over here. At once, the 6 were shocked. These demonic creatures that could whisk them away. In front of the shadow, they were slaughtered like chickens? Originally, they knew that Dark Shadow was strong, but it was completely unexpected that it could be so strong to such an exaggerated extent. There are no monsters in this neighborhood for the time being. Let's slow down first. Gu Ishue pursed her lips and said, causing the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. And you looked at the demonic corpses all over the place and was very emotional. Worthy of being a shadow big brother. I thought we were strong enough, but as a result, we can actually only hide and shiver at Big Brother's crotch. Hearing her words, the other 5 people's faces became a bit odd. Wang Mang coughed, Captain and, ahem, pay attention to the wording. And you widened her beautiful eyes. Ah, is my description not apt? Chapter 59 Platinum Level Boss, Soul Purifier Phasal. Leaning on this area buffer that Qin Feng had cleared, Wang Mang's 6 finally caught their breath. It's too much. This divine spirit forsaken continent. Why are there so many monsters? Luckily, Big Brother cleared this area. Otherwise, we're afraid that we're all going to die back. I think it's better for the 6 of us not to open up the land first. Wait for our respective team members to rise to level 10. Come up and act together. I'm a little curious. Where will we be resurrected if we die here? The crowd chatted for a while, already in awe of the city ruins. Just now, those dozens of demonic creatures came raging. If it wasn't for them running fast, they would all be corpses by now. Originally, each of the 6 had led their teams separately and brought a number of official players to upgrade. When they were able to come to the continent, they got together first and came over to explore the road. Unexpectedly, this place was so dangerous. At this moment, Gu Ishue once again switched her viewpoint to her white owl. The owl flew up into the sky and took a closer look at this nearby area, causing Gu Ishue to once again suck in a breath of cool air. This monster really is a piece of death. Too fierce. Ah, wait, there are a few corpses in front underneath. all of which still have a gray glow. Is there loot that the big guy didn't pick up? Gui Shui was surprised. And you heard this and guessed. It's because the backpack compartment isn't enough, right? The shadow was only supposed to be one person. And with this killing efficiency, there must be a lot of things that won't fit. Gui Shui nodded. There are a few gray things that we haven't picked up. Should we go over there? Wang Mang said. Wait a bit. I'll contact Shadow. Qin Feng was clearing demonic objects all the way through the land of pure souls. As he was clearing to the fourth room, he received a private chat from Wang Mang. Big brother, we saw that you didn't pick up some things outside. How about we pick them up and pay you according to the price? Qin Feng quickly replied back. Okay. Since he had a spatial finger ring and later exploded a 7-compartment storage backpack, he had a total of 34 compartments of storage space. However, for Qin Feng, who had the greedy hand, the 34-compartment backpack wasn't even quite enough. Killing all the way over, there were 5 pieces of grayish-white inferior equipment that he didn't pick up. As a matter of fact, anyone who could level up to 10 and come to the Divine Forsaken Continent wouldn't lack inferior equipment. As for the inferior skill books, Qin Feng had picked them all up, and some of them were still useful. Those 5 pieces of inferior equipment, since Wang Mang wanted them and had to pay for them. Let's give them to him. I'll contact you guys again in an hour. There's a batch of equipment for sale. Qin Feng said this and closed the private chat window. He continued to clear the land of pure souls. His backpack was already full, and along the way, the loot popped out by the demons was all over the place, but he didn't care. After all, as long as he finished off that platinum level boss, the entire underground palace would belong to him. As for before that, if someone came to the entrance of the palace, Qin Feng was able to get an early warning. After all, there was a silver level devotee guarding the entrance. Even if a stealthy player came over and wanted to enter the land of pure souls, he would have to open the stone door first, and would also be discovered by the pious believers. As Qin Feng continued to clear the monsters, Wang Mang and the others went offline first. Regarding the situation in the Divine Spirit Forsaken Continent, they needed to report upwards, not only to the Jianghai city officials, but also to the higher level officials of the Great Summer Country. After the greater part of an hour, not only Jianghai city, but also the globe, many other cities, also opened channels to the Divine Abandoned Continent. However, what came out of the players who had teleported to the continent was not good news, but bad news one after another. Our Mordor players arrived at the continent and it's a city in ruins. Our Chaos Han players are also, but it's not the same city ruins. It seems like every city's players, to the mainland's landing point is different. The city ruins are full of monsters. I've already died twice. I can't stand it. I can only go offline first. We have to wait for more people before we can open up the land. Otherwise it's just monster abuse. I'm a bit curious. What's the situation with the world's #1 shadow? Seeing as he's still level 10, it must not be going well either, right? At this moment, Qin Feng had already cleared all of the small monsters within the underground palace that was the land of pure souls. A total of more than 40 halls, plus 1,000 small rooms, had all been cleared by him. He had killed over 400 small monsters alone. There were also 4 bronze level bosses and 2 silver level bosses. All together, not only did they provide Qin Feng with more than 80,000 experience, they also allowed his evolution points to soar all the way up to 205 points. With this 80,000 plus experience, the average player wouldn't be able to brush it for a few days and nights. After all, the average player wouldn't dare to provoke a large number of demons, and could only slowly find a single one to kill. That efficiency can be imagined. 5 points short of evolving Greedy Hand. Just in time. Just finish off that platinum level guard boss. Qin Feng heard a sound of converging elements, like the sound of electricity, coming from the direction of the center of the entire underground palace. This place, Qin Feng had stayed in his last life for 9 years. It couldn't be more familiar. He turned several intersections with ease and headed towards the center. Soon, it came to a large room that was originally closed. This room was about 30 meters in length and width, with an altar in the center. And on the altar, there was an elemental demonic creature surrounded by lightning, taking on a human form and covered in purple lightning. Soul Purifier, Phasal, LV15. Grade, Platinum. Description, the Guardian of the Land of Pure Souls. Defeat it and you will become the Master of the Land of Pure Souls. The highest level of the demons within the city ruins was level 15. This Soul Purifier, Phasal, was already the highest ranked demonic creature within the city ruins, and the highest grade boss. I'm at level 10 now. There's a certain amount of damage attenuation against this boss, but it doesn't have much of an impact. If I remember correctly, this boss has a total of 750,000 blood and is divided into 3 stages in total. The most important thing was that this boss possessed a level 2 anti-hiding ability. That's why Qin Feng had to raise his stealth level to level 3 before coming for this guy. In my last life, this boss's single lightning damage was so high that my warrior's full set of gold equipment could barely resist it. But now, I don't even need to resist its single skill. Qin Feng turned the plague blade in his hand, and his entire body, like a ghost, instantly entered the room. Graceful deliverance. Instantaneous shadow slash. Minus 3,576. Minus 3,549. Minus 9,669. Weakness attack. When Qin Feng released this skill, he transformed into a shadow and passed through the boss before entering stealth once again, only to see the thunder-covered soul purifier phasal, with thunder and lightning flowing in a pair of blue eyes, before it could react. 9 damage numbers had already popped up one after another on top of its head. Moreover, its entire figure was colored with a layer of green. The next second, minus 5,364, minus 5,323, minus 14,503. Another 9 higher damage numbers emerged from the top of the boss's head. This was the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, which dealt slitting throat damage and would last for 3 seconds. Chapter 60, First Kill Again. Jin Xiaoyu cried, "Why is this game so hard?" The Soul Purifier phasal, on its thunderous body, continued to blossom with slashes as damage numbers continued to pop up above its head. It tried to counterattack in the first place, but it couldn't find where the person attacking it was. The single high damage lightning attack that was supposed to be released could not be released due to the lack of a target. It could only raise its arms formed by lightning and burst out with a wide-range attack skill. There were hundreds of thunderbolts that coalesced from the overhead ceiling and then fell towards the ground. These thunderbolts, from coalescing to splitting down, only took less than 0.3 seconds. Once hit, with Qin Feng's current defense and lightning resistance, he would surely die. Moreover, when facing these lightning attacks, Qin Feng's 75% evasion wasn't good. This was because any skill, any attack from a platinum-level boss or above, had a hit modifier. The Soul Purifier's hit modifier is definitely above 100%. That is to say, the hit rate against anyone is at least doubled. For example, Qin Feng, now at 75% evasion, then the hit rate of a normal monster attacking him would only be 25%. But the Soul Purifier, a boss, would attack him with a hit rate of 50% or even higher. After all, in his last life, Qin Feng had only fought this boss once, and didn't know much about its specific attributes. They were all rough estimates. Luckily, Qin Feng's current agility attribute had reached 182 points after his career advancement and switching to the Plague Blade. The running speed at full burst exceeded 40 meters per second. As long as one paid attention and dodged away before the lightning fully coalesced, one could avoid being hit by these lightning bolts. This skill, for all players at this stage, was almost impossible to accomplish. Even if they were given double the agility, it would be impossible for them to avoid this wave of thunder attacks completely without any mistakes. But for Qin Feng, 9 years of combat experience had long since allowed him to develop the habit of dodging skills. Late-stage bosses were more outrageous than this. This thing's offense was nothing at all. In our last life, we relied on luck and the priest's shield to barely carry through this skill. But this time, I won't give the boss any chance. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. On the 3rd second of the battle, the damage from slitting throat, and the special effects of Plague Blade erupted, directly knocking out the boss's first stage. 250,000 blood. When the Soul Purifier's blood dropped by a third, a layer of thunder shield appeared on its body, and at the same time, in the sky around it, 3 balls of thunder and lightning light appeared, flying in a non-stop circle. 3 thunder chains, from above those 3 thunder lightning spheres, linked onto the pure soulmancer. Boss Bloodlock. Those 3 balls of thunder light had to be taken out first. In his last life, this stage had also caused the team led by Qin Feng to be exterminated once. After being wiped out once, Qin Xiaoyu was madly upset and said she didn't want to continue, so Qin Feng didn't bring her. As a result, without her after a one-time pass, although the experience, but Qin Xiaoyu itself is really not much use. Dodging skills will require her old life. The first time I saw you, I was in the middle of the night. Does she have hands? Fierce poison dart. Qin Feng waited for Sneaky Shadow to finish cooling down and casually threw out a fierce poison dart, accurately hitting the lightning ball of light that was circling in midair. After throwing the dart, Qin Feng continued to stealth. While Qin Feng was stealthing, the Soul Purifier boss always launched ranged attacks. However, to Qin Feng, dodging those lightning bolts was simply a reaction engraved in his bones. It wasn't even half as difficult. One dart flew out. Instantaneous shadow slash erupted again and again, soon destroying those 3 flying lightning balls of light. The boss went down to the second stage. Graceful Deliverance. Instantaneous shadow slash. Shadow-like slashes blossomed on the thunder-entangled boss, and another damage figure erupted. 3 seconds later, the boss went straight down to the third stage, one after another. The thunder electric circles, centered on the boss, kept spreading towards the surroundings. This skill, in the last life, it was only by having all the members collect a set of thunder elemental resistance equipment, along with the 4 priests shielding and returning blood, that they were able to barely carry it through. But in this life, Qin Feng directly performed an instantaneous shadow slash, dodged to the ceiling of the temple, and grabbed a beam with one hand, perfectly avoiding all the lightning circles. It had to be said that the difficulty of this boss was still very high, but Qin Feng had already prepared the appropriate countermeasures long before the start of the fight. A short 5 minutes after the start of the battle, the boss furiously released thunder attacks. Qin Feng opens his shield of black light, transforming his entire body's evasion into a 7-layer damage immunity shield. Then a graceful deliverance plus instantaneous shadow chop passes through the boss, instantly decimating the last 1/3 of its blood strip. The boss's thunderous attacks that landed on him were all perfectly resisted by the shield of black light. 3 seconds later, the thunderous body of Soul Purifier Faisal turned into a ball of electricity that scattered on the ground, and a system prompt rang out in the minds of all players across the globe. Player Dark Shadow, Zhanghai City, is the world's first to kill a platinum-level boss, gaining 10 points of reputation. When this system prompt spread, all players around the globe were instantly shocked. There were quite a few players just now, discussing Shadow, thinking that Shadow's development wasn't going well either. The result: this was a platinum-level first kill? Crap, a platinum-level first kill? Another single kill? Nima, it's too outrageous, isn't it? I've only just arrived on the continent, and I'm still in the city ruins unlimited extinction. And this person single-killed a platinum-level boss? We're besieging a gold-ranked boss coin spreader and we've already been annihilated 3 times. And Shadow Big Brother directly single-killed a platinum? What level of talent is this? Fark, it's Daxia's Shadow again? Who knows his true identity? I suggest that we throw a nuclear egg directly at Zhanghai City and Daxia. Good suggestion. Don't suggest it next time. Do you really think that Daxia is easy to mess with? Ha ha, one for you, one for me. Let's all destroy together. Just as the system prompt for Qin Feng's first kill of the platinum boss came out, in Shell Town, Qin Xiaoyu just happened to be cut in 2 by a silver-ranked boss holding a giant axe, which swept over with an axe and stopped him in his tracks. You have died. You have lost 14 years of life, non-tradable. You are dead. You have lost 2 days of your life, non-tradable. When Qin Xiaoyu was resurrected in Shell Town, he was filled with a trance. Another death? In the team channel, a teammate's tirade was heard. Shabby nurse, the boss has such a big axe, you can't dodge it? Qin Xiaoyu was already upset, and when she heard her teammate's tirade, she was not happy. Who is Shabby scolding? You're the T. You don't pull the boss. Blame me for not dodging skills? I hide UMB. Teammates angry, damn this ranged attack skills. How can I pull? MDZZ. Player level 8 Gale quit the team. Within the team, there were soon only 3 people left again. Qin Xiaoyu, Xu Yan, and Zhang Wei. They had just been practicing and encountered a silver boss during the brushing process, and this was the second time they had been taken out. Zhang Wei couldn't even top it anymore. He said, the system prompted me to get hungry. I'll go offline to eat first. The remaining Xu Yan was in a team with Qin Xiaoyu, and not long after, she was also killed by the boss and resurrected in the town square. The short-haired girl Xu Yan was an archer. She walked through the crowd and came beside Qin Xiaoyu, helplessly saying, Xiaoyu, why don't we upgrade first? Otherwise, our lifespans are almost dead. Good. Qin Xiaoyu was on the verge of crying. Why is this game so hard? Then, seeing that Shadow had first killed the platinum-level boss, Qin Xiaoyu was even more mentally unbalanced. On what grounds? The teammates she met were all rookies? Chapter 61 Legendary Grade Greedy Hand, Spirit Swallower Bloodline, the Land of Pure Souls. For other players, they only heard one first kill announcement, but on Qin Feng's side, what came was a series of system prompts. You have killed the Pure Souls Layer Faisal, Platinum Grade. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 11. Your 4-dimensional attributes plus 4. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have gained 20 evolution points. You have gained 1,520 days of lifespan, tradable. You have gained 1,520 days of lifespan, tradable. You have achieved the world's first kill of a platinum level boss. You have gained 10 reputation points. Congratulations. You have become the owner of the Land of Pure Souls. A series of system prompts came, causing Qin Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. After an hour of back and forth, it was finally completed. From now on, Qin Feng would have a base in this divine spirit forsaken continent. And, most importantly, this hiding place was, likewise, something that could be extracted into reality. When Qin Feng was the owner of the Land of Pure Souls, he could extract the Land of Pure Souls to reality and open the magical defense boundary in it. With the existence of defensive boundaries, even airplanes and tanks would not be able to breach the Land of the Pure Soul. As for the nuclear egg, others didn't know. Qin Feng was clear as day. When the divine abandonment game descended, the weapons of mass destruction in reality had all begun to be corrupted, especially the most lethal nuclear eggs. Basically the first day they were already immobilized. Airplanes, tanks and the like, could barely be used for a month or two. Of course, it would take more than 300 years of tradable life to extract the Land of Pure Souls into reality. In his last life, Qin Feng had already extracted it, using it as the base of the God Beheading Guild in reality. Regarding the familiar Land of Pure Souls, Qin Feng did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he first checked up on this harvest. The first thing was ascending to level 11. After level 10, each upgrade gives 4 full attribute points and 10 free attribute points. Continue allocating to agility. Qin Feng planned to add agility until level 20. With infinite stealth, many of the godforsaken games bosses could actually be harmless, as long as the speed and reaction were fast enough. So agility was still the most important in the early stages for Qin Feng. Gold bosses only give 7 evolution points. I didn't realize that platinum bosses directly give 20 evolution points. Match it with the Hand of Greed. Qin Feng looked at his current evolution points, which totaled 225 points. It was enough to evolve Greedy Hand once. Before unleashing Greedy Hands on the Soul Purifier, Qin Feng evolved this skill once. You have consumed 210 evolution points, with 15 points remaining. Greedy Hands, Epic Legendary Assassin type skill. There is a 300% 500% chance of obtaining an additional loot reward. The additional loot obtained has a 100% probability of being upgraded by 1 rank. New passive effect, you gain 100 squares of greedy space, which can be used to store items. The effect of the completed evolution brightened Qin Feng's eyes. The extra loot has changed from 3 to 5. It also comes with a 100 space storage space. The latter was something Qin Feng hadn't expected, and the effect would make the process of brushing monsters outside a lot easier for him in the future. When the Greedy Hand advanced, Qin Feng then released his skill towards the Soul Purifier corpse. At once, 5 pieces of extra loot burst out from the boss's shattered Thunderbolt corpse, the most basic of which were all platinum grade, with several emerald grade pieces interspersed amongst them. Among them, there was an emerald grade assassin's leather armor and an emerald grade assassin's necklace, with equipment requirements of level 13 and level 15 respectively. There was also an emerald grade assassin skill book with a learning level of level 14. I can't change it yet. Store it at home. These level 13 to 15 loot, Qin Feng did not intend to deal with them for the time being, waiting for some time. Anyway, right now, the entire 200-odd acres of Land of Pure Souls Palace belonged to him, and he could put whatever he wanted in here without worrying about it being taken away or lost. Believers come in, pick up all the loot in the palace and pile it up. Qin Feng had just cleared the palace of elemental demons and dropped quite a few things, whether it was equipment or skill books. He didn't pick them up and didn't even look at them. Now it was just time for the devout believer to come in and organize all those things together. Meanwhile, Qin Feng already had a plan for his next development. Once I come to the continent, I can look for some bloodline monsters and obtain my first bloodline pedigree. This was another important part of a player's strength in the godforsaken game. In the game, there were a variety of different bloodline monsters that players could obtain different bloodlines after killing them. Each type of bloodline had a different effect. In this life, the most suitable bloodline for me should be Spirit Swallower. Spirit Swallower bloodline. After obtaining this bloodline, one would gain the ability to devour one's own skills, and the higher the grade of the devoured skill, the more powerful the attributes and effects provided by the bloodline would be. In this life, I can infinitely evolve skills. Many low-grade skills, low-end skills, are completely useless to me, but if I evolve them to the epic level and then devour them with my Spirit Swallower bloodline, my bloodline attributes will reach an extremely terrifying level. It was important to realize that in the Divine Abandonment game, every epic level skill was extremely precious. Under normal circumstances, who would be willing to use their Spirit Swallower bloodline to swallow an epic level skill? Skills that were swallowed could not be used and could not be learned subsequently. But Qin Feng's current life was different. Many trash skills, or skills with duplicate effects, even if they evolved to epic level, they were still inferior to the initial epic level skills. There were thousands of assassin skills. Qin Feng couldn't use all of the active attack skills. It was enough to pick the best of them and keep them. When we get the Spirit Swallower's lineage, we can go on a rampage to acquire skill books and make another fierce wave of boosts. Qin Feng thought to himself. At this moment, his private chat lit up. Milky Snowy, congratulations big brother on your first kill of the platinum level boss. I have some good news here. Dongfang Xian, he's hungry and has finally gotten offline. He's said to be eating at the Jiangnan restaurant, along with quite a few people from his family. Their family acquired quite a few lifespans and are preparing to bring them into the game to convert their battle power. This girl sent a voice. Her voice is still so burned. Qinfeng finally smiled when he heard this. Not bad. It seems that this Dongfang Xian family has brought quite a few lifespans with them. This time, when we return to reality, we can extract the Blossom Curse along with the lifespans on those people, and not a single day will be wasted. P.S. First of all, thank you big brothers to read. And secondly, set a plus more rules. Every 3,000 gifts plus a chapter. Gifts do not spend money, just free power generation can be. Just need to look at the ads on the line, up to 3 times per person per day. The author bacteria rely on this to eat. Kneeling thanks. Thank you, QAQ. Chapter 62, Captain, don't be like this. Of course, Dongfang Xian and his family's dinner definitely didn't end that quickly. Qinfeng was not in a hurry either. Before returning to reality, he would first deal with a wave of loot. And by the way, he would consume the evolution points he had just touched with his greedy hands. By then, more abilities could be extracted into reality. From the Soul Purifier, Qinfeng had touched a total of 100 evolution points. Together with what was just left, there were 115 points left. It's possible to evolve most of the skills that didn't reach epic level. Qinfeng scanned the list of skills. There wasn't much to say. Evolve them one by one. Consume 42 evolution points to evolve Sneak Shadow 3 times to epic level. Stealth duration 36 seconds 60 seconds. Break stealth attack 300500. Cooldown 22 seconds 5 seconds. Then, 34 evolution points were consumed to evolve Backstroke Enhancement twice to epic level, increasing the backstroke damage increase from 50% to 75%. There were still 39 evolution points remaining. Qinfeng deliberated for a moment and didn't evolve the current Emerald Grade Mighty Poison Dart. Instead, he first consumed 3 evolution points and evolved the Blossoming Curse twice, from Emerald to Diamond, and then to the epic level Blossom Curse. It could be used on the corpses of players within 60 seconds of death, and a new effect had been added. It can destroy corpses? Qinfeng froze. This effect, it didn't seem to be useful within the game, but outside of the game, it seemed to be a little bit useful? He didn't think about it that much. Immediately after evolving 3 times Hour of Darkness, you have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 evolution points, with 30 points remaining. Hour of Supreme Darkness, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic Bursts of Dark Light, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 3 seconds. Range, 2030450 meters. Base duration, 101 to 1416 seconds. The higher the target's mental attributes, the shorter the duration. The remaining 30 evolution points were just enough to evolve the Blossom Curse from Epic to Legendary again. Should I evolve it? Qinfeng thought about it. This skill was opened from the Emerald Treasure Chest of the Ancient God's Blessing. In his previous life, he had never even heard of the name and had only vaguely heard of the effects, which showed its rarity. At least there were no books of this skill to buy in the market at all. Since it's a rare skill, it's better to continue evolving it. Every legendary skill has its own uniqueness. It might have some useful special effects. Qinfeng finally decided to evolve. You have consumed 30 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Blossom Curse, Epic Legendary Generalized Skill. Used on the corpse of a player within 60300 seconds of death, continuously sucking up tradable lifespans. Added, also sucks 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan. Added, can suck up scattered untradable lifespan orbs. Crap. Qinfeng couldn't help but burst out. This thing, outrageous. While sucking up all of the target's tradable lifespans, it could also suck up 50% of the opponent's non-tradable lifespans? Even the scattered non-tradable lifespans could be absorbed. Although non-tradable lifespans cannot be used to extract skills into reality. But in the future, when you go to a high-level area and your lifespan passes 100 or 10,000 times faster, you will be prioritizing the consumption of non-tradable lifespan. With this skill, there is no shortage of non-tradable lifespans. The evolution points were consumed. Qinfeng then notified Wang Mang and gave him a nearby coordinate. Of course, it wasn't near the entrance to the Land of Pure Souls, but a place 500 meters away from the surrounding area. There weren't any demons in that place for the time being. The items to be sold this time included the loot dropped by the Plague Surrounders, as well as the items dropped by the mini-bosses within the Land of Pure Souls. The 100-compartment backpack that comes with this greedy hand is so useful. Put all these things on your body and there's still half-empty space. Qinfeng nodded in satisfaction. Alone, he traveled to the coordinate point. Soon, inside the bedroom of a ruined residential house. Wang Mang, and you and the 6 of them met Qin Feng, who was still veiled. Old rules, I'll make an offer. You guys cannot accept what you don't accept. Qin Feng started listing things. First were the silver, gold, and platinum grade things. The total value of this batch of things amounted to 18,000 heavenly tradable lifespans, and you was still as forthcoming as before, receiving it all. After all of Qin Feng's prices were fair. After receiving the items, this dragon swordsman girl smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Now, our Jianhai city's development speed is fast again. In fact, the Magic Capital Air Force, the 46th Artillery Regiment, so many official legions have asked us for equipment. It's just that right now, we can't interoperate between different cities, and there are no trading channels. Brother Shadow, thank you ah. And you looked towards Qin Feng with joy in her beautiful eyes. It's fine, help each other out. Also, there are some inferior, ordinary and bronze items. Want them? Qin Feng asked as he continued to take the pile out. Watching him start pulling out things again, and you 6 people were all stunned. Why do you have so many backpack compartments? The silver, gold and platinum supplies that Qin Feng had just taken out were too much for you to fit alone, and he still let Wang Mang help along before putting them down. As a result, Qin Feng actually took out a bunch of 30 more ordinary and bronze items. Big brother, are you Doraemon? Gui Shue had a curious look on her face and actually ran up and touched Qin Feng's stomach. Question mark. Qin Feng had a question mark on his face. In the end, not only in you and Wang Mang, but even Gui Shue, Lin Li Yu, Sharp-Eyed Archer, and Card Master Uncle, had their backpacks filled with stuff. Luckily, Death in this godforsaken game would not drop the items in the backpack. Friendly reminder. Under the stone statue in the middle of the city ruins, there's a staircase that goes down to have a teleportation array to return to the initial town. But to go back, the first time you have to consume 500 days of life, and then come back again without consumption. Use your own discretion. Qin Feng reminded them when he saw that they didn't dare to go kill monsters even in this place. After saying that, he turned around and left. After the stuff was dealt with, it was time to return to reality. When he left, as in you looked at his hidden figure, a pair of beautiful eyes let out a radiance and lowered her voice in the team channel, saying with some excitement, look at you guys, I told you that Big Brother is probably a reborn. Otherwise, how would he know such hidden information? Wang Mang patted his head. Captain, don't be like this, I'm a little scared. Uncle Card Master also smiled. That's right, don't be too sensitive. We were just driven away by the demons at that time, or else we would have been able to find it if we searched around that neighborhood. It's normal for the shadow to just be able to be invisible, so it's more familiar with the terrain than us. Once you heard this, he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, she came up with, you guys, if I go as to lure the shadow, what's the success rate? A group of people were dumbfounded. Chapter 63 The Spirited Dongfangxian, a reliable woman? Just as you and the others were trying to figure out how to return to the initial town, Qin Feng had already returned to the land of the pure soul. He closed the stone door at the entrance tightly. If any other players come over, this stone door will look like a wall. It's almost impossible to realize that this place is the entrance to an underground palace. Even if there really is a genius attacking the stone door, this stone door has a durability of 1 million, so it's impossible to breach it in a short period of time. I can turn around and look for some material scrolls to reinforce the stone door. Qin Feng entered the land of the pure soul and looked at the familiar palace scene without being touched too much. Instead, he went offline in place. Whether or not to consume the tradable lifespan and extract the ability to reality? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes. At this point, Qin Feng had a total of 203 years of tradable lifespan on him, which would allow him to have a wave of major enhancements in reality. Converted into days, it totaled 74,304 days. Extract the level and profession advancement abilities first. This time, Qin Feng wasn't that troublesome. Due to the relatively large number of tradable lifespans on his body, he directly chose to batch synchronize. Level synchronization. Profession advancement synchronization. Consuming a total of 27,000 days of lifespan. Qin Feng's realistic leveling and profession advancement were directly synchronized with the in-game, immediately followed by skills. I've extracted Subterranean Shadow before, but it's a level 1 Subterranean Shadow. To replenish it to level 10 Latent Shadow, it needs to consume a little over 1946 days. Qin Feng began to take the skill extraction from the list. Consume 1946 days to patch Latent Shadow to level 10. Consume 900 days to extract Backstroke Enhancement. Consume 1000 days and extract Greedy Hands. Consume 3200 days and extract Instant Shadow Slash. Consume 5366 days. Extract Ghostly Blur. Consumed 16,099 days. Extracted Blossom Curse. Consume 11,313 days to extract Shield of Black Light. Note, calculated by formula based on skill level, initial grade, not blindly written. With these skills extracted, Qin Fang's tradable lifespan was left at 7,480 days. The tradable lifespan is still a bit short. Otherwise, it could be directly synchronized. Qin Feng shook his head. The only skills he hadn't extracted for the time being were the Darkest Hour, 12,649 days required for extraction. Graceful Deliverance, 59,032 days required for extraction, plus a Chiseling Strike that didn't have much use. As for why Enchanted Deliverance requires so many, because it was the initial epic level skill. Looking at the remaining lifespan, Qin Feng chose to extract two pieces of equipment. One was the gold grade Boots of Concealment that added stealth time and movement speed while stealthing, and consumed 3,600 days to extract. There was also a gold level Believer Pendant, which added cooldown speed and could also summon a silver level Believer. It might be useful. Extraction consumed 3,394 days. The extraction of equipment consumed half as many lifespans as the extraction of skills of the same level and grade. After all, it was a consumable item. Skills, on the other hand, were permanent and it was normal to consume twice as much. In the end, there are only 486 days of tradable lifespan left, but the difference between my battle power in reality now, and in the game, isn't that big anymore. Still need to earn more life expectancy, and strive for the next time I go offline. I can fully synchronize. When Qin Feng finished extracting his figure, he appeared in the small bedroom of his house. Really counting, this landscape impression house was still under Qin Xiaoyu's name. It seems like it's still a bit far away to save up more than 300 years of lifespan to extract the land of the pure soul. Qian Shishir knows about this place. It's better to go first for insurance purposes. Qin Feng looked at the familiar bedroom and did not stay. He raised his hand and directly used Greedy Hand. Don't get me wrong, there were no corpses in this room. Qin Feng just opened the 100 compartments of storage space that came with the Hand of Greed. Currently, there were no demons in reality, so the Greedy Hand wasn't much use. But this 100 space storage space was still cool. The 100 compartments of space in the game were represented as 100 cubic meters in reality and were calculated separately from the in-game space. Qin Feng directly threw in all of his own things in the room, even including the bed. Go away. Qin Feng entered stealth. He still didn't have his cell phone with him. He directly came to the window and leapt down from outside the 11th floor. No one knew about a stealthy figure soaring in the night. As he neared the ground, Qin Feng made an instantaneous shadow chop and darted out towards the roadside flower bed without attracting anyone's attention. Although he hadn't extracted all of his equipment. However, Qin Feng's running speed in reality reached more than 30 meters per second at the fastest. Jiangnan Hotel, 15 kilometers from this neighborhood. It'll take less than 10 minutes to get there. Qin Feng certainly couldn't take a taxi. In fact, his current speed could be much faster than taking a taxi. And at this moment, the Jiangnan Hotel had already been chartered by the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family, considered one of the native families of Jianhai City, had risen for decades and had been passed down for 3 generations. And by now, Dongfang Xian was the most favored young generation within the family. In the largest private room of the Jiangnan Hotel, Dongfang Xian, as well as some of the older and uncle generations of the Dongfang family, were all gathered together. They were eating while discussing about the God-forsaken game. Originally, in the Eastern family, Dongfang Xian couldn't even say much. After all, he was a junior. But nowadays, God-forsaken game descended. Dongfang Xian's level, equipment, and battle power in the Godforsaken game were the highest amongst the entire family's core staff. Although many old men had also entered the Godforsaken game, they didn't understand the game at all, much less combat. Several of them were directly taken out twice by demons and almost had heart attacks. In the end, they still spent a large amount of money to find someone to bring to level 3, which can be offline to leave the game. It can be imagined that many older players, once they fall asleep and enter the Godforsaken game, there is no possibility of living anymore. Even if they don't go out and get trapped in the town, after 2 or 3 days, their real bodies will not be able to eat, and they will die of hunger and thirst. This was the true cruelty of the God Abandonment game. It was now the first day, and many people had yet to experience it. But the fact is, even the young and middle-aged people, there were already many people who had fallen into despair. For example, the likes of Tainan, who can't die anymore and has no more days left in his lifespan, have all become lifespan beggars in Shell Town. At this time, Dongfang Xian was at the dinner table, somewhat complacent. The God Abandonment game descended, and it was the era of young people like him, and their Oriental family. in the Shanghai city industry is tens of billions of dollars, involving various industries, and now most of the liquid assets have been converted into tradable life expectancy. On Dongfang Xian's body, he was carrying 25,000 days of tradable lifespan, so he could be described as spirited. My intention is to let my family sons and daughters go in and buy equipment and skill books, rise to level 10 at the fastest speed and gain a lead so that we can take our place in the times to come. There's also another thing. Regarding the shadow, I've sent a reliable woman from my side to approach the shadow, and have added a friend with him. Wait for an opportunity to set out Dark Shadow's real identity, then we can make our move. If we can control Dark Shadow in reality and make him use for our Eastern family, our Eastern clan, only then will we truly rise. It was also at the time when Dongfang Xian was making his impassioned speech. The two black suit security guards guarding the outside of this private room, their bodies steeply blossomed with the light of knives, and blood soared to the ground. Chapter 64, Setting the Dogs Free. Bloody Hunt. Bang. Bang. Two corpses strangled by the blade light fell miserably in front of the entrance of the largest private room of the Jiangnan Hotel. The soundproofing effect of this private room was quite good, and the people inside didn't notice the abnormality outside the door at all. After finishing off the duo with an instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng stealthily stood at the entrance of the private room. His agility attribute was very high. Instead, he heard Dongfang Xian's impassioned speech inside. A reliable woman? Qin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. That Dongfang Xian was completely unaware that the so-called reliable woman in his mouth had long since fallen back. However, they actually have matching guns on them. Qin Feng inspected the two corpses and did not act rashly for the time being. Although he had ghostly blur and shield of black light, they weren't 100% evasive after all. He also hadn't extracted his defenses to reality. Once he was hit in the heart or head by a firearm, he would surely die. I wonder what the situation is like inside the private room? Even if I have stealth, I might still be killed by a blind cat hitting a dead rat and shot randomly. It's better to play it safe. Qin Feng returned to reality this time with many more means. He raised his hand and directly used the equipment special effect, Summon Pious Believer. A dry, thin and long gray figure, creeping and crawling, appeared at the entrance of this Jiangnan Hotel. Silver level, pious devotee, sharp claws in melee, green flames in long range. Moreover, as a silver level boss, the pious believer had a strong wound-bearing ability, and even if it was attacked by a firearm, it could withstand it for a long time. Go in. Qin Feng gave an order. He himself stealthily retreated to the corner of the wall, above which there was a camera that he had long since destroyed. Bang! The core members of the Eastern clan, from the older generation, to the middle-aged generation, to the younger generation, totaling more than 40 people, were mostly gathered here. Their levels, ranging from level 3 to level 8. None of them had risen to level 10 and were able to extract their abilities to reality. The dry, skinny, and long devotee barged right in through the front door, crashing through the prestigious wooden gate, instantly triggering a series of screams. Among the screams were men and women, old and young, all of whom were startled, unbridled. Who's crap? What the hell? Don't come over. This can't be a monster from the godforsaken game, right? Oh my god. Help! Help! Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out from within the large private room, but unfortunately, all that came out were the screams of the humans. In reality, even if these people had guns, their defense ability was extremely poor and vulnerable to the extreme. For a silver-level devotee, a random claw would be able to finish one off. A mouthful of green flame sprayed out would be able to burn a piece of them to death. Since Qin Feng made his move, he had no intention of leaving any survivors behind. When the gunshots from the private room were heard, the Oriental family bodyguards guarding the Jiangnan Hotel's main gate were finally startled as well. But obviously, the number of these bodyguards was not much. Originally, an Oriental family gathering of this size would have to be protected by at least 30 to 50 people together. But now, there were only about 10 people, all of whom were loyal to the Eastern family. As for the other bodyguards, damn godforsaken game has descended. Who still gives you a bodyguard? These remaining 10 or so were also older in seniority, and they were willing to stay only after the Eastern family promised to pay them with tradable lifespans. And all of them have poor in-game career talent. Those who really had a high career in talent would have already entered the game and swiped monsters on their own. There was no need for the charity of these family consortiums. When the dozen or so bodyguards rushed up, they were all holding machetes, iron rods and other weapons in their hands, not as advanced as guns. But when they came to the door of the private room, and took a look inside, at that moment, all of them were scared silly. Even some people vomited out on the spot. Go! What kind of monster is that? It's dead! Wait, there's lifespan in there. A huge massive lifespan. At least tens of thousands. Quickly go. There is that monster inside. You still life. You don't want to die? A group of talents just ran up the stairs, only to take a look at the situation in the private room. Immediately turned around and woefully wanted to escape. But, instantaneous shadow chop. Qin Feng, hidden in the darkness of the corner, immediately struck. A figure flew and chopped, and the field blossomed with swordlight. Even the broken camera mirror was splattered with scarlet blood. In just 2 minutes, this elegant Jiangnan hotel had become a place like hell. But immediately afterward, as the devout believers returned to Qin Feng's side, Qin Feng raised his hand and directly dispatched them. That dry and thin grey bizarre figure slowly dissipated until it disappeared. Immediately afterward, a scarlet flower appeared in the field. Qin Feng stealthily walked through the sea of corpses and blood as if he were walking idly. Wherever he went, the flowers of death bloomed. These flowers of death not only absorbed the tradable lifespans of everyone in the arena, but also had the effect of destroying corpses. All the blood and corpses that splattered out in the field were turned into a wisp of white smoke during the absorption process of the flower of death. What a bumper harvest! The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. That Dongfang Xian had 25,000 days of tradable lifespan on him. Originally, only half of it had exploded out. But, when the scarlet flowers bloomed on his corpse, all of his remaining tradable lifespans were also sucked up by Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly walked into the private room. Seeing that Dongfang Xian had long been in pieces, his head was directly removed by the devout believers and thrown next to a plate of Australian lobster. Side by side with an Australian lobster head, he stared at him with wide eyes and died in peace. The guy didn't even know, to his dying day, which part of the process had gone wrong, much less, that he was killed by the shadow. Few people had ever seen a devotee. Perhaps it was just Grey Rose and her teammates who could think of something to do with Qin Feng when they saw it. As for the rest of them, who knows what the hell this is? Dongfang Xian's last thought before he died was, how did the monsters from the God Abandonment game invade reality? Just another 2 minutes passed. The flower of death dissipated from within the Jiangnan hotel. The staff of the hotel were originally in the back kitchen. Vaguely heard the commotion outside. Originally did not come out. After all, the Oriental family get together to eat, do things, these outsiders which dare to run around. But after a while, they felt not quite right. When they came out, all of them were confused, only to see the tables, chairs, vases, in the private room were all broken and messy, and on the corridor outside the private room, there was some white smoke that slowly lingered and dissipated. Where are the people? Where are so many people from the Eastern clan? The destruction of the corpses from the Blossom Curse left not the slightest trace of anything related to the corpses at the scene. As for the originator, Qin Feng, he had long since left the Jiangnan Hotel. This time, a great harvest. Everyone's tradable lifespans have been absorbed by me. There's even 50% of their non-tradable lifespans. Qin Feng realized that he had really evolved right by spending 30 evolution points to evolve the Blossom Curse to the legendary level. Chapter 65. What a talent, worthy of being a koi. After leaving the Jiangnan Hotel, Qin Feng first stealthily searched for a corner and checked his harvest from the trip. Tradable lifespan. Got a total of 74 years, which translates to 27,000 days. Non-tradable lifespan. Sucked up to over 480 years through the Blossom Curse. Qin Feng felt that the non-tradable lifespans of these people were just too little. One should know that he had taken out a total of more than 40, nearly 50 people in this wave. However, considering that within these people, there were already a portion of old men, adding to the fact that they had all entered the Divine Abandonment game and had risen to level 3 and come out, they had all died multiple times during the upgrading process, blowing up most of their non-tradable lifespans. Even so, Qin Feng's harvest from this trip was huge. He just traded with an Yu and sold so much equipment for less than 20,000 days. This came out for a run and casually got 27,000 days. This cost effectiveness was completely beyond expectation. As for the non-tradable lifespan on him, it had even accumulated to 327 years. What a wealth-giving boy. Qin Feng smiled. He took one last look at the Jiangnan Hotel, listened to the sound of sirens coming from afar, and left silently. This time out, the effect of the Blossom Curse took great credit. Not only was the harvest extremely lucrative, with the scarlet flower, the corpses, bloodstains, and so on, of everyone in the scene were all removed and vaporized into a white mist. All the core members of the Oriental family, as well as more than 10 bodyguards, were as if they had evaporated. Even when the police came over, they couldn't find any traces. As for the consequences triggered by the disappearance of the Eastern family, Qin Feng simply didn't bother. This kind of thing would become more and more frequent in the future. For the Daxia police, the The probability was defined as a disappearance and they wouldn't care anymore. And even if they guessed that it was related to the dark shadow, there was no evidence at all. Qin Feng remembered that the chaos in the early stages had lasted for several days. Many people simply did not dare to leave the game, and did not dare to go out to kill monsters, only dared to cower in the safe zone, and occasionally offline to eat, drink, and rushed in a hurry, until Daxia official or cultivate, or pull together the hidden profession search officers. The professional ability to extract to the reality after, can barely effective arrest criminals. Thus, the situation was slightly stabilized. Of course, in the face of Qin Feng's extremely thorough means of destroying corpses and destroying traces, even the occupational abilities of the search officers were unable to obtain any clues, unless at a later stage, one could obtain some skills that possessed the ability to backtrack, in order to see what had happened at that time. But these kinds of skills involving time and space of a kind were almost impossible to appear in the first few years. Next target, Qian Shishir. The headquarters of the Qian clan group was relocated to North America long before the godforsaken game descended, and the board of directors is also in North America. At the moment, there is only one Qian Shishir who can be dealt with. Just take her out first. However, from Jianghai City to Magic City, a distance of close to 300 kilometers, it would take me 2 to 3 hours to go there on foot. It's too much of a waste of time. Gotta find a way to get a mount. Qin Feng thought to himself. He stealthily walked on the streets of Jianghai City, the cold wind blowing at night, and he didn't see a few shadows of people along the way. Many hotels and restaurants were closed. Not even a single takeaway rider could be seen on the road. Qin Feng didn't go looking for a big hotel, but first found a random B&B and checked in, because the economic system of the big hotels is now operating slowly. It's not as good as a B&B, and it's easy to transact. Of course, Qin Feng didn't have his cell phone with him, so he could only pay with his lifespan. It directly gave 1 hour of lifespan. It seemed very little, but it had already made the B&B owner's wife ecstatic. Boss, please inside. 1 hour of lifespan, at the current value of 130,000, was already equivalent to $250. At this time, the officials have already stepped in to print money, and the value of cash will collapse more and more until a brand new economic system based on longevity is established. Qin Feng stayed in the B&B. After casually eating a bowl of instant noodles and washing up, he re-entered the game. With regards to food, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. There would soon be a special food source. Until then, just eat casually. When he closed his eyes for 10 seconds, his body sitting on the sofa gradually faded and became translucent. Welcome back to the godforsaken game. A prompt came from Qin Feng's mind. He opened his eyes and appeared within the palace of the land of pure souls that belonged to him. Within the dimly lit palace, the sound of dripping water was faintly heard, making it seem morose and damp. His plan was to clear the ruins of Jianghai City while there were still a lot of magical creatures within the ruins now, so that he could upgrade the fastest. Moreover, within the ruins, there were still some silver and gold level bosses, and the drops were not bad, so he could sell some lifespans. But when he went online, a sudden private chat disrupted his plans. And you, big brother. Just now Blackie found a tomb entrance in the city ruins, but there's a gold level grievous ghost at the entrance. We can't beat it. We've memorized the coordinates. Do you want to go and try? Qin Feng was stunned. Xiao Hei, it's the Black Bruin Big Plum. Big brother called her Little Black, so we all called her Little Black. Ha ha. And you said and laughed out loud himself. It turned out to be Lin Liu. It was her again. Qin Feng was puzzled. How did she find out? And you lamented. Didn't Big Brother tell us to go back to initial town? On our way back, we made a slight detour to avoid the small monsters, and as we walked, we suddenly realized that there was someone missing. Looking for half a day only to find that Xiao Hei stepped on a pit and fell down. Due to the special area of the catacombs, the group chat cannot be used. We walked along the pit to the inside. We saw a level 12 gold boss, chasing after us to cut. Fortunately we ran fast. Now we're back in Shell Town. I'll give you the coordinates if Big Brother wants to go to the catacombs. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. A koi was a koi. Walking through the ruins of a city, you can find a tomb even when you step on it? One must know that tombs were wild opportunities that appeared randomly just like the Temple of Faith and the Cursed Ruins. If one was able to pass through and kill the boss at the bottom of the level, the rewards were very generous. There would even be some special rewards, including the mount that Qin Feng wanted right now. There was a chance that it would come out as well. So Qin Feng responded, alright, give me the coordinates. And you excitedly replied, aha, if something comes out that Big Brother can't use, remember to sell it to us, haha. That was her purpose. Right now, she had enough tradable lifespans on her. As long as Qin Feng got more equipment skill books, the faster they would improve. Therefore, the coordinates of this tomb. She directly gave them to Qin Feng for free, not even thinking about trading them for something. Qin Feng got the coordinates and was still a bit surprised at how generous this Inu was. Just like making friends with people like this. So Qin Feng left the land of the pure soul, towards the city ruins given by the other party, located 4 kilometers away. He stealthily rushed over. He cleared a few waves of demons along the way, collecting the loot as he went. He soon arrived at the coordinate point given by Inu and saw a well in the courtyard of the ruins. This entrance is a well? This well can even walk and fall in? Qin Feng was stunned. He couldn't help but feel that Lin Liu woman. What a talent. Chapter 66, instantly killing a grieving ghost. Platinum skill. Dark ringed blade. Qin Feng leaped into the well. He observed that the well wasn't deep, and there were protruding bricks on the side of the well that allowed one to climb upwards. However, as soon as one entered the well, they entered the confines of the tomb. You have arrived at the Tomb of Resentment. Your telecommunication will be blocked. Qin Feng didn't care. When he arrived at the bottom of the well, a 3-meter wide passageway appeared in front of him, which was illuminated by faint glow-in-the-dark stones on both sides. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and advanced silently. After advancing 100 meters, Qin Feng saw a rotting obese demonic creature holding a machete, guarding in front of a dilapidated gate. Spiteful Ghost, LV-12. Grade, Gold. This boss was over 2 meters tall and extremely stout. The 2 machetes in his hands looked rusty, and his body was filled with a rotting aura, just like a large lump of meat piled up with blood and flesh. It was this gatekeeper boss that made Inu and the girls run away. Qin Feng believed that with their character, they must have tried it. After all, they also had gold equipment and gold skills on them now, so it was impossible for them to run away at the sight of one side. But it was clear that they had failed in their attempts. Grieving Ghost. This boss hasn't been touched much, but looking at the form, it should be a physical attack type with exceptionally large attack power and attack range. Wang Mang can't resist it? Qin Feng made a slight guess. The equipment and skill books he had sold didn't really have too many things that added defense. If Wang Mang didn't have enough defense, if he was attacked by the boss and lost his blood too quickly, then even if the nurse was strong, she wouldn't be able to save him. Of course, being killed in seconds is still not so bad. After all, Wang Mang Holy Shield Warrior, now there is at least 4 or 5,000 blood, should be by the boss cut a knife, dropped more than half blood, feel unable to resist, directly slipped. But, for Qin Feng, there was no need to consider the question of whether or not he could carry it, because, Graceful Deliverance, Instantaneous Shadow Slash. Qin Feng turned on the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, holding the plague blade in his hand as he instantly stormed up. A blade light blossomed from the rotting meat block body of that gold-level spiteful ghost holding 2 machetes. Minus 3,987. Minus 13,555. Weakness attack. Minus 3,987. A total of 9 slashes of light, bringing up 9 damage numbers, rose above the rotting hunk's head. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he took a look at it. This boss has high defense. Now that my subterranean shadow skill is epic level, the hidden breaking attack reaches 535 points, which is much higher than before. Even if I attack a platinum level soul purifier, the single chopping damage of the instantaneous shadow chop can now be nearly 5,000 points. As a result, hitting this fat man is only less than 4,000. It was good that the impact wasn't too great. Now that Qin Feng had almost his entire body of epic level skills, all stacked together, that effect had exploded. Epic level skills, hitting a gold level boss. Isn't that like chopping up a melon and chopping up a vegetable? After a round of instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng directly maintained his stealthy state and retreated to a faraway place. This boss had a total blood volume of around 120,000 tons. The slash damage from Graceful Deliverance only jumped twice before killing the grievous ghost that was frantically slashing around on the spot. Huge piles of rotting meat exploded in the center of the field, spilling out all over the ground. Qin Feng remained stealthy, separated from the boss corpse by more than 30 meters. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that Qin Feng slowly approached the past. There was no way. He had suffered a lot of losses in his last life and was cautious in everything he did. There are some bosses that will explode after death. Many people have suffered this loss, and there are even some teams that had a hard time finishing off the boss. But as a result, the boss body exploded, and the group was directly destroyed. The things that were painstakingly exploded were picked up by other players passing by. Hand of Greed. Qin Feng turned towards the corpse of the grievous ghost and opened the Hand of Greed. A large golden hand, as if reaching out from the void, made a vain grab on the spiteful ghost corpse that was scattered into pieces of meat. Immediately, 5 additional loots burst out. There were a full 7 rays of platinum-colored light alone. Among them, there was actually a skill book and an equipment that Qin Feng could use. Dark Knight Ring Blade, Platinum Level Assassin Skill. Attaches dark power to a sharp blade, inflicting dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 meters of the surrounding area, adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. Cooldown 10.5.7 seconds. Required level 11. This was an elemental output skill for the assassin profession. For my shadow profession, the base 4-dimensional attribute bonuses are 3, 8, and 5 points respectively. Spirit bonus, it's a bit higher than strength. That's why my base spell attacks are all higher than my base physical attacks right now. But the Plague Blade, which is a normal physical weapon, has a physical attack power attached to it. If you use the Plague Blade to unleash the spell stab skill, the damage is going to be quite a bit lower. However, this was, after all, a level 11 and initially platinum ranked skill, and the additional attack was quite high. Let's see if it's advanced to epic level. Qin Feng gave the order. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, leaving 36 points remaining. Dark Knight Ring Blade, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic inflicts dark elemental damage on all enemies within 5, 7, 9, 12 meters around, attaching 500, 751,000, 1300 dark elemental attack points. Cooldown 10.5.7 seconds. Required level 11. After the evolution of the skill, the range was expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, definitely belonging to the metamorphosis, and the additional attack was raised from 500 points to 1,300 points. After all, it's a ranged attack, not a single attack. This additional attack isn't too strong. The total damage of a single release isn't even close to instant Shadow Chop, but it's a divine skill to use to clear small monsters. Although the instantaneous Shadow Chop had a 5-meter chopping range, it was ultimately a straight-line skill. Oftentimes, it wasn't able to clear an area of small monsters, but Dark Ring Blade was different. The 12-meter range of dark elemental damage around itself was equivalent to a circular range of 24 meters in diameter. If Qin Feng had learned this skill before, the speed of clearing the land of pure souls would be twice as fast. After learning this skill, Qin Feng then looked towards his next platinum-grade assassin equipment. Resentment Leather Armor, Platinum plus 55 Physical Defense, plus 45 Elemental Resistance, plus 42 Damage Block, plus 777 Lifesteal. Equipment Requirement, Level 12. Spite, gain 30 base attack points when attacked. Once he rose to level 12, the level 5 gold-grade Ghostfire Leather Armor on Qin Feng could be replaced. That resentment special effect didn't do much, but it was better than nothing. Not to mention that this leather armor had high base defense, resistance and block. As for the other loot dropped by the boss, it totaled about 20 pieces. Selling them all would be another 10,000 days of life. Knowing that he killed this gold-level boss Grievous Ghost, the lifespan given by the Grievous Ghost was only 1,000 days at the beginning of the year, and even if he touched the extra rewards 5 times with his greedy hands, it would only add up to 6,300 days. We can go into the tomb. Hopefully something good will come. It would be best if we can produce a mount. Qin Feng came to the worn-out stone door and reached out to push it open. It was also at this moment, Qin Xiaoyu, who was in Shell Town, was already in a state of bewilderment and despair. Chapter 67, Your brain was eaten by a creeper? As the game time passed, many of the players in the initial towns were facing increasingly difficult situations. Even in Shell Town, where thousands of players had gathered, there were now many players who had fallen into a state of skepticism. Qin Xiaoyu was one of them. She resurrected from the center of the town in a bit of a daze, listening to the noisy chatter of the players around her. Old me died again. Where did this initial town get so many bosses? Some people say that the wild monsters will evolve after absorbing our lifespans. They're all evolved from small monsters, aren't they? Our team was on the verge of killing a silver-level boss, but that boss turned around and ran away. And even though he ran away, he even swung in 2 other silver bosses and wiped us out. Ooh. There is no big brother to do good. I only have 1 day of life left. If I die again, I will really die. But I'm still 20 points short of experience to upgrade. Boss Wang, I am Tainan. Ah. You do not remember me? I've done things for you. Ah. I don't have life expectancy now. I know you've bought a lot of life expectancy. Can you lend it to me for a few days first? Recruit an elite squad. Teleport to the new town behind you for free after 12 o'clock together and go kill the little monsters. Inside the town, players came and went. Almost everyone was downcast and had dark clouds on their faces. There were a lot of players in Shell Town, and many of the small monsters had been killed off, but for some reason, a lot of silver, and even gold-level bosses had appeared. These bosses were simply not something that ordinary players could deal with. Ordinary creepers. Kill one and have 3 days of life. Sounds like this game is giving players life. In reality, players died, and all of their original decades of non-tradable lifespan were lost for the most part. Qin Xiaoyu was the same. she died again. The tradable lifespan was 0. The non-tradable lifespan was also only 2.5 years left. If she died a few more times, she wouldn't be far from death. As a last resort, she had just gone offline once more and found quite a few of her previous lick Gs in Vmail. What? In the past, I chased you and didn't agree. But now you're asking me to bring you upgrades? Take you to upgrade? Not no. Accompany me to sleep one night. I will take you 1 hour. Now come over to me. The address is. Laughing to death. Lousy is a platinum level talent and has taken off. What kind of woman do you want in the future that you don't have? Get the hell away from me. Those who licked G either rejected her or even berated her. Either they didn't reply, looking like they were all still in the game. This made Qin Xiaoyu doubt life. The fact that she was a hidden profession and had a gold level talent. It was reasonable to say that surviving wouldn't be a problem, but her skills were just too good. Other than Qin Feng from her last life, who would take her? Who else would be willing to team up with her? If it was an unusual online game, there would definitely be a lot of licking G's chasing after him to bring him. But this godforsaken game, it's tied to longevity, and it can even extract abilities into reality. Who would bring a lug? So, Qin Xiaoyu realized that when it really came to this kind of life and death moment, it seemed like she didn't have a single person she could rely on. Zhang Wei, who had also brought her earlier, had also formed another team. Even girlfriend Xu Yan also do not want to die again, choose to go offline first, and so after 12 o'clock teleportation to the parents of the town, peacefully find some small monsters to kill. The wilderness of Shell Town is no longer something that ordinary people can go to. Qin Feng, how is he? At this point, Qin Xiaoyu finally remembered this brother of hers. No matter what, he definitely won't leave me behind. Go back and find him to see. She was really out of options now, and looking at the fact that she only had 2.5 years of non-tradable life left at the end of it, she decided that she would go back to her home and mountain and see impression and look for Qin Feng. Just when most of the players were living in dire straits, Qin Feng, on the other hand, was on a roll. Within the Tomb of Resentment, he killed all the way to the depths of the tomb. There were quite a few small monsters within the tomb. There were white bone skeletons with only bones left in their bodies. There were half-body creepers with only half of their bodies left. There were also stitchers that were pieced together from pieces of flesh. The levels were all between level 10 to 12. Qin Feng's experience value rose rapidly as he killed his way down. Originally, leveling up from 11 to 12 required even more experience value. But as long as there were enough small monsters to manage, Qin Feng's upgrade speed wouldn't even slow down. What's more, he had learned the wide-range attack skill Dark Ringed Blade. The speed of clearing small monsters was even faster. Every time he arrived at a new tomb room, he directly held the Plague Blade in his stealthy state and chopped away towards the surrounding area with a single slash. Dark Blade light, spreading out from his body, instantly enveloped the surrounding area of 12 meters. Those level 10 to 12 small monsters were simply a slash and a second. Progress now should already be half. Summon a devotee and explore the other path to see. There were quite a few forked paths within the catacombs, most of which were dead ends. Every time he encountered such a situation, Qin Feng let the devout believer take the other path, and when he encountered a small monster, he directly let the believer kill it. Although the devotee was only a level 8 demonic creature, it was after all a silver level summon. Encountering some small monsters was still a casual kill. At the current speed, in another 10 minutes, we'll be able to get through this tomb. I hope there's a platinum boss at the end. That way the past treasure chest will be platinum grade. Qin Feng continued to advance with anticipation. At the same time, outside of Shell Town, more than 10 kilometers away, a devil tendon crawler that had been advanced and strengthened into a gold level boss. That giant humanoid demonic creature with bulging muscles and crawling on all 4 limbs, was chopped down by a sword chi and collapsed on the ground with a loud bang. In front of the corpse of that boss, there were the figures of 6 people standing. It was clearly Wang Meng, and Yuan, the 6 of them, worthy of being captain, and this damage is too fierce. Immediately, there was a young police officer with a longbow on his back who came forward with a pleasing face and complimented towards Yu. His name was Ma Nai Liang, and his father was a certain director of Jianhai City. All along, he had been in Yu's Lick Ji. After the God Abandonment game descended, Ma Nai Liang chose to randomize his occupation, but instead of obtaining a hidden occupation, he was given the randomization of archer, which made him very depressed. Learning that Yu was actually a hidden profession dragon swordsman, Ma Nai Liang licked even more attentively than before. Hearing this man's compliments, Yu ignored him. Instead, she spoke to Wang Meng. This gold boss, it's still only a level 8, and we've been killing it for more than 10 minutes. I really don't know. How did Big Brother kill the platinum boss alone? Wang Meng hadn't even replied. Ma Nai Liang then immediately said, a loot assassin is just an assassin. Isn't it just grinding the boss to death by sneaking around? Doomed to not make it to the top. And you didn't even return her head. What do you know? Ma Niliang was unconvinced, and after thinking about it, he added, I heard that the Magic City police have a chaser who now has a level 3 anti-crypt level. In my opinion, why don't we find a way? Set a trap. Find out the identity of the shadow in reality and control it. This kind of person, only if he is used for us officially, can we be at ease? Otherwise, the kind of thing that happened with Song Fei and Zhang Li will happen again in the future. Is it hard for us to wipe his ass every time? Hearing this, and you frowned and glanced at him. Are you mistaken? Right now, it's not that he's begging us to wipe his ass. It's that we have to wipe his ass in order to ensure that our stance is the same as his and thus cooperate with him. The first kill of a global gold boss. The first kill of a platinum boss. And all of them were single kills. A person of this level, you don't pull together and cooperate. You go and offend? Your brain has been eaten by the reptiles? Chapter 68, is there really a mount out? Power generation plus? After being chided by an Yu, Ma Niliang was depressed. He couldn't figure it out a bit. Wasn't he just a brittle assassin? As long as the anti-crypt level was up to date, he was still afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his opponent. How could he be officially afraid of the shadow? And an Yu simply ignored this person. Disperse, keep looking for the boss. And Yu waved his hand, causing the other official people around him to disperse, including Ma Niliang. After the people left, and Yu went forward and picked up the items dropped by the boss. A priest's gold equipment, a silver equipment, and a silver skill book. Ugh. Big Brother casually made a move and sold us several gold, even platinum items. Just how many bosses has he killed? Or maybe his talent is treasure hunting? All these things were opened from opening treasure chests? And Yu was puzzled. At this time, Wang Mang ran up and asked with a bit of hesitation. Actually, we can't figure out Shadow's character right now. What if he follows up and kills again? Do we continue to give him a good aftermath? The top will also have opinions. And Yu shook his head, regardless of what the above thinks. I insist on cooperating with Dark Shadow, even if the above refuses to give him a good aftermath. I will personally wipe his ass. Wang Meng, ? Lin Liu, ? Gui Shue, ? Sharp-eyed archer, card master uncle? The depths of the resentment catacombs. Qin Feng advanced all the way and cleared more than 200 small monsters, including several bronze bosses and silver bosses. The experience value came to level 11 and a half. It wasn't very far from level 12 anymore. Finally, he came to the deepest part of the tomb and saw a golden coffin. The final reward for this tomb exploration was inside that coffin. However, opening the coffin, there would definitely be a boss is all. Go! Qin Feng summoned the pious devotee and commanded it to go up and open the coffin lid. A gust of morose white mist surged out from it, condensing and coalescing into a bandaged dry corpse. Son of Resentment, LV12. Grade, Gold. Grudge your sister. Qin Feng was furious when he saw that it was just a gold-level boss. Without even waiting for its form to fully coalesce, holding the plague blade, he enjoined deliverance on the spot, plus a shot of instant shadow chop. 9 slashes of light instantly bloomed from that bandaged dryad. 9 damage numbers burst out. Roar! The spiteful sun suffered an attack and instantly lost half of its blood. Just a second later, 9 higher damage numbers exploded above this bastard's head again, and he was instantly killed in seconds. Roar you sister. Half the time, this bastard is even more fragile than the spiteful ghost at the door? Qin Feng shook his head. He knew that this kind of more fragile bosses tended to pose a stronger threat to players because it meant that their attacks had more means and higher damage. But to him, it didn't matter. The gold level stuff was all seconds anyway. After finishing off the Son of Spite, he wasn't in a hurry, but slowly waited for. There's the Son of Spite. Who says there's no Father of Spite? This godforsaken game had more than its share of potholes. Sometimes demonic creatures that seemed like final bosses were simply appetizers. This one, Tomb of Resentment. Qin Feng hadn't seen it in his last life either, so he didn't know what it would end up being. After waiting for about half a minute, there was nothing moving inside this tomb. Only then did Qin Feng let the devout followers come forward and drag the corpse of the Son of Resentment to the corner. Greedy hand. Touching a hand first, it smoothly exploded a bunch of loot. Unfortunately, Qin Feng looked at the 6 platinum items, but none of them were used by assassins. What son of grudge? Bad review. Qin Feng shook his head. Immediately afterward, he ordered the pious devotee to go up and check out that coffin. Just as the pious devotee reached over, poked his head out, and took a look, boom! A pillar of morose white light violently erupted from the coffin, directly smashing the pious believer's head. Minus 12,988, weakness attack. But pious devotee, silver level, you summoned has been killed. Qin Feng received a system alert and sighed in relief. It was fortunate that he had let the pious devotee go up and take a look. or else he would be the one whose head was now being rushed. Unfortunately, there was no other subsequent movement after that column of eerie white light erupted. The platinum-level father of resentment that Qin Feng was expecting did not appear, much to his dismay. It seems like we can only open the gold-level rewards. Qin Feng waited for a while, and when the cooldown of the devout believer's summon ended, he summoned one out again. Identical summons, without special instructions, could only exist at most one at a time. After summoning the pious devotee, Qin Feng once again had the devotee come forward. The dry and thin gray and white humanoid believer faithfully came to the side of the coffin and once again reached out to open it. Boom! A pillar of Mori white light erupted, and another devout believer was killed. Almost got it. Qin Feng's eyes jumped. If this were someone else, they wouldn't have to die several times? Qin Feng never expected that brushing the monsters would go smoothly, but as a result, it got him stuck here at the opening of the treasure chest. Can't waste time in this place. Must find a way to get the treasure chest, even if I die once. I have the ghost fire bells and won't lose anything. Qin Feng didn't continue to wait for the pious believer's call. Instead, he turned on the shield of black light and personally arrived in front of the coffin. Reaching out, the result was no reaction. Just twice? Qin Feng thought about it. This preliminary trap, engaging in it twice is already a bit outrageous. It deserves no more times. Only then did he poke his head out and look towards the inside of the trap. Gold-level treasure chest. Open it. He extended his hand and opened the treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest, a faint golden light shone out. What appeared in front of Qin Feng was an off-white bell. This is the Mount Bell? There's really a mount out? Qin Feng was stunned. Just now, he was thinking that it would be nice for this tomb to give out a mount. As a result, really came out. Is this because I'm too lucky? Or is it Lin Liyu's reason? After all, this tomb was discovered by Lin Liyu by chance. Qin Feng had to admit that this woman had some metaphysical ingredients in it. In any case, Qin Feng's first mount had arrived. Although I don't know what it'll be, as long as it's a mount, it'll always allow me to hurry several times faster. Come. Qin Feng reached out and picked up the Mount Bell into his hand. Mount Bell, ghostly nocturnal wolf upon use. Summons a ghostly nocturnal wolf, LV12, which can help in battle or be ridden. Required level 12. Ghostly nightwalking wolf? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. This thing was one of the fastest mounts among the mounts that could be obtained in the early stages. Not bad. Earned a lot. It's a pity that it needs to be level 12 to use it. So I'll have to brush some monsters and level up to level 12 first. Qin Feng returned along the original path. At the same time, Landscape Impression Neighborhood, 11th building, 11th floor. Qin Xiaoyu rushed back home overnight, wanting to find Qin Feng to save her life. But as a result, when she entered the door and looked around, she was directly dumbfounded. Qin Feng disappeared. Not only was Qin Feng gone, even Qin Feng's bed, table, clothes and so on, were all gone. Chapter 69 Emptying the Ruins of the Gladiatorial Arena. Wolf of the Night. Where is everyone? Qin Xiaoyu froze, looking at the empty Qin Feng's room in disbelief. She froze for a few seconds, quickly took out her cell phone and called. As a result, the system prompted that it was turned off. Looking for half a day, she found Qin Feng's cell phone in the trash, and found that it was already in a crushed state, completely unusable. She realized that she had to accept a fact. Between her and Qin Feng, she had completely lost contact. Qin Feng left the grave of resentment. From the bottom of that well, he rushed out of it with a direct instantaneous shadow slash and returned to the ground. He glanced at his experience bar. Still a small half to level 12. Brush up on leveling first. The next thing that would be a big boost for him was finding this spirit swallower bloodline monster. But this thing, as Qin Feng remembered, was not refreshed around the ruins of Jianhai City. First, I'll level up to level 15. Turn on intercity teleportation, and go look for it in the Magic City ruins. Since he was a warrior in his previous life, Qin Feng didn't know the details of the spirit swallower. He probably only remembered some news that spirit swallowers had appeared around the Magic City ruins, with the specific location being the Terror Sea ship outside the Magic City ruins. If it wasn't found in the Terror Sea ship, then it would have to let the officials step in and help inquire about the news. Of course, at this stage, other players couldn't survive in the city ruins, let alone leave the city ruins. Qin Feng rushed all the way towards what he remembered, the largest gathering place of demons in the ruins of Jianhai City. It was the ruins of a gladiatorial arena. Located in the northern part of the ruins of Jianhai City, it covered a large area, equivalent to the size of 4 or 5 soccer fields. There were even 2 levels of grounds underground, in which the environment was intricate and the number of magical creatures were numerous. Any other player, once they came to this place, they would basically be dead. But for Qin Feng, there was no threat at all in his infinite stealthy state. Here, it's a paradise for the strong. Qin Feng took out several waves of demons along the way, and after a few minutes, he arrived at the gladiatorial ruins. Raising his head, he saw that between the broken walls, there were several severers roaming around, rummaging around for trash in the ruins. Suddenly, a dark and sharp blade light instantly cut through a circle of the surrounding area. -4,728, -4,697, -4,712. The dark elemental energy attached to the blade light directly sliced those amputee in half, collapsing and dying on the spot. Qin Feng's figure appeared from the shadows. It immediately went into stealth again. Several rays of light rose continuously from the corpses of the amputee, dropping sporadic loot. This kind of level 11 and 12 small monsters had an experience value of only 100 out of 100. Fortunately, there were a large number of small monsters in this place, and no one had grabbed them from Qin Feng at the current stage. Immediately, he started the cool brush mode. First clean up the magical creatures on the ground of the gladiatorial ruins, then the first underground level. Finally, the second underground level. Qin Feng was like a dancer in the darkness, becoming a nightmare for all the demons in this area. Even if there were bronze, silver and gold level bosses, they couldn't block his blows. Experience, lifespan, and evolution points were all pocketed by Qin Feng with his greedy hands. Time passed, until the sun rose in the outside world. The divine abandoned continent was still a dim scene. There was no sun, no moon, only a gray foggy light that spilled over the earth, casting a shadow of ruin over the entire world. In the ruined gladiatorial arena of Zhanghai City, Qin Feng rode the ghost night-walking wolf and walked out from the ruins. The entire ruins of the gladiatorial arena had been emptied of demons by him alone. It would take a long time for the subsequent demons to be refreshed. Right at this moment, a small group of players came to this area in a group. 6 players, both male and female, all vigilantly observed the surroundings. Suddenly, the scene that appeared before them shocked them. Hiss, why are there so many small monster corpses in this place? A team has gotten there first. Holy shit, this is too fierce, isn't it? At a glance, there must be hundreds of little monster corpses here, right? The 6 people's eyes widened and their breathing became rapid. One after another, they ran past Qin Feng. None of them realized Qin Feng's presence, because Qin Feng's ghostly nocturnal wolf, it also possessed the ability of stealth. Ghostly nocturnal wolf, LV13, grade, gold, strength, 168, physique, 175, agility, 211, spirit, 155. The mount will be upgraded by gaining the same amount of experience as its owner. If the mount bell is traded, the mount's level will be restored to its initial state. Sprint, activated when used as a mount. Movement speed is increased by 245%. Sprint, activated when used as a mount. Movement speed is increased by 245%. Nocturnal, will be permanently in a level 1 stealth state at night. Attacks will break the stealth state with an additional 120 points of stealth breaking attacks. After revealing itself, it takes 60 seconds to become invisible again. Continuous pounce, pounce on a single target 3 times in a row, adding 267 physical attack points to each attack. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Wolf Howl, adds 35 attack power, physical defense, and full elemental resistance to friendly units for 1,800 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. When Qin Feng first summoned this mount, its level was level 12. After following him to fight in the gladiatorial ruins until now, it had risen to level 13, and its attributes and combat power had increased. The key was that this mount also had stealth ability. Although it could only be invisible at night, as long as it didn't attack it could be permanently invisible. And the effect was already quite unbelievable. This night walking skill, it has an average roll within the game, but in reality, the roll is heaven-defying. Qin Feng definitely wanted to extract this Mount Bell to reality. However, this gold-grade Mount Bell, which was a special item, required a lifespan for extraction that was 10 times that of equipment of the same grade. It was almost at 30 to 50,000 days. Wait until night. You can ride the Ghost Wolf to the Magic Capital. According to its current attributes, its fastest speed reaches 150 meters per second, and even if it runs at a normal speed, 100 meters per second can easily be reached. Qin Feng ignored the 6 players who passed by and were in shock. He rode the stealthy ghost night-walking wolf and continued walking towards the direction of the place of pure souls. Only Qin Feng himself could see it. Under his seat was a translucent ghost wolf that was 1.5 meters tall, covered in gray-black fur, with a pair of ghostly blue eyes that were filled with wildness and killing intent. Just this ghostly nocturnal wolf alone could casually slaughter players at this stage. Qin Feng glanced at the leveling chart. When he was level 12, he opened the leveling chart for the Zhanghai City region. At this moment, he was alone at level 13 and ranked first. Even the second place behind him was still only level 10. It seemed like there was only a 3-level gap, but in reality, no one else could catch up for days. And Qin Feng's gains from brushing last night were even better. In addition to leveling up from 11 to 13, the tradable lifespan had risen from over 30,000 days to nearly 90,000 days, or 245 years. There were also evolution points, which reached 255 points. As for equipment and skill books, they've all been upgraded as well. Just as Qin Feng was planning to open his skill bar and evolve his skills, a huge rumble suddenly emanated from the eastern part of the city's ruins. Even the ground that Qin Feng was on trembled several times. Qin Feng glanced over from afar and was instantly a bit surprised. Who's such a tiger that they actually opened up the Iron Virgin? Chapter 70, Mythic Gift of Deliverance. Your entire body is full of weaknesses. Iron Virgin. This was the name of a platinum-level boss. The actual name was called Holy Virgin of Steel. This was a terrifying boss that had given all Jianghai City players a deep impression in the previous generation. Its rating difficulty was actually similar to that of Soul Purifier Phasal. However, because it was fought in a public place, the number of people who grabbed the boss was particularly high. In his last life, this boss took half a day to be taken down. Of course, Qin Feng had already quietly taken down the Soul Purifier at that time, so he didn't participate in the siege of the Holy Maiden of Steel. The other players in Jianghai City had died a combined total of several thousand times because of this boss. A few were taken out by the boss. Most of them were taken out by the players themselves. This was because, by taking out the Holy Maiden of Steel, a hideout called Church Sanctuary would be obtained. If I remember correctly, there should be quite a few people establishing guilds by now, but in the last life, the Iron Virgin was only opened on the third day. Qin Feng looked from afar. He only saw a steel female statue that was about 10 meters tall, standing in the middle of the ruins, and due to the distance, he couldn't see the lower half of his body for the time being. As for the upper half of her body, it was completely poured from steel, and her hands did not have fingers, but 2 iron flywheels that were sharp and filled with killing intent. Steel-formed female face, hanging a strange and cruel smile. This smile seems to never change. Instead, there were 2 fire-breathing devices on her chest, and of course, fire-breathing that was a skill that could only be used in the second stage of the Holy Maiden of Steel. Since someone opened it, then this boss. I'll take it. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he immediately changed direction, riding the ghostly nocturnal wolf as fast as he could, furiously dashing towards where the Holy Maiden of Steel was. Along the way, Qin Feng wasn't idle either. He directly opened the skill interface and started evolving his skills. This time, after emptying the ruins of the gladiatorial arena, Qin Feng took out 2 gold bosses along the way. One of the bosses had popped him a nice gold-level skill book. Qin Feng directly consumed 11 evolution points to evolve this skill to epic level. Quiet Concealment, Gold Platinum Jade Diamond Epic enters a state of invisibility in situ, and as long as it does not launch an attack or does not move, it will be permanently in a state of invisibility. If an attack is launched, 300400500600800 points of stealth breaking attack will be added. Cooldown 1201101008060, 38. 7 seconds. Required level 13. This was another stealth skill. The difference was that the stealth of this stealth skill could not be moved. As long as one does not move, they are permanently in stealth. Having this skill meant that Qin Feng had one more means of explosion. When fighting a boss, he could launch an attack in the stealth state first, then release Quiet Concealment and launch the next attack immediately after to deal that 800 points of broken stealth damage. You know, this 800 points of broken stealth attack addition, after all aspects of the addition, is 2 or 3,000 final damage. The only one flaw was that the skill's cooldown time was a bit long. However, this skill is simply invincible in reality. Turn 1 on when entering the game, and as long as I don't exit the game, I'll always be in a state of invisibility. In conjunction with entering the game, the body in reality was in the unselectable state. This also means that, with this skill, in the future, as long as Qin Feng enters the game, the reality of him is as good as disappearing, completely ceasing to exist in this world. In addition to Quiet Concealment, Qin Feng had also scored several low-grade assassin skill books. However, only one book, Kick, Can Interrupt the Target Spell Casting, was slightly useful, and the other skills were basically useless. Of course, Qin Feng had learned them all, and these types of skills could be mentioned at the epic level when he obtained the Spirit Swallower bloodline to allow the bloodline to devour them and provide stronger bloodline attributes. After evolving Quiet Concealment, Qin Feng evolved 2 other skills. Fierce Poison Dart, Emerald Diamond Epic Maximum Range 171820 meters. Adds 240300400 points of attack damage on hit and Fierce Poison status. Fierce poison, 80% 90% 100% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus, lasts for 5 seconds, not stackable. The fierce poison dart evolved to epic level, consuming 34 evolution points. And finally, it consumed 200 evolution points to evolve the graceful deliverance, which was already legendary grade, to mythic grade. Enchanted Deliverance, legendary mythic weakness attack modifier plus 200% 300%. Weakness attack multiplier doubled. Rank 5. Active use, causes one's next attack to inflict a cut-throat effect, dealing 150% to 0% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 25, 22, 2 seconds 15, 9, 7 seconds. This skill reaches mythic level, although it appeared to have changed very little. However, Qin Feng was aware that this skill, finally, had undergone a metamorphosis. With this 300% weakness attack correction, for Qin Feng, other than certain special magical creatures, whoever he casually looks at, will have weaknesses all over his body. In the case of a player, for example, the weaknesses were the heart and head. Once expanded by 300%, it directly covers their entire body. In itself, Qin Feng's instant Shadow Chop skill did not eat weaknesses, but because the weakness is enlarged to 4 times its original size, anywhere you hit was a weakness. With legendary grade enchantment deliverance, Qin Feng's instantaneous Shadow Chop had a 1/3 probability of hitting the target's weakness on average. This chopping position was something he couldn't control, so it could only be calculated by the system for the random probability. But now, the mythic grade enchantment was relieved. With his instantaneous Shadow Slash, at least 8 out of 9 slashes would be weakness damage. This was a qualitative change. After evolving enchantment deliverance, Qin Feng had 10 evolution points remaining, which he temporarily put aside for the time being. Then it was time to check his equipment. First was a white bone necklace he carried around his neck, Deceiver Pendant, Platinum Assassin type jewelry, physical attack power plus 45, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, equipment requirement, level 13, unique special effect, plus 1 stealth rating. After putting on this necklace, Qin Feng could only replace the Believer's Pendant. However, the Believer's Pendant belonged to the summoning class of equipment. When needed, it could be switched back by dressing up and summoning it, and when taking off the Believer's Pendant, the already summoned devout believers would not disappear. This Deceiver Pendant, the special effect directly added 1 stealth level to Qin Feng. It brought his stealth level to level 4. The skill comes with 1 stealth level. This Deceiver Pendant adds 1 level, and the Shadow Profession adds 2 levels, for a total of 4 stealth levels. But the downside was that this Deceiver Pendant didn't add a cooldown speed. After replacing the Believer's Pendant that added 20% cooldown speed, Qin Feng's cooldown speed dropped a bit, but the impact wasn't great. In comparison, it was definitely the level 1 stealth rating that was a bit more important, not to mention that the physical attack power and power added by this necklace would increase the damage. There was also a piece of equipment, which was the helmet part. Chapter 71 I Don't Eat Beef. Veil of Shadows, Gold Assassin Equipment. Physique plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Dodge rate plus 32%. Equipment requirement, level 12. This equipment doesn't add defense, doesn't add elemental resistance, and only adds 5 points to Constitution and Spirit, which is kind of mean. However, that 32% evasion wasn't bad. My Ghostly Blur skill comes with 75% evasion, stacking the 32% dodge from Shadow Veil. The final dodge is 83%. In the Divine Abandonment game, the evasion probabilities from different sources were not directly added together. Instead, they are stacked and multiplied. Final dodge rate equals 1 in dodge A, asterisk, 1 in dodge B, asterisk, 1 in dodge C. The dodge rate of a single source will never exceed 100%, so no matter how many dodges are stacked, the dodge probability can never reach 100%, except, of course, for certain special skill effect states. In addition, the skill Shield of Black Light could convert the evasion rate into the number of times it was immune to injury. Qin Feng tried it and found the number of times this skill's damage immunity shield is actually calculated on a per skill separate basis. This made Qin Feng a bit surprised. If it was counted by final evasion, then 83% evasion could be converted into 8 layers of damage-free shields. But if it was counted separately per skill, then it would be 7 layers plus 3 layers, totaling 10 layers of injury-free shields. This also meant that Shield of Black Light was a skill that had a high ceiling. Of course, this skill of the number of times of injury immunity, the ceiling is even higher. But there are also means of restraint. Many professions such as archers, mages, swordsmen, warriors, and so on, were having a lot of high-frequency attack means. In the later stages of PvP, a single skill can clear dozens of damage-free layers. It's just that at this stage, Qin Feng carrying this shield of black light is mainly used for raiding bosses. In the later stages, it was also used for soloing at special times. In the case of one against many, the effect of the damage-free shield is not as good as dodge. When Qin Feng finished evolving his skills and checking his equipment, he had already ridden the stealthy ghost Nightwalker Wolf and approached within a few hundred meters of the Holy Maiden of Steel. The Holy Maiden of Steel, which was more than 10 meters tall, looked incomparably mighty, and her hands kept flinging huge iron wheels, constantly cutting through the surrounding players. A series of shouting, noisy and commanding voices came from the front. The ghostly nocturnal wolf carried Qin Feng and leapt onto the roof of a nearby residential ruin. A group of 30 to 40 players were seen in the ruins of the square in front of them, besieging this Saintess of Steel. You want to fight the Iron Virgin now? Too inflated. Qin Feng did not directly strike, but planned to observe first. The Holy Maiden of Steel was a level 15 platinum boss. In terms of true difficulty, for the team, it was slightly inferior to the Soul Purifier Phasal. But at this stage, apart from Qin Feng, other players want to raid a platinum level boss. The hardware is definitely not qualified, really enough to fight the platinum boss conditions. Now at most Wang Mang that team, because ate a lot of Qin Feng sold equipment benefits, so the hardware is barely qualified. But for ordinary players, a team of 6 people, don't even think about fighting platinum bosses, platinum level bosses and above. All of them are for player teams to challenge. Therefore, there must be at least 6 or 7 top teams like Wang Mang's before they can challenge a platinum boss. At this stage, the world combined couldn't even gather that many elites. Ha, it's him? Right at this moment, Qin Feng saw from afar in the middle of the field, there was a knight player holding a lance, who was riding a panther-like war beast, holding a shield and resisting the boss's attacks at the crotch right below the Iron Maiden. Because the distance was too far, Qin Feng was unable to see the player's head code, much less his face. However, Qin Feng still recognized that person's identity at the first moment. Chen Wuming, codename Hui Yao Wude, president of the Knight Templar Guild. The reason why he was so familiar was because Qin Feng had fought with this person for 9 years in his previous life, and he hadn't even been able to distinguish between a winner and a loser. Both guilds competed in the wild, grabbed each other's bosses, and killed each other an unknown number of times. And Chen Wuming's profession is the hidden profession Templar Knight. So after reaching level 10 and consuming 1,000 days of tradable life and creating a guild, he named the guild Knight Templar. The Iron Virgin of the previous life was taken by the Templar Knights Guild. Therefore, the Templar Knights Guild has the second largest hideout within the ruins of Jianhai City, the Church Sanctuary. In Jianhai City, there were the West Chopper and East Church Sanctuaries, controlling the western and eastern regions of the Jianhai City ruins respectively. Knight Templar, this guild. Qin Feng was just smiling. This guild, accurately speaking, in its later stages were relying on a few top-tier warriors to hold it together, and its guild members, basically, were the black slaves of those few top-tier warriors. Because, when this guild recruited its members at the very beginning, it signed a membership contract with its members. The guild would guarantee the basic survival needs of its members, but the tax rate for life within the guild was as high as 50%. In other words, a Templar's guild member who fought outside to 100 days of longevity would need to surrender 50 days to the guild. Generally speaking, it was those players who had potential, but were weak in the early stages and had problems surviving, who would choose to join this guild. Moreover, the standard of this guild's intake wasn't low. General players were not yet qualified to join. After all, this guild would guarantee the basic survival of its members, and in the early stages, it would be a big expense, even if it couldn't make ends meet. If not, a guild with such a high tax rate wouldn't be able to take in anyone at all. Once you join the guild, you have to sign an agreement that you may not quit the guild for at least 3 years. It could be said that the black slaves were utilized to the extreme. Since it's you guys, I'll save you some time. It's impossible to beat the Iron Virgin. To send you guys home quickly anyway. The ghost Nightwalker Wolf, carrying Qin Feng, leapt down towards the downstairs plaza. His hidden form arrived in the middle of the field at an extremely fast speed, holding his sword in his backhand. The plague blade traced a black light around him. Dark ring blade, minus 17,014, weakness attack, minus 15,788, weakness attack. The mythic level enchantment relief made the darkness ring blades all eat weakness attacks. As a skill went down, a white light instantly rose up around them. What warriors, mages, and priests instantly fell in a large swath. You have killed player self-exploitation. You have killed player Su Jojo. You have killed player Xiao Yuya. You've killed player Don't Eat Cheese. You have killed player Tulip is not as fragrant as your sister's towel. This sudden turn of events left Chen Wuming, who was resisting the boss in front of him, in a state of shock. Originally, He was fighting the boss properly and the boss attack was resisted. But as a result, after a ring of blade light, half of his team members blacked out? Who is it? Shadow? We have no grudges against you. Why are you killing our people? Chen Wuming rode his leopard war beast and looked around in shock. But he didn't see any suspicious figure. And a wave of coldness went straight to the sky. Since this person was at the boss's crotch, he was farther away and didn't eat Qin Feng's attack, so he didn't die. After he shouted like this, in his ears, a faint voice suddenly came. I don't eat beef. The words had not yet fallen. Chen Wuming, even with the panther, blossomed with blade light from top to bottom. Blood splattered, and he was chopped into 8 sections on the spot. Chapter 72, Putting down the helpful complex, respecting her fate. Along with Chen Wuming, those who were decapitated were the other Knight Templar guild members around them. However, their stations surrounding the boss were more spread out. Qin Feng did not finish off everyone. There were still 3 or 4 players who immediately scattered and fled when they saw the target. Qin Feng did not pursue, because there was no need. His main target was the platinum level boss in front of him that was 3 stories high, the Holy Maiden of Steel. It was a steel giant that was purely made of poured steel. The lower half of its body had no legs, but was instead a pile of iron base, held up by magical energy and suspended in midair. That bizarre and cruel and merciless smile was enough to make a small child cry. Blossom Curse. Qin Feng raised his hand and released the Blossom Curse towards all the corpses around him, including Chen Wuming. The remaining tradable lifespans on their bodies, even including 50% of their non-tradable lifespans, began to be sucked over by the cursed flower. Due to the fact that within the divine abandonment game, it was the player's consciousness that came in, so their bodies within the game belonged to be molded by the system. Even if they were resurrected, the body would still exist for a certain amount of time. CNMD. What does it matter to me if you don't eat beef? I shoved beef in your mouth? Chen Wuming resurrected in the middle of the ruins of Jianhai City with a face of anger and suffocation. He knew that Shadow's words were saying to him, I'll kill you for no reason. And this location where he was resurrected was already more than 10 kilometers away from the Holy Maiden of Steel. With their speed, it was almost impossible for them to quickly rush over there. Not to mention, even if they did, what could they do? They had killed so many of them with a single skill. And that damage, the damage was more than 10,000. These people, each of them were killed in seconds. Not to mention that they owed the Shadow several lives. Originally, Chen Wuming and the others felt that this time, they had been unlucky. However, they didn't expect that even more bad luck was yet to come. As Qin Feng's Blossom Curse was released, the system prompt of a reduced lifespan reached Chen Nameless and the others' minds. This caused him and the guild members behind him to all turn pale. This time, not only did they die losing half of their lifespan, even more so, they had been subjected to some sort of terrifying skill that continued to suck out their lifespans. Even the non-tradable lifespans were being additionally sucked. After a moment, the sucking stopped, and they realized that they had lost all of their tradable lifespans in their deaths this time, and even 75% of their non-tradable lifespans. According to the guild members who hadn't been killed yet at the scene peering in from afar and reporting back, Nameless Chen learned that on all of their corpses, bizarre scarlet and blood-colored flowers had grown. This caused a series of cries of pain and angry curses to be heard within the Knight Templar guild channel. But facing the Shadow, none of them had any recourse. So many of them had been killed, and they hadn't even seen Shadow's shadow, let alone revenge. If they really wanted to take revenge, the result would only be to be killed by the other party once, twice, countless times again. On Chen Wuming's side, he was completely unable to generate any thoughts of revenge. However, on Qin Feng's side, he casually glanced at the system prompts during the process of absorbing his lifespan. As a result, he saw a familiar codename Xiao Yuya. She joined the Knight Templar? Qin Feng looked at the system prompt with an expressionless face. Through the Blossom Curse, he had absorbed 4 days of the other party's tradable lifespan and more than a year of non-tradable lifespan. This meant that the other party now had very little lifespan left. It should be that he had gotten so mixed up that he couldn't mix anymore, so he chose to join the Knight Templar Guild as a black slave. In that case, her survival could be guaranteed, but with 50% of her lifespan gains to be surrendered to the guild, it would be almost impossible for her to develop and rise on her own. In this regard, Qin Feng naturally did not have any feelings. Letting go of the helping complex and respecting the fate of her people, Qin Feng merely swept his eyes at that codename before refocusing his attention on the Holy Maiden of Steel in front of him. There's nothing difficult about the first stage of this boss. The difficulty is in the second stage after Half-Blood. Especially for me. After Qin Feng finished off Chen Wuming and the others, he went stealthy and kept a distance of 10 meters away from the boss. That Holy Maiden of Steel didn't disengage from the battle after a large number of players around it died, but started releasing ranged attacks after losing its main target. Its arms which presented iron wheels, began to rotate along with its head and upper body, and surprisingly began to draw circles. The iron wheels of both arms, cutting a circle around the surrounding 10 meters, turned 3 times in a row. When this skill appeared, even if Chen Woming's Templar Knight was still there, he simply couldn't resist it. However, Qin Feng backed off early, waiting for the instantaneous shadow chop to finish cooling down. He took advantage of the temporary detachment from the combat state and switched the weapon in his hand to the ghost ship twin blades, directly releasing the instantaneous shadow chop. Swish! He transformed into a residual shadow and instantly slashed through the towering body of the Holy Maiden of Steel. Blade light bloomed and erupted on the Holy Maiden of Steel. Minus 7551, weakness attack. Minus 7527, weakness attack. Minus 7536, weakness attack. Worthy of being an Iron Virgin. This defense exceeds other bosses of the same level by too much. Qin Feng calmly observed the boss's blood level. 1 instantaneous shadow slash. 9 slashes, all hitting the weak points. Took out more than 60,000 blood of the boss. To the boss, that was around 15% of its blood. It could be seen that the Holy Maiden of Steel had a total of around 400,000 life value. This amount of blood was quite a bit lower than the Soul Purifier Phasal, but due to its higher defense, the candor was not lower than the Soul Purifier in any way. The most crucial point was still, the Holy Maiden of Steel will have anti-damage for almost the entire time when its blood level drops below half, and it is 100% anti-damage. This was the biggest difficulty for the Holy Maiden of Steel. Because of this, Qin Feng had no intention of using the active effect of Graceful Deliverance. This skill /throat sustained damage could currently increase Qin Feng's damage by 6 times, but a situation where his damage was too high would directly cause the boss to enter the second stage, thus triggering a counter-injury effect that would bounce Qin Feng himself to death. Instantaneous shadow /9 times. Every time instantaneous shadow chop triggers /throat, I'll receive 9 counter-injuries. The shield of black light can barely resist it, but the cooldown can't keep up. This was why, before Qin Feng started fighting the boss, he had to replace the Plague Blade with the Ghost Ship Twin Blades. If it was the Plague Blades, then any attack would generate an additional damage from a toxin burst after 3 seconds. This damage would fully bounce back to Qin Feng himself, but the Ghost Ship Dual Blades didn't have this trouble, including the slitting throat damage from Graceful Deliverance. Qin Feng had no choice but to discard it when fighting this boss. But, during the second stage, every time the Iron Virgin puts up a skill, that anti-injury effect will briefly expire. Just go ahead and launch an attack while there's a gap between its attacks, and you'll be able to avoid the counter-injury. Qin Feng had a detailed plan in his mind and was in no hurry at all. After an instantaneous shadow slash, he stealthily disappeared towards the back, quietly watching the boss release various ranged skills in place and waiting for the next attack timing. Just at this time, more players in the surroundings were attracted by the commotion caused by the Holy Maiden of Steel. Chapter 73, Holy Maiden of Steel, Soul System Player. Qin Feng was on his way to clear the gladiatorial ruins to brush his levels. Within the boundaries of Jianghai City, more and more players had leveled up to level 10, and they had all arrived amongst the city ruins of the Divine Forsaken Continent. Since the number of people was getting bigger and bigger, they were slowly clearing out quite a few magical creatures within the city ruins. The commotion made by the Iron Virgin now attracted dozens of players from the neighborhood. They didn't dare to approach for the time being. All of them were scattered in the ruins hundreds of meters away, watching this boss's movements, not daring to appear at all. Once they showed up, they would become the target of the Holy Maiden of Steel's attack. Holy shit, who's fighting the boss and why haven't I seen a single shadow? I heard its shadow. This boss was opened by the Knight Templar, and suddenly, the shadow sharked all of them. The shadow is fighting the boss now? Hiss, one skill took out so much of the boss's blood? That's 15%, right? Wouldn't that be 6 or 7 skills to take out this platinum level boss? MD must be too talented. If I had his talent, I'd be able to take off too. Just as people were chatting, Qin Feng appeared from time to time and gave the Holy Maiden of Steel a hit. After just over 10 seconds, 2 instantaneous shadow slashes in succession caused the boss's blood level to fall to 51%. Next attack. If I use instantaneous shadow slash again, I'll eat the backlash. But it can be resisted once with the shield of black light first. Qin Feng calmly responded. Right after the instantaneous shadow slash cools down, he opens the shield of black light. The action of turning on the shield of black light caused him to break out of stealth, but he soon released quiet concealment to enter stealth again. Starting in place, instant shadow slash, minus 7,975, weakness attack, minus 8,031, weakness attack, minus 0, counter wound 8055. After 2 hits from the instantaneous shadow slash, on that Holy Maiden of Steel, some thorns and iron thorns immediately appeared. reaching out from within the body of steel, due to Tranquil Concealment's higher concealment breaking attack. So this time, the instantaneous shadow/damage was a few hundred points higher than the previous one. Unfortunately, after the boss entered the half-blooded second stage, the 7 slashes behind it, all of which failed to deal damage, bounced back to Qin Feng in full. Luckily, Qin Feng had 10 layers of damage immunity from the shield of black light on his body, so he was able to be spared. Immediately afterward, the bizarre and cruel smile on the Holy Maiden of Steel's face directly turned into a painfully twisted expression. All over its body, thorns and iron thorns stabbed out. The 2 fire-breathing cannon tubes in its chest also stretched out, ready to spew out flames at any time. However, after completing these changes, the boss suddenly did not move. In the state of immobility, it had an anti-injury state that existed forever. Qin Feng was patient as he stealthily waited on the sidelines. If it doesn't move all the time, I'll have to take the initiative to show up and rely on the number of damage waivers to fight slowly. But if another player goes to mess with it, I'll be able to resolve the fight faster. No one knew what Qin Feng was thinking. When the surrounding players saw that the boss wasn't moving, they all started whispering, a bit puzzled. Why isn't this boss moving? Could it be that Shadow is dead? It's possible. After all, this boss just had some changes. Maybe some means to finish off Shadow. But if he's dead, where's the corpse? And the lifespan that popped out? It's not possible that the corpse is also invisible, right? It had to be said that these players had a rich imagination. At this moment, there was a 6-member squad that arrived near the Holy Maiden of Steel. At the head of the group was a masked samurai player wielding a katana and wearing gold-grade lockjaw armor. His eyes were sharp and he looked spirited, majestic and very confident. There were 3 other players that had been crouching here for a moment. Seeing that masked warrior arrive, they immediately greeted him respectfully. Brother Security, you're here. We've been observing for a long time. This boss is just those few skills that we've memorized. In addition, this boss suddenly didn't move, and the body has changed a bit, so there might be new skills. That masked warrior player nodded faintly. Before, it was Shadow who was fighting this boss. The masked warrior codenamed Safety First reached out and snapped his fingers. Bunny, turn on red eyes and see if Shadow is still around. A teenage girl player behind him nodded. The young girl raised her hand and summoned a rabbit. That rabbit sneakily jumped up towards the roof of the residential ruins, and both of its eyes turned blood red as it observed towards the surroundings. 1 minute later, the summoner girl bunny wearing a vestment and holding a staff said, I didn't find Shadow's location. It should be gone. The masked warrior sighed in relief. Bunny's anti-crypt level has a level 3. If Bunny didn't find anyone, the person is most likely not there. But still keep an eye on it at all times. And if the Shadow comes, remind me immediately. Level 3 anti-crypt level. It was indeed very high at the moment. This teenage summoner named Little Rabbit summoned the tracing blood rabbit that came with a level 1 anti-crypt level, and then carried a necklace on her body that added a level 1 anti-crypt level, and also learned a sharp scrying passive skill, adding 1 level of anti-concealment level. Originally, they wanted to buy more anti-concealment props, but the anti-concealment related items on the market now were extremely rare. Just that necklace was still bought at a great price. After all, in this environment, everyone didn't want to die. Stealth assassins pose a great threat to people, and any team will be equipped with a professional anti-stealth person. However, they didn't realize that Qin Feng's stealth level had reached level 4. Not much longer. The masked samurai codenamed Safety First, holding a katana, walked out from the ruins of the residence and approached towards the Saintess of Steel. This scene left many of the surrounding players stunned. Crap, that guy is looking for death. It's not like he's trying to take on the boss solo, right? Wait, that guy I've seen before. Still in Initial Town, he took out a gold level boss without injury. Holy shit, it's Big Brother Safety First? I heard that his profession is Soul Wielder. He can dodge 100% after every roll. It's rumored that this Big Brother used to be one of the world's top Soul game anchors, and his operational response pulls full weight. Under the crowd's shocked and expectant gazes, the Soul martial artist Safety First, holding a katana, had arrived in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel, facing this 3-story tall platinum level terrifying boss directly. Before that Soul martial artist could even get close, the Holy Maiden of Steel had already wielded the iron wheels of her left and right hands, slashing down towards the Soul warrior in succession. In the back, amongst the ruins of the residence, teenage summoner Bunny, as well as her teammates, all looked at the masked Soul martial artist with anticipation. This platinum level boss, Big Brother Safety can definitely deal with it. That's right, this boss moves very slowly. With Big Brother's strength, he can casually react. As long as we can dodge by rolling, Big Brother's next attack will be able to ignore 50% defense. It won't take long to finish off the boss. Front, That soul martial artist directly rolled in the face of Iron Virgin's attack. Roll, dodge, roll, dodge. After dodging the Iron Virgin's 2 iron will chopping attacks, the soul martial artist's eyes were calm, and his hand held a silver-grade katana as he struck out boldly. Eat my gaping moon shadow. He held the katana in his hand, and under the various status enhancement increases, he swung out 3 consecutive slashes towards the Iron Virgin. 3 swings of ghostly blue blade light instantly landed on the iron base of the Iron Virgin. -0, counter wound 988. -0, counter wound 976. -0, counter wound 1002. Before the soul martial artist could react, his blood bar had already gone to 0 and he died violently on the spot. The appearance of this scene caused the surrounding players to be instantly stunned. Chapter 74, This is the Real Big Brother. Church Sanctuary Hideout. Just as the soul martial artist's safety first was killed by the Iron Virgin's counter-injury rebound, Qin Feng had long since taken advantage of the boss to strike. However, the surrounding players could only see a residual shadow slice through the field, followed by the chest core on the boss, which was subjected to a series of knife-like chopping attacks. The blood bar above the boss's head instantly dropped another 15% or so, and when that soul martial artist died violently, the Holy Maiden of Steel regained her composure and stopped launching attacks. Not only that, but even moved slowly towards the church sanctuary behind her. Obviously, in the face of an enemy that it couldn't see through stealth, this boss didn't frantically release ranged skills. As long as it didn't launch an attack, the Holy Maiden of Steel was in a 100% anti-injury invincible state. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and followed closely behind. This soul wielder can counter itself to death in one set, and the damage is pretty high. After all, the passive of this profession of soul warrior, ignoring 50% of the target's defense after dodging, has a significant effect on Iron Virgins, but with this occupational trait of his, he can't hit Iron Virgins at all. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. He knew that soul martial artists had an occupational ability of having 0.3 seconds of 100% evasion time after each roll, and after successfully dodging, the next attack could ignore 50% of the target's defense. However, it was obvious that this person was being skyrocketed by the Iron Virgin. When Iron Maiden attacked, this person could only roll and dodge, and had no chance to attack. When Iron Maiden stopped attacking, this person's attack would be fully rebounded. It can be said to be extremely difficult. Crap, the boss is dead? Nima, it seems like it's a counter-injury? Something's not right. That shadow is still there, and it hit the boss with another large tube of blood. Inside the team channel, Soul Wielder Safety First immediately said in shock. Impossible, why did I hit the boss for no damage at all? And the damage was all bounced back? Then Shadow was able to take 1 tube of blood at a time? Teenage Summoner Bunny was also shocked. My tracing blood rabbit didn't see anyone at all, and his stealth level is already at least level 4. Just then, Qin Feng's skills finished cooling down. He no longer waited for the other players around him to make a move, because it looked like there wouldn't be anyone else who would dare to make a move. He could only show up himself and lure the boss into attacking. Shield of Black Light. Qin Feng opened the Shield of Black Light, and his ghostly figure in spiteful leather armor finally appeared in front of all the surrounding players. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of that Holy Maiden of Steel. Ka-ching, ka-ching. The Holy Maiden of Steel instantly turned back, its arms striding iron wheels as it chopped down towards Qin Feng. Just as it launched its attack, Qin Feng held the ghost ship twin blades and directly fired a darkness ring blade. The dark blade, sweeping around him, landed on the core of the Holy Maiden of Steel's weakness. -9,000, weakness attack. This was followed by an instantaneous shadow slash, which erupted into an offensive attack while perfectly dodging the opponent's chopping attack. The Holy Maiden of Steel's blood bar once again dropped by a fraction. However, at the same time, the boss disappeared towards Qin Feng's figure. The chest's fire-breathing cannon tube finally activated, instantly spewing out 2 black flames. Qin Feng was hit even though he was in stealth mode. Luckily, he had a 10-layer damage avoidance shield from the Shield of Black Light. After having 7 layers of damage immunity shield consumed, Qin Feng quickly retreated back out of the opponent's attack range. The frequency of this fire-breathing damage is too high. Even if I'm slowed down by 0.5 seconds, my layers of damage immunity shield won't be enough. Luckily I'm fast enough. Qin Feng patiently waited for the cooldown of the Shield of Black Light. This skill had a cooldown of more than 30 seconds, meaning that it would take Qin Feng more than 30 seconds to launch an attack. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly realized that there was a person sneakily approaching the place where the soul martial artist had just died. Obviously, it was trying to pick up the lifespan light orb that the soul martial artist had dropped. Just as that person was about to approach the light orb, a fierce poison dart, coldly flying from the side, pierced into his head. -11,989, weakness attack, killed in seconds on the spot. Immediately after that, there were two blood-red cursed flowers that bloomed above those two corpses. However, whenever Qin Feng saw a lifespan orb of light, it would be impossible for someone else to steal it. He turned back to deal with the man and once again became invisible. In the next moment, his figure appeared in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel's eyes again, and in a repeat of the same trick, when that boss launched its fire-breathing attack, Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash landed in full on the boss. All the surrounding players, watching this scene, were stunned. They only saw that the shadow figure kept appearing everywhere in the field, flickering and flickering at an extremely fast speed. Once it appeared, either someone died or the boss was taken out with a large blood bar. I'm going, this shadow is too fierce, right? What exactly is this means? Originally, I didn't know how Shadow got the first kill, but now I'm convinced. I thought that our boss, Soul Martial Artist, could single-handedly kill a gold-level boss in half an hour was already very strong, but I didn't realize that there was something even more fierce. More than more fierce? This is fierce beyond bounds. This is the real Big Brother. Regardless of whether it was the players under the Soul Wielder, or the other onlookers, as well as the few Knight Templar Guild members who hadn't been killed off and had hidden themselves, they were all looking dumbfounded by now. Originally, people only knew that Shadow was strong, but just how strong? No one knew. There weren't many players who could see Qin Feng kill a boss with their own eyes until now. Grey Rose counted as one, but that was still back in Newbie Town. Milky Snowy had also seen it, but that Plague Surrounder was only a gold boss. As for the others, even Wang Meng and the others, they hadn't seen Qin Feng fight much. Thus, at this moment, when they saw the scene of Qin Feng single-handedly challenging the Holy Maiden of Steel, the surrounding players all stared in shock as if they had seen a fairy. Not to mention the Holy Maiden of Steel, even a silver boss or gold boss could cause the average player to be constantly annihilated. Even if the Soul Martial Artist safety first, able to single kill a gold level boss without injury, in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel also instantly be killed in seconds. It was such a terrifying platinum boss that had no power to fight back in front of the Shadow. The surrounding players were all stunned. So naturally, it was impossible for anyone to dare make a move to harass Qin Feng. And when Qin Feng next appeared, let that Iron Virgin frantically launch Iron Will Chopping Strike. The black flames in his chest gushing out. Qin Feng, with the shield of black light, hard against the opponent's flames, holding dual swords, a shot of instantaneous shadow chop, and directly clearing the last bit of the boss's blood bar. You have killed Holy Maiden of Steel, Platinum level. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations on becoming the owner of Church Sanctuary. You have become the owner of both the Land of Pure Souls and the Church Sanctuary. Please choose one of them to keep. Note, unreserved status as the owner of a hideout will be transformed into a hideout key, tradable. Other players using the hideout key will become the owner of that hideout. As the Iron Virgin fell to the ground with a loud bang, smashing down a piece of the surrounding dwellings, system prompts came one after another in Qin Feng's mind. It was impossible for the same player to own two caches at the same time. So, Qin Feng had to choose one hideout and retain the identity of the owner. The other hideout would become a tradable hideout key. This key, at this stage, is only affordable to the officials. It's reasonable to trade with them for a 2,000 year lifespan, right? Qin Feng naturally chose the Land of Pure Souls to keep, giving up the identity of the owner of the Church Sanctuary and obtaining the Church Sanctuary hideout key. At the same time, Qin Feng came underneath the hill like Iron Virgin corpse and unleashed his greedy hands. Due to the sheer size of this boss, the vision of all the surrounding players was blocked. No one saw that underneath the corpse of this platinum-ranked boss, a bunch of platinum-colored rays of light lit up, with several emerald streams of light interspersed among them. Chapter 75 Gift of the Black Flame, Spiked Bone Leather Armor, Assassin's Intuition. Qin Feng already possessed several emerald-ranked items. Previously, when he first killed the platinum-level boss Soul Purifier, Faisal, 3 of the assassin's items alone had dropped. However, at that time, Qin Feng wasn't leveled up, so he didn't use them. At this moment, this Holy Maiden of Steel had exploded 2 more assassin stuff for Qin Feng. Gift of the Black Flame, Spiked Bone Leather Armor, Emerald Assassin Type Equipment. Physical Defense plus 95. Full Elemental Resistance plus 120. Damage Resistance plus 77. Physique plus 77. Equipment Requirement, Rank 13. Rite of Black Flame, when attacking and being attacked, it will inflict 1 layer of Black Flame status on the target, stacking up to 5 layers. Each layer of Black Flame status will weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Note, the weakening effect is less effective on bosses of Emerald level or higher. Emerald grade equipment was not a concept with the previous equipment. The basic attributes of the equipment alone were more than 70% higher than Platinum grade equipment of the same level. This physical defense, this elemental resistance, plus 77 points of damage resistance and physique. Just this leather armor alone provides more defense than other people's full sets of defenses, and it also comes with the right of the Black Flame effect, weakening the target's defense and elemental resistance. Without much ado, Qin Feng directly replaced the Resentment leather armor. This right of Black Flame leather armor is better than the one from the Soul Purifier before. The level 13 Assassin leather armor exploded by the Soul Purifier. The special effect is to boost Thunder elemental resistance by 200 points. It might be useful in special circumstances. Normally it's still more appropriate for the gift of Black Flame. Immediately followed by an Emerald Grade skill book. Assassin's Intuition, Emerald Grade. You can observe the silhouettes of stealthy units to a certain extent. Gain +2 anti-cloaking rating. Requires level 13. This skill book was the anti-cloaking skill. After Qin Feng learned it, he directly pulled it up to legendary level. Originally, after he came out of the gladiatorial ruins, he had evolved the enchantment deliverance and other skills, and still had 10 evolution points remaining. Taking out the Holy Maiden of Steel had given him 120 evolution points. A total of 130 points remained. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points, leaving 97 points remaining. Assassin's Intuition, Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary. You can observe the silhouettes of stealthy units to a certain extent. Gain +2 3 4 5 anti-cloaking rating. Legendary level added effect. You can more keenly perceive where your target's weaknesses lie. Weakness attack modifier +50%. When this skill evolved to legendary level, Qin Feng's anti-crypt level directly reached level 5. This made Qin Feng a bit depressed. I'm an assassin and my anti-crypt level is higher than my stealth level? It looks like I'll have to learn a skill that adds stealth level and evolve a bit before I can do it. The most outrageous thing was that this skill had a new effect when it reached the legendary level. A sharper perception of the target's weakness. Another 50% weakness attack modifier has been added? Originally, the vast majority of targets were already big-headed in front of Qin Feng. Now another 50% had been added, stacked with the passive of Graceful Deliverance. The total was 350%. Weakness expanded 5 times? I'm hitting the opposite weakness with my eyes closed. Qin Feng couldn't help but think that there were quite a few more skills that added weakness attack modifiers. If he learned them all, would he be able to expand the opponent's weaknesses tenfold? Or even 100-fold? At that time, if I throw a dart into the sky, I can automatically track the opponent's weakness? This fucking, the equivalent of a lock-ah. Without the infinite evolution talent, Qin Feng couldn't imagine it anyway. The attribute weakness attack correction could be stacked to such a high level. The final effect was outrageous just thinking about it. There are still 97 evolution points left. Let's first evolve Ghost Shadow Blur to legendary level. Qin Feng chose to evolve the Ghost Shadow Blur, which had already reached the epic level. You have consumed 80 evolution points, with 17 points remaining. Ghost Shadow Blur, epic legendary, passively gains 75% 85% evasion rate. Triggering evasion immunizes you from all damage. Rank 5. Looks like it only adds 10% dodge rate. In fact, the effect of this is to reduce the opponent's base hit rate from 25% to 15%. When dealing with low-grade demons and average players, such a high evasion rate was already enough to make Qin Feng invincible. Combined with the high defense of the Emerald Grade gift of Black Flame, spiked bone leather armor, players and magical creatures below the Platinum Grade at this stage were no longer a threat to him at all. In addition to these, the Holy Maiden of Steel had also exploded some equipment from other professions, both Emerald and Platinum Grade. These were things that no one could wear at all at the moment. After all, they were all level 13 to 15 items, and it would be much earlier to wait for others to reach this level. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to deal with these things. He first put away all the loot, took the church sanctuary hideout key with him, and left the scene with his invisible form. He contacted Wang Mang. There's a batch of equipment and skill books for sale to you guys. Plus there's a good thing. When are you free? Wang Mang quickly replied back. If you have something, we're free anytime, haha. You wait a bit, give us the coordinates. We'll be right there. Qin Feng sent Wang Mang the coordinates and mounted the ghost Nightwalking Wolf, stealthing with his mount as he rushed to his destination. It was a hidden location outside the church sanctuary hideout. When Qin Feng came over, he saw that there were still 7 or 8 clusterers piled up in this alleyway. The clusterers were small level 12 monsters, and each one of them was a super obese demonic creature. Stacked together, they were like a mountain of meat, and with the effect of defense stacking, each clusterer was 2 to 3 times meatier than a normal small monster of the same level. If an ordinary player's squad encountered it, it would definitely be a bloody storm. But for Qin Feng, an instantaneous shadow slash directly resolved them all. After finishing off this pile of demons, Qin Feng didn't wait in place, but instead cleaned up the other small monsters around him. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Wang Mang and Yu and the girls rushed over together. although it was just a trade. Because of the previous experience, they knew that Qin Feng had a lot of backpack compartments, so they directly came over together as a whole team, lest they bought something that their backpacks couldn't fit. Meeting again, Qin Feng realized that Wang Meng's equipment and their battle power had increased quite a bit. The leader, Wang Meng, in addition to the 2 pieces of platinum-level equipment on his body, which was bought from Qin Feng here, the rest of the parts of the equipment had also basically all been gold level. Of course, Qin Feng knew that their gold equipment, all of which had been fought in the novice town, were of a lower grade. The difference in attributes compared to what Qin Feng had on him was still huge. If the whole body equipment was added together, the gap would be even greater. Great God, you've risen to level 13 in one night. That's too fierce, isn't it? As soon as she saw Qin Feng, and you ran over in a frenzy, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 76, 800 Acres of Hiding Place, Ancient God Slate. Qin Feng glanced at the seemingly naturally dull policewoman and smiled. It could be seen that this girl was becoming more and more worshipful of him. This only hidden profession dragon swordsman. The profession passive effect is that every ordinary attack, there is a certain probability to trigger dragon flame, and after the subsequent profession advancement, you can also trigger dragon roar through the general attacks, dragon armor, dragon scale and other effects. In the end, it was even possible to summon various dragon's void shadows with probability through normal attacks. She was wearing a gold-level battle armor, so that her whole person looks more heroic and extraordinary. There is a kind of battlefield female general's kind of heroism and spontaneity. Just a silver-level longsword hanging between the slender willow waist, slightly out of place. The whole body is gold, on the weapon or silver. Visible this girl look a little crooked. Wang Meng also sighed. A face of emotion. We brushed tonight. Even level 11 is still short of half. Your speed is also too fast. And you didn't wait for him to finish and immediately reached out to interrupt. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of person says a man is fast? The crowd was stunned. And you looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Great God, you say right? Qin Feng was defeated by this woman. He didn't bullshit with the other party. He directly laid out the equipment skill books to be sold. I've marked up the prices of the things, so take them directly if you want them. There's also a good thing for sale. You guys know about the hideout, right? Hideout? And you sniffed and immediately nodded. We've heard about it. There is no safe zone in the ruins of Jianhai City, but groups of players can occupy hideouts and use them as bases. We can store our equipment and other supplies in the hideout. In addition, the hideout can also launch a magic defense boundary at critical moments to ward off foreign invasions. This girl's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Great God, you're not saying that you have a hideout for sale, are you? Qin Feng nodded. This hideout of mine isn't small. It's one that I just took down by fighting a platinum-level boss. The news of the hideout that you learned about. It should be a small hideout that other people obtained by fighting a gold boss, right? And you nodded repeatedly. That's right. However, our Jianhai City officials haven't found any hideouts yet. It's the Magic City side, where the officials have already knocked down a medium hideout. So we know about this stuff. Qin Feng said. In that case, then you should know the value of the hideout. This is the Church Sanctuary Hideout Key. After using it, you can become the owner of the Church Sanctuary Hideout. This hideout covers an area of 800 acres. You guys can go back and discuss what price you can offer and I will consider whether or not to sell it to you. Once he said this, Wang Meng, and you and the others all stared wide-eyed. 800 acres? They were dumbfounded. One must know that the official hiding place laid down by the Magic Metropolis was only as big as a soccer field in total, which translated to a little more than 10 acres. That would have already made them envious. But the shadow here had actually struck down a hideout of 800 acres? The larger the size of the hideout, the stronger the defense force, and the stronger the infrastructure in it. 800 acres of hideout is enough for all the members of our Jianhai City officialdom to have their own rooms in it. And you and the others were all stunned. However, on second thought, the shadow had killed the platinum-level boss to get this hideout, so it was only logical that this hideout could be this big. But how much are you going to sell such a large hideout? And you deliberated on the wording and asked carefully. She understood that this hideout, right now, was not only wanted by the officials, but by all other forces. There were too many people who wanted it. Qin Feng did not explicitly say so, but said, you go back and discuss what price you can give first. I'll see what you guys offer first. In fact, Qin Feng had only pretty much estimated based on his last life that this hideout could be sold for a lifespan of 2,000 years, converted down to 730,000 days. But the truth was that contraptions like the hideout would actually rarely be sold, because this was an organization's safe house, base, especially in the early stages. It was equivalent to the existence of a solid gold soup. In the ruins of a city without safe zones, The importance of a hideout was self-evident. Good. And you nodded with a grave expression. Only then did she start checking out Qin Feng's other things. In the end, at a price of 45,000 heavenly lifespans, the equipment supplies that Qin Feng was going to sell were purchased. Qin Feng was selling all the equipment skill books that were below level 13. As for the level 13 to 15 ones, they were all still kept for the time being. Anyway, he could store everything in the land of pure souls and wasn't afraid that the grids wouldn't fit. Tradable lifespan. It's now 372 years. Non-tradable lifespan, on the other hand, is 724 years. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the current development speed. However, I'm afraid that these tradable lifespans wouldn't allow him to extract all of his in-game abilities to reality yet. Enchantment Deliverance costs more than 50,000. The Mount Bell also costs 30 to 50,000. That adds up to 80,000 or 90,000 days. There's also Emerald Grade equipment that requires a lot of lifespan to extract to reality. However, as long as the church sanctuary was sold, Qin Feng would have enough lifespan to even extract the land of pure souls, a hideout, to reality as well. Extracting the hideout to reality has strong defenses and safety can be guaranteed. It's just that to live in the hideout, some essential living facilities have to be added. What with lights, appliances, beds, cupboards and so on, all of these did not need the help of outsiders. Qin Feng only needed to find an NPC and spend some of his lifespan to take care of it all. Right, great God. And you suddenly thought of something and then asked, we just received news that in one of the newbie towns in our Jianghai city, there is a situation where 7 gold level bosses have gathered together, and a lot of people have already been killed by the bosses. I would like to ask, do you want to go over there and deal with it? Great God, our officials are willing to give 10 years of life as payment. 7 gold level bosses gathered together? This situation made Qin Feng a bit surprised and his heart beat a bit faster. It couldn't be the ancient god slate, could it? Generally speaking, boss-level demons were mutually exclusive and were unlikely to stay together. There was a high possibility that the 7 gold-level bosses were gathered together because next to those 7 gold-level bosses, there was an ancient god stone slab being guarded. If it's really an ancient god slate, then it's comfortable. This thing, it was a very obvious boost to a player's battle power. Moreover, each ancient god slate was something that could be used all the way to the late game. Must go and take a look. Qin Feng made a decision, so he nodded towards Anu. Alright, I can go and take a look. Which town? Chapter 77 Dark Moon Town's Public Welfare Organization. Hearing Qin Feng say so, Anu immediately replied, Dark Moon Town. By the way, she launched another trade request to Qin Feng. Lifespan for nothing. Don't want it for nothing. Looking at the 10 years of lifespan that Anu had put up, Qin Feng felt a bit emotional. Why don't you say that this girl is honest? Originally 7 gold level bosses gathered together. Qin Feng to kill. Can harvest a lot of loot, sell a 40 or 50 years or something no problem. This girl also gave him 10 years of life as a reward. Really polite. Of course, this 10-year life expectancy is mostly the meaning of the Jianghai city officials, who must finish off the 7 golden bosses. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for the people of Dark Moon Town to practice outside. I'll go then. Qin Feng accepted the 10-year lifespan and nodded to Anu before hiding his figure and advancing towards the center of the ruins of Jianghai City. Under the gray sky, the night-walking wolf carried Qin Feng, keeping his stealthy state, running at full speed at a terrifying speed of 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. After a few minutes, it arrived at the center of the ruins of Jianghai City. Right in the center, there was still that 10-meter-tall statue of an eyeless stone man. Around that statue, there were quite a few level 10 players from Jianghai City, who were teaming up, or even organizing a group, intending to set off to clear the ruins of the magical creatures within the ruins for upgrades. This place was the default resurrection point for players above level 10, and the number of players was certainly high. Moreover, this place was a non-safety zone. Many players were wary of each other as they looked at each other. As Qin Feng passed by, he saw the group of people from the Knight Templar Guild that he had killed back. Among the crowd, he did see that familiar figure. Qin Xiaoyu had joined the Knight Templar. After being killed back, she was now looking worried. Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't even give her a second glance. He just swept a glance at the group and stealthily passed by. If you teleport back to the town from the city ruins, the first time is 500 days, the second time is 1000 days, and the third time is 2000 days. Each time you teleport back, the lifespan required, it doubles. After 10 times, it's 1024 times more. So if there's nothing necessary, you really can't go back. This was why Qin Feng hadn't gone back before. He knew very well that as time passed, many of the initial town's small monsters would evolve into bosses, making the number of bosses even higher. If he went back and killed those bosses indiscriminately, he might earn evolution points faster. However, there was no need to, because if he kept going back to the town in the early stages, then when he really needed to go back later on, he was afraid that he would have to consume tens or hundreds of thousands of days of lifespan. In the initial town, sometimes something truly valuable and unrepeatable would appear. For example, this time, there was the possibility of the ancient god's stone tablet. Evolution points, I can brush them in the continent as well. But something like the ancient god slate, once it appears, it must not be missed. In order to save the lifespan consumed by teleporting back to the town, Xin Feng could only come back to the novice town at such times. Moreover, in the godforsaken game, the experience and lifespan gained from killing demonic creatures that are 5 levels below one's own will begin to decay. As for the evolution points, I've also passed by before to take out some small monsters that were more than 5 levels lower than me in passing, and I've never gotten any evolution points. Evidently, if the level of the magical creature is too low, the evolution points given will also decay. In this situation, there was even less need for Qin Feng to return to the novice town to brush up on monsters. Dark Moon Town. This is a town that only exists at a relatively late stage, right? Qin Feng didn't have much of an impression of this town. Soon he went down the stairs to the teleportation array located underground, stood in it, and typed the words Dark Moon within the dialog box that popped up. Consume 500 days of life. Teleport. After a flash of white light in front of his eyes, Qin Feng appeared in Dark Moon Town. When he walked out of the teleportation room, he realized that the town was quite crowded. There were official Jianghai City personnel setting up stalls to acquire lifespans at a 150:000 ratio. There were also other corporate forces acquiring lifespans at a much different ratio. There were players seeking to team up. There were players begging. There were players quarreling. The entire town was bustling with activity within the safety zone. There were even some public service organizations that were helping some elderly people with weak combat power, taking them up to level 3 so that they could get offline, lest they starve to death and die of thirst because they were trapped within the game. Of course, this organization wasn't taking people completely free of charge. Granny, according to the agreement, we brought you up to level 3. During the upgrading process, Granny, you got a share of 72 days of lifespan. Now trade it to us. There were a few young men that were bringing an old crone back from outside the town. As a result, the crone was relieved when she returned to the safe zone, and then cursed, I don't know what kind of bullshit deal. Aren't you guys a public service organization, helping us upgrade? As a result, you still want money from me, an old woman, shameless? After saying this, that old crone went offline in place, leaving the few young men who had brought people with them in a daze, bringing her up to level 3, even if she doesn't give her life expectancy as agreed. She still scolds us? This old bastard just pretended to be amiable, but turned his face away? In the future, we should ask them where they live in reality. If we don't give them money, we'll directly go to reality and explode gold coins. 72 days of lifespan. According to the current ratio, that's 3.6 million in cash. It's normal for someone to renege on a debt, but the purchasing power of cash, nowadays, can be completely inferior to what it used to be. Qin Feng naturally didn't bother with them. The Descent of the God abandonment game had completely changed the lifestyles of everyone around the globe. All sorts of outrageous things would happen. Qin Feng glanced at the coordinates that Inu had sent him, maintained his stealth and mounted his night-walking wolf, and like a gust of wind, ran out towards the north of the town. At the same time, just north of Dark Moon Town, Qin Xiaoyu's best friend, short-haired girl Chu Yan, she was with 3 companions, grouped up with her father and mother, beside a river, carefully searching for demons. Chu Yan and her companions were the members of the public welfare organization Dream Sand River. Chu Yan, Xiao Yao, did she really join the Knight Templar Guild? I heard that guild taxes its members very high. In the team, a girl wearing glasses asked with some concern. She was also in the same dormitory as Chu Yan and Qin Xiaoyu. Hearing her ask this, the short-haired little beauty Chu Yan sighed. Yeah, I asked her to join Dream Sand River with us, but she wasn't willing. But she's level 10 now, and it was someone from the Knight Templar who brought her up. Hearing this, a young boy in the group snorted. Chapter 78, others are still weirdly good. Power generation plus? That boy disdainfully said. Even if you bring her to level 10, you're just using her as a tool person. The Knight Templar's membership contract, a sign is 3 years. Signed is 3 years of black slavery. If you don't have the ability to kill some small monsters, slowly save your life is, with us, only kill small monsters, encounter bosses to retreat and call for people, is not also quite good? At least life expectancy and experience value can grow steadily, and won't be constrained by the guild. Chu Yan sniffed, helplessly and bitterly smiled. But Xiaoyu she feels that she is not ordinary After all, it is a hidden profession. In this regard, it is indeed stronger than us. The crowd was silent. Wait, there is a shackler in front. Shu Yan, you quickly slow it down. A faceless humanoid demonic creature with a body wrapped in chains appeared not far ahead of them. Shu Yan's profession was archer. She had learned a skill frost arrow. Seeing this, she immediately stepped forward, bent her bow, and an arrow covered in cold ice was instantly shot out towards the shackled one. Although it didn't hit the shackler's head, it still hit its body, causing a 30% slowdown effect on it. At that instant, the crowd swarmed towards the shackler and attacked. Behind the four, there was Chu Yan's father and mother, some worry surfacing on their faces. They were in their middle age and had worked hard all their lives, but they didn't expect to encounter the divine abandonment game Descent. Chu Yan worried about them. Let them first in the town, do not go out, before bringing people over to bring them. I didn't expect that this side of the Dark Moon Town, there is a Dream Sand River Public Welfare Guild. It was just right to join it. Chu Yan understood that for an ordinary person like her, being able to save her life and slowly kill small monsters to regain blood in the godforsaken game was already very good. By the way, she could also bring other old people who didn't know how to play the game and didn't have much battle power to upgrade while doing so. But Qin Xiaoyu was unwilling. They could only go their separate ways. At this time, among the four of Chu Yan, there were physical outputs, legal outputs, tanks and milkmaids, and the four of them worked together to deal with an ordinary small monster, the shackled one, which was still relatively easy. Very quickly, the little monster was finished off, just as the young boys within the team stepped forward, intending to absorb the lifespan that the small monster burst out of. Suddenly, a series of shadowy arrows shot out from the woods not far away, accurately hitting that young boy's head. -429, weakness attack. -456, weakness attack. -452, weakness attack. That young boy died on the spot and fell to the ground. Not only did he not get the life expectancy from the little monster, but even his own life expectancy was blown out. Immediately after that, a string of arrogant laughter came out. Crap, this shabby is really too brittle. One arrow and it's gone. Nonsense. What kind of bull can there be in Dream Sand River? It's all look color. Indeed. Who would want to bring those old undead ones if they're somewhat capable? 6 players wearing silver and bronze equipment, all of whom had turned on their facial masking functions, walked out from the woods, their eyes teasingly looking at the remaining Chu Yan and the 5 of them. You few, hand over all the life expectancy on your bodies. Chu Yan and the others' faces became a bit ugly. They knew that they had met a robber. Either they lost all of their tradable lifespans, either they would lose half of both tradable and non-tradable lifespans. But the key was, there was no way for them to show how many tradable lifespans they had. If they gave less, the other party thought that they hadn't given it all and would still kill them all the same. Chu Yan swept a glance at the other party, frowned and said, officially, killing in the wild is expressly forbidden. Aren't you guys afraid of being wanted? A youth at the head of the other party had a black dragon tattooed on his arm. Hearing her say this black dragon tattooed youth snorted. Screw the officials. Do you guys know who I am? Do they know who I am? Don't bullshit. I'll give you guys 3 seconds. However, this person hadn't even finished speaking. Swish, a shadowy blade light instantly appeared from the field, chopping outwards in a circular shape, directly slicing off the heads of the tattooed man. Several people, instantly, flying high into the air. The 6 robbers died violently on the spot, their bodies collapsing. Immediately after, Chu Yan and the others saw that there were some blood-colored flowers that appeared on the corpses of those 6 people, appearing bizarre and terrifying. Holy shit, who was it? Who took them for seconds? Hiss, this is too fierce, right? Vom dash. Behind Chu Yan, the crowd was shocked, while her mom retched and vomited. They were trembling, all of them a little scared. Thank you, Chu Yan, however, gathered courage and shouted towards the air. For a long time, there was no one around to respond to her. Only the blood-colored flowers on the ground slowly dissipated after sucking all the corpses of those 6 people dry. It seems like it's a shadow? In the team channel, Chu Yan couldn't help but guess and say, he seems to be oddly good. Glasses girl, a little worship and excited look. Shadow? How did Shadow come to our town? Young fat man is also excited, straight shivering. Think about it. Only the Shadow Big Brother can be so fierce. I can actually meet the Shadow Big Brother? Chu Yan helplessly said. You see your sister which you see, he didn't show up at all. Qin Feng, at this moment, had long since moved away from them. Just now he was purely passing by. The reason why he made a move was not because he saw Chu Yan. In fact, Qin Feng didn't even look closely at who this group of people were. His speed was too fast. In just a blink of an eye, the night-walking wolf ran out hundreds of meters with him. On the way, he just saw a few players in front of him with the Slayer symbol behind their head. LD. so he randomly struck out and mopped them up as minions. My Slayer status, it's almost at tier 5. If it reaches the 5th layer, there's a probability of attracting that NPC. At this stage, I don't want to see that guy. For Slayers, just killing other Slayers would lower one's own slay value. Therefore, Qin Feng was only trying to lower his own kill value to avoid being targeted by that guy in the early stages. Until he finished killing and moved away from the scene without a shadow. He didn't even realize that he had just saved a Chuyen. Dark Moon Town. That black dragon tattooed youth was resurrected in the center of the town along with his 5 teammates. These 6 people's faces all became extremely ugly. This was because they were all carrying the Slayer status on them. Coupled with being sucked up by Qin Feng's Blossom Curse, all of the tradable lifespans on their bodies were all zeroed out. And, when they were killed under the 2 layers of Slayer status, their non-tradable lifespans were halved and halved again. And in the end, they would have to be sucked up by Qin Feng for another half. The youth with the black dragon tattoo originally had 8 years of untradable lifespan left. When he resurrected over, he shivered a little and realized that he only had less than half a year left in his non-tradable lifespan. Holy shit, the system prompted that we were killed by the shadow? Why would the world's #1 shadow appear in this remote town? It's over. Why did I explode so many lifespans? I can trade life expectancy all gone. Wait, we have the Slayer status on us. Get offline. Get offline. When they reacted, it was already too late. Within the town, there was already an official team that had sneered and surrounded them after seeing the Slayer symbol on them. Remembered their code names. Black Dragon is also Dragon. Turkey-flavored potpourri. Although we don't know their real-life identities for now, let's first memorize them within the list and make them wanted within the game. Officially banning players from the town from killing each other. It was only natural that they would take action. After being marked wanted, once they were encountered by the officials, it was natural to hunt them down. On top of that, the officials also had some special hidden professions that could help hunt down targets within the game. In this way, there was still a certain deterrent to players. But, currently there are too many gamers and too few official personnel, leading to a lot of players who have committed crimes and are still arrogant outside. Of course, this would not matter at all to Qin Feng. With his strength, it was simply impossible for him to be restrained by the officials. A short 2 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived next to a valley surrounded by a stagnant water lake. And here was where those 7 gold level bosses were located. Only just after entering this valley, in Qin Feng's ears, a distant and mysterious whisper was heard. This whisper is really an ancient god slate, but it seems like it's a cursed slate? Chapter 79 Kill Boss, isn't that a skill? The entrance to the valley. There were 6 official players squatting here, who were supposed to be here to warn the other players, lest any of them mistakenly enter the valley and be taken out by the 7 gold level bosses that had gathered together, causing losses. When Qin Feng rode by on his ghost night-walking wolf, they were completely unaware of it. We're too miserable. Right. Being assigned to guard this shithole of a place. All the good time spent practicing is wasted. Ugh. What do you guys say? Can Shadow finish off those bosses inside? I don't think so. Didn't Director die and the others just try? It was hard to kill one, but it came back to life. Doesn't matter. Anyway, gave Shadow 10 years of life to solve it. It's his business if he can't. An infinite resurrection boss? He really dares to take it. Qin Feng naturally lazily ignored this group of people. As he passed by, he didn't even look at them and went straight into the valley. While on the road, and you had already told him the general situation, a certain official Director Dai who didn't want to disclose his name also belonged to the ones who liked to play the game. And at the moment, in addition to Wang Mang's team, this Director Dai had the strongest team in Zhanghai City. Before asking Qin Feng for help, this Director Dai had brought people to this valley to try. They sent a very fast night player on a mount to attract the attention of 6 other bosses, then spent nearly half an hour gathering fire to take out a lone gold boss. They succeeded. But, that boss was resurrected almost immediately after being finished off. And after the resurrection, all 7 bosses' battle power surged in a short period of time, destroying them in a group. And Yu's exact words were, in order to minimize their losses, they don't intend to raid anymore. So if you don't feel confident, great God, you can also refuse. Of course Qin Feng would not refuse. The ancient god slate. It would be strange if it was that easy to get to. If it was just the 7 gold level bosses alone. With the current strength of the officials, as long as they were willing to spend some time and spare some losses, there was definitely a way to take them down. But the point was, it was so hard for people to take down one. And as a result, they even resurrected it. It looks like there is some hidden mechanism. As for what exactly it is, we can only see it when we get there. Qin Feng had something in mind. The ancient god slabs that were created were swarm bosses. Sometimes those swarm bosses were all stealthy, and the stealth level was so high that players were taken out when they passed by, and they didn't even know what they were taken out by. Sometimes the boss on the surface is just a blindfold. The real boss is hidden somewhere in the summoning system sorcerer. This situation will lead to players kill the boss infinite resurrection. Soon, Qin Feng entered the valley. He arrived next to the stagnant water lake surrounded by the valley and saw the 7 gold level bosses. Each of the gold level bosses emitted a black aura, like burning black flames, and under the black mist surrounding them, they appeared eerie and terrifying. And these bosses, their names were prefixed with cursed. Cursed head swapper, gold grade. Cursed flat ratman, gold grade. Cursed digger, gold level. They were strangely shaped, with 5 humanoid heads and the other 2 being bestial, with dry, thin bodies, twisted limbs, and layers of wrinkles on their skin, giving people a sense of both physical and psychological discomfort just by looking at them. It is indeed a swarm boss created by the ancient god Slate. For the time being, I don't see where the ancient god Slate is, perhaps at the bottom of the lake. In any case, have to settle these bosses first. Qin Feng observed a little. As a result, he didn't see any useful clues coming, so he decided to try killing these bosses at the same time first. Cursed gold level bosses would be stronger than normal gold bosses. Of course, because they are cursed, while one aspect is strengthened, there will be another aspect that is weakened. Currently, Qin Feng didn't know what the 7 bosses were like. However, my current battle power crushes gold bosses of this level. Even if the blood and defense are enhanced, they won't be much stronger. However, one needs to be wary of whether or not there will be an anti-injury type of phrase. Qin Feng maintained his stealth and did not approach. Instead, he switched to the Believer's Pendant in a hidden corner and summoned the silver-level Pious Believer. After summoning the Devout Believer, Qin Feng switched back to the Deceiver Pendant with higher attributes. Go! Qin Feng gave an order. The Pious Devotee then ran towards the 7-headed boss in front. From afar, he threw out green flames and smashed them towards those 7-headed bosses. -229, -233, -267. A series of scorching damage numbers jumped up from the bosses' heads. The ranged damage from the Devout Believers, although not high, had already been tried and tested, and those 7 bosses didn't have any anti-damage type of wordings. Boom, boom. When the Pious Believers launched their attacks, those 7 bosses, one after another, counterattacked. Among them, 2 of the cursed gold level bosses, just spewed out 2 piles of black slime from afar, and killed the Pious Believer, who was only silver level, on the spot. But immediately after that, since there's no counter damage, then, die. Qin Feng personally struck out, stealthily stepping forward, turning into a staggering shadow to slice through those 7 bosses, a blade light blossoming on their twisted and dry bodies. Instantaneous shadow slash. -14,297, weakness attack. -14,519, weakness attack. -13,888, weakness attack. Under the effect of the mythic rank Graceful Deliverance, each of these bosses was a big-headed sun in Qin Feng's eyes. Any way you put your skills, they were all weakness attacks. The instantaneous shadow slash's super high damage directly emptied the 7 bosses' bloodlines. However, Qin Feng was not careless. After all, and you said that these bosses seemed to be able to be resurrected. At least one of the bosses could be resurrected. As expected, when Qin Feng backed up to a short distance away, he saw that the 7 bosses, after being finished off, all dispersed into a black mist. Not only were there no corpses, there wasn't even any loot. The most horrifying thing is that the 7 masses of black mist quickly converged and recoalesced into 7 gold level bosses. If other players, such as that director Dai, saw this situation, they were afraid that their hearts would be cold. The boss that was so hard to kill, not only didn't drop anything, but also resurrected. Who would be able to withstand this? However, Qin Feng here, after he carefully observed, he realized that these 7 resurrected bosses all had some differences from just now. A brand new symbol has appeared in different locations on their bodies. There are a total of 7 symbols. The meanings are heaven, calamity, ancient, God, you, though, s. These symbols were, in fact, words from the ancient god's language. Even Qin Feng did not recognize all of them, but it just so happened that Heavenly Calamity Ancient God Utos, a name that he had also come into contact with many times in his previous life, was a powerful ancient god from the history of the godforsaken game. So he instantly recognized what those 7 symbols represented. It means that these 7 bosses need to be killed in order? Qin Feng wasn't quite sure. After all, every ancient god slate that created a swarm of bosses had a different mechanism. Luckily for Qin Feng, killing the bosses wasn't too difficult and could be attempted at will. For other players, the process of trying to obtain the ancient god tablet and exploring the mechanics was extremely painful. Sometimes the same bosses had to be killed an unknown number of times. If the strength was slightly worse and the luck wasn't too good, the research wouldn't be understood for 10 days and half a month. But for Qin Feng, killing bosses? Wasn't that a matter of one skill? Chapter 80 The Cursed Tablet of the Ancient God of Natural Disasters. 1 minute later, Qin Feng consecutively killed 2 gold bosses. That is, in the order of the characters of the Ancient God of Natural Disasters Yutos. But, those 2 gold level bosses, still resurrected immediately afterward. This made Qin Feng a bit puzzled. It doesn't seem to be the order? Anyway, he could stealth. Failing the test, he went straight to stealth and started exploring the surrounding map. However, after exploring around the Deadwater Lakes, he didn't find anything suspicious. Not long after, he thought of a point that he had overlooked. Wait, the inside of this lake hasn't been explored yet? Qin Feng came to the shore of the lake, realizing that the water surface of the lake was as smooth as a mirror. He couldn't see what was in the water at all. Qin Feng had to release the shield of black light first. As he raised his hand, his entire body's evasion rate transformed into 10 layers of black barriers that surrounded his torso, protecting him. Immediately after that, he jumped into the water. Seeing in the middle of the bottom of the lake, there was an ancient stone tablet that was locked in place. It was exactly what the ancient god's stone tablet looked like, and around that stone tablet, there were 7 other stone tablets, each with a symbol, exactly the same as the symbols on those 7 bosses. To kill the gold boss with the same symbol near the corresponding stone monument, thus unblocking that stone monument, Qin Feng did as he thought. Soon, he lured the first gold boss into the middle of the lake, next to the stone monument corresponding to its symbol. This boss was the cursed flat rat man, with a dry and thin body that continuously spewed black-green slime in the water, launching attacks towards Qin Feng remotely. The other bosses were temporarily lured elsewhere by Qin Feng letting the ghostly nocturnal wolf strike. Almost there. Kill. Qin Feng turned around with an instantaneous shadow slash, directly decapitating that cursed flat rat man once again. This time, the boss finally exploded with loot and gave Qin Feng experience and evolution points. Not bad. Seems like the right thought process. When that boss was killed, the symbols on its body lit up with a black glow, echoing the same symbols on the stone monument under the water. It directly caused that stone tablet to shatter. The chains of the ancient god's tablet in the middle were finally broken in one part. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng did as he had done and pulled the other 6 bosses to kill them near the corresponding stone tablet. At this point, he could confirm the boss mechanism of this ancient god stone tablet. You have to kill those 7 bosses at the same time before the symbols of the heavenly calamity ancient god will appear on the bosses. Then pull them next to these stone tablets and kill them correspondingly. If this were to be researched by an official, it wouldn't be possible to do it without 10 days and half a month, and the losses would be extremely heavy. Qin Feng shook his head. The most important thing was that it was too difficult for other players to fight the boss. Raiding gold level bosses alone was extremely difficult, and those who could currently fight them were no more than 10 teams in the entire Jianhai city, not to mention having to deal with 7 bosses at the same time, and also having to fulfill various conditions. It is much more difficult, but for Qin Feng, from the time he came to this valley, in just about 15 minutes, he had already taken care of all the decryption. These 7 bosses, all of them were level 10 gold level bosses. When he finished them all, he harvested a large amount of experience, lifespan and evolution points. It directly rose to level 14. Even the evolution points went up by 294 points in one go. Counting the remaining ones from before, I now have 325 evolution points. Currently, Instant Shadow Slash is my main output skill. In that case, let's first spend 210 evolution points to evolve this skill to legendary level and see. The current epic level Instantaneous Shadow Slash, combined with the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, Slash Throat, was already able to deal a total of 500,000 to 600,000 base damage. What effect would it have if it evolved further? You have consumed 210 evolution points, with 115 points remaining. Instant Shadow Chop, Epic Legendary blinks in one direction, up to 3040 meters, and enters a state of invisibility, lasts 1 to 15 seconds, inflicting 9 chops on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 8 seconds. Rank 4, chopping width, 5-6 meters. Adds 500700 attack points per chopping strike. Added, each time chopping strike hits, you gain 1 layer of shield equal to 100% of your life value limit. Stacking up to 9 layers, shield lasts for a maximum of 60 seconds. Distance is longer, width is wider, and range is greater. The number of decapitations has not been increased, but a new effect has been added. Each time the chop hits, the self gains 1 layer of shield, equivalent to double the amount of blood. Holy shit! Doesn't this mean that if I go down with an instantaneous shadow chop, As long as all 9 chop strikes hit, my effective blood quantity instantly becomes 10 times the original? Qin Feng was stunned. He knew that the godforsaken game's legendary level skills would all possess unique effects, and the effect of this instant shadow slash directly allowed him to pull his survivability full circle. Of course, there are some skills in godforsaken games that have additional damage to shields, and there are even a very few skills that can penetrate shields, but the former had little impact, and the latter couldn't appear on normal skills, and couldn't be found until at least the epic level. The margin of error for fighting many bosses is also higher. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the effect. The only pity was that the instantaneous shadow slash didn't add a lot of damage from epic to legendary level. However, with Qin Feng's current battle power, he wasn't very short on damage either. There's still over 100 evolution points. Keep them for now and save up for more one-time evolutions. Qin Feng now had enough battle power and decided to always keep some evolution points on him. At critical moments, he could evolve depending on the situation and be more flexible in dealing with different situations. After evolving the instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng's attention was then focused on the ancient god tablet that was gradually unsealing. After the seals of the 7 surrounding stone tablets were all unsealed, the pitch-black chains entwined around the ancient god tablet in the center gradually disintegrated as well. After waiting for a moment, Qin Feng reached out to hold the ancient stone tablet that was about the size of a laptop. The moment he entered his hand, a burst of chaotic whispers and murmurs resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the cursed tablet of the ancient god of natural disasters. Cursed tablet of the ancient god of natural disaster. This tablet contains the power of a curse originating from the ancient god of natural disaster, Yutos. Active use, attach a curse to any piece of equipment. The curse will provide a random gain phrase based on the characteristics of the equipment and your profession, but will also gain a negative phrase. After killing a certain number of demons with the ancient god slate, the number of times it can be used will be reset. It can be used again on any equipment, but the same curse slate can only curse one piece of equipment at the same time. When using it again, you can choose to keep the old effect, or keep the new effect. The ancient god slate is divided into 2 types of blessed slate and cursed slate. The former is purely to add gain words to the equipment, but the effect is relatively weak. The latter, on the other hand, added a curse to the equipment, and would have both a gain affix and a negative affix. The effect of an ancient god slate can even double the attributes of an equipment phrase, and with luck, it's even possible to brush out a powerful phrase that changes the characteristics of the profession, and as long as it's carried to kill monsters, it can also be reused and infinitely refreshed if you feel that the affix is unsatisfactory. Qin Feng obtained this ancient god slate and immediately opened his equipment list. Try the effect first. Chapter 81 Codename Ace of Spades? The time of death was approaching. Qin Feng's gaze was placed on the gift of black flame, spiked bone leather armor. This was an emerald-grade equipment that came with the right of black flame effect that could weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. Use. Cursed Slate. Qin Feng's command was given, only to see the ancient god's stone tablet in his hand. A burst of black mist immediately emerged, murmuring whispers faintly emanating from the black mist, interspersed with morose white celestial plague power, encircling the emerald-grade leather armor on Qin Feng's body. You have attached Curse of Yutos to Gift of Black Flame, spiked bone leather armor. Curse of Yutos. Gain phrase, the maximum number of stacks of the Black Flame status has been increased to 15. Negative, equipment base attributes reduced by 31%. Do you want to keep the curse? Yes/no. Qin Feng glanced at it and was a bit shocked. Black Flame status? The maximum number of stack layers increased to 15? 7% weakening of defense and elemental resistance per layer. For 15 layers that's 105%. That is to say, with this effect, I can weaken the boss's defense and elemental resistance to negative numbers. It was worthy of being an ancient god's tablet's gain phrase. The original maximum 35% weakened defense had now become 105%. This effect was completely incomparable. However, this negative affix slightly hurts. The basic attributes of this equipment: 95 physical defense, 120 points of total resistance, also with 77 points of damage resistance and constitution. All 4 of these attributes will be reduced by 31%. Qin Feng thought about it and decided to keep it. After all, he was an assassin. At this stage, with the protection of the Shield of Black Light, his defense attributes were not particularly important. What's more, with the instant shadow slash that had just evolved to legendary level, which could provide him with a shield of up to 900% of his life value, there was even less need to worry about survival. And after Qin Feng used the ancient god slate once, that ancient god slate turned into an ordinary stone block. It looked plain and ordinary. However, as long as you carry the stone slab to kill monsters next, you will be able to keep sucking in the death power of the demons to fill the stone slab. It can be used once after killing roughly 300 monsters. When the time comes, we can try again to see if we can swipe out a better gain phrase. The original 35% defense weakening was raised to 105%. This effect, when said out loud, was enough to shock all players, but Qin Feng wasn't even particularly satisfied. From this, it could be seen how much of a boost the ancient god slate could give to a player. Of course, a cursed slate could only curse one piece of equipment at most. If Qin Feng used it on other equipment and kept it, then this curse on the gift of Black Flame would expire. That's what the words say. However, there's no rule that says an equipment can only have one curse or blessing. In other words, for every additional ancient god slate, there was one more powerful phrase from the ancient gods on the player, with no upper limit. Because of this, something like an ancient god slate was definitely the more the better. There was only one thing to keep in mind. Some ancient gods do not have a harmonious relationship with each other, and even conflict contradictions. This will also lead to certain ancient god stone tablets between them, and the effects will be in conflict. Of course, this was something that needed to be considered after obtaining more ancient god slabs. For now, the benefits that the ancient god slabs brought to Qin Feng were incalculable. After that was done, Qin Feng collected all the loot from the entire field. Then he sent a message to Yu. The bosses are all finished. I'm going to go practice, so feel free. Qin Feng had planned it out. Today, he would keep practicing until the evening, and wait until the evening when the ghostly nocturnal wolf could become invisible in reality. At that time, ride to Magic City and go find Qianshishir to dispose of it. This woman, who had hit Qin Feng over the head with her idea, and was also the only one who was a threat to his reality. Naturally, it was impossible to let her go. I should just be able to level up to 15 after brushing the ruins in Jianghai City until nightfall. Qin Feng estimated and was quite satisfied. After all, by that time, according to the pace of the previous life, no one had risen to level 11 in the world yet. In the Divine Abandonment game, the further back you went, the harder it was to upgrade. Sometimes, it might seem like there was only a difference of one level, but that experience was already a massive difference. In terms of experience, the total experience Qin Feng had now gained was already dozens of times that of most other level 10 players. After receiving Qin Feng's message, and you then notified those 6 official players guarding the mouth of the valley. Those 6 players were instantly dumbfounded when they went to check and realized that the 7 gold bosses in the valley were really not even corpses anymore. Just now, we were still skeptical that Shadow could finish off these 7 bosses. As a result, it's only been more than 10 minutes and these 7 bosses are already gone? Sup, we didn't even realize he had come. And don't these bosses respawn? How did he do that? For a moment, these 6 official players felt a deep shock. The 2 words Shadow finally took on a different meaning in their minds. Time flew by. Right in the middle of the godforsaken game descending, the world changed drastically. On the Grand Xia side, night fell. The divine forsaken continent. The ruins of the Magic City. There was a female player codenamed Ace of Spades who was hiding in the ruins of a residential area with 5 foreign men, observing a battle in front of them. In that battle, it was 18 Dasha players who were besieging a gold level boss. This female player, Ace of Spades, was dressed in a revealing outfit and had a spade tattoo on her calf. She was teasingly looking at the 3 Dasha squads outside. If Qin Feng was here, he would be able to recognize this woman as Qianshishir at a glance. Of course, Qianshishir and the 5 foreign men all had their facial masking turned on. If they weren't familiar with them, they naturally wouldn't be able to recognize their identities. At this moment, Qianshishir looked at the gold boss battlefield outside and laughed. The Dasha men are really weaklings. For such a gold boss, 18 people were deployed, afraid of death to a certain extent. Beloved money, don't say that. The airplane-headed white man, Tony, smiled gently and gentlemanly. They are working hard for us. We need to thank them for giving us this boss drop. Qianshishir laughed. Giggle, you are so polite. Since Magic City had a larger population than Jianghai City, therefore, there were already thousands of level 10 players within this city of Magic Metropolis ruins, and even the size range of the ruins was several times larger than the Jianghai City ruins. These players, all of them, were working hard to sprint to level 11. However, the fastest progress among them was now only half the experience of a level 10, and were the ones who hadn't made their career advancement yet. They couldn't be blamed for upgrading so slowly, nor could it be said that the number of magical creatures was too low. Rather, the demons in this godforsaken game are all intelligent and don't just wait around to be killed. If they couldn't beat them, they would run. Seeing many people from afar would run. Oftentimes they would play sneak attack and would even team up to hunt players. All of this, to the godforsaken game players leveling has brought great trouble. Want to efficiently brush the level? Basically not much possibility. 10 or so minutes later, the hidden place in the ruins of Magic City. Qianshishir, who was hiding in the shadows, frowned. The output of these Dasha swine is too low. A broken gold boss took so long to fight? Tony, a white man wearing heavy armor and holding a halberd, smiled and said, "It's almost over. Let's prepare to receive their gifts." As the words fell, Tony led Qian Shishir and the others, a total of 6 people, to jump out from hiding. With the equipment and skill advantage given by Qian Shishir, they almost crushed the remaining 10 or so Dasha players, destroying them and killing them back. Holy shit, it's the Spades Regiment. It's over. Why is the Spade Regiment next to us? Hurry up and go. Take as many as you can. Damn vomit, how could there be such a beast? Bringing foreigners to kill their own people? The field was filled with pandemonium and corpses were constantly falling to the ground. Wastes deserve to be killed. Who let you be Dasha people? LOL. Qian Shishir walked leisurely through the field, looking around at the slain Dasha players with a disdainful face. She had the capital of the Chen group backing her up and had collected a lot of lifespans, and was always at the forefront when it came to equipment and skill books. Let's play on the Magic City side first. I heard that the Dasha officials are looking for us, although our real identities aren't exposed. To be on the safe side, it's better to leave Dasha early and head to North America. At that time, we can form a guild that specializes in killing Dasha swine. However, the complacent Qian Shishir didn't realize that the time of her death will come. Chapter 82, Book of Divine Authorization, Heart of Faith R. Finally level 15. It's almost nighttime outside, right? Amidst the ruins of Zhanghai City. At the ruins of the northern city gates, Qin Feng rode a ghost night-walking wolf and slowly walked out of the ruins. Behind him was the ruins of Zhanghai City, which was hundreds of kilometers in circumference. The scope of this ruin was about the same size as Zhanghai City in reality, and in front of him was a gray, boundless wilderness. We can prepare to go to the magic capital, but before that, one has to get the Book of Divine Authorization. The Book of Divine Mandate was something that everyone theoretically needed after the descent of the Divine Abandonment game. Qin Feng came back reborn, knowing full well that it would be the end times and that the order of life would change greatly in the future. But why didn't he stock up on food, water, and other essential supplies in advance? This is because there was the existence of the Book of Divine Authorization. On the Divine Forsaken continent, outside of every abandoned city, there was a Tower of Divine Authority, and inside the Tower of Divine Authority, there would be a resident NPC. As long as you pass the challenge, you can exchange your lifespan with that NPC for different types of Books of Divine Authorization. The Book of Divine Authorization, in its simplest understanding, is a kind of 3D printer. Input lifespan, output materials. Different categories of the Book of Divine Authorization have different lists of outputable supplies, including dietary, means of subsistence, materials, medicine, and so on. However, all categories of supplies are those that already exist in the current Blue Star. As long as the supplies that originally existed in Blue Star, they could all be printed through the Book of Divine Authorization. The prerequisite was the consumption of lifespan. For Qin Feng, the more important ones were the Books of Divine Authorization for dietary and living materials. He couldn't keep eating instant noodles when he ate in the future. Could he? It wasn't safe to eat outside. Moreover, after extracting the Land of Pure Souls hideout to reality, he would also need the Book of Divine Authorization to output generators, lights, tables, chairs, beds, and other means of living. Book of Divine Authorization. Qin Feng looked at the boundless wilderness in front of him and was somewhat silent. This was something that consumed the player's lifespan. Yet, it was vital to the player. In the 9 years of his previous life, countless people had speculated that the existence of this Book of Divine Mandate was merely a means used by some gods to harvest or consume players' lifespans, using lifespans as materials to create all sorts of supplies that we humans need. This is truly a means that only deities can possess. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. He opened his friends list and prepared to shake people to go for the challenge of the Tower of Divine Power. Of course, the reason for shaking someone wasn't because he couldn't beat it alone. Rather, it was inside the Tower of Divine Power outside the ruins of Zhanghai City. The NPC guarding the tower was very sinister and cunning. If it's too easy to pass his challenge, buying the Book of Divine Authorities from him will be very expensive. But if it's too tough to pass, the category of the Book of Divine Authorization that can be bought from him will be reduced. One must perform moderately well in order to purchase the most categories of divine instruction books at the most suitable price. Qin Feng thought back. In his last life, he went to challenge the Tower of Divine Authority without Qin Xiaoyu. This was because that NPC was cunning and perverted at the same time, and as long as there was a female player among the challengers, the difficulty of the challenge would skyrocket. Six-fingered male witchfickery. Based on the research that some players had done on this NPC in his previous life, Qin Feng had also learned a little bit about this guy. It was probably that In the world where Vickery lived, 6 fingers were seen as an ominous symbol, and this NPC had been discriminated against by everyone around him since he was a child, especially the women, who viewed him as a flood beast. After he was spurned in front of the woman he adored, the guy went psycho. What happened afterward? No one knows. And now, this NPC named Vickery was extremely misogynistic towards women. As an NPC guarding the Tower of Divine Power, Vickery's misogyny towards women made him enjoy seeing the scene of women being brutally killed. Thus, once a female participated in a challenge, the difficulty of the challenge would more than double. Even if the challenge was passed, the female player would need to spend a high price in order to purchase the Book of Divine Authorization from him. Therefore, in the previous generation, the vast majority of female players in Jianghai City had gone to the Tower of Divine Authority outside the ruins of other cities to challenge to obtain the Book of Divine Authorization. Thus, Xin Feng could not go to challenge the Tower of Divine Right alone. Otherwise the price of purchasing the Book of Divine Authorization later on would be extremely expensive. At the same time, it wouldn't bring any female players over. Xin Feng opened Wang Mang's private chat trauma. Wang Mang, are you free on your side? Take you to get a good thing. Besides you, arrange for 4 other male players to come over. I'll be waiting for you at the Northern City Gate ruins. Wang Mang immediately replied, of course I'm free when Big Brother gives the word, but can't Captain and Little Black and Snowy Day go? Xin Feng replied, yes, it has to be male, not female. This special request made Wang Mang a bit confused. What's the situation? But he still obeyed. Success. Then Big Brother, wait a little bit. I want 2 people with Director Dai. It'll take about 20 minutes to get over there. It's a bit far, huh? Sorry. It's fine. Xin Feng finished speaking and closed the chat window. Riding the ghost night-walking wolf, he began to move through the nearby scorched black land. It would take the other party 20 minutes to arrive. So of course Xin Feng wouldn't waste that time. So naturally, he had to find some magic creatures around to kill. Meanwhile, after ascending to level 15, Xin Feng could finally bring on the emerald grade necklace that he had previously exploded from the soul purifier. Heart of Faith R, emerald assassin type jewelry. Full attribute plus 25. Thunder elemental resistance plus 180. Cooldown speed plus 50%. Requirements, level 15. Blade of Pure Soul, unique effect, any attack you make will strip the target of 125 mana and add an additional attack of the same value. The attributes of this necklace are not bad. The best thing was the 50% cooldown speed, both of which were quite good for Xin Feng. As for the only special effect, Blade of Pure Soul, it's not very useful at the moment. After all, it's a PvP special effect, and at the moment, Xin Feng's PvP, whoever he encounters is killed in seconds. So what's the use of depriving mana value? Of course, if it was for other players, attaching an extra 125 attack points to each attack would definitely be a big boost. Just in Xin Feng's case, 125 points of basic attack wasn't too high. After all, the additional attacks of his skills were all 700, 800, or even thousands of points. Swapped out the Deceiver Pendant. 1 less stealth level. But luckily, there's this skill book to learn. Xin Feng looked at a new skill in the skill bar. Depths of Darkness, Emerald level Assassin passive skill. When you enter the stealth state, you gain +1 stealth level, and for every 5 seconds that passes, raise your stealth level by 1. This skill provides a maximum of +3 stealth levels. Required level, 14. This was a passive skill that was likewise exploded for Xin Feng by the soul purifier Faisal. Xin Feng had just returned to the land of pure souls to take it out and learn it after he had risen all the way to level 15. Evolve and see. I wonder what the maximum stealth level can be added to. Xin Feng looked at the 188 evolution points left in the attribute panel and directly began to evolve this emerald level passive skill. Chapter 83. Chapter 84, Qin Xiaoyu gets punched. Obsidian cranium splitting golem. After Xin Feng rejoined Wang Mang's 5, he first made the ghostly nocturnal wolf stealthy to the side and unleashed a wolf howl skill. It added 35 points of attack and defense to all 6. Subsequently, under Wang Mang's leadership, the group of 6 entered this Tower of Divine Right. When they arrived at a circular hall with a diameter of about 50 meters, a sorrowful and chilling old man's voice came from all directions. Welcome, welcome, friends of the Blue Star. I'm sure the descent of the godforsaken game has made you all terrified, right? Jia. This is the Tower of Divine Power. As long as you can pass the challenges set by myself, you will be qualified to trade with me. Now, start enjoying. As these eerie words fell, a black humanoid golem appeared in the center of the circular hall. Obsidian Cracked Skull Golem, LV 20. Grade, Gold. Holy shit, level 20? Steady as an old dog was startled as soon as he saw that gold level boss appear, nervously clutching the priest's scepter in his hand. It was a black humanoid golem stone statue. It looked humanoid, but its head, however, was split in half, and the surface of its body was wrapped in a layer of black viscous liquid that looked hideous. During the battle, the black liquid would splash out towards the surroundings, waiting for the boss to release skills. These black liquid will burn up. If someone is hit by the black liquid, it must be dispersed in time, otherwise it is easy to be burned to death. That burning damage, not the current stage of the priest, can come back up. Fortunately, the foundation of the priest profession comes with the dispel skill. For insurance purposes, Wang Mang also called out 2 priests. As long as they were used properly, there wasn't much of a problem hitting this obsidian cranium-splitting golem. With a large shield in one hand and a large axe in the other, Wang Mang rushed to the cracked face of the obsidian golem with a jumping slash. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to obtain the Book of Divine Authorization, ruins of Jianghai City, center area, in a hidden alleyway, slap. A slap came over and Qin Xiaoyu was knocked off her feet. In front of her, there were 3 condescending female players who were looking at her with disdain. What kind of status are you? And you deserve to be near President Chen? That's right. If it wasn't for President Chen taking you in and letting you join the club, you would have lost your lifespan by now. Stay away from Chairman Chen for a long time in the future, or I'll beat you up once I see you. After the 3 girls finished speaking, they turned around and left in a condescending manner. Only Qin Xiaoyu was left alone. In this alleyway, clenching her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. She had thought that by joining the Knight Templar Guild, she would be able to ensure her survival, and then try to gain more lifespan. As a result, within this Knight Templar Guild, there were numerous factions and small groups. The president, Chen Wuming, was only treating her as a tool person, trying to cultivate her to contribute more lifespan to the guild. She also just said a few words to Chen Wuming before some other female players looked away. They directly set her up in this alleyway and slapped her 2 big slaps as a warning. This made her think of a word: bullying. If it was before, Qin Xiaoyu knew that Qin Feng would definitely help her out. But now, she severed her relationship with Qin Feng. Raising her eyes, Qin Xiaoyu realized that there was really no one who could help her now. Before, when she encountered something, she could still discuss it with Chu Yan. But now, Chu Yan had stayed in the town and joined the Public Welfare Guild, and there was no way she could help her to fight against the War Guild players. She looked at the back of those 3 female players, who left with their toes in the air, and finally regretted it a little. The most crucial thing was, she had signed a membership contract with this Knight Templar Guild for a full 3 years. The good news was that she was guaranteed to survive within these 3 years. The bad news is that she has to survive in this environment for 3 years. In a somewhat desperate mood, Qin Xiaoyu opened her friends list and saw a name, Wang Mang. Thinking of this official amiable uncle, Qin Xiaoyu treats it like a life-saving straw and sends several messages complaining about the situation. She didn't know if it was useful. Anyway, try it first, maybe Wang Mang will help her? But, she sent several messages in a row, and after waiting for several minutes, Wang Mang didn't reply to her at all. This made her a bit depressed. It's all Qin Feng's fault. When I say sever ties, do you really sever ties? Don't you know that everything a girl says is backwards? Fortunately, I'll be alive for the next 3 years, and there will still be someone to take me to brush the monsters. Although I have to surrender 50% of my lifespan to the guild, I'll be able to have leftovers on my own, and I'll definitely be able to develop faster than Chu Yan and the others. When I develop in the future, no one should come and get involved. Qin Feng, get the hell away from me. Just keep a low profile back there and don't mess with those crazy women. Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth, but she didn't realize it. Things like bullying, it had always been that the weaker a person was, the more they would be bullied. If tolerating could stop people from being bullied, then there would be no bullying in the world. As for Wang Meng's side, when he received the private chat prompt from Qin Xiaoyu, he happened to be in the critical moment of fighting the boss. You know, this was a gold level boss, and it was still a level 20 gold level boss. It was much fiercer than any opponent Wang Mang had encountered before. When Wang Mang received the series of private chats, he directly opened his friends list impatiently and set up a block for Xiaoyuya. Finally, the world cleared up. Wang Mang realized that even though Qin Feng had told them about the boss mechanism in advance, they were having a tough time fighting it. Because, in order to not show too much strong battle power, Qin Feng was basically paddling around. Of course, even if Qin Feng was paddling and casually putting trash skills towards the boss, the damage still took up 40% of the entire team. This is already a result of him controlling himself very much. In fact, if he had encountered this boss anywhere else, Qin Feng would have killed it in seconds with an instant shadow slash. Most of the time, Qin Feng deliberately stuck himself in a corner, looking like he was trapped by the boss skills, unable to attack the boss. With this acting skill, they were all shocked to see Wang Mang. Holy shit, Those who don't know still think that Big Brother really only has this much damage. Big Brother said, after beating this boss will appear NPC. That NPC how perverted to see people under the dish ah? The stronger the player, the more expensive the stuff they sell? It's indeed a bit perverted, but I'm a bit curious. How did Big Brother know about it? In response, Sheen Fong could only say in the team channel, the godforsaken game has a lot of secrets, and there's a lot of information buried in the ruins. Usually, ask yourself more about it. Have you made any effort to explore? Has the knowledge reserve grown? Hiss, I get it. Wang Mang lamented. Listening to the king is like listening to the words. As one of the middle-aged cardmasters' thunder card was played and landed on the obsidian golem's cracked head, a thunderbolt swept over its entire body. Minus 1227, weakness attack. The last sliver of that boss's bloodstain was finally cleared. The black viscous liquid that had been sprayed all over the field evaporated into a black mist that lingered in the middle of the hall. The black flames spread throughout the hall were also completely extinguished. With Qin Feng's perfect acting skills, he didn't show anything out of the ordinary, and Wang Mang watched the boss bloodline return to zero, finally completely relieved. Under the tension, he completely forgot that he had just set up a private chat shield for someone. If he couldn't think of it, then he would never receive a message from that person. Of course, that wasn't important. What was important was that when the obsidian cranium-splitting golem was killed, a sorrowful jia laughter came from all directions, followed by the figure of a withered old man clad in a cloak, coalescing out from in front of them. Chapter 85. Even the shadow must take 10 minutes, right? When the withered-looking old man figure, clad in a black cloak appeared, Wang Mang's crowd gazed at it, only to see that figure appear in the middle of the hall in front of them like a ghost, covered by a black cloak and robe. It was impossible to see his exact face and figure, and one could only sense a dangerous aura from him. Players of Blue Star, congratulations, you are the first to pass my test. As long as you pay your lifespan, you can from me, in exchange for the supplies you need. Jia. This NPC Jia laughed while stretching out his hand, unfolding a list of goods. Holy shit, 6 fingers? Steady as an old dog took a look and immediately widened his eyes. When this came out, the scene was a bit subtle, and the black-robed NPC who had just stretched out his hand seemed to be radiating coldness all over his body. The next moment, a dark aura, boom, exploded out from within Steady as an old dog. Boom, boom, minus 999,999. Steady as an old dog's tall and sturdy body was instantly blown to smithereens. A ball of lifespan light coalesced from his shattered body. When Qin Feng saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. It seems that this brother is not stable enough. On the divine abandoned continent, the important NPCs that would appear were basically other civilizations that had acquired strong people with divine nature. They come to the divine abandoned continent to provide various services to Blue Star players while collecting the lifespans that Blue Star players have fought for. At the same time, they needed to abide by a certain rule that had existed for ages. They couldn't be attacked by normal players, but they couldn't be attacked by general players either. They could only set a taboo within the scope of the rules, and when a player violated this taboo, they could strike out to harm the player. Obviously, the taboo set by this old dang in front of him was that his 6 fingers could not be mentioned. Steady as an old dog was very steady, but he obviously did not have the experience of dealing with godforsaken game NPC, and was shocked and fucked on the spot. Seeing this, the remaining 4 Wang Mang swallowed their saliva and silently picked up the tradable lifespan that Steady as an old dog had exploded. Thus, there was one non-tradable lifespan orb left in the field, something that no one else could pick up. Qin Feng silently raised his hand again, and the cursed flower bloomed on that light ball, absorbing it. This situation caused the 4 Wang Mang to become a little short of breath. The light orb of non-tradable lifespan had always been something that only demons could absorb, and as a result, Dark Shadow had actually used a skill and absorbed it. Looking at that demonic flower of death, Wang Mang's 4 people were a little bit numb. Even that 6-fingered male witch Vickery seemed to be a bit surprised. However, as a high and cold NPC, he didn't bother to communicate too much with these lowly Blue Star players. Choose the book of divine authorization you need, trade your lives for something, and get the hell out. The 6-fingered male wizard was ill-tempered and said morosely as a list of goods appeared above his 6 fingers. Book of divine authorization? What the heck? Wang Mang's 4 were stunned. But with the previous experience of Steady as an old dog, they didn't dare to talk nonsense. They began to make eye contact and squeeze their eyebrows. Qin Feng was a bit speechless as he watched. He was not polite and directly clicked on the list of commodities, buying all the 9 books of divine instruction on it. For each book of divine authorization, the price was 1,000 days of tradable lifespan, which was nearly 3 years. This was considered the standard price. If there was a female in the team, this price would at least double, and the challenge of the boss would be more difficult. The 9 books of divine instruction only added up to less than 25 years of lifespan, while Qin Feng now had 466 years of tradable lifespan. So this point of consumption was, well, a hair's breadth. 9 books of divine instruction can fulfill my daily needs. But there's still an achievement in this Tower of Divine Right that needs to be completed. Qin Feng had yet to make his next move. Wang Mang and the others had already seen the Book of Divine Authorization on the list of commodities, and all of them were wide-eyed for a moment. They couldn't hold back and started talking in the team channel. Holy shit, what the hell is this? You can consume your lifespan and create living materials in reality? All kinds of food, water, and drinks. With these divine grant books, I can damn well open a supermarket. Not only that, look at this Book of Divine Authorization, mechanical made. No one can stop me. I want to buy 10 copies. Little old brother. Friendly reminder. This Book of Divine Authorization can be reused. Buy one is enough. Idiot, can't I sell it after I buy it? Can't really. It says soulbound. Little old brother. Well, no matter what. Worthy of being the shadow big brother. Said to bring us to get good things? Really is good things. Nonsense. When has our big brother ever let us down? Wang Mang and the others were also carrying quite a few tradable lifespans. Of course, it was all focused on Wang Mang. All at once, the crowd began to trade up, purchasing the Book of Divine Authorization from the six-fingered male witch. The Book of Divine Authorization was something that was in unlimited supply for this type of NPC. Anyway, this Book of Divine Authorization wasn't produced by these NPCs. They were just porters. In the end, the lifespan of the Book of Divine Authorization, to whose hands, even these NPC are not clear. Of course, the total number of tradable lifespans on Wang Mang and his team is not that much. Together, the 4 of them had only bought a total of 12 copies of the Book of Divine Authorization. I don't have enough lifespans with me right now. Can I come back and continue to buy them? Wang Mang carefully asked six-fingered male witch Vickery. When Vickery heard this, he jia laughed. Of course you can. However, each purchase requires a new challenge. And next time maybe it won't be at this price. Soon after, Qin Feng saw that Wang Mang had finished their transaction and didn't wait any longer. Directly speaking to six-fingered male wizard Vickery, he said, I see the description of this Tower of Divine Power. It is possible to complete a high difficulty challenge solo, thus gaining prestige. I want to challenge the highest difficulty. Is that okay? The moment these words came out, all 4 of Wang Mang's men went quiet. The six-fingered male witch, Vickery, on the other hand, turned over, that black cloak-covered figure, towards Qin Feng, seemingly observing him. Not long after, an eerie and icy voice came out. TSK, just you? With what you just did, you can't even complete the lowest difficulty solo, and you still have the highest difficulty? Qin Feng smiled. Try it. Highest difficulty. What difficulty is it? Vickery laughed morosely. Difficulty is divided into 5 tiers, the highest being the 5th. The boss is still a gold-level obsidian cracked skull golem, but attack, blood, defense and cooldown speed are increased by 500%. Qin Feng nodded. Alright, I'll try. When these words came out, Wang Mang and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. A 500% increase in attack and blood would be fine. After all, they knew that with Qin Feng's true strength, it didn't seem too difficult to raid that obsidian split skull puppet without injury. But, 500% increase in cooldown speed? In other words, the boss's speed of releasing skills was increased by 5 times to 6 times its original speed. Moreover, the defense was increased to 6 times the original, meaning that the boss would become especially needy. We were already sweating from dodging skills just now. With a 6 times faster skill release, Big Brother can't dodge it either, right? No, I believe Big Brother. Since he's willing to try, it means Big Brother must have some certainty. Even if you can dodge the skills, with a boss with 6 times the blood and defense, how long will it take Big Brother to kill it? One mistake during that time and it's gone. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to do it in half an hour. Half an hour? Too optimistic? I'm afraid we won't be able to kill it in an hour. Even if it's a Big Brother, it would take at least 10 minutes, right? Chapter 86 Legendary Instant Shadow Chop Plus? Hearing Qin Feng's agreement, six-fingered male wizard Vickery laughed morosely. He said sorrowfully, just a reminder, if you die during the challenge, your dropped lifespan can go to me. Are you sure you want to challenge? Qin Feng naturally wouldn't back down. Sure, when he confirmed, the withered figure of the six-fingered male sorcerer Vickery, who was clad in black robes in front of him, slowly dissipated into a cloud of black mist and floated away towards the sky. Wang Mang's 4 were pushed to the side of the hall by a force. In the middle area of the hall of this Tower of Divine Right, a barrier field appeared, enveloping Qin Feng alone. Immediately after, a black viscous liquid slowly coalesced in the middle of the hall. It was none other than that obsidian cranium-splitting golem. Qin Feng knew that this thing was one of Vickery's summon creatures. And as for the 5 tiers of difficulty, it was the attribute bonus that Vickery, as the master of the summoned creature, could provide to the summoned creature. 500% was not Vickery's upper limit. Its true strength was far beyond what players could currently imagine. Of course, to Qin Feng, this guy was nothing, because in his last life, this guy had already been killed by him. As long as a player obtained divinity, it was equivalent to obtaining the same qualifications to communicate with NPCs. It's said that there are many players who triggered some punishment conditions after obtaining divinity and have disappeared ever since. There are rumors that they were sent to other civilizations' game worlds and became NPCs guarding the Tower of Divinity. However, no punished player has ever returned. Therefore, no one knew if the rumor was true. At this moment, Qin Feng stood alone in the field with the plague blade in his hand. The 4 of them, Wang Mang, who had been pushed outside the field, all looked at the field with incomparable nervousness. Even Wang Mang had rarely been able to see Qin Feng's battle scenes with his own eyes. The last time I saw him fight a boss was in the town. He helped us with the level 2 sprinters, but now it's a level 20 gold boss, or an existence with 500% added to blood, defense, attack and cooldown speed. With this intensity, I'm afraid it's already higher than a platinum level boss, right? Definitely. Platinum bosses just have some mandatory mechanisms. The true value is definitely not comparable to this 5th level difficulty Tower of Divine Power challenge. I did hear from my friend that Shadow didn't spend a total of 2 minutes to finish off the platinum level Holy Maiden of Steel. But this boss in front of me has a higher value. I'm afraid the blood volume alone is close to 1,000,000, coupled with the 6 times the speed of the skill release. Even if the big brother can be resolved within 10 minutes, it's already very counterintuitive. Wang Mang, the 4 of them, all had their heartbeats at their fastest. Their eyes widened as they looked towards the field. For Qin Feng's battle, they were unusually concerned. That 6-fingered male wizard Vickery, too, was flying in the sky, watching sorrowfully as the gold-level boss he had summoned formed. What kind of clown dares to participate in the highest difficulty challenge at will? A player from Blue Star. So impatient to die? It's only the pregame, and it's actually inflated to this extent. Vickery sneered. When that obsidian split cranium golem was halfway formed, a burst of black mist had already radiated out from his sleeve and wrapped around that obsidian split cranium golem. It strengthened its life value, attack, defense and cooldown speed by 500%. The obsidian split skull golem in this state was like a fire-breathing turret. Black viscous liquid, black fire jets, and all kinds of skills would be released at 6 times the speed. And even one skill release would be immediately followed by the next. So the average player wouldn't have any free time to launch an attack. Moreover, with 6 times the attacks, even Wang Meng can't withstand any of the boss's skills, not to mention an assassin. However, when that obsidian split skull golem was completely formed, Qin Feng's figure, which was hidden in the field, since it was a solo challenge, Qin Feng had already exited Wang Meng's team. Therefore, Wang Meng and the others, too, could not see Qin Feng's figure. Suddenly, right at the moment when the obsidian split skull golem's blood bar lit up, a fierce poison dart had hit the boss's head that had split in half from behind. Minus 8019, weakness attack. The moment the damage number appeared, Qin Feng's figure appeared in the field, but immediately afterward, his figure disappeared. Tranquil concealment, picking up graceful deliverance and instantaneous shadow slash. Minus 10,138, weakness attack. Minus 11,521, weakness attack. Minus 13,364, weakness attack. The damage of the instantaneous shadow slash was higher than ever. This was because each of Qin Feng's chopping strikes, plus the toxin damage from the mighty poison dart, triggered the Rite of Black Flame effect on the leather armor. It weakened the target's defense and full elemental resistance by 7%. In just this instant, the boss took 10 damage and its defense was directly weakened to less than 30% of its original strength. Even if this thing was enhanced by 500% defense, at this moment, it was equivalent to nothing in front of Qin Feng. The first slash of instantaneous shadow slash, the damage was just over 10,000 damage, but with the 9th slash, the damage had already come to over 30,000. It's worthy of the gain effect brought about by the ancient god slate. If I didn't have the ancient god stone plate to raise the tier cap of Rite of Black Flame, my instantaneous shadow slash would have dealt at most around 18,000 damage per slash. 9 chopping strikes, totaling around 200,000 damage. This strike caused the obsidian split skull golem's blood bar to steeply drop by a fifth. It could be seen that the total blood volume of this boss was indeed in the neighborhood of 1,000,000. After all, its base blood volume, which had just been roughly calculated by Wang Meng's team of raiders, was between 150 to 180,000. With 5 times more, turning it into 6 times the original. Wouldn't it be around 1 million? Crap, what the hell, a fifth of blood in one go? What kind of skill is this? Big brother? It looks like a silver level instant shadow slash, but the instant shadow slash I've seen only has 3 strikes? I can't tell how many times. It's too fast, but there were at least 7 or 8 times on the boss just now. Is this the legendary instantaneous Shadow Chop Plus? This unbelievable scene made the 6-fingered male wizard Vickery, who was flying in the sky, all directly dumbfounded. This was because he had just seen Qin Feng's performance. This assassin, who looked particularly obscene, would never strike as long as there was a possibility of hitting a boss skill, and stand position is particularly stupid. Every time by the boss skills forced to the corner, cannot make a move, even if he did. It was only some not so strong skills. Each time the damage was only 2 or 3,000 points. But now, Qin Feng's skill, which resembled the instantaneous Shadow Slash, directly dealt a whopping 200,000 points of damage. What the hell? Blue Star's player should have just started developing. How could he have this damage? What level of talent does this person have? Vickery stared at the field with a deadly glare. However, immediately afterward, a scene that made Vickery and Wang Meng, among others, blow up even more appeared, only to see that a second after Qin Feng struck, Graceful Deliverance's active slash throat effect triggered. Chapter 87, Envy. I wish I was a dark shadow. Minus 20,276, weakness attack. Minus 23,042, weakness attack. Minus 26,728, weakness attack. Each of the 9 damage bursts of the cutthroat effect, each one of them, was twice as high as it had just been. The highest damage burst even reached over 60,000. In total, it added up to nearly 400,000 damage. The Obsidian Split Skull Golem's blood bar had directly dropped to about 40%. It was only at this point that the Obsidian Split Skull Golem reacted. After all, it was just a gold boss. Its mechanics and whatnot really weren't strong. It began to spray black viscous liquid towards the surroundings, and there were also black flames burning up everywhere in the hall. But Qin Feng opened the shield of black light. The body has injury shield protection, coupled with ultra-high agility, so that he with a speed of 30 to 40 meters per second, in the field of non-stop dodging, did not receive any damage at all, just 2 seconds after he struck. Once again, another burst of enchantment relief slitting throat damage emptied the Obsidian Cracked Skull Golem's last blood bar. That boss had only even released 2 skills. Under the terrifying sustained damage of slitting throat, it had already exploded into a pile of black rubble on the spot. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Tower of Divine Power Level 5 Difficulty Challenge. You have gained 5 points of reputation. The completion of this achievement will be considered as your completion of the first 4 difficulty challenges. You have gained 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 reputation points. Congratulations on completing the Tower of Divine Power Single Player Challenge Global First Pass. You have gained 5 plus 10 plus 15 plus 20 plus 25 reputation points. Regardless of which Tower of Divine Power Challenge one was in, the achievement could only be completed once, but the achievements were divided into 5 tiers. From the first level of difficulty to the 5th level of difficulty, the rewards are raised in this way. Qin Feng directly challenged the highest difficulty. He directly obtained the prestige rewards of all the grades. Among them, the prestige reward for the global first pass was higher, but it was a one-time thing, and only one person in the world could get it. In the previous life, the 5 first passes of different levels of difficulty were all completed by 5 different players respectively, but this time, Qin Feng had all of them wrapped up. As for the solo challenge achievement rewards, other players would be able to reach them later. As long as they could complete the challenge solo, they would be able to get the prestige rewards. It's just that this part of the reputation reward wasn't much. It only added up to 15 points. Qin Feng's first pass reward, on the other hand, directly gave 75 points. My reputation. I now have 147 points. After 100 points, you can buy high-level props from certain NPCs. I remember that there was an NPC in the pre-Magic City ruins that could buy nice things. Qin Feng took the completion on and the first pass reward, and directly kept his stealthy state and quietly left the Tower of Divine Power. Behind him was the exasperated 6-fingered male wizard Vickery. Just now, he thought that this assassin was a clown who came to send him to his death and provide him with longevity. It turned out that he didn't expect. This assassin's damage was so explosive. The clown was actually himself. If I had known this, I should have charged you 10,000. No, 100,000 days of lifespan for each book of divine authorization. Vickery regretted it, but there was nothing he could do now to stop Qin Feng from leaving. After all, he was equivalent to being punished in this Tower of Divine Right and had no authority to leave this place. Just as Qin Feng finished off that obsidian cranium-splitting golem, A Tower of Divine Power Challenge first pass reminder was sent out in the minds of all players around the world. This prompt caused countless players across the globe to be dumbfounded. Tower of Divine Right? What the hell is that? Oh my god. Shadow is ahead of all of us again. We don't even know what the Tower of Divine Power is. And he's completed the challenge first pass? I've never seen any tower-like structures in the ruins of the city I'm in. I know. Outside the city, I have a level 3 stealth skill. I've gone out of the city to explore and found the Tower of Divine Power. It's just that. The gold boss inside is fierce. I can't beat it solo. Outside the ruins of Zhanghai City, inside the Tower of Divine Right, Wang Mang's 4 people were also stunned. Ah, this. 3 seconds? That's seconds? A gold level boss with 1 million blood? What about the promised 5 times defense? Why is it so brittle? What kind of damage is this? I was just worried that Big Brother wouldn't be able to beat this boss, but it turned out to be done in 3 seconds? For a while, Wang Mang and the rest of them were all dumbfounded. Just then, Wang Mang's private chat window popped up. Justice execution, Wang Mang. What did you guys do over there? How did the great god get another first pass? What is this Tower of Divine Right? It was none other than policewoman in Yu. Since Qin Feng had emphasized beforehand, and Yu, Lin Liu and Gui Shue, were not involved in this operation. But they were curious too, especially now, when they heard that Shadow Chief had passed some kind of Tower of Divine Power challenge. Their hearts were like ants crawling. Wang Mang clicked on the private chat and bitterly smiled as he told Yu what had just happened. What? The Book of Divine Authorization? You can consume your lifespan to extract supplies into reality? And the Tower of Divine Authority challenge. Single participant. Highest difficulty. Shadow 3 seconds to kill a gold boss with 6 times the battle power? Not to mention the official side of Zhanghai City, which was once again shocked by Qin Feng's actions. After leaving the Tower of Divine Power, Qin Feng had ridden the ghost night-walking wolf and returned within the land of pure souls at the fastest speed possible. During this time, he asked Yu in a private chat if the Zhanghai City officials had discussed the price of the church sanctuary hideout. As a result, Yu replied while marveling that it might still take an hour or two. Alright, I'll go offline to eat something. Leave me a message when the discussion is done. After replying this sentence, Qin Feng was ready to go offline. Now that he still had 441 years of life left on him after buying the 9 books of divine authorization, he naturally wanted to extract more abilities and equipment into reality, especially the ghostly nocturnal wolf Mount Bell. In fact, Qin Feng had only gotten offline once during today's monster brushing, again eating a bowl of instant noodles. The system had reminded him several times now that his hunger level was too high in reality. Just as he was planning to extract his ability to go offline, the system suddenly prompted, "Danger detected in your reality environment. Please extract as many abilities as possible to deal with the danger." The following is the real-time screen. There's danger? The BNB owner's wife wants to rob her? When Qin Feng heard this prompt, his mood didn't even fluctuate in the slightest. He closed his eyes and a real-time picture of the BNB room was transmitted to his mind through the system, only to see that in reality, he had been sitting on the BNB couch in the game that he had entered. His body was still in a translucent unselectable state, and around him, the couch had surprisingly been removed and replaced by a large iron cage that held him in place. In the room, there were also 2 shirtless tattooed middle-aged men, each holding 2 machetes, who were smoking and chatting at the same time. These 2 men were talking and laughing. It's so awesome. This Shadow, again, is the global first pass. This man is so strong. How many lifespans can he fight in the divine abandonment game? Play a few thousand days. Anger earn a few small goals must be no problem. Envious? I'd be good if I were Shadow. Don't be so damn envious. Let's just look forward to this kid in front of us. It's best to have a few hundred days of life expectancy. That's tens of millions of dollars of cash in hand. He. What if he resists? Resist? I'll let him open his head. It's a shame. These 2 men didn't know that the youth they were trying to rob was the Shadow they envied. Chapter 88, A Sword. Chopping the building. Qin Feng saw the 2 middle-aged men who were squatting themselves in the outside world. After observing them slightly, he didn't care. It was just 2 unusual murderers from the godforsaken game era. Nothing special. At this stage, those who have the ability to rise to level 10 and have the ability to extract the ability to do so are simply not squatting to rob. Casually entering the game to kill a few monsters is much more profitable than crouching for an unknown player. The only explanation is, these 2 guys, it was tougher to even kill monsters within the game. Currently those who have risen to level 10 and can extract abilities to reality, there are only about 100 in the entire Zhanghai City. There are a lot of groups and officials who, after hoarding their lifespans, have cultivated some people in reality. The reality ceiling, however, depends on the strength ceiling within the game. No amount of tradable lifespans they have will allow them to exceed the in-game strength limit. Therefore, Qin Feng only needed to maintain his absolute advantage within the game. Then in reality, he would definitely be the strongest one as well, regardless of how many lifespans others had that could be used to extract an ability. That ability was ultimately based on in-game strength. Qin Feng shook his head and closed his eyes, started extracting the ability. He did some calculations first. The level doesn't need to go to level 15 first. Let's extract to level 13 first. Realistic leveling from 11 to 13 consumed 13, 7 and 16. 4 years respectively, totaling a little over 30 years. Then there were the skills. You have consumed 161. 7 years of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Graceful Deliverance, mythic level. You consumed 71. 12 years of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Assassin's Intuition, legendary grade. You have consumed 36. 35 years of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Dark Ring Blade, epic grade. You have consumed 23. 71 years of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Quiet Concealment, epic grade. These 4 skills extracted consumed a total of 292. 88 years of Qin Feng's tradable lifespan. According to the current lifespan to cash ratio, lifespans could be sold for 20 million cash per year, and these lifespans would be worth a total of 6 billion. After these skills are extracted, I'm left with only 2 unextracted skills, a moment of darkness that can blind enemies around you, plus a depths of darkness that passively adds stealth levels. The former requires 34, 65 years to extract. The latter extraction required 73, 81 years. Qin Feng didn't move for now because he had to extract the gold grade Mount Bell first, which still required 113, 89 years of lifespan. Extract Mount Bell. After he consumed these 100 years of lifespan and extracted the Mount Bell, the remaining tradable lifespan on his body was only 1 years. Still not enough lifespan. Because of this, Qin Feng chose to sell the church sanctuary hideout. Otherwise, if this thing stayed in his hands, the room for appreciation would be higher and higher. Selling a hideout won't have much of an impact. After all, I can obtain more hideouts. The ruins of the magic metropolis are even more expansive, and there are a total of 6 large hideouts similar to the Land of Pure Souls and the Church Sanctuary. Currently, they should all still be masterless lands. Qin Feng was not particularly familiar with the structure of the Magic City ruins. This was because when he arrived at the Magic City ruins in his last life, it was already after level 20. At that time, the 6 large hideouts in Magic Metropolis had all been occupied by organizations such as officials and guilds. As for what the platinum level bosses guarding the hideouts were, Qin Feng hadn't intentionally tried to learn about them, but had only roughly heard about some of the players' gossip. With my current strength, touching a platinum level boss skill is still relatively simple. Even if I die once, there are ghost fire bells to cover the bottom. Not much of a problem. Of course, all of this was to be said after arriving in Magic City. Within the Divine Abandonment game, Qin Feng's level reached 15, meaning that while he was in the game, he could also teleport to the Magic City ruins. After depleting his lifespan to only 1 years, Qin Feng finally went offline. Inside the B&B room he was in, the 2 tattooed middle-aged men were holding machetes and smoking while chatting eloquently. Suddenly, one of them's eyes changed. Wait, this kid went offline. When the 2 men's gazes fell on Qin Feng in the iron cage, they only saw Qin Feng's eyes open, and there was inexplicably more than 1 sharp knife in his hand. This small knife was something that Qin Feng had been carrying around since he first returned to reality. There was no way around it. In order to unleash the attack skills of the assassin's lineage, one must equip a dagger or short knife type of weapon. The in-game weapons, for the time being, didn't have that much lifespan to be extracted, so it was fine to carry a small knife with him. The 2 middle-aged men's complexions became vicious. Seeing the small knife in Qin Feng's hand, they just wanted to speak. Suddenly, a black blade light instantly flickered and appeared from around Qin Feng, spreading towards the surroundings. That knife light, directly from the height of Qin Feng's chest, spread towards the surroundings. Poof, poof. Those 2 middle-aged men, before they could even react, had already been sliced by the black blade light from their chest area. Their eyes were wide open, and their upper bodies directly fell to the ground, the machetes in their hands falling to the ground with 2 dang sounds. However, this was not the most terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that when Qin Feng swung out this darkness-ringed blade, that dark blade light slashed all 12 meters around him. The iron cage that had trapped Qin Feng was directly sliced into upper and lower halves with a single slash. Even this entire room of the B&B had a sharp crack appear on the wall. The entire room were all sliced into upper and lower halves. Poof. In the next room, a burly man who was exercising on top of the boss's wife just happened to have his head sliced open and flew up into the sky. Ah! The boss's wife screamed out in shock. She happened to avoid this horizontal slice from Qin Feng since she was lying on the bed. Originally, she had known these bigwigs in society and had let them come over, looking for a chance to rob the lodging Qin Feng. As a result, she never expected that the bigot was on top of her when suddenly heads flew up. She was splattered with blood and subconsciously screamed in horror. But soon, her screams came to an abrupt end, because Qin Feng followed up with a fierce poisonous dart across the wall, hitting her head and sending her to the west. Within the city of Zhanghai, a small, ordinary lodging house, with the flash of a black blade light, the entire third floor of the small building was sliced in half. The upper part of the small building gradually slid down and landed on the ground with a bang, smashing out a cloud of dust. In the darkness of the night, a shadowless and invisible figure, riding a similarly stealthy ghost nightwalker wolf, leapt high into the east. In that small building, on the other hand, 4 flowers of death were blooming, scarlet and demonic, drawing all the blood, flesh, and white bones of the 4 corpses. Not a single drop remained, and the commotion here didn't attract too many people's attention, because the current Zhanghai city was filled with the sounds of blasting, sirens, and even gunshots, and many places were in chaos. Chapter 89. He's going to take Qin Feng's head for me? East of Zhanghai city, on the highway leading to Magic City, it was a bit windy tonight. The sky was densely clouded, and even the moonlight was obscured from time to time. If it were usual, this highway leading from Zhanghai city to Magic City would be absolutely full of vehicles. But now, only occasionally did a car drive by in a hurry. No one could see that a 3-meter-long stealthy ghost wolf was carrying a stealthy man in a black jacket, running wildly along this highway at an extremely fast speed. Even some vehicles on the road were overtaken by him one after another. This man, naturally, was Qin Feng. While he was on his way to the Magic City, he was holding a copy of the Book of Divine Authorities, Great Xia Food, in his hands. At the Tower of Divine Authority NPC within the boundaries of Daxia, one could only buy the Book of Divine Authorization that could extract Daxia food. If one wanted to eat food from all over the world, then one would have to make a trip to the ruins of cities all over the world. Of course, at the moment, Qin Feng wasn't at a level where he could teleport across borders yet. Have some meat buns, marinated beef, and soy milk. Qin Feng rode the ghostly nocturnal wolf, flipped open the Book of Divine Authorization, and found the corresponding patterns within the pages. All of these things were the simplest Daxia food. The price tags were all from 3 minutes to 10 minutes of tradable lifespan. If converted into Daxia's real currency, this price was equivalent to $200 to $300. However, to Qin Feng, this already belonged to the category of being a bargain. Although there were still breakfast days open outside, no one could guarantee that there were problems with that food. After being pitted by Qin Xiaoyu in his last life, Qin Feng would definitely not be able to eat any food given by anyone else. It was what the Book of Divine Authorization exchanged for that was the most reassuring. Of course, due to the increase in Qin Feng's reality physique attribute, his body required more energy and naturally, the more food he needed. Luckily, these things exchanged from the Book of Divine Instruction wouldn't cost much lifespan in total. It was until half an hour later, Qin Feng looked at the bustling metropolis that appeared ahead, the Magic City, and slowly closed the Book of Divine Instruction. To dispose of Qian Shishir, we need to know where her reality is first. To find this woman, the difficulty can be much greater than finding Song Fei. There's also no informant like Milk White's Yukiko. That woman, who can tell me her location? Trying to find a Qian Shishir in the Magic City with a population of tens of millions of people, the difficulty was bound to be extremely high. And this woman, more than likely, was in hiding, tucked away in a safe place. If Qin Feng looked aimlessly, it would be impossible to find her human shadow even when he found her leaving Magic City. So, Qin Feng first came to the vicinity of the Magic City's high-speed train station. Entering the empty subway station, he looked for a hidden corner, quiet concealment. Entering the game. After turning on tranquil concealment, Qin Feng's figure was completely invisible and would never become visible as long as he didn't move or launch an attack. Entering the game in this state, Qin Feng will not be detected by anyone and is in the unselectable invincible state. It was equivalent to completely disappearing from this world. When Qin Feng entered the Divine Abandonment game, he passed through the teleportation array at the very center of the ruins of Zhanghai City, consuming 985 days of his lifespan and choosing to teleport to the ruins of the Magic City. The cost of this teleportation was that the farther the distance, the more expensive it was. Zhanghai City was adjacent to the Magic City, so it didn't cost too much. At the same time, Qin Feng opened his friends list again. Finding the thieving triangular-eyed youth who had contacted him earlier, he sent a private chat over. Divine Forsaken Continent, Magic Metropolis Ruins. What? Shadow contacted you? Qin Feng has already been killed by him? Qian Shishir was a bit surprised as she listened to the incoming private chat. At this moment, She was with 5 foreign men, brushing monsters in the Evil Spirit Academy in the Magic City ruins. The Evil Spirit Academy was an academy ruin that covered a vast area. At the same time, it was also one of the 6 major hideouts in the Magic City ruins. Only to obtain the key to the Evil Spirit Academy's hideout, one needed to go deep into the 3 underground levels of the Evil Spirit Academy in order to find the platinum-level Evil Spirit boss that was entrenched in it. In this place, there were numerous magical creatures, and the key was that many of the Evil Spirit attribute magical creatures were completely immune to physical damage. So not many people came here to brush the monsters. Qianshishir leading people to brush the monsters here just happened to avoid the ears and eyes of most players. After all, she was now wanted and hunted down by the Magic City officials. Although her real identity wasn't exposed and her real location was safe, she had too much lifespan on her, so of course she didn't want to die. Currently, the tradable lifespan on Qianshishir's body had accumulated to over 600 years. These Daxia people are really swine. 50,000 one-day lifespans don't even love to sell? It's still going to cost old lady even more money. Qianshishir was a bit angry. She was now spending money to not receive much longevity. The price of lifespan was getting higher and higher, and as she watched the Qian clan group she was a part of, the capital she had accumulated in this world, all of its value was shrinking. She was also anxious. She couldn't wait to immediately convert all of her assets into lifespans. Just in this situation, she finally heard a piece of good news. She had once spent 3,000 days of her lifespan to commission Dark Shadow to assassinate a minor character. At that time, it was worth 50 million lifespans, and now it was over 100 million. This made Qianshishir's heart ache as well. Good thing, now the results have finally come in. Qin Feng, I wonder if you'll regret it when you die. TSK, that's not right either. If you were killed by the shadow, you should have died without a sound. No pain, and not much time for regrets. What a pity. Qianshishir laughed happily. Soon, she got a brand new piece of news. What? Shadow said that he has already come to Magic City? Both the game and reality have come? In reality, he's going to show me that Qin Feng's head, and then let me make the closing payment? Qianshishir frowned. Although she was arrogant and domineering, she was not brain-dead. Dark Shadow, such a terrifying killer in reality. Who knew what would happen once she met with him? Qianshishir was afraid of death. Of course she didn't dare to meet with Qin Feng in reality. You tell him that you don't need to show me the head. Just take a picture, and I'll have someone give him the final payment. What? He said he doesn't have a cell phone? Lost his cell phone to avoid being followed? Qianshishir was a bit speechless. In that case, she really wouldn't have any way to confirm if Shadow had really killed Qin Feng. Although, she actually didn't care much about the death or life of that Qin Feng. But if the Shadow didn't do anything and she gave the final payment, wouldn't she look stupid? Not to mention, for Dark Shadow, Qianshishir still had some longings and expectations. If she could establish a long-term cooperation with Dark Shadow, she would definitely be able to stand on top of the globe in the brand new era in the future. It's not impossible to meet with him realistically. Qianshishir thought of a way, pursed her lips, and smiled faintly. However, it is necessary to confirm that he is on the same side as me. Thinking of this, she opened her friends list and found a male player with the codename Tian Xingjian, and said a few words to him in a private chat. Chapter 90, They Must Be Cursing Me Right? Divine Forsaken Continent. Magic City Ruins. Qin Feng maintained his stealth and rode a ghost Nightwalker wolf. He opened his private chat and saw the thieving triangular-eyed youth, who had sent him a coordinate. That was Qianshishir's current in-game location. Want to meet me in-game first and give me the final payment directly? Faced with this request from the other party, Qin Feng seemed to have no reason to refuse. However, Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. This woman, didn't she confirm if he had really killed Qin Feng? Just give the final payment like that? Originally, it was about mentioning Qin Feng's head to her and meeting with her realistically so as to finish her off. It seems that this woman is a bit cautious. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. If he really couldn't find where this woman was, he would just share the information directly with the officials of Magic City. I remember in my last life, this woman flaunted herself in the ruins of Magic Metropolis for a long time before people arrived in North America, and she chose to migrate to the North American region within the game. Although it takes a lot of lifespan, it's not too difficult given her status. Here in the Magic City officials, this woman is wanted. Getting the officials to find someone was one way. However, Qin Feng did not intend to use this method directly. After all, after such a long time had passed, Qianshishir must have a lot of lifespan on her. These lifespans, Qin Feng naturally wanted to get his hands on them personally. Killing people, taking lives, a very easy thing to do. If Qin Feng could do it himself, he naturally wouldn't be willing to pretend to be someone else's hand. In that case, let's meet her within the game. First, Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf and galloped towards the coordinates of the Evil Spirit Academy he received in his private chat. 10 or so minutes later, Qin Feng finally arrived at the location of the Evil Spirit Academy after running tens of kilometers on his wolf through the vast ruins of the Magic City. The place was gusty. Amidst the ruins of buildings, many morose white dead trees loomed, and occasionally black crows stopped at the top of the trees, observing the ruined area with their dead gray eyes. Qin Feng had only just come over when he saw from afar that there was a group of player figures at the ruins of a school building more than 100 meters away. He rushed over on his ghost wolf and arrived on the rooftop of a 3-story high ruin. Looking down from above, he saw that in the abandoned square outside the ruins of that school building, there were two parties facing each other. One of the parties was Qian Shishir, codenamed Ace of Spades. She and the 5 foreign men, all with the face masking function turned on, were gathering together, sneering as they faced the surrounding crowd. On the other side, there were the 2 official Magic City squads that surrounded Qian Shishir. On the official side, the one in the lead was a country-faced youth who looked all righteous. It's him? Qin Feng glanced at the country-faced youth and narrowed his eyes slightly. Qiu Haonan, codenamed Skywalker, a famous mole in the previous life, providing intelligence for the Alice Guild until the 7th year of the godforsaken game's descent. When this guy revealed his face and was killed off, making a lot of noise, Qin Feng took another look at the situation in the field and quickly realized what was going on. Interesting. This Qian Shishir and Qiu Haonan have already hooked up so early? Deliberately luring the Magic City officials over while calling me over. Wanting to see where I stand now? It had to be said that this tactic of Qian Shishir's was very good. Quite good. In this current situation, Qian Shishir's 6 people's battle power was obviously stronger. After all, recharging would make them stronger. As for the official 12, for the time being, they could only hold Qian Shishir and the others back, and currently did not dare to attack strongly. Both sides were sort of evenly matched, with Qian Shishir's side having a slight advantage, so both sides did not fight. And Qian Shishir's plan was simple. Before the official reinforcements arrived, if Qin Feng arrived, he would have to face a choice. Should I help Qian Shishir? If one helped Qian Shishir, then it would mean that the shadow would become hostile to the official. In that case, wouldn't both sides be on the same side? Qian Shishir would also be able to draw shadow in more easily. If she didn't help, Qian Shishir was afraid that she wouldn't choose to meet with Dark Shadow in reality. Interesting. Qin Feng saw this and immediately analyzed Qian Shishir's intentions. He was certain that if he didn't make a move now and kill those people from the officials, it would be very difficult for him to find Qian Shishir in reality on his own. Even if he pretended that he hadn't come yet, Qian Shishir wouldn't him a chance. After all, everyone knew that Shadow was fast. With the official people looking for him, would the Shadow not have arrived yet? In that case, let's show you my sincerity. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled, riding the ghost wolf. He leapt down from the height of the 3rd floor. He was in a stealthy state, so no one could even notice his arrival. Holding the plague blade in his hand, he stuck a range and flung his hand to slash out a black blade light. Dark ring blade. Minus 42,288, weakness attack. Minus 42,357, weakness attack. A terrifying scarlet damage number rose above the heads of the 11 official players, and they fell to the ground on the spot. There was also one official player who wasn't within range, and before he could react, he was killed by a triple pounce from the Ghost Knight Wolf that swooped out from the side. You have killed player Skywalker. You have killed player Evening Rain. You have killed player. As a series of system prompts came, the 12 official players present, all of them died. Immediately afterward, the figures of Qin Feng and Ghost Wolf appeared in front of Qian Shishir's 6 people. This scene caused Qian Shishir, who had a black veil on her face, to light up. As for the 5 foreign men behind her, they all breathed a sigh of relief. And then all of them were a bit nervous and wary in their eyes when they saw the shadow appear. Are the official people of Magic City all poor? Qin Feng walked over and spat. He wasn't afraid of his voice being recognized by Qian Shishir as he had gotten a voice changer from the Book of Divine Instruction, which was cheap and easy to use. He came next to the corpse of the country-faced youth at the head of the other party and raised his leg to kick it, only to see that apart from this country-faced youth, the other 11 official members around him, the lifespan light orbs that burst out, were surprisingly only as big as a light bulb. This means that, I'm afraid that all of those 11 official members only had about 10 days of lifespan on them. It was still tradable and non-tradable combined. Only under the corpse of the leader's country-faced youth, a large ball of life expectancy light burst out, and it was estimated to be around 6 or 7 years. Hearing Shadow's horse spitting, Qian Shishir laughed and walked up with a step and a twist of her butt. Officials, they like to concentrate their lifespan on the captain. It's normal that he's the only one who burst out his lifespan. Shadow, welcome to the Magic City. Qin Feng nodded faintly towards her. Then he stretched out his hand and absorbed the 6 or 7 years of lifespan light orb away in front of her. This time, Qin Feng did not use the blossoming curse skill to take away the other half of the tradable lifespan remaining on this person, because that half of the lifespan, there was still a use for keeping it. In addition, Qian Shishir said that this person exploded his lifespan because the official Magic City team liked to concentrate their lifespans on one person. This was completely a big mistake. As for the exact reason, Qin Feng was of course too lazy to bullshit with Qian Shishir, and next, he had to find a way to meet with her in reality. Right at this moment, the 5 foreign men who were following Qian Shishir, 3 of them were white and 2 of them were dark-skinned, led by the airplane-headed youth Tony, followed up. Seeing Qian Shishir talking happily with Shadow, these 5 men also put down their hearts. The leader, Tony, even smiled and extended his hand towards Qin Feng. "Hi, Mr. Shadow, good to see you, bro." 5 foreign men, one after another, opened their mouths, wanting to deal with Qin Feng. After all, this was the world's #1 shadow, a terrifying existence that killed people invisibly. However, Qin Feng glanced at the 5 guys and did not reach out. Just when the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, Qin Feng suddenly said, "I can't understand what they're saying. They must be cursing me, right?" Before Qian Shishir could open her mouth to explain, Qin Feng suddenly struck out. Instantaneous Shadow Slash. With a short-range instantaneous Shadow Slash, he instantly flashed out a distance of 3 meters, enveloping all 5 of those foreign men. Minus 39,155, weakness attack. Minus 39,126, weakness attack. In an instant, all 5 foreign men fell to the ground in death. The 5 foreign men instantly died and fell to the ground. Qian Shishir was just about to explain that these were her friends when this scene appeared, directly making her dumbfounded.